A celestial barrier descends upon the world, with 10 heavenly gates safeguarding humanity. Powerful beings from realms beyond descend, intent on feasting upon humanity. Chen Fan, upon receiving the devastating news of his family's demise on his 16th birthday, awakens an infinite fusion system. By integrating the talents of the Dragon Clan, the roar of dragons reverberates through the heavens and the earth. Merging with ancient heroic spirits, his spirit transforms into a spectral manifestation. By assimilating the bloodline of the immortal Phoenix clan, he possesses blood that is indestructible. Fusing with unparalleled elixirs, he metamorphoses into an embodiment of medicine. Integrating with mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. Bearing the deep-seated enmity of the Blood Sea, he assimilates all resources, becoming invincible in the world. Transforming into a colossal giant, he shatters the 10 heavenly gates. In the blink of an eye, all races are reduced to ashes. Chapter 1. The painful loss of kin, the awakening of the system. In the year 1098 of the Era of Calamity, after a millennium of resistance against the invasion of myriad races, one of humanity's sanctuaries, Peace City, the winds howl ominously, accompanied by thunder and lightning. In the office of the Martyr Cemetery, lightning illuminates the dim interior, creating an atmosphere of palpable gravity. On the desk lie 36 sheets of paper, white with red characters. Notices of death. Leaning against a solid wooden chair, Chen Fan appears as if he were a puddle of mud, frozen in shock. His father, Chen Mo, 6th Uncle Chen Yu, Elder Uncle Chen Xiang, 3rd Uncle Chen Feng, Grandfather Chen Yuan, 2nd Grandfather Chen Yusheng, Elder Aunt Chen Bo, 2nd Aunt. All 36 members of the Chen family have perished on the battlefield. Today, he received the notification to collect the death notices and the consolidated compensation. All family elders have departed. What good is the compensation? The sounds of his brothers and sisters no longer fill the air, nor the admonitions of uncles, or the warm inquiries of aunts. The once vast Chen family is no more. Beside Chen Fan sits an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his posture erect as a spear. With a furrowed brow and a face chiseled by time, he gazes at the death notices, rendered speechless for a long while. Standing before the desk, his body erect and clad in military attire, exuding an aura of strength, Liao Jun finally speaks. Elder, young brother, may you find solace. All 36 members of the Chen family were heroes. They transcended their limits, breached the 8 heavenly gates, slaying the demigod of the Bone Clan, and saving countless warriors. He gently cradles an iron box and places it before the 36 death notices. Deeply moved, he briefly recounts the tale. The Chen family was exceptionally valiant, uniting all 36 clan members to confront the demigod of the Bone Clan head-on. After the battle, not a single complete corpse was found, only the endless bones of the Bone Clan's demigod. The death notices arrived, 8 elderly, 14 middle-aged, and 14 young elites, all 3 generations extinguished in that one battle. For the elder, it is an unbearable weight, and his visage ages further. As the words fell, a heart-wrenching cry echoed in his ears. Chen Fan finally emerged from the abyss of sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. His hands grasped at the death notices, and through his tear-filled eyes, he seemed to glimpse the faces of his once-beloved relatives. After traversing 16 years, his parents had only been his companions for 3 years, yet those were the most joyous and carefree years of his life. Humanity, after millennia of development, had finally established a space fleet, embarking upon the cosmic seas to explore the vastness of the stars. Upon opening the wormhole, what awaited them was not the beauty of the starry sky, but an endless terror of monstrous races. They plucked stars from the heavens, scorched the earth and seas, traversed the cosmos with corporeal forms, and wielded formidable powers. The human warships, armed with heavy artillery, were rendered utterly ineffective, akin to mere refuse. In the early days of the invasion, space cities were obliterated and satellites shattered. Great cities were reduced to ash, as humanity was mercilessly devoured. It was a time that resembled a hellish purgatory. Multitudes of races kept humanity on planets, treating them as livestock, savoring their flesh to the fullest. If survival was to be achieved, resistance was imperative. In these most arduous of times, humanity united like never before. They gathered wisdom to salvage the fate of their soon-to-be extinct race. After a millennium of advancement, humanity harnessed the spiritual energy flowing through the wormholes to hunt demons and gradually forged their own cultivation methods. They cultivated their inner spiritual energy to elevate their realms, while fortifying their outer blood energy to strengthen their physiques. They forged bodies that stood shoulder to shoulder with the myriad races, possessing power comparable to divine abilities. Crossing the bitter seas, traversing golden bridges, forming sacred lotuses, entering divine gates, igniting divine flames, establishing celestial pillars, transforming into dragons, connecting souls with the heavens, and nurturing sacred gates. There are 9 grand realms. Upon discovering the cultivation system, they constructed 10 celestial gates to safeguard humanity's last refuge. Countless individuals, regardless of age or gender, rushed towards the 10 celestial gates, disregarding life and death for the continuation of humanity. Corpses became fortifications, standing guard at the forefront, forging a great wall of life. For 16 years, Chen Fan had sent numerous uncles, aunts, cousins, and siblings to the battlefield. Even when they occasionally returned, their stays seldom exceeded 3 days. It was these fleeting encounters that made him cherish them all the more. With every loss, he wept in anguish. Unbeknownst to him, his hair gradually turned white from the crown of his head to the tips. Upon noticing, the elder furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. "Do not weep. A man of the Chen family must stand tall and bleed without succumbing to despair. Born in this era, one must straighten their spine and march forward bravely." His voice was imbued with profound melancholy. With trembling hands, he clutched the papers as if grasping the bodies of his descendants, stacking them neatly. Opposite him, Liu, a man of iron and blood, stood tall, witnessing Chen Fan's hair turn white, while his eyes reddened instantly. Seeing the elder tremble, his heart bled. He softly uttered, "May you find solace in your grief." Even as a family of heroes, despite all relatives perishing in battle, one must still suppress their tears. The old man was worthy of admiration. Chen Fan could not contain his sobs and continued to tremble. The elder's voice echoed in his ears. "You must strive earnestly. The will of the Chen family is for you to inherit." He then slowly stood, his gray robe trembling straight, head held high, mirroring Liu, and declared solemnly, "We shall return." Clutching 36 death notices of his family, his robe quivered slightly. Chen Fan embraced the iron box, tears streaming ceaselessly. For 16 years, even having traversed here, deep emotions remained. They had given him joy, childhood, and a home. Now, not a single one remained. It was unbearable. The elder and Chen Fan exited the office, casting one last glance at the 33-meter-high monument. Countless heroes without remains had their names inscribed upon it. Today, the names of the 36 members of the Chen family would be added. Thunder rumbled and the gusts howled, transforming it into a monument that would continue to guard the peace of humanity in the city. Chen Fan could not restrain himself, kneeling before the monument, gazing skyward in a thunderous roar. "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, I will avenge you beyond the borders." Avenge! His forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud, soon stained with blood. Torrential rain poured down, drenching him. The elder stood in the rain, head raised, eyes misty. It was hard to tell whether the tears or the rain coursed down his cheeks. Only when Chen Fan fell into unconsciousness did he grasp his collar, lift the iron box, and leave the martyr cemetery. His body swayed amidst the wind and rain, lonely yet resilient, seemingly devoid of sorrow. In his unconscious state, he heard a chilling voice. Sensing the host's overwhelming grief, the Infinite Fusion system has been successfully bound, rewarding you with a novice gift package. Shall you open it? The voice resonated, but he thought it was a dream. Yet, it lingered in his mind, an incessant echo. In a fit of anger, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Open!" Upon realizing his surroundings, he found he had unknowingly returned home. Once filled with laughter and joy, the villa now lay desolate, save for the cold 36 death notices and the frail figure of his great-grandfather. His great-grandfather was not in the room, and his whereabouts were unknown. Just as he was about to rise, the voice in his mind sounded once more. Gift package opened successfully. Congratulations, you have received 2,000 fusion points. The infinite fusion system allows you to fuse all things into your body as long as you possess sufficient fusion points. Fusion points can be acquired through slaying myriad races and battling enemies. The more you kill, the more you gain. The higher your level, the more fusion points you will accumulate. As the explanation unfolded, a transparent dialogue box suddenly appeared before him. Chen Fan, ordinary person. Fusion points, 2,000. No items fused yet. For Chen Fan, the system was both foreign and familiar. It resembled the character settings of games he had played in his previous life. Upon seeing the transparent character panel, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper on the table, picked it up to examine closely, and his eyes widened in shock. With a sudden jolt, he leapt from the bed, heedless of his nudity, and bolted from the room. Chapter 2. The Fusion of Blood and Tears, the Emergence from the Sea of Suffering. Chen Fan, my great-grandfather has departed, embarking on a journey beyond the borders. My child, he cannot die in vain. In life, one must see the living. In death, one must see the corpse. Even if my vitality wanes and my realm diminishes, I cannot stand idly by as my child leads the way. The 10 Heavens Pass serves as a trial. Without entering the sea of suffering, one cannot take a single step forward. You must not allow the Chen family to become extinct. Chen Fan could never have imagined that his frail, elderly great-grandfather would abandon him to seek the whereabouts of 36 family members beyond the borders. Moments ago, he thought the old man could not bear the agony and had retreated to his room to rest alone. At 16 years of age, Chen Fan was at the pivotal moment of honing his strength, preparing to unlock the sea of suffering within his dantian. The process of opening the sea of suffering was excruciating, requiring the convergence of one's entire vital essence to surge forth. In the most arduous of times, to survive and thrive, one must transcend the merciless sea of suffering. Thus, the first realm is the sea of suffering. The expanse of this sea is intrinsically linked to one's future achievements. The broader and more profound it is, the more it signifies boundless potential ahead. For most, the sea of suffering resembles a mere stream. Those whose seas are akin to rivers are undoubtedly rare prodigies. Yet, without having opened his sea of suffering, Chen Fan lacked the strength to leave Taiping City, rendering him unable to step beyond its borders. Frantically, he dashed through the villa, upstairs and downstairs, but saw no trace of his great-grandfather. Finally, he despondently sank onto the sofa in the living room, his gaze falling upon an iron box resting atop the table. It was the very box he had retrieved from the martyr's cemetery just yesterday. Opening it, he beheld 36 pristine blood and tears pills arranged neatly within. Beneath them lay a card inscribed with the code of 6 zeros, amounting to 36 million alliance coins. This was the highest standard of compensation, and Chen Fan understood its significance. Alliance coins could be used to procure various protective gear, weapons, and elixirs to enhance one's power. While some basic cultivation techniques could be learned at school, purchasing them from the outside world was exorbitantly expensive, for every method was forged through the blood and lives of predecessors. Chen Fan could not help but be consumed by the sorrow of his family's demise. His heart filled with animosity towards all races. System, can you assist me in opening the sea of suffering and stepping onto the 10 Heavens Pass? Contemplating the golden finger, he felt it lacked grandeur. What effects could the fusion of all things in the world possibly yield? With his great-grandfather gone, it had become his last bastion of hope. As long as he possessed enough fusion points, the master could meld with rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, and lands, with the sun, moon, and stars, even the bones, cores, heroic spirits, and souls of powerful beings. The mere sea of suffering was trivial, but fusing with blood and tears pills to amplify his vitality was a natural progression. Upon hearing the system's impressive response, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. His gaze shifted to the 36 blood and tears pills. As if he beheld the 36 relatives standing before him, he would begin with the legacy of his kin, seeking vengeance for them. Just as he prepared to take them for fusion, reminders from the system surfaced in his mind. Blood and tears pill consumes 10 fusion points, amplifies vitality, invigorating the blood and unblocking meridians. He never anticipated that fusing a single pill would require merely 10 fusion points. 36 pills would only total 360. Should he attempt to fuse them? He recalled the methods for opening the sea of suffering learned at school. If he succeeded, he could leave Taiping City, embark on a quest to slay the demons of the myriad realms, and avenge all his kin. He could gather fusion points and strengthen himself. The root of it all lay within the blood and tears pills. What was he waiting for? his entire focus fixated on the 36 blood and tears pills in the iron box, his heart inquiring how to proceed. The next moment, the system's voice resonated. The blood and tears pills can be fused, consuming 360 fusion points. The medicinal power is slightly potent. Will you proceed with the fusion? Upon hearing the term slightly potent, Chen Fan was instantly reminded of the profound blood feud with his 36 relatives, a resolute expression etched upon his face. The potency of the medicine is inconsequential. If I cannot endure it, how can I seek vengeance? Fuse. As his words fell, the 36 blood and tears pills levitated into the air. They did not require ingestion, instead affixing themselves to the 36 major acupoints throughout his body, rapidly fusing within him. In an instant, 36 surging streams of medicinal power flooded his being. Chen Fan felt his blood ignite with an intensity beyond imagination, unleashing unfathomable strength. His muscles and veins struggled to bear the force, being utterly overwhelmed in mere moments. What the hell? Is this merely slightly potent? It is ferocious. An insane agony besieged his mind, the tearing pain throughout his body nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the power of his blood was immensely potent, rapidly healing his body even as it wreaked havoc. Like rivers converging into the sea, the surging blood had nowhere to dissipate, relentlessly crashing against his dantian, forcibly opening the sea of suffering. Others, even after consuming pills, would require extensive time to digest and assimilate, gradually forming their seas. Yet for Chen Fan, the medicinal power surged automatically to create his own. Once the sea of suffering emerged, the torrent of vital essence seemed to find its release, rushing forth uncontrollably. Blood flowed away, leaving only a boiling vitality. His dantian transformed from a trickling stream to a small river, then a mighty river, a lake, and ultimately, an ocean. Unlike the tranquility experienced by others, his sea of suffering roiled tumultuously, summoning boundless waves that crashed against the surroundings. Gradually, his dantian became flexible, beginning to absorb the natural energies of the surrounding world. The sea of suffering was formed. From this point forward, he would draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through his dantian to elevate his cultivation. His physical body would continue to strengthen his vitality, nurturing his form. These processes complemented one another, ultimately enabling him to reach the level of the powerful beings of all races. As the torment subsided, Chen Fan savored for the first time the refreshing sensation of spiritual energy cleansing his body. He needed to fill the open sea of suffering with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Only then would it culminate. 3 days and nights passed, and a vortex of spiritual energy had nearly formed around the villa when Chen Fan finally felt his sea of suffering brimming. Upon opening his eyes, he found his gaze glinting with brilliance. A glance at his physique revealed it to be as flawless as mutton-fat jade. Clenching his fists, he felt as though he could shatter a planet. With this ferocious strength, he finally felt a semblance of confidence in his quest for vengeance. Grandfather, father, mother, and all my relatives, I have opened the sea of suffering. As soon as I report to school, I shall immediately venture outside the city to embark on the path of revenge. Chen Fan rose, noticing the iron box containing the blood and tears pills on the table. He knelt in the direction of the hero memorial, loudly vowing. Disregarding the fact that 3 days had passed, he hastily consumed some leftover food, freshened up, and dressed before energetically racing towards school. Passing by the entrance of the community, the gatekeeper, Grandpa Chen, reminded him not to run around and to return home early, seemingly aware that he was now all alone. Upon arriving at the 8th Martial School, he discovered that during his 3 days of recuperation, the school had already compiled a list of all students who had opened their sea of suffering. All students reaching the age of 16 and successfully opening their sea of suffering were to gather on the playground. Their journey into battle was about to commence. After 16 years of training, they were now sufficiently formidable to face the trials of the battlefield. 16 years of wind, frost, rain, and snow had forged humanity's steel wall. Upholding the will of their ancestors to survive in the harshest of environments, they would forge ahead unrelentingly. Chen Fan hastened to the playground, and, just as he arrived, heard a voice call out, "Ha! Chen Fan, why have you dyed your hair white? Did a family member perish, and are you feigning sorrow?" One student in the crowd mocked him, pointing out his white hair. Chapter 3. The Sea of Suffering shimmers with gold, strength beyond 10,000 pounds? A clash of wills. Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, recognizing it as his former rival. It was Zhao Yi, the most formidable student in Class 6 of the 98th grade, the first to open his sea of suffering. Rumor had it that his family harbored numerous strong warriors fighting beyond the Fourth Heavens Pass. Unbeknownst to him, the Chen family had already surged beyond the 8th barrier, vanquishing the semi-divine entities of the Bone Clan. Before Chen Fan could respond, another classmate interjected, saying, "I doubt it. They are probably too frightened to participate in the selection tournament, deliberately hiding at home. Is that not so? Ha ha." Yu Linghai, clad in exquisite armor and wielding a long sword, exuded an air of gallantry. His stature was tall and commanding, with vibrant red hair and eyes shimmering with a green luminescence, coupled with a muscular physique. He too had traversed the Bitter Sea during the new year. It was said that the Bitter Sea resembled a colossal mountain, massive and unyielding, astonishing many teachers and students at the time. He had once stealthily exited Taiping City and returned unscathed. The outside world was perilous. Once, an elderly soldier from the Golden Bridge realm had ventured out, only to become a mere puddle of flesh. This exemplified Yu Linghai's formidable talent. Of course, he held some disdain for ordinary students who had not traversed the Bitter Sea. Due to the grand amalgamation of races, many individuals were of mixed heritage, resulting in significant variances in appearance. Among the 18 who had opened the Bitter Sea in his class, they mingled with the 260 students from the entire school, preparing to venture out together. For survival's sake, all individuals reaching the age of 16 who had opened the Bitter Sea were required to head to the heavy barrier. Without enduring trials, one could not become the backbone of humanity, nor could they grow. Chen Fan had just turned 16 this year, using medicinal pills to open the Bitter Sea. His aptitude could be deemed rather poor. Yet, the circumstances had changed. He possessed an infinite fusion system, awaiting his exploration. Witnessing the provocation from the two, coupled with the recent loss of loved ones, his temper flared. His eyes glinted with cold light, white hair billowing, and his black battle attire rustling fiercely. "Insult my ancestors. Step forth and be punished," he bellowed, pointing his right index finger at the two. A family of 36 had perished fighting for humanity. He would not permit them to be insulted. "Ha ha ha. Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? Do you not know that my strength in the Bitter Sea exceeds 10,000 pounds? One punch could obliterate you," Zhao Yi boasted, swinging his fist. Yu Linghai raised an eyebrow, sensing an unfamiliar intensity in Chen Fan's aura. Suppressing his previous disdain, he remarked, "Jokes aside, without entering the Bitter Sea, your physical strength is limited. You cannot surpass 1 ton. You are no match for us. Let's just leave it at that." Although he looked down upon ordinary students, he did not wish to suppress them, merely jesting. He felt he might have overstepped the mark. The surrounding students focused intently on Zhao Yi and Chen Fan, whispering, "The strength in the Bitter Sea refers to the initial level. It is far superior to those of us who have only just succeeded in opening it. 10,000 pounds of force at the initial 3rd level. Achieving 50,000 pounds of strength, one transcends to the mid-level of the Bitter Sea." Sigh. Having powerful family members is indeed advantageous. They must have fed him the blood pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have advanced so swiftly. The playground was filled with students from the Bitter Sea realm, possessing detailed knowledge of their levels. Chen Fan, however, had only just opened the Bitter Sea today. His understanding limited. The Martial Academy's education tailored to each individual. From a young age, students were imbued with foundational knowledge, such as mathematics and chemistry, alongside the basics of martial arts. Those who still could not traverse the Bitter Sea by 18 were compelled to study mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, aerospace, and other scientific disciplines. In truth, some hoped their children could lead such a leisurely life, at least safely residing within Taiping City. Yet, the myriad heroic tales and the endless history of interspecies warfare would inspire passionate youths to step beyond Taiping City and partake in the fight against myriad races. Particularly in families where powerful individuals were born, children would be influenced and yearn to see what lay beyond the tenfold barrier. However, few could truly breach the tenfold barrier and battle against the myriad races. Chen Fan had lost 36 relatives outside the barrier, their fates unknown. He had to break through and see for himself. Now, faced with the provocation of 2 classmates, he could not yield. Even if he could not win, he must at least make them aware that his ancestors were not to be disdained. Slowly advancing, he pointed at the 2 and coldly declared, "Do not jest with me. Who dares mock my ancestors? I shall make you pick up your teeth and apologize." His words resonated with conviction, fearless and undaunted. Zhao Yi chuckled, stepping forward from the group, discarding his weapon with a flick of his wrist, and said, "Come, come. Do not say I am bullying you. I will let you take 3 punches. If I move a single step, I will immediately apologize. Otherwise, you must crawl through my legs. From now on, you shall not see Ji Tianwu again." He beckoned Chen Fan with his right index finger, his head held high, radiating utter disdain. Yu Linghai interjected, "We are all classmates. Why resort to violence? An apology is what we need, and then we can unite to face the myriad races." He had just been joking and now sought to mediate between both parties. The entire human race had rules against infighting. They were violating school regulations. Chen Fan would not let this slide, coldly stating, "No apology, absolutely not allowed." I too have opened the bitter sea. You need not grant me the privilege. You might not be my match." Upon uttering the last sentence, he advanced toward Zhao Yi. The gathered students were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chen Fan had also traversed the bitter sea and would confront Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, the arrogance on his face dissipating significantly. Without entering the bitter sea, one's strength could only reach 1 ton. However, breaking through the bitter sea was an entirely different matter. Some had vast bitter seas, boundless and immense. Once they broke through, they could wield 10,000 pounds of strength. Others might possess unique bitter seas, which could bestow attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness after opening. If any of these possibilities were to manifest, allowing him to take 3 punches might lead to trouble. He did not wish to sustain injuries before venturing outside the city for training. Swallowing hard, he refrained from mentioning the 3 punches and coldly stated, "No wonder you have the audacity to challenge me. Let me show you just how powerful the authentic Bitter Sea realm truly is." Clenching his fists, a wave of energy formed around him, and an illusory river flowed before his abdomen. Energy from the surrounding void converged into his dantian, with a faint golden light shimmering upon the river's surface. In the next moment, all the illusions abruptly contracted toward his fists, ultimately forming golden knuckles. His entire aura transformed simultaneously, exuding a chilling, murderous presence, imbued with an unstoppable, formidable power. The great river of the Bitter Sea was but this. Chen Fan also summoned the power of the Bitter Sea, coursing through his meridians, as his muscles swelled with intensity. An ethereal ocean enveloped his entire being, seemingly boundless, surging toward all directions, ready to envelop the entire playground. All students, all things, were submerged within this gray ocean. Just as it reached its limit, it swiftly retracted, converging back to his body, like a translucent armor enveloping him. This transformation left all present in awe, utterly dumbfounded. Anyone could see that he had undeniably just awakened the Bitter Sea and could not fully control it. Yet, the extent of his aura was overwhelmingly vast, far surpassing imagination. This alone confirmed his status as a genius, especially as the energy from the Bitter Sea did not merely concentrate in his hands, but formed armor, closely adhering to him, indicating that even though he had just opened it, he already contained unfathomable power. What they thought was inconsequential to Chen Fan. He charged forward, angrily shouting, "Zhao Yi, here I come." With an explosive speed, he stomped on the playground's concrete, leaving a trail of footprints. His fist, brimming with terrifying power, struck toward Zhao Yi's right cheek. "Stop! What are you doing?" 2 voices rang out in the air simultaneously. Chapter 4, The Glory of Family, an Apology. As the sound echoed, the 260 students present collectively exhaled in relief, realizing that conflict would not ensue. For many, engaging in internecine strife was indeed unwise. Despite exhibiting extraordinary talent, their energies were better directed towards combating the myriad creatures of the world. Chen Fan discerned that one voice belonged to the martial arts instructor, Kai Ji, while the other was that of the girl, Ji Tianwu, who harbored affections for him. The thought of Ji Tianwu caused him to furrow his brows. She had blossomed into a lovely young woman. However, he maintained a measured distance from her. Their families had enjoyed a long-standing friendship, having grown up together, which had fostered a certain bond. The reason for his reticence lay in Ji Tianwu's status as a true prodigy, having naturally opened the sea of suffering at the tender age of 13. Were it not for her youth, she would have already ventured beyond the borders. It was said that she possessed a mysterious attribute, the details of which were strictly confidential. In stark contrast, he, at 16, had only recently succeeded in opening it with the aid of medicinal elixirs. The disparity between them was immense. Thus, even though Ji Tianwu often trailed closely behind him, he remained largely indifferent, especially now, as he was consumed by rage and unleashed his full power. He could not rein in his momentum as he struck fiercely at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, unwilling to be outdone in front of their peers, responded with his own ferocious assault. Though their speed was remarkable, the 2 individuals rushing to intervene were even swifter. Kai Ji, seated in her wheelchair, was lifted by a golden lotus that appeared beneath her, propelling her swiftly to position herself between the 2 combatants. Meanwhile, a golden bridge materialized beneath Ji Tianwu, radiating a brilliant glow, accompanied by fluttering colorful butterflies. The bridge signified the late stage of the Golden Bridge realm. "Brother Fan," she exclaimed, grasping Chen Fan's arm, causing the transparent armor enveloping her to vanish instantly. Her once racing form came to an abrupt halt, the vast difference in their realms suppressing her entirely. On the other side, Zhao Yi's fist collided with the front of the wheelchair, only to be blocked by a delicate golden lotus. The Sacred Lotus Realm. The school's instructors were primarily individuals of the Sacred Lotus Realm, their combat prowess perhaps diminished on the battlefield, yet they were capable of nurturing the younger generation. Kaiji, for instance, was a veteran whose legs had been shattered, yet she was not old. At merely 30, she had returned after a decade of warfare and had been teaching for 4 years. Her experience, realm, and strength were beyond dispute. Had she not been injured, she would have already unlocked the divine gate, capable of regeneration. As such, there were no individuals stronger than the divine gate within the school. Chen Fan gazed at the delicate fingers gripping his arm, their softness reminiscent of jade, entirely uncharacteristic of a martial artist, more akin to a pampered noblewoman. As the golden bridge faded, Kaiji's wheelchair descended silently to the ground. On the northern side of the playground, a one-armed man limped forward, leading 20 talented warriors. They were true prodigies, having opened the sea of suffering 1 or 2 years prior, and had only now, at the age of 16, set out to venture beyond the borders. Equipped with fine gear, they exuded an extraordinary aura and were the cream of the crop, capable of independently leading a team. Kaiji's cold voice pierced the air. If you possess any extra energy, expend it all on the battlefield. Outside the city, countless heroes are fighting valiantly. Do you not feel ashamed to be squabbling among yourselves? As she spun her wheelchair around, scanning Chen Fan and all present, Chen Fan clenched his teeth, his eyes gleaming with a cold light as he retorted. He mocks the heroes of the Chen family. His long hair billowed as anger surged within him. He feared not a confrontation, even with his teacher attempting to intervene. Kaiji's gaze shifted towards Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, realizing that Chen Fan had opened the sea of suffering and had disturbed the instructor, felt a moment of trepidation and found himself at a loss for words. Apologize. Kaiji's icy demand bore down on him, her gaze unwavering. Regardless of his exceptional abilities, he could not act recklessly. When one errs, one must bear the consequences. Zhao Yi pressed his lips tightly together, defiantly staring at Chen Fan, remaining silent. His teeth gritted, muscles tensed. The surrounding students fell into a hushed silence under Kaiji's wrath, their eyes flitting between the two figures. She, of the sacred lotus realm, was more than capable of suppressing them all, and they trembled in fear. Yet, Zhao Yi stubbornly refused to apologize. The one-armed man approached, his expression solemn, and spoke coldly. Zhao Yi, you ought to apologize. The 36 members of the Chen family perished heroically, slaying the infiltrating half-deity from the Bone Clan beyond the Eightfold Sky Pass. They left behind only the half-deity's white bone, all dying gloriously. He turned gray overnight, mourning for 3 days. Do you not think that worthy of respect? His voice, heavy and resonant, reverberated through the students, leaving them in shock. They understood that the Eightfold Sky Pass represented the pinnacle of existence for many ordinary people. A half-deity symbolized the elite warriors on the battlefield of myriad clans. The Chen family's ability to slay one was a testament to their power, fearlessness, and willingness to embrace death. They were the true backbone of humanity, the revered ancestors. They deserved admiration, reverence, and heartfelt aspirations. The 20 prodigies accompanying the one-armed man, who held themselves in high esteem, could not help but cast sidelong glances at Chen Fan. Even without their innate talents, the glory of the Chen family was sufficient to illuminate the entire Peace City. It was the pride of Peace City. Zhao Yi's eyes widened in realization. He understood that Chen Fan's family had suffered losses, yet he was unaware that 36 had perished. The jest had gone too far. The middle-aged man, Gu Chun, seemingly unsatisfied with the gravity of the matter, reiterated, "You do not know. But the 120-year-old ancestor of the Chen family ventured out alone 3 days ago to seek the ashes of his descendants. He seeks to elevate his own essence to the utmost, to be buried at the frontier. Should you not pay your respects?" His words struck like thunder in the minds of the students. They finally comprehended why Chen Fan was enraged enough to confront his teacher and felt compelled to teach Zhao Yi a lesson. His family was entirely lost. The humiliation must not befall him. Zhao Yi licked his lips, closed his eyes, and forced out a few words. "I am sorry, I was wrong." He understood clearly that refusing to apologize would lead to universal scorn and would forfeit any hope of winning Ji Tianwu's favor. Bowing his head momentarily was not a sign of defeat, but rather an acknowledgement of his mistake. Upon witnessing his apology, Gu Chun turned to Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, Zhao Yi has apologized. Let this matter rest here. Your family are heroes. Do not let trivial matters tarnish their honor. Peace City was built by the blood and flesh of countless heroes, and it must not be destroyed by our own hands." Having subdued Zhao Yi, he turned to offer comfort to Chen Fan, acknowledging the difficulty of his role as an instructor. Chen Fan, regaining his composure, responded, "I have no intention of causing him further trouble. My only desire now is to leave the city and annihilate the myriad clans to avenge my family." His initial aim was merely to teach Zhao Yi a lesson, not to take a life. Excellent, such lofty aspirations. The teachers are heartened. Guchen replied, "You have opened the sea of suffering. It is indeed time for you to venture beyond for trials." He granted his approval without hesitation, indicating for the 20 prodigies to stand alongside Ji Tianwu, taking positions before the remaining 261 students, akin to captains. Kai Ji's voice rang out, cold and clear. "Remember, once you step beyond the borders, every blade of grass, every flower, and every stone may be transformed by the myriad creatures. The only ones you can trust are your comrades at your side. Therefore, do not harbor any grudges among yourselves. On the battlefield, it is either you or I who shall survive. There is no room for error." Despite being seated in her wheelchair, her ability to navigate was unimpeded. Guchen continued, "On this expedition, the 4 of us teachers will escort you. Each student at the front of their class will serve as captain, guiding your teams. Remember, make haste to the Shadow City at the first sky pass. Any battles encountered along the way are of no concern to you. Around the city of Shadow Hunt, countless creatures from myriad races converge, making it an ideal training ground for novices. Do you hear that?" A thunderous roar shook the nerves of all present. Chapter 5. The World Beyond the City, Harsh and Brutal. Understood. The crowd collectively shouted, their spirits invigorated. Having long heard tales of the perils that lie outside the city, today they would finally venture forth to witness it for themselves. Just as instructions were being given, a large transport aircraft dispatched by the school descended, ready to head to Shadow Hunt City. The 4 instructors were not inside the cabin, but stood outside the aircraft, prepared to face any powerful demonic attacks that might arise. Each new student was armed to the teeth, clad in full alloy armor, wielding an alloy blade, and carrying a food pouch, in addition to the gear and clothing provided by their families. Chen Fan sat by the window, gazing at the school, bidding farewell to his peaceful life in Taiping City after 16 years. He bore no gifts from his family, only a black card containing 36 million federal coins. To establish himself in Shadow Hunt City, he knew he must slay the myriad creatures. His skills were limited to the basic knife techniques, basic martial arts, and basic breathing methods taught by the school. To learn advanced knife techniques, martial skills, and cultivation methods, there were 2 pathways. One was through constant exploration and summation in combat, and the other was to earn merit, which could be exchanged at the contribution hall in each city, not just for elixirs, equipment, and cultivation methods, but also for exotic medals and trophies from the myriad races. Chen Fan believed that converting his 36 million federal coins into resources to augment his own abilities was essential to bridging the gap between himself and the geniuses. It would also enhance his chances of survival in the upcoming battles. As he contemplated his future course of action, a presence appeared beside him. Ji Tianwu. "What are you thinking about, Brother Fan?" Her gentle voice was reminiscent of a delicate little sister. Yet, in truth, she was a prodigy far more powerful than he. Geniuses received special treatment from the teachers, who imparted their own summarized martial techniques and provided subsidized elixirs. Their starting point was significantly higher than that of a newcomer like Chen Fan. Geniuses must be nurtured early on, destined to receive preferential treatment. They are the pillars of humanity, the true stars destined to combat the armies of myriad races in the future. With a brilliant prodigy sister by his side, how could Chen Fan not feel pressure? Yet he remained calm, for he possessed an infinite fusion system that would compensate for his lack of innate talent. He returned to his thoughts. "I carry a deep-seated vendetta. I must avenge my family." His gaze fell upon his sister, who wore a red combat outfit, her long hair tied into a ponytail. She appeared youthful and unperturbed, as if she were embarking on a leisurely trip rather than preparing for battle. Unlike the aspirations, curiosity, and trepidation that marked the other newcomers, her demeanor was notably different. "Brother Fan, you need not worry. As long as you navigate the trials of the first heavenly gate and tread carefully, survival is assured. I have been out with the teachers and know quite a bit. I will guide you." Although she was reassuring Chen Fan, her words inadvertently revealed the privileges enjoyed by prodigies. Acknowledging her good intentions, Chen Fan nodded and replied, "All right." Amid their conversation, the aircraft took off, carrying over 200 students from the school, soaring toward the world beyond Taiping City. As they flew over the city walls, a transparent energy shield shimmered with ripples, as if transitioning from one realm to another. Once the plane passed through the shield, Chen Fan glimpsed the world outside the walls. On the ground, countless veteran soldiers wielded weapons to fend off the ever-present low-level creatures of myriad races. They were relentless, seeking to devour humanity. He spotted creatures he had only read about in books: the Stitch Monster, Rock Monsters, Firebat Clans, and Ice Crystal Monkeys, among others. Today marked his first venture into the bitter sea, and he had never stepped outside the city before. Seeing the outside world, he realized that humanity had paid an immense price for survival. Truly, as teacher Kai Ji had said, every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, and every stone harbored the peril of life. A moment's inattention could lead to obliteration, leaving one unaware of their demise. Even seasoned veterans could find themselves facing death in a heartbeat. The students who had never left the city now all gazed in awe at the sights outside. Only 21 prodigies maintained an air of indifference, appearing as though they were accustomed to such scenes. Ji Tianwu approached Chen Fan, pointing to the ground, and explained, "Do you see that red rock? It's a magma beast. Its shell is hard, but it can be slain with a single strike. And that pear tree over there is a type of tree spirit. When approached, it will unleash countless branches to ensnare and drain you. Look ahead. That is a Rift Sky Hawk, comparable to a mid-tier Bitter Sea Realm human. It may even outpace those in the late Bitter Sea Realm due to its incredible speed." Teacher Guchun is making his move. Chen Fan observed Teacher Guchun standing on the wing of the aircraft, targeting the Rift Sky Hawk, with his right fist raised. A visible aura of blood coiled around it, morphing into a blood-red tiger's head that surged toward the Rift Sky Hawk. Boom. The 5-meter-long Rift Sky Hawk was reduced to a myriad of fragments by the blood-red tiger's head, leaving the aircraft unaffected as it soared past. Witnessing this, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher Guchun was also in the Holy Lotus realm and could effortlessly fly, making the kill seem trivial. Once a formidable figure in the Divine Gate realm, he had suffered irreparable injuries from a stronger adversary. Otherwise, he would still be fighting on the front lines. Ji Tianwu, beside him, explained, possessing far more knowledge than Chen Fan. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fan turned to her, astonished. Are there truly irreversible injuries? In that brief moment of distraction, he noticed Zhao Yi glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, filled with fury. He understood the source of Zhao Yi's anger. Ji Tianwu was close to him, watching the outside world, their posture somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Yi, consumed by jealousy, could not help but feel enraged. Chen Fan paid him no heed. Instead, he reached out with his left hand to smooth Ji Tianwu's hair. Zhao Yi's fury intensified, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. A blush crept across Ji Tianwu's face, yet she did not shy away, saying, "Indeed, there are irreversible injuries. Even with the help of experts, the outcome remains tragic." Thus, Teacher Gu invests tremendous effort, pouring his heart into his students. If you can master his bloodburst fist, you would enhance your combat prowess by at least 50%. She remained oblivious to Zhao Yi's demeanor, continuing to point outside and explain. For her, Chen Fan's ability to navigate the Bitter Sea and fight alongside her at the borders was a stroke of great fortune, and the value of his strength mattered little. Affection blossomed from the heart, devoid of any ulterior motives. Chen Fan nodded, a thought stirring within him. "You are now a master in the Golden Bridge realm. Have you not learned many martial techniques and skills? Surely, they must enhance your combat abilities?" he inquired, seeking to understand the value of various martial techniques and whether they were worth acquiring. Ji Tianwu comprehended his intentions, offering a sweet smile as she replied, "Indeed. I have mastered the Soaring Clouds technique, which, utilizing the gliding capabilities of the Golden Bridge, allows me to unleash 8 consecutive attacks in the air. It is sufficient to annihilate creatures of the same level. I have also learned Teacher Kai Ji's Lotus Blossoms Unfolding, which teaches the use of the alloy blade. In full combat, it can generate 8 Lotus Blossoms, wielding formidable power while engaging with 8 creatures simultaneously." And, just as she prepared to elaborate further, she noticed a shift in Chen Fan's expression as he stared in shock out the window. Unable to resist, she followed his gaze outside the aircraft. A flock of Rift Sky Hawks. The leader is enveloped in blood. Its combat prowess rivals that of a human in the Holy Lotus realm. This is bad. We are in danger. How could they appear within the first layer of defenses? Ji Tianwu's expression instantly turned gravely serious as she promptly straightened her posture, her right hand gripping the alloy knife tightly. No sooner had she spoken than a frenzied roar erupted from outside. "All students, pay attention. We are under attack. The aircraft may not hold. Prepare for battle." The voice, infused with fury and determination, reverberated within the hearts of all present. Chapter 6. A sudden crisis. Teachers resist. Students perish. The students, gazing out of the windows, many of whom had never encountered battle, fell into a state of utter panic. "Where's my knife? My heavens. There are over 20-meter-high Rift Eagles. It's utterly terrifying. 18 of them. A total of 18 Rift Eagles have come. Can the teachers protect us? We're suspended in midair. How can we fight? We might fall to our deaths." Panic-stricken cries filled the entire aircraft cabin. Only the 27 prodigies who had previously ventured into the Bitter Sea, along with Yu Linghai, who had stealthily slipped out of the city, managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Ji Tianwu rose to her feet and shouted to the responsible students, "Team members, listen closely. Immediately strap on your backpacks and parachute packs. Grip your alloy knives in your right hand. Keep your left hand free for emergencies. We all learned in school how to deploy a parachute. Not only was she a genius, but she was also a beauty, possessing an innate charisma. Chen Fan hastily obeyed her orders, securing the backpack filled with provisions on his chest and the parachute on his back, clutching the alloy knife in his right hand. It was his sole weapon, one he could not afford to lose. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected a fusion item, alloy knife. Increasing body hardness and sharpness requires 20 fusion points. The voice snapped him back to reality, reminding him of his greatest trump card. Yet, this was his only weapon, leaving him in a quandary. Before he could make a decision, a tremendous vibration rocked the aircraft. Boom, boom. His body was violently thrust against the cabin window. His face nearly pressed against the glass. Simultaneously, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. The aircraft was plummeting toward the ground. In his ears, he could hear Guchen's furious roar, "Abominable beasts, how dare you!" Chen Fan could distinctly see the teacher's body erupting in a surge of crimson light, coalescing around his fist. In an instant, his fist swelled, resembling a fearsome tiger's head, significantly more powerful than before. The next moment, he collided with the leading 20-meter-high elite Rift Eagle. Compared to its towering form, he felt insignificantly small. However, as his fist made contact with the eagle's talons, a terrifying force erupted forth. The violent surge of blood energy detonated like cannon fire. Boom. Accompanied by a violent tremor, Chen Fan felt as though his eardrums would burst. A relentless shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The aircraft's windows were repeatedly struck, developing numerous cracks. Chen Fan witnessed one Rift Eagle, poised to attack the aircraft, transformed into a featherless wretch amidst the shockwave, its feathers blown away, revealing gaping wounds as its body slammed against the fuselage. Boom. The aircraft veered sideways, the nose shifting angles and obscuring Chen Fan's view. He caught a final glimpse of Guchen, resembling a diminutive giant, seizing the shattered talon of the elite Rift Eagle, preparing to tear it apart. His gaze shifted to the other side, where Kai Ji was engaged in battle. Though she had lost both legs, she flew fearlessly amidst the onslaught of Rift Eagles, wielding a 2-meter-long broadsword that shimmered with golden light, radiating dazzling lotus petals that enveloped 3 Rift Eagles. Crack, crack, crack. Chen Fan watched as the petals pierced through the bodies of the Rift Eagles, their bones shattering under the immense power of her sword technique. In the brief span of the aircraft's rotation, he saw 3 Rift Eagles reduced to mere pulpy remnants. Plummeting toward the ground, the aircraft continued to spin, revealing another teacher, Xian Li. A teacher with only his upper arms remaining, his combat prowess was equally formidable. In midair, his legs spread wide like 2 fearsome blades. Each sweeping motion was accompanied by terrifying green light, slicing through the Rift Eagle's bones and tendons. The final teacher, Wu Donglu, was missing a leg and an ear, his face adorned with a silver mask, half of it marred by torn flesh, giving him a ghastly appearance. He wielded a staff that summoned fierce winds, striking out in all directions. He too had locked onto 3 Rift Eagles, sending them careening through the air, their bodies mangled. Yet, despite the combined efforts of the 4 teachers, the sheer number of Rift Eagles was overwhelming. 3 still remained, landing on the aircraft. As Chen Fan observed the chaotic battle, a horrifying tearing sound pierced the air. 2 eagle talons, glimmering ominously, brutally ripped through the aircraft's steel plating. Instantly, a terrifying gale surged through the breach, making it nearly impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. Crack, crack, crack. Before numerous freshmen could react, an eagle talon punctured through the cabin on Chen Fan's side. The once robust steel felt as flimsy as paper against the terrifying claws of the Rift Eagle. 4 windows shattered simultaneously under the pressure. The howling wind, mixed with shards of glass, surged into the cabin. Freshmen near the windows, stunned by the sudden turn of events, had no time to evade, suffering cuts from the glass fragments that pierced their arms and faces. Some unfortunate students even had their eyes pierced, writhing in agony. Zhao Yi reacted swiftly, dropping to the floor to avoid the glass shards, narrowly escaping disaster. Then, a bellow echoed, "Strike! Let us slay them together." A prodigious young man, clad in gleaming silver armor, brandished a long spear, rising to his full height. Chen Fan turned to see the most powerful student among them, Lin Yu. His entire being radiated a fiery aura, rapidly coiling around his 1.2-meter-long red spear, resembling a fiery lance as he leaped toward the Rift Eagle that was tearing through the cabin's roof. Peak of the Golden Bridge realm, true energy taking form. Ji Tianwu murmured. He was a genius among geniuses, surpassing even her in cultivation. Yet she was also quick to react, spinning her body as her alloy knife shimmered with golden lotuses, charging toward the Rift Eagles that surged in through the gaps. Though she was swift, the Rift Eagles were equally fast. As they tore through the cabin walls, their massive claws ensnared two unfortunate students. Slashing, slashing. The newly awakened students had no means of resistance, their bodies cleaved into 3 pieces by the sharp talons. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering onto those nearby. Ah, they're killing people. How brutal. The surrounding students screamed in terror, having never ventured beyond the city. Even though they had seen the savagery of the myriad races in videos, they had never experienced such horror firsthand. Blood showered down upon them as they witnessed their classmates being dismembered. Before the severed limbs could even touch the ground, the Rift Eagle's massive beaks snatched them up, devouring them whole. The frail human bodies appeared as mere insects before their towering forms, effortlessly extinguished. Stop your cries, kill. Ji Tianwu let out a fierce shout, her body surging forward. Almost simultaneously, another gifted student reacted, a layer of black true energy enveloping his fist as it melded with his alloy blade. Striking ferociously at the Laotian eagle, the teacher could not intervene in time. They had to rely on their own means of salvation. Chapter 7. Self-Rescue. Jump from the plane. Chen Fan, seated by the window, beheld a classmate who had just moments before stood proudly in the campus. Now reduced to nothing but bones in the blink of an eye. An indescribable shock gripped him, leaving his heart in turmoil. He had often heard tales and watched videos depicting the brutal reality of the myriad races battlefield, yet now he experienced the stark essence of that horror firsthand. Filled with ambition, he had stepped through the city gates, believing he could emerge a hero for humanity, driving back the multitudes and restoring peace. Yet, he had not even managed to wield his blade, nor had he slain a single creature, only to perish in a state of utter humiliation. It was both cruel and desolate. Even with 2 lifetimes behind him, he found it difficult to bear. Watching Ji Tianwu's alloy blade, alongside that of another classmate, become engulfed within the ravenous maw of the Laotian eagle, he heard a series of sickening sounds as flesh was pierced, blood erupting like a fountain, splattering onto the surrounding students. The eagle screeched in agony, its claws thrashing wildly within the cabin, attempting to fend off the attacks while seeking an escape from its torment. Ji Tianwu and her classmates struggled to hold their ground, their bodies involuntarily retreating until they collided with a nearby chair. The cabin floor began to cave in, descending at an accelerated pace. In an instant, 6 unfortunate students positioned near the battleground faced disaster. They had intended to shift their positions, but as soon as they stood, they were caught in the chaotic sweep of the eagle's claws. Despite their best defenses, they could not withstand its onslaught. With a series of sickening sounds, 6 young lives were pierced by the razor-sharp claws. One was gruesomely cleaved into 3 segments, intestines and limbs tumbling onto the cabin floor. Blood splattered, showering those nearby. The warm, sticky fluid hitting their faces, nearly provoking them to regurgitate their last meal. A severed head landed in a girl's lap, causing her to scream in terror as she flung it away and scrambled to her feet in a panic. The scene was brutal, bloody, and chilling. The stench of iron filling the air, an unvarnished display of slaughter. Many of the new students were paralyzed by fear, shrinking into their seats, too terrified to utter a sound. Chen Fan witnessed this horrifying tableau, even feeling the blood splash upon his own visage. As he observed the wounded Laotian eagle attempting to escape the cabin, the faces of his 36 relatives flashed before him, overpowering his fear, dread, and nausea. Gripping his alloy blade, he rose resolutely. It was time for vengeance. His earlier inquiries had merely served to build his resolve for this moment. Now, the injured Laotian eagle would mark the commencement of his retribution. The true energy from the sea of bitterness surged forth, enveloping the entire aircraft. As he charged forward, the energy swiftly coalesced around him, cloaking his alloy armor and enveloping his blade. With a powerful swing, he bellowed, "Take this." Harnessing the true energy of the sea of bitterness, he amplified his strength 3-fold. The alloy blade shot forth like a meteor, pursuing the Laotian eagle. With a sickening sound, the blade tore through its abdomen, feathers scattering amidst the deluge of blood. Weighed down by its injuries, the eagle lost control, crashing into a nearby peak before plummeting downwards. The aircraft continued its rapid descent, fierce winds howling through the breach, blinding those within. Meanwhile, 3 classmates united in a desperate counterattack against the eagle, though only 2 emerged with severe injuries, while the others remained unscathed. However, the crisis was far from averted. The plane had plunged hundreds of meters and was on the brink of crashing. If they did not escape, a ground impact would guarantee no survivors. The 4 teachers, increasingly entangled with the onslaught of Laotian eagles, would undoubtedly be unable to render assistance. Ji Tianwu glanced at the trembling, fearful new students, then at Chen Fan, whose face displayed unwavering determination, and felt the stark contrast between them. Though both were stepping out of the peaceful city for the first time, Chen Fan's performance far surpassed that of his peers. Yet, A decision had to be made. She shouted, "Everyone, jump from the plane immediately. Ensure you group in threes and remain vigilant upon landing. The wilderness is perilous. Hurry." She bore the weight of a leader's responsibility, urging the new students to leap first. After a brief moment of confusion, the new students, upon hearing the command, dashed toward the shattered gap, leaping into the abyss. To survive, they must overcome their fear and trembling limbs, for remaining aboard would lead only to death. Others on the upper side of the cabin were also leaping from the breach. In a desperate bid for survival, over 200 individuals began their self-rescue. As they jumped, Chen Fan retrieved the alloy blades of the 8 deceased, keeping one for himself and merging the rest. Consuming 140 fusion points, he fused 7 alloy blades. In an instant, he felt his bones and skin harden significantly, surpassing the results of over a decade of rigorous training. Furthermore, the true energy within him now brimmed with a sharpness previously absent. No sooner had he finished than Ji Tianwu dashed to his side, unceremoniously pulling him through the fractured cabin opening. Once outside, they discovered they were less than 300 meters from the ground. According to standard protocol, even deploying parachutes would be futile. A fall would mean certain death. Yet, with a gold bridge expert by his side, the outcome would be entirely different. Though they experienced a downward acceleration, she skillfully maneuvered through the gaps, utilizing her gliding abilities to evade the trajectory of the crashing plane, soaring forward towards a nearby forest. However, Ji Tianwu was not pleased. She quickly instructed, "Focus and prepare for battle. If any creatures of formidable strength appear, do not worry about me. Just run." Her words bore the weight of a last testament, causing Chen Fan's eyelids to flutter rapidly as his pupils constricted. After a brief observation, he realized that the world outside the city was indeed fraught with danger. Thus, he replied solemnly, "Understood, I will remain vigilant." His eyes widened, his right hand tightening around the alloy blade while his left was grasped by Ji Tianwu as they glided from the sky towards the ground. Their descent slowed. Yet, Ji Tianwu aimed to steer clear of the thicket, propelling herself toward the edge. Chen Fan understood that landing on a branch would cushion their fall. Nevertheless, he did not intervene, instead channeling his sea of bitterness true energy throughout his body, preparing for battle at a moment's notice. As the earth loomed closer, they descended like meteors, the air filled with a deafening roar. The damaged aircraft crashed violently into the treetops, unleashing a tempest of splintered wood and foliage in all directions. A fiery inferno erupted from the impact site, soaring dozens of meters into the air, accompanied by a cacophony of sound. The journey of the new students to Shadowhunter City had come to a definitive end. Chen Fan noticed that the foliage seemed disturbed. As the flames roared, the surrounding trees began to shift, as if attempting to evade danger. They were alive. They were tree demons. A crisis loomed. Chapter 8. The Fusion of the Entwined Talent. In an instant, Chen Fan comprehended why Ji Tianwu insisted on landing outside the thicket. They were all tree spirits. On the surface, it was utterly imperceptible. Taking a deep breath, the true energy within his dantian surged with remarkable speed, preparing him for the imminent battle upon landing. He silently vowed to swiftly elevate his strength, vowing never to become a burden to others. Without power, there would be no means to exact vengeance. From this day forth, he would relentlessly slay myriad creatures, amassing fusion points to enhance himself. Yet, despite this resolution, he found himself still ensnared within the range of the tree spirits. Ji Tianwu's voice resonated beside him. "These are the most rudimentary tree spirits, yet they surpass humans newly entering the bitter sea realm in strength. Stay close to me, and we shall break free." If she were alone, she could glide effortlessly out of the dense thicket of tree spirits. However, with Chen Fan accompanying her, controlling their combined weight proved challenging. Safely landing was already a feat of remarkable control. Thus, she issued another command, releasing Chen Fan's left hand to grasp the alloy knife at her waist. Realizing it was time to face danger alone, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with determination as flashes of all the foundational martial arts he had learned raced through his mind. The images of his family flickered before him. For the sake of avenging his family, kill. His eyes gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, muscles on his arms rippling with newfound strength. As the branches of the tree spirits slithered towards them like ethereal serpents, the golden bridge beneath Ji Tianwu vanished, replaced by shimmering blue halos. She executed a series of rapid aerial steps, her speed akin to a fleeting specter. With a series of sharp cracks, the 7 branches closest to them exploded into a shower of fragments. These shards surged toward the pursuing branches behind them. Lingyun Zone. The martial technique Ji Tianwu had mastered indeed unleashed formidable combat prowess. Chen Fan observed intently as each fragment bore blue ice crystals, seemingly transforming into blocks of ice. With a whoosh, many of the incoming branches were severed mid-air by the icy shards, showcasing the immense impact, as their bodies descended rapidly towards the ground. Both Ji Tianwu and Chen Fan found themselves amidst the throng of tree spirits. "Charge with me," Ji Tianwu commanded fiercely, her alloy knife morphing into lotus petals as she surged toward the newly cleared ground. It was as if 7 blue lotuses suddenly bloomed amidst the myriad green branches. Chen Fan understood that this was no time for hesitation. Armed with the alloy knife, he adopted the foundational footwork and navigated through the thicket. Though Ji Tianwu was powerful, her assaults fierce, and she possessed mysterious abilities, she could not fend off every tree spirit that encircled them. Chen Fan was unwilling to remain sheltered within her protective sphere, and as a branch lunged towards him, he swung his knife, believing the branch would be easily severed. However, reality delivered a harsh lesson. Crack. Whoosh. Channeling 2,000 pounds of force, he managed to sever only one branch, while 3 others continued their advance towards his limbs. Damn it. The sudden turn of events prompted an expletive from him. No wonder one needed to reach the Bitter Sea realm to leave the city. Had they not opened the path beforehand, he would surely have been pierced through and succumbed on the spot. The next moment, he dared not be careless any longer. The true energy of the Bitter Sea surged within him, tripling his strength as he struck with the alloy knife once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With 3 swift sounds, all 3 branches were severed, flying away. A stream of green liquid gushed from the severed ends, splattering onto the ground. Gaining some experience, Chen Fan charged forward again, his alloy knife swirling as he kept pace with Ji Tianwu. Yet, lacking combat experience, after barely 5 steps, he was ensnared by a branch that coiled around his left arm, nearly toppling him to the ground. Tiny spikes on the branch sought to penetrate his armor and pierce his skin. However, unbeknownst to him, his body had melded with the alloy knife, rendering his skin extraordinarily resilient, impervious to the assault. Seeing him ensnared, Ji Tianwu called out urgently, "Quickly sever the branch. They will inject toxins, and under their paralysis, you could be ensnared to death." She hastened her pace, striving to eliminate the surrounding tree spirits and aid Chen Fan. Upon hearing her, Chen Fan's heart raced, his pupils dilating. With his left hand, he quickly withdrew, gripping the branch of the tree spirit, while his right hand raised the alloy knife, poised to sever it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Fusion talent detected. Entwined, aiding comprehension of gentle strength, requires 100 fusion points. Without hesitation, Chen Fan initiated the fusion. He needed to extricate himself from the grasp and escape the battlefield. In the next moment, a faint green glow surged from the branch, infusing into his left arm. The pulling force vanished, and the tree spirit's green leaves instantly turned yellow, its body becoming still. Eliminate the tree spirit. Obtain 50 fusion points. It was dead. The fusion was successful. Chen Fan felt a gentle power augmenting his left arm, continuously softening his muscle fibers and enhancing their pliability. It was an extraordinary sensation. Yet, he could not afford to linger. He was soon beset by 6 additional branches tightening around him, pulling in 4 directions as his body was lifted off the ground. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to the toxin before Ji Tianwu could arrive, dying on the spot. But Chen Fan was different. The voice in his mind persistently alerted him. Fusion talent detected. Entwined. Would you like to fuse? Fusion. All fusion. Based on his previous experience, he deduced that fusion would lead to destruction of the tree spirits. What was he waiting for? He had to escape danger swiftly. In an instant, the 6 branches coiling around him became enveloped in a layer of green luminescence, subsequently infusing into Chen Fan's body, causing the tree spirits to wither rapidly, losing their strength. With a slight exertion, the branches entwined around him exploded, crashing to the ground. Executing a forward roll, he evaded the 6 branches that launched another attack. Swinging his alloy knife, he swiftly severed several branches, charging towards Ji Tianwu. A voice echoed in his mind. Eliminate the tree spirit. Obtain 200 fusion points. Mysterious energy enveloped his body, softening and merging with the once rigid muscles that had been hardened by the alloy knife. It was not mere expulsion, rather, it augmented his flexibility and resilience. Overly rigid structures are prone to breaking. Now, with increased toughness, the effects were markedly different. Chen Fan sensed that with each subsequent attack, his flexibility had vastly improved, his strength surging by several hundred pounds, and his speed enhanced by 30%. The fusion system was indeed formidable. He found it increasingly effortless to counter the branches surging towards him, as he beheld only 2 tree spirits obstructing their path, about to break free from their encirclement. Chen Fan roared, "Sever them." Ignoring the branches that coiled around him, he gripped the alloy knife with both hands, channeling all of his true energy into a powerful downward strike aimed at the grotesque head atop the tree trunk. The most repugnant aspect of tree spirits lay in their multitude of branches, making it exceedingly difficult to approach their heads. Thus, even if they were not as strong as humans in the Bitter Sea realm, they remained challenging to confront. Now, Chen Fan abandoned defense, daring to attempt the solitary annihilation of the tree spirit. Ji Tianwu, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, "Don't push yourself. Their branches are highly toxic." Anxiety engulfed her heart as she wielded her blade to sever every branch and ultimately decapitate the foe. Watching Chen Fan, who was bound by 2 tree branches, her mind was filled with dread. Alas, it was too late. He had already charged towards the trunk of the tree demon. The alloy blade shimmered with a faint, grayish light of the Bitter Sea as he struck fiercely at its head. Die. Chapter 9. The Greenstone Demon, a first-order crystal. Crack, crack. The alloy, propelled by a fierce wind and fueled by Chen Fan's unyielding murderous intent and the hatred for all his kin, cleaved the tree demon's head with tremendous force. Crack, crack, crack. The grotesque visage of the tree, reminiscent of a witch, soared 2 meters into the air. Surrounding branches shattered into countless fragments, scattering like confetti. A green liquid erupted, rising 2 meters high before cascading down. Chen Fan sensed the imminent danger and leaped away just as he hit the ground, narrowly evading the green liquid. Hissing sounds erupted as the liquid splattered, producing clouds of green smoke, as if the earth itself had been scorched. Tree demon slain. Reward, 100 fusion points. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Fan exhaled deeply. He turned to face the advancing tree demons, his eyes filled with ferocity, preparing to retaliate. Every point mattered. Moreover, his kills surpassed the system's tally, compensating for some of his lost fusion points. Meanwhile, Ji Tianwu emerged from the fray, her expression one of bewilderment upon seeing him unscathed. Without time for further contemplation, she urged, "Run. Do not engage in a prolonged struggle. You'll be exhausted. If we traverse the land ahead, the tree demons will cease their pursuit. However, there may be other dangers." With that, she dashed ahead. Once they reached the outer edge of the tree demon thicket, its slow-moving speed ensured it would not catch up to the Bitter Sea realm. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan cast a resentful glance at them, turning to depart. He was acutely aware that he had only slain 6 tree demons and was already panting for breath. The boundless thicket of tree demons could indeed be his undoing. Once he found a favorable position, he vowed to eliminate them entirely, leaving none behind. As the two reached the edge of the land, the tree demons halted their pursuit, rooting themselves to the ground, their branches swaying gently in the wind as they awaited their prey. Ji Tianwu perched atop a large rock, yet her demeanor remained tense, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Although Chen Fan was puzzled, he mimicked her caution. Recalling teacher Kai Ji's words, he understood that every flower, blade of grass, stone, and wood might conceal myriad life forms. There could be unseen perils lurking. Just as he contemplated this, the large stone beneath them trembled violently, rising rapidly. For rough stone arms emerged, reaching for them. Those massive hands could encompass their entire bodies, leaving no escape should they be grasped. Damn it! The sudden turn of events prompted Chen Fan to curse. His basic agility was insufficient to evade the attack. Resigned, he raised his left fist, channeling his Bitter Sea Qi, and struck fiercely against one of the stone giant's hands. Ji Tianwu, avoiding a direct confrontation, gracefully evaded like a butterfly, landing deftly on the ground. In her hands, the alloy knife transformed into countless blue lotus petals, slicing at the joints of the rough stone. Beware, this is the Greenstone Demon, extremely resilient. Its body is riddled with wounds from alloy knives. Do not engage directly. No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony of collisions resounded. Bang! Chen Fan was hurled backward by the violent force, crashing to the ground. The Greenstone Demon's stone fist shattered in midair, scattering debris in every direction. Ji Tianwu's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. In her recollection, humans could not possibly compete with the physical prowess of beings from myriad races. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Chen Fan, merely a novice in the Bitter Sea realm, had obliterated the arm of the Greenstone Demon. Its physical resilience had surpassed that of beings from myriad races. Such exaggeration was hard to fathom. The attack, however, had veered slightly due to the Greenstone Demon's movements. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 arms of the demon now bore several fine wounds, but none had been severed. Instigating its rage, roaring, the demon swung its 4 arms wildly as if they were windmills, crashing towards Ji Tianwu. Although the movements appeared clumsy, the force contained within ripped through the air. Its massive form resembled a small tank, shaking the ground beneath. Whoosh boom. After landing, Chen Fan felt his arms numb, his muscles vibrating with exertion. Witnessing the Greenstone Demon charge forward in a frenzy, he could not allow Ji Tianwu to be pursued. He dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's right leg, towering at 8 meters. He had observed that the alloy knife had limited effectiveness against it, preferring the strength of his own fists. Pursuing was far easier than confronting head-on. His fist, imbued with 70% of his bitter sea chi, struck with ferocity. Boom. Like a cannonball explosion, the greenstone demon's right leg shattered in an instant, countless green stones flying in all directions. The colossal body, losing balance, toppled to one side, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom. The 8-ton mass caused the earth to tremble violently. Ji Tianwu seized the opportunity, her eyes glinting with murderous intent as her delicate face bore a fierce expression, her alloy knife plunging into the joint. Chen Fan was determined not to let this prized quarry slip away. It was a matter of fusion points. With no time to waste, he raised his fist and struck again at the demon's head from behind. Their attacks landed almost simultaneously on the greenstone demon. Crack, crack, crack. The alloy knife transformed into 12 blue streaks of light, slicing through the 8 joints of its forearms. This time, the impact was significant, resulting in immediate severance. Like fallen stone pillars, they crashed to the ground, creating several deep craters. Boom. The massive head of the greenstone demon exploded beneath Chen Fan's fist. Amidst the flying stones, a red gem-like crystal soared into the air. A voice echoed in his mind. Greenstone demon slain. Reward, 100 fusion points. He knew that the demon was finally dead, allowing him a moment to breathe. Continuous exertion of his Dantian Qi had left him quite fatigued. Meanwhile, Ji Tianwu soared through the air, catching the red crystal in her left hand as she landed beside Chen Fan. Here, take this. It is your spoils of war. A first-order crystal, worth 1,000 federal coins. Chen Fan inquired, a first-order crystal? Why didn't I see anything from the slain tree demons? His curiosity piqued. He accepted it, preparing to examine it closely. He discovered it was entirely translucent, irregularly spindle-shaped, radiating a red aura, and still warm to the touch. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Fusion energy discovered. Increases chi slightly. Requires 50 fusion points. Although it was the essence of the greenstone demon, it could only augment his chi by a small amount, leaving Chen Fan somewhat perplexed. Ji Tianwu explained, the tree demon's crystal core is within its torso. We had no time to excavate it. The greenstone demon's core emerged because you shattered its head. The greenstone demon was a relatively formidable creature in the vicinity, allowing them a brief respite. Check the communicator. I wonder if I can reach the teacher. Experience truly makes a difference. Perched upon the sturdy trunk of the greenstone demon, I surveyed my surroundings. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, beginning to formulate strategies for future encounters. Destroy. Only through annihilation can one acquire crystal stones, sparing the trouble of excavation. Amidst heavy breaths, I sat behind Ji Tianwu, observing her back. This was a concept taught at school. When resting in the wild, one must sit back to easily detect impending threats. Fusion. I expended 50 fusion points to merge with a first-tier crystal stone. In an instant, I felt my recently exhausted vital energy swiftly replenishing, with only some muscular fatigue remaining. Meanwhile, Ji Tianwu, during my fusion, activated the communicator on her wrist. As soon as she did, a chilling scream resonated. Help! Help! A terrifying spider is crawling towards me. Captain Linyu, where are you? Hurry and save me. Captain Ji Tianwu, did you see this? We 3 are surrounded by stitched monsters. Help! Upon reading this message, Ji Tianwu amplified their cries. The captain's admonishment spurred her into action to rescue them. Chapter 10. Together we traverse the tenfold heavenly gate, annihilating countless beings. Chen Fan heard the commotion but refrained from glancing back, remaining vigilant as he scanned the vicinity. As comrades, one must remain acutely aware of the surroundings while the enemy converses, ensuring absolute safety. Thus, Chen Fan remained undistracted. Ji Tianwu's voice reached his ears, to the northeast. 600 meters away, there are 3 students still alive. Let us proceed. Being designated as captain by the teacher, she bore the weight of responsibility. Rising to her feet, she grasped her alloy knife and prepared to head northeast. Chen Fan hesitated momentarily, wondering if they should not rest a bit longer. However, he voiced no dissent. Without Ji Tianwu, survival on the plain would have been uncertain. Venturing forth to slay a few of the myriad creatures was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. The 2 of them harnessed their vital energy to sprint, ready to join forces against any creatures they might encounter. Roaming and exploring yields a vastly different outcome than remaining stationary. To stay in one place is to invite attacks from the wandering creatures of myriad kinds. The distinctive scent of humanity would lure them in. Yet, to roam is to take the initiative. If danger looms, one can circumvent it and retreat. Should they encounter weaker foes, they could swiftly eliminate them, thus avoiding the risk of being besieged. Within mere strides, they entered a realm inhabited by grass demons. Towering over a meter, these creatures shimmered with a vibrant green luminescence, exuding a fierce sword aura. Ji Tianwu halted, her voice solemn as she introduced grass demons. Reputed to be a branch of the sword grass clan, may eventually evolve into grass swords capable of rending the heavens and obliterating warships. Quite formidable. However, at present, they pose little challenge for those in the Bitter Sea realm. In her mind, grass demons were hardly a concern. After this brief introduction, she charged forward. Indeed, they were no match for tree demons, as the latter were rooted in place, severely limited in mobility. Ji Tianwu refrained from employing any martial techniques. Her alloy knife swept across the ground, and numerous grass demons fell lifelessly. As Chen Fan approached, he seized a grass demon that lunged at him. A voice resonated in his mind. Skill available for fusion detected. Sword aura. Requires 100 fusion points. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. It seemed an expanse of at least 200 meters filled with grass demons awaited. How many points would it take to fuse? He resolved to proceed with the fusion and discover the extent of his abilities. As he wielded his alloy knife, ruthlessly slashing at the advancing grass demons, he continued to fuse. The voice in his mind echoed incessantly. Talent available for fusion detected. Sword aura. Requires 100 fusion points. Grass demon slain, 100 fusion points acquired. Fusion successful, 1 strand of sword aura obtained, consuming 100 fusion points. The relentless notifications prompted Chen Fan to silence them. A faint green glow enveloped him, indicative of his ongoing fusion with martial techniques. After cutting through 200 meters, he glanced back to see grass demons strewn across the ground, reduced to withered husks. Within him, sharp sword auras coalesced in the bitter sea of his dantian. The already tumultuous sea now brimmed with aggression, seemingly threatening to pierce through his body and escape into the outside world. Of course, this was merely a sensation. He could not utilize it yet. The only certainty was that his fusion points had been completely depleted, leaving him with nothing. He would need to contemplate their application when the opportunity arose. After all, it was a racial talent skill and should possess some utility. Ji Tianwu faced the grass demons with minimal expenditure, continuing her charge toward the source of the distress call. Chen Fan did not take the time to reflect on his combat gains. After traversing past the grass demons, they encountered a marshland. Ji Tianwu could glide over using her golden bridge technique without peril, but Chen Fan could not, as he lacked the ability to traverse across the air and was unaware of the terrifying creatures that might lurk beneath the swamp. They could only take a detour. After veering 50 meters, they found themselves beside a sea of flowers. Blossoms of various forms bloomed, suffusing the air with an intoxicating fragrance. To their right lay the swamp, murky waters bubbling ominously, clearly harboring danger. Between them lay a 5-meter-wide strip of land, reminiscent of the boundary between the Chu and Han, distinctly separating the two sides. The flowers and swamp would not dare encroach upon each other. Ji Tianwu halted 20 meters from the flowers, her expression grave. This path is impassable. A detour would take too long. We might not reach the victims in time. Gazing into the distance, her eyes met an endless expanse of blossoms. While in the air, she had not noticed this direction. Chen Fan licked his lips, moistening the dryness at the corners, and inquired, "Are the flowers exceedingly dangerous? Could they be flower demons?" He could not discern any immediate threat and could only cautiously probe. Ji Tianwu shook her head. These flowers bear no blood streaks. They are not flower demons. Yet, their lushness suggests that something sinister lurks beneath. It is likely that elite-level creatures are concealed within. Her wealth of experience led her to doubt that such a vast area outside the city would be devoid of myriad creatures. They would inevitably surge forth, consuming the last vestiges of humanity. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, gesturing toward the marsh. Should we traverse through the swamp? That feels equally perilous. We have no knowledge of what might lie beneath the water. In the outer world, danger was ever present, allowing no room for negligence. It was better to believe in potential threats than to heedlessly take risks. Ji Tianwu took a deep breath. Let us take a detour. It is better than becoming ensnared in danger. Even if a narrow path lay between the two, she still preferred to avoid the risk. Chen Fan inhaled deeply and said, "You are in the Golden Bridge realm. You should be able to glide over the swamp. Go ahead. I will see if I can get through the middle. If not, I will retreat and wait for you to return with the others." One must grow. He did not wish to rely on Ji Tianwu at every turn. Having resolved to avenge his 36 kin, he could not remain sheltered beneath others' protection. What kind of vengeance would that be? Hearing this, Ji Tianwu turned sharply, meeting his gaze. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Brother Fan, are you blaming me for being so single-minded in saving others? If you prefer, I can stay back and accompany you in seeking the teacher." She had clearly misunderstood, thinking that she was only considering others without regard for Chen Fan. Now, she was prepared to leave her side, and embark on her own journey. Chen Fan smiled and shook his head, gently stroking the top of her head with his left hand. I do not blame you. It is my desire to grow stronger, not to remain sheltered under your protection. After all, it is not far. I shall be there shortly. I need to harness the power of the myriad races to hone my combat skills. It could also be seen as a means of avenging my parents and loved ones. His words were gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible determination. Ji Tianwu gazed at his head crowned with white hair and his resolute eyes, and understood. A man, after all, must bear the weight of the world, rather than live perpetually under the shield of another. He resembled a flower in a greenhouse, safe, yet devoid of growth. Biting her lip, she tilted her head back to suppress the tears threatening to spill, exhaling deeply. Suddenly, she dashed into Chen Fan's embrace, her voice low and somber. I understand your intentions and respect your thoughts. I will go save others first. But you must promise me, you must stay alive and wait for my return. We shall journey together to Shadowhunter City. Together, we will charge towards the tenfold heaven pass, become heroes of humanity, and drive back the invasion of the myriad races. In this era, the dreams of most people revolved around repelling the invasion of the myriad races, restoring a peaceful home for humanity. It had also become a shared vow for couples. Chen Fan's hands lingered in the air for a moment before he gently patted her back and replied, Very well. Together we shall traverse the tenfold heaven pass and annihilate the myriad beings. His response was somewhat evasive. Chapter 11. A single strike to vanquish the rending sky eagle. More than anything, it was about eradicating the myriad beings and avenging his 36 family members. Whether he would become a hero or restore peace to humanity was a consideration for another day. Perhaps his mindset would change in the future. However, his foremost wish at present was vengeance. Ji Tianwu rose from his embrace, her delicate face flushed. After casting one last glance at him, she turned and leaped into the air, gliding gracefully over the marshlands. Beneath her feet, a golden bridge shimmered, her garments billowing, and her long hair dancing in the wind. Vanishing like a sprite into the distance, the air seemed to echo with her tender voice. You must wait for my return. After watching her depart, Chen Fan stood in a daze for quite some time. Suddenly, a heavy thud interrupted his reverie, and he turned to find a severely injured rending sky eagle crashing to the ground, emitting a piercing cry, caw. Accompanied by this cry, it flapped its wings, struggling to rise. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the eagle's large, lantern-like eyes sparkled with joy, and it flapped its wings, charging towards him. Faced with this formidable creature, standing 15 meters tall, its body enveloped in bloodlight and radiating a ferocious aura, Chen Fan felt a surge of tension. It bore massive gashes on its abdomen and left wing, streams of blood cascading down, staining its feathers and the earth beneath. Its claws twisted grotesquely. Yet, even in such a state, it remained an elite-level creature, comparable to a human at the Golden Bridge realm. Naturally, beings of the myriad races were innately stronger than humans, especially given the disparity in realms. With a series of eerie cries, the rending sky eagle bore down on Chen Fan. Taking a deep breath and tightening his grip on the alloy knife, he narrowed his eyes, preparing for the confrontation. He had no intention of fleeing. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to kill it and convert it into a fusion point. Channeling the true chi of the bitter sea, he hoped to summon the stored sword energy. Since it had merged with his body, it surely possessed unexpected power. As the eagle closed in, blood flowed and pooled like a stream, attracting the attention of fearsome carrion creatures lurking nearby, exposing their black, leprous skin. It was a repugnant sight, further accentuated by their grotesque limbs and menacing, exposed fangs. Despite witnessing this, Chen Fan could not afford to be distracted. As he activated his true chi, he felt the sword energy, previously raging in the bitter sea, find an outlet through the alloy knife. With a resonant hum, the knife began to tremble, responding to the tumultuous sword energy. Now was the moment. Chen Fan's eyes brightened, a crimson glow flashing within, as he propelled himself forward. The alloy knife, vibrating with energy, cleaved towards the rending sky eagle with unwavering resolve. He lost himself in the singular goal of destroying it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of Chen Fan slicing through space as he leaped high, reaching chest height. However, the elevation was taxing, and he could not maintain the attack for long. The alloy knife arced through the void, accompanied by the crackling of electricity, piercing toward the eagle's chest. As if sensing the imminent danger, the rending sky eagle flapped its wings, stirring a whirlwind that threatened to engulf Chen Fan. Should he be caught in its wake, his bones would surely shatter, and death would be inevitable. In the air, with no option to retreat, he had no choice but to gamble everything. Die, he roared, as the alloy knife surged with a torrent of sword energy, instantly rending the eagle's tough flesh and bone. With a sickening squelch, the knife drove deep, embedding itself to the hilt. Chen Fan's left fist slammed down on the knife's handle, using the recoil to propel himself rapidly toward the ground. Even with his swift evasion, the eagle's feathers still brushed against his back, causing the alloy armor to resonate ominously, nearly deforming under the force. Then, a violent gust slammed against his chest. Chen Fan was violently propelled, colliding with the eagle's right claw, barely managing to suppress the boiling blood within him. He kicked off with all his might, executing a somersault before crashing into the pool of blood. Splatter, thud, blood sprayed, and a pit formed in the earth. Chen Fan found his feet nearly stuck. Yet he had to escape the perilous area swiftly. Just as he managed to extricate himself from the blood pool, he heard the rending sky eagle's anguished cry. Caw. Boom. Boom boom. Almost immediately, a deafening explosion erupted from its chest, akin to a bomb detonating within. Flesh and bone flew in all directions, blood gushing forth in torrents. The creature staggered back, retreating 2 great strides to the edge of the marsh. Chen Fan then witnessed 2 carrion creatures emerge from the mire, pulling the heavy rending sky eagle deeper into their lair. Among the myriad races, skirmishes were not uncommon. They were not a monolithic entity. However, to the carrion beasts, any corpse was a delectable prize. Chen Fan could not allow his quarry to be seized, nor could he relinquish his sole weapon. He rushed forward, seizing the rending sky eagle's right claw and exerting every ounce of strength to pull it back. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Eliminate elite-level creature. Gain 1,000 fusion points. Discoverable fusion talent skill, Rending Wind. Muscles tear through the air, enhancing movement speed. Requires 200 fusion points. Fuse. He would not let the opportunity to strengthen himself slip away. He realized that his single strike had indeed slain the rending sky eagle, and that the sword energy had unleashed an unimaginable force. In the next moment, a crimson aura enveloped the rending sky eagle, converging upon Chen Fan. What had once appeared as metallic feathers turned to a dull gray, devoid of any luster in the blink of an eye. All the essence had been completely absorbed. Chen Fan felt a novel trembling sensation coursing through his muscles, which he deduced to be the Fisher Wind skill. With this newfound speed, he surmised he was now swifter than the 2 carrion beasts. After exerting all his strength to grasp the rift sky eagle, he abruptly released his hold. The 2 carrion beasts, caught off guard, stumbled backward in a series of clumsy rolls. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Fan dashed forward at breakneck speed for 10 meters, arriving at the chest of the rift sky eagle. It was then that he beheld a ghastly cavity in its chest, large enough to enclose an elephant. He wrenched the alloy knife free from its skeletal structure. Rather than retreating, he surged towards the left side carrion beast with remarkable speed. Die, he bellowed. Being a creature of the myriad races, it was inconceivable to let it escape. The alloy knife shimmered with sword energy once more, and combined with the acceleration from the Fisher Wind skill, it swiftly slashed across the carrion beast's neck. With a sickening squelch, the grotesque head was sent careening into the air, accompanied by a spray of grayish blood. Chen Fan, uncertain of the blood's toxicity, darted towards the other carrion beast that had just risen. Moving like a phantom, he zipped past it, before the beast could react. Its menacing head was also launched 3 meters skyward. Thud, thud. As the 2 severed heads were about to descend, they burst with a sound reminiscent of watermelons exploding, scattering red, white, and gray fluids in all directions. From amidst the chaos, 2 red crystal stones soared into the air. Chapter 12. Midstage of the Bitter Sea Realm? The secrets within the Sea of Flowers. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed as he approached, gripping the alloy knife. He delved into the chaotic debris, extracting 2 crystal stones and clutching them tightly. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Eliminated 2 carrion beasts, earning 200 fusion points. Detected fusion energy. Acquiring a small amount of true chi requires 50 fusion points. Upon noticing the irregularly shaped rhombus crystal stones in his hand, Chen Fan resolved to fuse them. Even a modest increase was still an increase. The fierce battle had just concluded, yet Chen Fan dared not let his guard down. As he fused the crystal stones, his eyes scanned the surroundings, confirming that no creatures of the myriad races were near, allowing him to take a moment to breathe. Ignoring the carrion beast's carcasses, his gaze settled upon the head of the rift sky eagle. With no crystals in its chest, he was certain they resided within its head. He stepped forward, allowing the alloy knife, imbued with sword energy, to slice through the skull. With a resounding blast, the eagle's head shattered as if it were the size of a room. An orange, spherical crystal, the size of a fist, emitting warmth and radiance, appeared on the ground. Chen Fan's heart soared with joy as he unhesitatingly scooped it up. The prompt resounded in his mind. Detected fusion energy, capable of increasing true chi, requires 200 fusion points. Without hesitation, he proceeded to fuse it. Elite creatures offer abundant rewards, albeit at a higher cost of fusion points. As the crystal was absorbed, he suddenly felt a tidal resonance within his dantian. Focusing inward, he was taken aback. The bitter sea was expanding, seemingly boundless. This expansion was the source of the tidal effect. Moreover, a golden sheen began to surface atop the gray bitter sea. The bitter sea was turning golden. This was a sign of entering the mid-stage of the bitter sea realm. No way. Chen Fan was momentarily dumbfounded. He had only just opened the bitter sea realm that morning, and after a bout of slaughter, he had ascended to the mid-stage. The pace of this transformation was astonishing. Testing his newfound strength, he found his power reached 5 times that of his muscular strength, far exceeding 20,000 pounds. Coupled with the recently acquired Fisherwind skill, his speed had more than doubled. His combat prowess had seen a significant enhancement. Should he encounter the tree demons again, he would not find himself in such dire straits. With the alloy knife in his right hand, Chen Fan gazed at the sea of flowers, his eyes filled with resolve and anticipation. With the fusion system at my disposal, this is merely the beginning. In the future, I shall undoubtedly become invincible and annihilate all races. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his breath to alleviate his fatigue. He was determined to venture into the sea of flowers and uncover what lay within this vast expanse. No longer burdened by the fears he had on the aircraft, his gaze was resolute, and his objectives were clear. The transition from helplessness to proactive engagement was remarkably swift. 5 minutes later, having regained his composure, Chen Fan stood tall. He gripped the corpse of the Rift Sky Eagle with both hands and hurled it forcefully into the sea of flowers. Even if he intended to breach the area, he needed a scout to assess the situation within. The 15-meter-long carcass, weighing 6 tons, was propelled 5 meters forward, landing squarely within the floral expanse. Countless flowers were drenched in blood, crushed into powder. The fragrance intensified, and swarms of butterflies and bees erupted into the air, buzzing chaotically. However, Chen Fan was not preoccupied with these distractions. His focus remained fixed on the sea of flowers, eager to discern what would emerge. Before long, the floral sea began to undulate, and 4 lines surged towards the corpse of the Rift Sky Eagle. He could not discern their nature, as they were concealed amidst the riot of colors. As they drew near the carcass and commenced their feast, Chen Fan instinctively recoiled over 10 meters, nearly fleeing in terror. For massive, dark red worms, resembling train carriages, undulated and consumed the Rift Sky Eagle. These soft-bodied creatures, even in their normal state, could induce dread in many women with their incessant wriggling on the ground, not to mention their size, akin to that of train compartments. As they devoured the corpse with insatiable voracity, radiating a crimson glow, they were clearly elite-grade creatures. The simultaneous appearance of 4 unscathed elite-grade beings struck Chen Fan as peculiar. Logically, the most formidable beings outside the Peace City should not exceed the elite level, as humanity would not permit excessively powerful creatures to encroach upon their territory and disrupt their development. This was humanity's final bastion, necessitating stringent protection. Yet, the emergence of the Rift Sky Eagles, followed by the sighting of these colossal worms, seemed excessive. The worm race was indeed one of the most fearsome species. They possessed exceptional stealth capabilities and remarkable patience, giving rise to the legend of the devouring earthworms, said to be capable of swallowing entire planets. Evolving to their utmost pinnacle, their might could be terrifying. However, the 4 worms before him did not possess such capabilities. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Looking up, he saw his mentor, Wu Donglu, descending from above, supported by a radiant holy lotus. The silver mask he wore emitted a somber glow, casting him in the guise of a fearsome harbinger of death. With his staff raised, black phantoms materialized, transforming into a mountain of staves that bore down upon the 4 worms engulfing the Rift Sky Eagle. Even mid-feast, the worms were acutely aware of the impending danger. Their 4 heads shot skyward, abandoning their meal as they expelled jets of black liquid, akin to cannonballs, aimed directly at the descending staff mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The staff mountain bore the brunt of the collision, dissipating by half, yet the remaining portion continued its descent. The ferocious force swept away everything in its path. Though the worms had readied their defenses, they were utterly powerless against the might of a human cultivator at the Holy Lotus realm. Bam, bam, bam. It was as if 4 basketballs had been punctured, exploding instantly. Countless streams of black blood cascaded from the heavens, as fragments of bodies transformed into formidable weapons. Sweeping in all directions, the once vibrant and resplendent sea of flowers was, in the blink of an eye, reduced to utter devastation. Petals danced chaotically through the air, while branches flew about, creating a scene of shattered blossoms. For colossal worms, akin to locomotives, were utterly obliterated, entombed alongside the flowers. Wu Donglu moved with remarkable swiftness, his staff swirling through the void as 4 diamond-shaped crystals ascended. They sliced through the air, descending towards the position of Chen Fan. Stunned, Chen Fan could hardly fathom that his teacher would relinquish the precious crystals to him, instead of keeping them for himself. Instinctively, he extended his hand, grasping them all and stowing them in his backpack. With a bewildered expression, he gazed at Wu Donglu and murmured, "Teacher Wu, why are you giving these to me? Don't you need them?" Despite having lost his right leg and wearing a silver mask, Wu Donglu was typically very gentle, beloved by many students. He landed gracefully, remarking nonchalantly, "Low-grade second-tier crystal cores are hardly worth anything. You are the one who needs them. Consider it a token of our first meeting." "Well done, young man. You have slain the Rift Sky Eagle and swiftly dispatched 2 corpse eaters. Quite impressive. But are you on your own? Allow me to take you to meet up with others." Without waiting for a response, he seized Chen Fan's right hand, preparing to lift off into the air. Chen Fan hurriedly placed the second-tier crystal cores aside. Flustered as he said, "I'm with Ji Tianwu. She went to rescue someone. I'm waiting here for her, just on the other side of the Flower Sea." Originally, he had promised Ji Tianwu not to leave easily. "Ji Tianwu?" Wu Donglu murmured, as golden lotuses appeared beneath his feet, propelling them skyward. Experiencing flight for the first time, Chen Fan felt at a loss, his limbs devoid of support, relying solely on Wu Donglio's arm for stability. As he nervously adjusted his body, Wu Donglio's voice reached his ears. "That young lady is commendable. Even in dire straits, she does not forget her companions. You must be Chen Fan, correct? Your growth is remarkable. Did you not just open the bitter sea this morning? Have you already sensed the mid-level? Truly, a master who has transcended 2 realms can easily discern your true cultivation level without a hint of secrecy." Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness, realizing he must learn to conceal his abilities. Otherwise, before a master, he would appear as transparent as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any privacy. Particularly, should any of his integrated talents be discovered, what would he do? The system in his mind continued to remind him of the potential for energy fusion. Yet he dared not attempt it now. He casually remarked, "I might be different. I've been cultivating haphazardly without guidance." This was the truth. No one could find a flaw in his statement, nor would they hold it against him. Wu Donglu nodded, choosing not to delve further. Although Chen Fan's rapid advancement was notable, in comparison to genuine prodigies, his innate talent seemed insignificant, for having opened the bitter sea foretold the heights of his future achievements. As they soared swiftly, Chen Fan felt the sting of the wind against his face, and within moments, they had traversed 300 meters, arriving amidst a horde of stitched monsters. Ji Tianwu, resembling a celestial being clad in metallic armor and wielding a gleaming blade, radiated a soft blue aura as she valiantly fought her way through. Nearby, 3 classmates leaned against one another, striving to fend off the onslaught of the stitched monsters. The stitched monsters were among the most peculiar of races, their bodies lacking a unified shape. The severed limbs and dismembered parts of various beings had birthed a consuming consciousness, relentlessly collecting usable torsos to merge into grotesque forms. Some had trunks of trees as their bodies, stones for feet, flowers for heads, and tiger claws for arms. Others were composed of stones, adorned with bat wings, eagle heads, horse tails, and deer antlers. Any creature appearing as a jumbled amalgamation was likely a stitched monster. Despite their seemingly haphazard assembly, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Their methods of attack were utterly unpredictable, making defense a formidable challenge. This was precisely why the 3 classmates, despite possessing some strength, found themselves unable to advance. Wu Donglu descended, muttering, "These abominations are the most useless yet most repugnant. They even utilize human bodies." Without a moment's pause, he dove towards Ji Tianwu. His staff loomed like a mountain, enveloping all stitched monsters within a 30-meter radius. Even though these nuisances were troublesome, they were rendered entirely ineffective before a true master, instantly disintegrating into fragments. Chen Fan found no opportunity to intervene, as the area around them had already been cleared. Various severed limbs and shattered bodies littered the ground. Ji Tianwu, relieved to see Chen Fan accompany their teacher, felt a sense of security. The two approached each other, and Ji Tianwu was the first to speak. "Have you encountered the teacher? Has the battle in the sky concluded?" She felt fortunate that the teacher had arrived. Had she recklessly charged in alone, she might have found herself ensnared in danger rather than rescuing anyone. Chen Fan replied, "It should be over, right? I was nearly struck by a Rift Sky Eagle." The teacher descended from behind. He urged, "Let us see who is inside." He had not observed the ongoing communications, but was aware that the current communicator could not only send video in real time, but also provide live location updates. As long as he sent a message in the group chat, they could magnify it to see. Ji Tianwu nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation. She followed closely behind their teacher, hastening towards the location of the three individuals. With a master clearing the path ahead, their speed felt unimpeded by any threat. They had no time to act before they had crossed through a 50-meter throng of stitched monsters, arriving before the three classmates. Seeing their reinforcements, the exhausted trio could no longer maintain their footing and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Upon recognizing their teacher, they beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Teacher, you've come." Their excitement was palpable. With their teacher's formidable strength, they were certain of their rescue. As Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu stepped into view, they were taken aback to find their adversary Zhao Yi, alongside Yu Linghai and their classmate Qian Kuan, surprised by their unexpected reunion after a harrowing ordeal. The remnants of past grievances seemed to dissolve in the wake of battle. Wu Donglu, unfazed by their animosities, spoke swiftly. "All right, with 5 of you. You form a small team. Proceed immediately to the red-marked location on the communicator. It is not far. I must rescue other students. We shall reconvene at the rendezvous point." With that, he ascended into the air. Surveying their surroundings, he darted northward. Zhao Yi stood in stunned silence, bewildered that their rescuer would leave immediately after saving them. Did he not realize they were still amidst the throng of stitched monsters? How could he be so irresponsible? Yet Ji Tianwu and Chen Fan found his actions entirely reasonable. If their small team could not fight their way out, it would only demonstrate their inadequacy, particularly since they had already cleared a substantial area around them, providing ample respite. Ji Tianwu urged, "You all must rise quickly. We need to evacuate this place post-haste. The rendezvous point is 1,000 meters north, likely at a mountain." Being the most powerful among them, she had been designated as the leader, issuing commands. Though Zhao Yi and his companions were utterly fatigued, they summoned their strength to rise. Under ordinary circumstances, a distance of 1,000 meters would be traversed in mere seconds. However, in the wilderness, the presence of unpredictable beasts made any journey uncertain. Chen Fan, focusing intently on the direction ahead, gripped his alloy blade firmly and charged forth, proclaiming, "Ji Tianwu, you lead them from behind. I have just conserved my energy and am perfectly poised to carve a path." Leaping over the severed limbs and scattered remnants of various corpses, I charge northward. The voice of the system echoes persistently in my mind. Fusion energy detected. Increase your true chi. Requires 200 fusion points. The incessant notifications are becoming a source of irritation for Chen Fan, who decides to fuse immediately. In an instant, 800 fusion points vanish, along with 4 second-tier crystal cores. The tumultuous waves of the Sea of Suffering in his Dantian surge, rising and falling like a tide. An overwhelming golden light begins to ripple across the surface of the Sea of Suffering, extending downward. It appears that while he may not be advancing to the peak of the Sea of Suffering, he is nonetheless significantly stronger than in the mid-phase. The Sea of Suffering is boundless, and it seems to have expanded to encompass a 1,000-meter radius. Chen Fan senses the changes within his Dantian, far surpassing what is described in any text. The greater the Sea of Suffering, the higher the innate talent. However, correspondingly, breaking through his current realm necessitates unimaginable resources. While others may require merely 1 bloodstone pill, he finds himself in need of 100 or even 1,000. His progress is not only slower but also demands immense consumption. Yet, he remains untroubled. With the system at his disposal, his growth is already remarkably swift. Armed with a metal knife, he charges alone toward the amalgamated monstrosity ahead. The true chi from the Sea of Suffering surges violently, coalescing upon the blade, gathering into a formidable blade aura, ready to strike forward. Kill, let them all perish. As the skill of his muscle rupture activates, his speed triples, propelling him forward. Chapter 14. Comprehending the blade technique. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, 3 swift strikes sever the heads of 3 amalgamated creatures. As the most rudimentary of the myriad races, they possess no resistance whatsoever, meeting their grim fate instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. 3 distinct explosions resound as the heads shatter into fragments. The sword aura returns to his body. Although the crystal cores have coalesced, they are instantaneously obliterated by the sword aura, rendering them utterly useless. Chen Fan, having absorbed second-tier crystal stones, dismisses such detritus entirely. He strides forward, clearing the path ahead. Behind him, Zhao Yi, Yu Linghai, and Qian Kuan stand in stunned disbelief. They had witnessed Chen Fan just recently opening his Sea of Suffering during their morning assembly, even contemplating a confrontation with him. Yet now, in terms of speed and strength, he far surpasses the 3 of them who had already established their Sea of Suffering. The rapidity of his advancement is beyond belief. Ji Tianwu senses this transformation even more acutely. During the battle with the tree demon, he had fumbled clumsily, ensnared by branches. Now, ensnared in a similar predicament, He can dispatch 3 amalgamated creatures with a single strike, their heads exploding without a trace of life left. Witnessing his progress firsthand fills him with elation, affirming his keen judgment regarding Chen Fan's swift ascent in power. Turning back to beckon Yulinghai and the others, he urges, "Hurry up, keep pace. We cannot linger. If night falls, various bizarre races will emerge, and we will be even more defenseless. While daylight offers some security, we must reach the city before nightfall. Otherwise, the Shadow Clan, Night Clan, Ice Clan, Ghost Clan, and Bone Clan, among others, will emerge from their hiding places, increasing the danger 100-fold. Zhao Yi and the others, having studied the terrors of the nighttime wilderness, spring into action, rising to their feet to follow Chen Fan's lead. Ji Tianwu remains as the rear guard, annihilating the pursuing amalgamated creatures. As he advances, Chen Fan's movements, footwork, and blade technique continuously meld in the throes of slaughter, gradually forming a unique set of techniques. Effortlessly, he dispatches the amalgamated creatures. With a singular focus, he diligently reviews his experiences, conserving both time and energy. His pace of killing accelerates, becoming increasingly fluid. The voice of the system continues to reverberate in his mind. Amalgamated creature slain. Gain 100 fusion points. Amalgamated creature slain. Gain 100 fusion points. The trio of Zhao Yi watches in astonishment as Chen Fan, seemingly possessed, disregards the onslaught and the surrounding chaos. Solely wielding his metal knife and swinging his left fist. Thwack, bang, thwack, bang. No matter how the amalgamated creatures charge at him, they are reduced to mere fragments before inflicting any harm. His techniques grow more proficient, and his movements become increasingly agile. Zhao Yi, tinged with envy, exclaims, "How is this possible? He has only just entered the battlefield, and he is already creating his own blade technique?" Yulinghai sighs and adds, "If it weren't for my recent exhaustion, I would have certainly tried my father's Taming blade technique to challenge him." Filled with eagerness for a contest with Chen Fan, Qian Kuan offers a rueful chuckle. "We have spent over 3 months establishing our sea of suffering, yet in terms of sustained combat, we cannot compare to Chen Fan, who has just recently succeeded in opening his. The sea of suffering permeates the campus. It seems genuine. He is truly a prodigy. The depth of his true chi is at least tenfold that of ours." Though they feel a sense of discontent, the evident disparity leaves them no choice but to concede. As they converse, the 5-member team breaks through the encirclement of over 100 amalgamated creatures. Chen Fan stands momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by the rapidity of their progress. Then, regaining his composure, he turns and charges toward the side, leaving behind a remark, "I feel I am on the verge of creating a blade technique. You all rest for a moment." With even greater speed and enhanced power, he plunges into the throng of amalgamated creatures. His movements, footwork, blade techniques, fists, true chi, and sword aura gradually coalesce into a unified whole. As Zhao Yi and the others emerge from the fray, their gazes fixate on Chen Fan, their faces awash with incredulity. Has he truly created his own blade technique? Why does he excel so remarkably? Is the gap in talent so vast? Observing the flickering light of the sea of suffering surrounding him, he appears tireless. What a marvel! His talent is extraordinary. We cannot compete. Is he even human? Had there been no ambush, could we not have bested him? Enough talk. Let us rest well. Once we reach Shadowhunter City, we can procure advanced martial techniques and equipment, significantly enhancing our combat prowess. Each of the 3 voices carries a tone of envy and jealousy that is unmistakable. Ji Tianwu, wielding his metal knife, scans the area rapidly, ultimately resting his gaze on the slaughtering Chen Fan. Creating a blade technique? What blade technique can one forge in the sea of suffering? How formidable could it possibly be? Moreover, targeting merely one race may not necessarily apply universally to all creatures. His experience is limited. However, since he possesses talent, it should not be impeded. Let us observe how hard he strives. In this dire era, not everyone embodies the spirit of perseverance and fervor. Too many, upon witnessing the brutality of the battlefield, succumb to despair and never recover. Yet Chen Fan adapts quickly. A rarity indeed. May you keep pace with me. I am the ever-emboldened Blood Emperor. Ji Tianwu silently observes Chen Fan's retreating figure, inwardly reflecting. It is said that she possesses mysterious powers, though they have never been revealed. Whatever their thoughts, Chen Fan remains oblivious. Each step he takes seemingly landing in the blind spots of the amalgamated creatures. Each strike he unleashes is invariably accompanied by sword aura, delivering a forceful blow that shatters skulls. With every exertion of true chi, he seeks the simplest and most direct path of execution. He believes that the bizarre postures of the amalgamated creatures serve to hone his techniques more effectively. No other race offers such diversity. Oblivious to all else around him, he evades the blade and moves on to the next target. It had almost become a mechanical routine. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Kill the Stitch Beast. Fusion points cannot be obtained. Huh. Finally breaking free from the haze of slaughter, he gazed around with bewildered eyes. The ground was strewn with the corpses of Stitch Beasts. An uncountable number. Although a few remained, only a handful posed any threat. Upon checking his fusion points, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, they had already reached 10,000. Moreover, as he continued to slay the Stitch Beasts, the fusion points diminished ever more, increasing by mere increments. It seemed that the Stitch Beasts were of too low a level to test the prowess of his sword technique. It was time to depart. Turning decisively, he strode out of the Stitch Beast territory, effortlessly dispatching any that lunged at him with a single stroke. Even when surrounded, he remained composed and unflustered. The four onlookers beheld him as he walked with the ease of a leisurely stroll, while the remaining Stitch Beasts fell one after another. Zhao Yi and the others felt a surge of envy, their eyes shimmering with crimson intensity, just as he delivered the final blow to the last Stitch Beast. Annihilating the entire tribe, an unexpected event occurred. With a clang, accompanied by a metallic tremor, Chen Fan's razor-sharp alloy knife shattered into a myriad of fragments. The alloy knife was broken. Chapter 15, a classmate is dead, making use of a blade. Zhao Yi and the others were taken aback. Ji Tianwu also froze in surprise. Caught off guard, Chen Fan himself was bewildered. Had his alloy knife really shattered? However, the Stitch Beasts were unfazed. Enraged by their injuries, they charged at Chen Fan. Regaining his focus in the face of the Stitch Beast's stone-like fists, Chen Fan showed no fear as he unleashed a left punch. Boom! The entire arm of the Stitch Beast disintegrated into airborne shards. Following swiftly, his right fist crashed down upon the beast's grotesque, brass-like head. Thud! The sound resonated like a tolling bell, leaving a fist-sized dent in its metallic skull. The creature staggered back uncontrollably, its wooden legs snapping under the strain. Unyielding, Chen Fan continued his assault with his left hand. Bang! 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 With a series of bell-like sounds, the Stitch Beast was forced to retreat. Its head flattened into a mass of brass. The body of the Fox tribe member could no longer withstand such brutal force, resulting in a broken neck. With a final, swift strike, the brass head flew 100 meters away. Thud! It crashed into the earth, sinking at least 10 meters deep. The ferocity was unparalleled. Chen Fan did not pursue to inspect. He felt that even if there were crystals inside, they would have been crushed into fragments. Brushing his hands together, he approached the four, slightly out of breath, and remarked, "Let us go. We have a journey ahead." Ignoring the envy and jealousy reflected in Zhao Yi's eyes, he calmly led the way northward. Ji Tianwu, her face alight with excitement and a broad smile, followed closely, exclaiming, "How is your understanding of the sword technique? You've become so much more formidable." If she revealed her true capabilities, she could easily dispatch all the Stitch Beasts present and even outpace Chen Fan. Yet, she was in the Golden Bridge realm, while Chen Fan was merely in the Bitter Sea realm. The disparity in their realms was substantial, far from being a simple comparison. It proved his potential was remarkable. Chen Fan hadn't considered a name for his technique and paused slightly. Then, recalling that the essence of the sword technique was the speed brought by the Wind Splitter talent, he casually replied, "Let us call it the 8 Blades of Wind Splitter." In truth, it was merely 8 distinct attacking techniques. He had created a name for his own sword technique. Your speed is indeed impressive. Even those in the Golden Bridge realm might not reach such velocity. How did you train to achieve this? Ji Tianwu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chen Fan found himself at a loss for an answer, claiming ignorance as he continued onward. Behind them, Zhao Yi burned with jealousy, his eyes glowing red, fists clenched tightly, wishing fervently to launch a surprise attack from behind. Meanwhile, he heard Yu Linghai's voice echoing in his ears. The disparity is stark. The three of us barely managed to kill a few Stitch Beasts while he single-handedly exterminated an entire tribe. Qian Kuan remarked thoughtfully, "How many creatures must he have slain?" The alloy knife is said to withstand 3,000 strikes. How could it shatter? Many enter the battlefield and may not strike even 3,000 times before they perish. Yet Chen Fan accomplished it in less than a day. A simple comparison revealed the terror of his prowess. As the 5 continued on their journey, Zhao Yi and his companions, fatigued, followed behind. The now ascendant Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu, in the Golden Bridge realm, were akin to deities of slaughter, forging ahead. When not confronted by elite-level creatures, they were unstoppable, slaying all in their path. Chen Fan deemed first-tier crystals worthless, disinterested in utilizing fusion points, and forged ahead with his fists. Zhao Yi and the others were unwilling to lend him their weapons, thus they proceeded in this manner. They had learned in school that weapons were akin to life itself, never to be relinquished from one's grasp. Even in sleep, they must be held close. Hence, they did not lend him their weapons, and Chen Fan refrained from pressing the issue. As they entered a radius of 500 meters, Zhao Yi suddenly pointed at a tall tree exclaiming, "Look, isn't that one of our classmates? Why is he hanging from the tree?" Both Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu, who had been clearing the path, turned their gazes toward the direction of his finger. Indeed, they spotted a large tree with a student suspended from it. Clad in gleaming alloy armor, with a backpack slung across his chest and a parachute entangled in the branches, he hung motionless. The alloy knife, still embedded in the ground, reflected the light. No matter how much Zhao Yi called out to him, there was no response. Ji Tianwu frowned slightly, cautiously approaching to inspect more closely. After all, he was her teammate. If there was a chance to save him, she would certainly try. Chen Fan, unwilling to let her take the risk alone, was primarily concerned about the alloy knife on the ground. At the very least, it would provide him with a weapon. The two drew within 30 meters, then halted in their tracks. "He is dead." Ji Tianwu's voice carried a note of sorrow, lamenting the value of human life. A tube had pierced through the back of that classmate's head, and his body had withered, leaving only bones and skin attached. Supported by the alloy armor, from a distance, he appeared as if he were merely wrapped up. Chen Fan took a deep breath and declared, "This tree must be a creature of the myriad races. It must be slain." Fueled by the hatred for his fallen kin, a surge of rage welled within him as he prepared to exact vengeance, hoping to spare more humans from a similar fate and perhaps repay his family with interest. The myriad races had left him bereft of any relatives. Seizing the backpack from his shoulders, he stepped forward without hesitation. Ji Tianwu grasped his shoulder, saying, "Do you know what kind of tree this is? It's far more powerful than a tree demon. It's a fire-departing tree demon. It can unleash flames, and its intense heat would easily kill you." She did not wish to complicate matters. If the person were still alive, there was a chance to save him. Since he was already dead, risking their lives was unnecessary. Chen Fan frowned slightly and turned to ask, "What level is it?" Races with unique names were typically troublesome. Ji Tianwu replied coldly, "Elite level. Though it's the lowest tier, it's fundamentally unbeatable before reaching the later stages of the Golden Bridge realm. The fire poison is unbearable for most." She urged Chen Fan in a serious tone to avoid taking risks, insisting that she would not let him perish in vain. "Elite level? Then I must kill it. I shall make use of its blade." Chen Fan, upon hearing that he was merely facing a low-tier elite, felt neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he resolved to swim against the current. He extended his right hand, intending to borrow Ji Tianwu's alloy blade. She immediately stepped back, exclaiming, "No, I cannot allow you to walk into death. It is truly formidable." Although she believed she could vanquish the fiery tree demon, she was determined to conceal part of her own strength and would not permit Chen Fan to take such a reckless risk. Drawing a deep breath, he met her gaze with earnestness and declared, "Tianwu, you must understand that I have just crafted the Wind Splitter 8 blades, and I am eager to test its mettle. If danger arises, you will be there to rescue me. I shall not recklessly seek death. Should the situation turn perilous, I will certainly retreat." He felt that this opportunity was not to be squandered. As Ji Tianwu hesitated, Zhao Yi approached, offering his alloy sword, saying, "Go forth, we support you." Yet, his eyes glinted with a different meaning, his lips curling into an unnatural smile. He secretly hoped that Chen Fan would overreach and fall prey to the fiery tree demon, thus securing Ji Tianwu for himself. Chen Fan cast a discerning glance at him, his eyes sparkling with determination. Seizing the alloy blade, he turned towards the fiery tree demon, leaving behind a warning, "Should you sense danger, flee immediately. You cannot match my speed." Chapter 16. The Combat Prodigy, Injured? "Brother Fan, how could you disregard my advice?" Ji Tianwu exclaimed anxiously, as the blood within her began to awaken, a celestial bridge forming within her Dantian's sea of bitterness. Should danger arise, she would not hesitate to reveal her strength to save him. Zhao Yi, however, smirked coldly to himself, thinking, "May you perish within, if you do not die. Ji Tianwu's heart will remain tethered to you." His eyes shimmered with excitement and desire. Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan wore solemn expressions, their tongues inadvertently brushing their lips as they perceived the recklessness of Chen Fan. Alas, he was indeed overestimating his capabilities. This was an elite-level foe. We can barely defeat the lowest-tier creatures, and he is prepared to challenge one far beyond his level. Although they remained silent, their eyes were filled with concern. As Chen Fan drew nearer, he adjusted his stance, the sea of bitterness within him roiling with boundless waves. Streams of sword energy coalesced upon the alloy blade. When he was within 15 meters of the fiery tree demon, it seemed to awaken. All its branches began to sway without wind, transforming from green to a furious red. At that moment, Chen Fan surged forward. His feet dug deep into the earth, propelling him forward with unstoppable momentum. 15 meters vanished in the blink of an eye, his speed causing Zhao Yi and the others to gasp in astonishment. Ji Tianwu could hardly believe her eyes. In the very next instant, countless fireballs erupted like a barrage of cannon fire, hurtling towards the spot where he had just stood. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs detonated upon impact, sending soil flying in every direction. In an instant, dust swirled and rocks soared, obscuring the vision of the four observers. They were forced to take cover amidst the chaos, when suddenly, they heard Chen Fan's furious shout, "Get away from me!" In the unseen distance, Chen Fan's agile form evaded the encroaching vines. With a blade poised to strike, he unleashed a powerful blow aimed at the largest branch above the trunk, where a terrifyingly fierce head blazed like a fire. Chen Fan silently thanked his fortune that the fiery tree demon remained stationary. Almost all of his sword energy converged into the alloy blade, sweeping forth with the force of a thunderous tempest. Whoosh! The alloy blade sliced through the air, emitting a deafening sonic boom as it descended towards the demon's fiery head. Countless red branches, resembling javelins, surged towards Chen Fan from all directions. Some moved like fiery tongues, intent on ensnaring him completely. Above the flaming head, 7 fireballs sealed off all avenues of escape, poised to roast him alive. Whoosh! The fireballs sliced through the air, descending upon Chen Fan. In this critical moment, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes into a slit. His muscles tensed, and his true energy surged to its peak, enveloping his body in a faint golden aura. Activating the wind splitter technique, he tore through the void, evading the fireball onslaught by mere centimeters. Die! All the branches pursued him relentlessly, while the fiery tree demon prepared to launch more fireballs from above. But it was too late. With a strike as swift as lightning, Chen Fan darted beneath the blazing head. Whoosh! His blade cleaved through with precision, unencumbered by hesitation. As he collided with the tree demon, he swiftly dodged aside. Zzz. The branches that followed, now out of control, pierced into the trunk with unerring accuracy. Boom! The fireballs detonated, colliding with the branches and sending shockwaves of sound reverberating through the air. The entire form of the fiery tree demon was nearly consumed by flames. With charred remnants scattered about, leaves transformed into fiery butterflies, drifting to the ground and turning to ash. Thud! Clang! The lifeless body of a student entangled among the branches fell to the earth, the metal of his alloy armor clanging against the ground. Standing behind the fiery tree demon, Chen Fan seized a branch that had approached him. The remaining branches hung limply, burning in the fireballs. A voice resonated within his mind. You have slain the fiery tree demon, earning 1,500 fusion points. Fusion points are overflowing. Use them promptly, as they will expire by tomorrow. He noted the potential for fusion with the talent fire departure, requiring 1,000 fusion points. Hearing this, Chen Fan wasted no time and immediately initiated the fusion. In an instant, he felt the seething flames of the fiery tree demon extinguish, coalescing into the branch in his grasp and surging into his body. Suddenly, he felt as if he were enveloped in a furnace, his blood swelling. His skin reddened, akin to a cooked lobster, while his once white hair curled, losing half its length. Even his alloy armor became scalding hot, nearly turning crimson. Chen Fan, disregarding everything else, hurriedly shed his armor and discarded the alloy blade, moving his body rapidly, feeling as though he were on the verge of being roasted alive. Yet, in reality, he had sustained no injuries. The flames had failed to penetrate his dantian, instead gathering at his heart and forming a red mark upon his skin. What purpose this would serve, Chen Fan could not ascertain. All he knew was that he had gained some mysterious power, and his life was no longer in peril. However, when Ji Tianwu and the others arrived, they found him in a disheveled state. Half of his white hair had been singed away, the remaining strands curled chaotically. His clothing fluttered as if stripped of its protective quality, and his body was crimson, with numerous areas blistered, a far cry from his earlier striking appearance. Zhao Yi felt a pang of regret. The elite creature had failed to claim his life. Truly, he was fortunate. Yulinghai and Qian Kuan, on the other hand, could only stare in shock, disbelief evident in their expressions. According to the tomes, humans were never meant to engage in battles beyond their rank, unless they were numerous or wielded fearsome weaponry. However, Chen Fan was acutely aware that he was in the Bitter Sea realm, facing the elite-level fire departure tree demon, armed with nothing more than an ordinary alloy knife he had just borrowed. No matter how one considered it, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Yet, paradoxically, he emerged triumphant, energetically dissipating the heat coursing through him. Despite his skin being charred and his appearance disheveled, he was undeniably heroic. A prodigy, a combat genius. This was the sole appraisal from Yulinghai. Qian Kuan, on the other hand, suspected he must be concealing some secret that others could not discern. Ji Tianwu hurried to Chen Fan's side, her face etched with concern as she inquired, How are you? Are you seriously injured? Where does it hurt the most? She reached out to touch his forehead, intent on confirming his well-being. This innocent gesture inadvertently scraped away a layer of skin, revealing the bright red flesh beneath. Ji Tianwu gasped in shock, instinctively stepping back, her eyes darting between the dead skin in her palm and his raw flesh, overwhelmed by the sight. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Chen Fan casually replied, I'm fine, just got a bit burnt. Once the alloy armor cools down, we'll set off. As he spoke, wisps of blue smoke escaped his mouth, carrying the faint aroma of roasted meat. Chapter 17, A Fiery Transformation? The Gathering Point. To Zhao Yi and the others, this scene appeared as if he were stubbornly enduring his injuries, especially with the sight of his forehead's scarlet skin. It was enough to evoke sympathy and pain. Ji Tianwu's eyes glistened with tears as she licked her lips, her throat dry. If you're in pain, just cry out. Your skin is entirely scorched. She extended her right hand, showcasing the gray, dead skin atop it. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fan finally glanced down at his hands and arms, discovering them riddled with patches of peeling skin, resembling someone who had not bathed in decades. A truly shocking sight. With a swift motion, he tore away a large swath of dead skin, unveiling the bright red new skin beneath, akin to the aftermath of a burn. Could it be? A pang of unease gripped Chen Fan's heart as he contemplated the implications of merging with the fire departure. Had he transformed into something neither human nor ghostly? It was a reality he found difficult to accept. What normal human possesses red skin? As he continued to peel away the old skin, his hands and arms revealed the same alarming appearance. He could only hope that this was merely a lingering effect of the burns, destined to fade swiftly. Zhao Yi's delight grew with each passing moment, barely containing his laughter. He believed that a goddess would surely disdain a man with such red skin. An opportunity had presented itself. Chen Fan's bravado had led him to pay a steep price. Hadn't he? Both Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan felt a sense of regret. Such a remarkable talent, yet he insisted on being reckless. Impulsiveness had exacted its toll, but, of course, surviving was a far better outcome than losing one's life. Tears ultimately fell from Ji Tianwu's eyes as she grasped Chen Fan's hands, trembling with the desire to share in his anguish. Yet, when her hands touched his skin, she was taken aback by its remarkable softness, even more delicate than her own. Perhaps it was the nature of the newly formed skin? With a quivering voice, she said, Brother Fan, no matter how you change, you will always be my brother Fan. My feelings remain unchanged. What beauty does not adore charm? Yet, she remained steadfast. Even as Chen Fan became less appealing, her affection did not wane. Her gentle words offered solace, never intending to add to his distress. Chen Fan, turning his thoughts over in his mind, managed to smile and reassured her, It's nothing. As long as I grow stronger, I should be able to recover. Let us hurry to the gathering point. It was impossible for him not to feel a whirlwind of emotions, yet at this juncture, lamenting was futile. Instead, he resolved to enhance his strength and seek revenge, a more prudent course of action. Approaching the spot where the fire departure tree demon's head had been obliterated, he picked up the red diamond crystal core within, discovering it could merge energy and augment his true chi. It required 150 fusion points. Not wishing to merge in front of so many eyes, he held it tightly in his palm. He then returned to the place where they had left their backpacks, changing into a fresh set of clothing as the four turned their backs. He casually merged the second-tier inferior crystal core. This time, unlike before, the energy surged into his dantian, the bitter sea glowing with a golden hue, now infused with fiery red, illuminating the once desolate expanse. Next, it coursed throughout his body, quelling the intense burning sensation brought on by the fire departure. In an instant, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. With a swift motion, he rubbed away most of the dead skin, quickly donned his new attire, equipped his alloy armor, and picked up the alloy knife of a fallen classmate. He then retrieved Zhao Yi's alloy knife, presenting it back to him with the words, Here you go. Upon receiving his weapon, Zhao Yi noticed the blade was covered in fine scratches, as if it had endured decades of exposure to the harsh desert sun and wind. How could this happen? Was it burned by fire? He found it hard to fathom how his once pristine alloy knife had ended up in such a state. Ji Tianwu, hoping to spare him from sorrow, remained by his side, offering gentle reassurances. As they resumed their journey, they encountered an increasing number of classmates' lifeless bodies, both male and female, some reduced to merely heads, others to tattered clothing and fragments of alloy armor, and some left only as skeletal remains. It was a brutal reality. These individuals had once been the elite among humans, yet now they lay in ruins. Chen Fan, upon witnessing this, dug a pit to assist in burying them, unwilling to let their bodies be exposed to the elements. He remarked somberly, We were born in chaotic times. For the happiness of many, we can only forge ahead. Ji Tianwu searched for belongings, seeking any identifiers that might confirm their identities. Our ancestors traversed this path, and we merely follow in their footsteps. Having ventured out more frequently, she had witnessed more life and death than Chen Fan. While one couldn't say she was desensitized, she had certainly grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Zhao Yi and the others silently counted themselves fortunate to have been rescued. As they progressed, the myriad of creatures diminished, allowing for a significantly swifter advance. When they finally arrived at the gathering point, Chen Fan beheld a towering stone, reaching a height of 100 meters and spanning an area of the same dimension. Scattered atop it were students, some seated, some leaning, some sorrowful, and others weeping. The 4 instructors had yet to return, yet over 20 prodigies had gathered. At last, they had arrived. Though the loss of so many classmates along the journey weighed heavily on them, Zhao Yi felt as if he had returned home, his entire being relaxing. The presence of many assured greater safety than a sparse crowd. Yu Linghai remarked, "Look at the numbers. When we set out, there were nearly 300 of us. Can we even claim half of that now?" Having once sneaked out of the city to practice his swordsmanship, he was deeply shaken by the terrifying death toll. The appearance of their group drew the attention of the students atop the stone. Upon spotting Ji Tianwu, one leapt down to greet her, exclaiming, "Tianwu, you're back. We were just waiting for you. We thought something unfortunate had happened. As a Gold Bridge Realm cultivator, you shouldn't be mingling with those new recruits." His gaze remained fixated solely on Ji Tianwu, completely disregarding Chen Fan and the others, exuding an air of arrogance, as if dismissing the newcomers as mere burdens. Chen Fan recognized him as Chen Fan, the boy who had fought alongside Ji Tianwu against the Rift Sky Eagle. He understood that a girl of Ji Tianwu's stunning beauty would inevitably attract the attention of many boys. In the throes of adolescence, it was natural to harbor certain thoughts. She was bound to encounter trouble. Thus, he had refrained from excessive interaction with her on campus. Yet now, he felt no fear of them, nor did he care for their opinions. Grasping Ji Tianwu's arm, he bypassed Chen Fan and strode directly toward the colossal stone, uttering, "Come, let us seek respite. After our arduous journey, we are utterly exhausted." They had not brought provisions, as the 2-hour flight to Shadow City promised a meal upon arrival. Little did they anticipate encountering such peril. Now, weary, famished, and parched, none dared to consume anything found in the wild. Ji Tianwu flashed a smile at Chen Fan, obediently following Chen Fan as they located a relatively defensible cliff's edge to rest. Zhao Yi and the others trailed behind to recuperate as well. With minimal prior interaction, they at least recognized that the two possessed formidable strength and would likely protect them in times of danger. Chen Fan stood frozen, his anger surging, his eyelids twitching. In the fervor of youth, despite receiving various educations, he could not suppress his ire. He could hardly tolerate Chen Fan's demeanor. In a fit of rage, he charged toward him, snarling, "Were we not in the wilderness, I would challenge you to a duel. Best behave yourself from now on. Ji Tianwu is not some hideous creature for you to covet." He unleashed his fury upon Chen Fan without restraint. This was the wild, with no teacher present. He believed he could intimidate a mere freshman who had just begun to explore the Bitter Sea realm. Chen Fan cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed, dismissing him entirely. Ji Tianwu felt compelled to intervene, her voice icy as she retorted, "Chen Fan, I have known him since childhood. Our bond is profound. Before you insult him, you ought to consider your own standing. If we were to fight together, you would be no match for us." Her response was a forceful counter. Chapter 18. Dare to step forward for battle? He has slain an elite-level monster. Witnessing Chen Fan's combat prowess, Zhao Yi, Yu Linghai, and Qian Kuan exchanged disbelieving glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Chen Fan was undoubtedly courting his own demise. Whether he could contend with an elite-level creature was uncertain, but Chen Fan could eliminate one with ease. How audacious of him to come here and act superior, as if he were of any significance. Hearing Ji Tianwu's words, Zhao Yi felt his heart sink. Having transformed into a red-faced monster, did he truly remain steadfast? Was it truly that enviable? Were women so gullible? A new competitor equated to an additional threat for Chen Fan. He watched with a sardonic expression as events unfolded. Unlike Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan, who admired Ji Tianwu yet harbored no intentions of rivalry, he felt no jealousy. Particularly as he observed her unwavering commitment and admiration for Chen Fan. He respected Ji Tianwu. For many women, should Chen Fan adopt such a demeanor, they would not continue to linger by his side. Chen Fan, however, was unconcerned with their thoughts. Enraged by Ji Tianwu's declaration, he directed his ire at Chen Fan, coldly stating, "Boy, do not hide behind a woman. If you possess courage, step forward and fight." The revelation of Ji Tianwu's affections for Chen Fan was intolerable, a profound affront to his pride. Moreover, Chen Fan had audaciously taken her away, ignoring him entirely. It was evident he held him in disdain. Chen Fan regarded him with indifference, saying, "If you were a demon, you would already be dead. What right do you have to prattle on? Instead of wasting energy here, consider how to survive until you reach Shadow City." He felt no envy or jealousy. It was merely the bluster of a child, not the actions of a true avenger. The faces of his 36 family members perpetually revolved in his mind, an indelible reminder. Dead? How laughable. Even among those of the Golden Bridge realm, none would dare speak of killing me. Ignorant and fearless. I shall show you the vast gulf that separates us. Stand up. His fury caused his golden hair to stand on end as he pointed at Chen Fan. Eager for a battle, Chen Fan, weary of the confrontation, his eyes glinting with cold light, replied, "Fighting among humans is utterly pointless. How about this? Let us find an elite-level monster and see who can slay it." His words, indifferent yet provocative, sought to reveal the true extent of their disparity. Yet, he showed no inclination to rise. As his words echoed, the students surrounding the boulder turned to witness the spectacle, their expressions awash with shock. They had never imagined a student who had just embarked on the bitter sea journey would dare to challenge an elite monster. Chen Fan, a genuine Golden Bridge realm practitioner, could barely contend with an elite creature. Was he not courting death? Only Zhao Yi and his companions understood that Chen Fan had sufficient confidence to utter such a challenge. Ji Tianwu was also aware of Chen Fan's strength and his willingness to face a fight. However, Chen Fan remained oblivious to this and feared engaging an elite monster. Most humans would be doomed when facing beings of equivalent rank, and he certainly did not believe Chen Fan possessed the capability to conquer an elite creature, suspecting instead that he was employing a tactic to provoke him into recklessness. Thus, he coldly retorted, "Nonsense. You wish for me to risk my life against an elite creature? Dream on. If you are cowardly, then step aside from Tianwu." He refrained from further declarations of battle, appearing weak. In response, Chen Fan shook his head, disdainfully turning his gaze elsewhere. Proposing a method, yet lacking the courage to accept it, revealed his inner trepidation. His combat prowess was undoubtedly lacking. Ji Tianwu, equally exasperated, clung to his arm, ignoring Chen Fan entirely. Yuling Hai, unable to tolerate the spectacle any longer, murmured, "On the way here, he already dispatched an elite-level fire departure tree demon. If you do not believe me, go check. Its remains lie 500 meters ahead." He gestured toward the direction of the fire departure tree demon. Zhao Yi, wanting to silence him, found no justification to do so. His words rendered the area around the boulder silent, eyes wide with astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Few had anticipated that the reticent Chen Fan had indeed slain an elite monster. It was known that even those in the Golden Bridge realm felt trepidation and dared not contend with such creatures. Yet he had done it. Was it true? It seemed implausible. Yet, an outsider's confident assertion compelled belief. Chen Fan's eyes blinked rapidly, momentarily at a loss for words. The truth of Chen Fan's capabilities was undeniable. He was not merely speaking recklessly. Here he stood, a Golden Bridge realm practitioner, overshadowed by someone else. Slaying elite creatures was akin to myth for fresh recruits, inconceivable. Even Lin Yu, the most formidable student seated at the pinnacle, cast his gaze upon Chen Fan, his eyes flickering with curiosity. At that moment, four figures appeared in the distant sky, clutching students and swiftly approaching. As they drew nearer, Chen Fan recognized them as the school's four instructors. Their expressions were grim, their eyes clouded with sorrow. Upon landing on the mountaintop, they surveyed the scene, seemingly counting the survivors. Many students rose to their feet, some bloodied, others missing limbs, and some lay motionless on the ground. All eyes turned toward the teachers. Guchen stepped forward, his voice heavy with gravity. "We did not foresee an ambush by a horde of elite-level Rift Sky Eagles, resulting in the loss of 106 students. They were the nascent sun, the new champions stepping onto the battlefield, the future of humanity. Yet, they are forever interred in this land. Let us observe a moment of silence for them." The harsh reality of the battlefield struck the remaining students with profound intensity. Chen Fan took a deep breath, hearing the harrowing numbers of death, which felt unbearably cruel. He recalled the morning when they were spirited youths, only to become lifeless corpses by noon. The transformation had occurred far too swiftly. His great-grandfather had remarked that this was the worst of times, and indeed it was. Countless predecessors had sacrificed themselves, forging a defensive bastion with their flesh and blood in order to survive in such an era. Among them were 36 family members. Vengeance must be sought. The crowd bowed their heads in unison, paying homage to those who would forever rest in this place. A minute later, Teacher Kai Ji's voice resonated. "Death may perhaps offer us a form of liberation. For those of you who have survived, your battle has merely begun. Since you have lived, you must shed the last drop of your blood for the future of humanity. Several captains among you have performed admirably. leading the charge in organizing resistance and preserving the remnants of life. Here, we, the four of us, extend our gratitude to you. After finishing, they bowed to the assembly. As a teacher, not leading them out of Taiping City felt somewhat like a dereliction of duty. Chen Fan understood they were facing Ji Tianwu and her companions. Once the bowing concluded, Xian Li stepped forward, coldly stating, "Among you, there are more than 10 individuals who disregarded their classmates' lives for their own escape. Such hearts deserve punishment. Should you be sent to the front lines, it would surely result in even more horrifying consequences. Remain here and face your own demise. Let you experience the despair and cruelty of being abandoned." The rest were reminded, "We are human beings, fighting for the continuity of our kind. We must stand together and support one another to carry our legacy forward." This statement reverberated through all the students. They exchanged glances, seeking out those selfish souls who had abandoned their classmates in pursuit of self-preservation. Chapter 19. Fusion with Super Titanium or Mutation. Chen Fan had not anticipated that although the teachers were in the sky, they were fully aware of the situation. Selfishness is inherent to human nature. Especially in the face of life and death, the instinct to cling to life is a normal response. Even with the education instilled since childhood about the necessity of unity for survival, many still falter. However, punishment was indeed warranted. Zhao Yulinghai and Qian Kuan, if any one of them had chosen to flee at the opportune moment, none would have survived. Sticking together is undeniably advantageous. Among the crowd, someone knelt, weeping aloud. "Ah, I didn't want this. That was an elite-level monster. I can't defeat it. Forgive me, I don't want to perish alone. I've erred. I truly realize my mistakes. Don't abandon me." Each cry represented their undeniable act of forsaking their classmates. The students around them instinctively took a step back, unwilling to be associated with them. Though they pleaded repeatedly, no one paid them heed, their gazes filled with disdain. To defy the teacher's teachings must come at a cost. Ji Tianwu remarked bluntly from the side. She was obedient, willing to rescue others even at the risk of danger. Finally, Wu Donglu emerged, leaning on a cane, his voice brimming with excitement. "While some may be selfish, others have shone brightly, displaying remarkable prowess. Some have single-handedly slain elite-level creatures, which is truly commendable." His gaze traversed the crowd, landing on Chen Fan's face, filled with admiration. Zhao Yi, witnessing this, could not help but feel a chill in his eyes. He had not expected Chen Fan to become the object of praise. Once again, he found himself a mere observer. How could he catch Ji Tianwu's attention? He must devise a way to soar to new heights, to earn her respect. The others, oblivious to the identity of the praised, exchanged glances and began to speculate. Who is that? So formidable? To slay an elite-level creature now, their future achievements are boundless. I wonder who they are. I'd like to befriend them for added security in life. Alas, I envy them. I can only avoid low-level monsters. The one who just challenged Chen Fan, annihilating an elite-level creature. Could it be true? In that moment, admiration surged, and all eyes converged on Chen Fan. They noted the slight reddening of his skin, evident proof of the price he had paid. Chen Fan felt unfazed. Killing the fire-leaving tree demon was primarily a test of his swordplay. Furthermore, it was a means to avenge his family, collecting a fraction of interest. Merely an elite-level creature. His ambitions soared far beyond that. The teacher did not reveal the identity of the victor. Kai Ji glanced at the sky and addressed the gathered students. "Do not dwell on it. The aircraft from Shadowhunter City to retrieve us is arriving shortly. Aside from those kneeling, the rest should prepare to board." As her words landed, many students turned their gaze towards the southern sky. Indeed, they observed a small black dot steadily enlarging in the distance. In less than a minute, it approached them. 4 skilled individuals seized hold of them, landing directly at the edge of a massive boulder. Chen Fan realized that the teachers had likely notified Shadowhunter City long before, dispatching an aircraft for their retrieval, accompanied by 4 formidable experts. Grasping the edge of the boulder, he reclined once more, preparing to allow them to board first while he ascended last. He had no desire to cut in line. Just as he settled down, a voice echoed in his mind. "Fusion with Super Titanium or detected, enhances bone strength, capable of withstanding metal collisions. Requires 10,000 fusion points." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes widened in bewilderment, his entire being engulfed in a state of confusion. 10,000 fusion points, just like that? Could it truly be so exaggerated? However, upon further reflection, his heart raced. Fusion of elite-level monster abilities required merely 1,000 points. Now, the Super Titanium or demanded 10,000, a tenfold increase. Undoubtedly indicative of far greater benefits. It seemed prudent to regularly touch mountains and rivers, in hopes of discovering more potential for fusion. His expression shifted rapidly. Ji Tianwu perceived this and grew concerned, asking, "What's wrong?" Is your body experiencing issues again? No, I'm just fatigued. Chen Fan felt a jolt of alarm, sensing his excitement had been discerned, and quickly denied it. The next moment, he saw Ji Tianwu's face illuminate with shock and awe, unable to restrain herself from asking, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "You're recovering. The redness on your face is gradually fading. You're returning to normal." Witnessing her nearly leap with joy, tears glistening in her eyes, it was as if Chen Fan's recovery brought her greater happiness than her own. Recovered? Chen Fan was taken aback, quickly glancing at his left hand. Indeed, the vibrant red had faded significantly, almost returning to its normal hue. A smile spread across his face. It appeared that the process of fusion with all things required a period of adaptation. Wasn't recovery a blessing? "Let us go. We must board the aircraft. We cannot afford to linger here." A weight lifted from his heart, no longer needing to worry about potential issues with fusion. Should there be any, it would be fleeting. Ji Tianwu stood and gazed towards the aircraft. The thunderous sound of the massive propeller was deafening. 8 teachers appeared to be conversing comfortably, seemingly engaged in discussions about the day's unforeseen events. Ji Tianwu grabbed Chen Fan's arm, saying, "Let us move. There aren't many left." Over 100 individuals boarded quickly, leaving only those who had abandoned their classmates behind. Chen Fan hesitated momentarily, refraining from merging immediately, and accompanied Ji Tianwu towards the aircraft. Upon reaching the plane, he instructed her to board first while he knelt on the ground, grasping a handful of soil with his left hand and bringing it to his nose. His right hand, meanwhile, made contact with a stone. The system's prompt resonated once more, indicating the availability of fusion with the ultra-titanium ore. As Ji Tianwu boarded the aircraft, he noticed a teacher approaching and urgently commanded himself, "Fuse." In the next instant, the earth erupted in waves of earthy yellow light, ultimately converging at the tip of Chen Fan's right index finger. It felt as though he had absorbed the quintessence of the entire land into his being. In that fleeting moment, the flora lost their anchor and began to plummet earthward. Kai Ji, Xian Li, Gu Chun, and Wu Donglu stumbled as well, descending towards the ground. However, being experts, they radiated golden light, their holy lotus powers flaring to support their falling forms. Chen Fan was taken aback. After absorbing the ultra-titanium ore, the towering boulder, over 100 meters high, had disintegrated into dust, dragging him downwards. Even with a sense of foreboding, he was unprepared for the sudden descent amidst a cloud of debris. Just as he was about to fall, Wu Donglu reacted swiftly, extending his cane to catch Chen Fan midair with his holy lotus, and with a deft motion, he propelled Chen Fan to the airplane's door. Ji Tianwu, who had just entered, was nearly frightened out of her wits, about to rush back to save him. However, upon seeing him emerge, her anxiety transformed into relief as she quickly approached him, inquiring, "Are you all right? Were you injured? Why did the boulder suddenly turn to dust? Were there any strange creatures?" When others boarded, the massive rock stood undisturbed, yet calamity struck when it came to Chen Fan. Chapter 20. The eccentricities of Shadowhunter City. Ji Tianwu's barrage of questions reflected the bewilderment of several nearby classmates, as well as the 8 instructors present. It was well known that the boulder had stood sentinel for decades, serving as a transit point, yet today it had inexplicably vanished, reduced to a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, the area transformed into a vast pit, with subterranean water gradually bubbling to the surface, as if some malevolent force had suddenly displaced the mountain, creating this immense chasm. Chen Fan was the sole individual privy to the truth, yet he chose to remain silent. He spoke hastily, "I do not know. I merely wish to take a handful of soil from my homeland as a keepsake. Who would have thought this would happen? Let us board and take our seats without delaying our journey." To avoid Ji Tianwu's relentless inquiries, he deftly shifted the topic. At this moment, it was indeed prudent for her to refrain from further probing, and she promptly took her seat. Outside, the instructors secured the cabin door and, in unison, harnessed their holy lotuses to initiate the aircraft's ascent. In the wilderness, devoid of a runway, the passenger plane would never have taken flight. Once a sufficient speed was attained, they could simply release their hold. The instructors, stationed around the aircraft, refrained from discussing the earlier peculiar incident, remaining vigilant against any potential threats from the surroundings. Fortunately, after over an hour of uneventful flight, Chen Fan and the others finally arrived at Shadowhunter City. Seated within the aircraft, Chen Fan felt his skeletal, muscular, and dermal structures continuously merging with the ultra-titanium ore. He could distinctly sense his strength and resilience rapidly escalating, a wave of delightful sensations washing over him. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber. Upon awakening from a brief nap, he was jolted awake by the turbulence of the aircraft. Opening his eyes, he beheld the city below. At first glance, he almost thought he was mistaken. The city walls towered 100 meters high, adorned with numerous skyscrapers. Yet, There was no vibrant color, no intricate ornamentation, and certainly no reflective glass. Everything was rendered in the most primal shade of gray. The buildings were gray, the streets gray, giving the impression of a vast, desolate city. As they drew closer, Chen Fan's gaze fell upon the objects suspended outside the city walls, and he was instantaneously struck with shock, nearly leaping from his seat. Ji Tianwu, sensing his muscles tense and his heart race, glanced outside as well, equally aghast. Even a fleeting glimpse as the aircraft entered the city's confines left her pale-faced. Having never ventured beyond Peace City, this was a wholly new experience for her. Oh heavens, what are those on the city walls? They appear to be various corpses. She exclaimed. I thought I was mistaken, but it seems you too have seen the countless bodies. Some are entirely golden, others gray, grotesque in appearance. It's terrifying. This city lacks any protective barrier. What if monstrous beings from the myriad races invade? What shall we do? Before they could exchange further words, their classmates in front could no longer contain their discussions. Chen Fan turned to Ji Tianwu, noticing her ashen countenance, unmistakably indicating it was her first encounter with such a sight. Swallowing hard, he remarked, those are human corpses. Why are they not buried with dignity? To leave them hanging on the city walls is a profound disrespect. Having lived 2 lives, he understood deeply the human custom of returning the dead to the earth. Yet, the city's overseers had chosen to suspend their remains on the walls, seemingly affixed by some means, an act he found utterly incomprehensible. Ji Tianwu echoed his sentiments. I too do not understand. Our teachers have never mentioned this. Could there be some purpose behind it? Her eyes mirrored his confusion, both grappling with the enigma. As discussions among their classmates meandered without resolution, the aircraft came to a halt in front of a large building's courtyard. The 8 instructors disembarked, awaiting the students' exit. Once everyone had alighted, they discovered 3 large buses waiting ahead. Kai Ji, maneuvering her wheelchair forward, addressed the gathering. Welcome, students, to Shadowhunter City. Your safe arrival signifies the completion of our mission. I hope that in the days to come, you will strive with all your might for the future of humanity. May you survive on the battlefield and vanquish the invading myriad races. Her gaze meticulously swept across each student, as if to engrave their faces in her memory. Nearby, Wu Donglu adjusted his silver mask, saying farewell. I hope you all return to us unscathed. Leaning on his cane, he turned slightly, not wishing the students to witness his sorrow. Xianli waved to the group, stating, you are the hope of humanity. Strive hard, and do not let us down. Until we meet again. There are still over a dozen students outside waiting for us to take back to Peace City. He turned, looking northward, preparing to depart. Though he claimed to abandon the students, his thoughts lingered on them. Good Chun, limping on one leg, declared, I shall not return to Peace City. I sense my time is near. I will serve as a guardian, shining my final light. His irreversible injuries rendered recovery impossible, leading to his decision. Kai Ji regarded him intently, saying, you have made your choice. We shall not intervene. I hope to hear of true talents rising. Turning away, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Years of camaraderie, a heart entwined. How could she not feel sorrow? Take care. Wu Donglu patted his shoulder, rising to leave. Xianli shook his hand, a silent understanding passing between them. Colleagues, comrades, parting ways. They did not wish to witness him suffer to death. Perhaps, being a guardian was his ultimate fate. Observing the teacher's farewell, an inexplicable sense of loneliness welled up within Chen Fan. Arriving in a wholly unfamiliar world, everything, save for his fellow classmates, felt alien. To survive in such an environment, one must exert greater effort. The once glorious legacy of the family will be no more. Beside him, Ji Tianwu instinctively linked her arm with his, seeking a semblance of security. Farewell, teacher. Lin Yu suddenly called out, demonstrating remarkable adaptability. Farewell, teacher. Farewell, teacher. With one person leading, the rest of the students echoed the sentiment, bidding farewell to the educator who had guided them for many years. Generations come and go, and apart from family, they have spent more time with their teachers. Chen Fan watched as Wu Donglu departed, reminding himself to engrave his 2 interventions in his heart. After the teacher's departure, Good Chun and 4 other instructors remained, and the atmosphere gradually settled. One of them, a corpulent woman weighing around 500 pounds, twisted her ample body, standing at the forefront. Although her appearance was robust, none of the students dared to underestimate or scorn her. Having witnessed her formidable combat prowess on the way here, which belied her seemingly unwieldy frame. Her voice was crisp and melodious. Students, welcome to Shadowhunter City. My name is Gu Xinyue, and I am the Deputy City Lord. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. Clearing her throat, she outlined the layout of Shadowhunter City. The building behind her was the dormitory prepared for them, fully equipped with daily necessities. Directly opposite was the Legislative Hall, responsible for the city's daily affairs. To the east of the Legislative Hall was the Task Hall, where tasks could be accepted, with rewards given upon completion, encouraging individuals to strive for growth. To the west were the exchange hall and trading hall, where valuable items could be exchanged. She also mentioned that the city had 6 squares, where any disputes could be resolved in the arena, with private brawls strictly prohibited. Notably, she highlighted the southeastern corner of Shadowhunter City, known as the Criminal Corner, advising against unnecessary interaction to avoid complications. Having concluded her introduction, she expressed hope that they would abide by the city's rules. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Yu was the first to inquire. Teacher, may I ask why there are corpses on the walls outside the city? Chapter 21. Death may fade, but bones endure, even in death. There is no regret, an unexpected turn of events. Lin Yu's question resonated with the silent curiosity shared by all the students present. The internal structure of the city could be gradually discovered, but the eerie corpses outside were indeed shocking. Chen Fan perked up, suppressing his own inquiries about the criminals. The smile and pride on the fat woman's face instantly transformed into solemn respect. Pointing outside, she exclaimed loudly, "You all wish to know the situation, do you not?" Seeing all the students nod, she casually swept her long hair behind her ear and spoke in a low voice. "Those corpses are the noblest sacrifice of humanity, as well as the most helpless choice. They stand as witnesses to our weakness. Each individual is a true hero, a master in their own right. Death may come, but their bones endure. Even in death, there is no regret. Their remains are offered to protect humanity within the city from the encroachment of darkness, serving as a formidable barrier against the Night Tribe, Shadow Tribe, and Ghost Tribe. Making such a choice demands immense willpower and a spirit of self-sacrifice. In their final moments, they condensed all their cultivation into their bones, embedding a shred of murderous intent within the city walls. The strength of technology cannot withstand the invasion of myriad races. Humanity can only cope in this manner. Likewise, if humanity were not weak, why would such defenses be necessary? Just their reputation alone could make them cower in fear. Therefore, students, the safe haven we enjoy today has been purchased with the blood and bones of our predecessors. Let us strive to expel the myriad races and honor the sacrifices of those who came before us." At her words, the entire venue fell silent. In their previous studies, they had read about blood and flesh forging celestial barriers, believing it to be merely about sacrifice. Now they understood that it was not just about shedding blood. Even the remains were unleashing their final power. So much had been sacrificed for the continuation of humanity. Chen Fan felt a profound sense of shock. Reflecting on those who had given everything, they were the true heroes, fearlessly fighting even beyond death. His own level of understanding seemed woefully inadequate in comparison. He had been preoccupied with familial grievances, but his thoughts began to shift. Ji Tianwu, beside him, silently shed tears, moved by the greatness of their predecessors. For a moment, the students on the playground appeared despondent. After a long pause, the woman spoke again. "There is no need for sorrow. As long as you dedicate yourselves to expelling the myriad races in the future, you will honor the sacrifices of our forebears. When the time comes, allowing them to rest in peace will be even better, won't it?" With this, the mood among the students gradually began to lift. Expel the myriad races. Restore peace to the people, and let our predecessors rest. Lin Yu indeed exhibited some leadership qualities, leading the charge and rallying the students to chant the slogan. Chen Fan remained silent, acutely aware that he could not aspire to such greatness. Whether he would live to see that day was still uncertain. Beside the deputy city lord stood a muscular man clad in a vest, his physique reminiscent of a powerful gorilla, who suddenly pressed down with both hands, barking, "You're young, yet your ambitions are grand. Let us see if you can achieve them. If there are no further issues, all of you may enter the dormitory and find your rooms. Starting tomorrow, I will commence a 3-day intensive training session, teaching you a set of wind/techniques and the swift tiger steps. Of course, if you have a strong family background and notable achievements, you may opt out of attending the classes and head directly to the task hall." His tone was even more straightforward and commanding. Chen Fan furrowed his brow at this. Regarding family heritage, he should not be lacking. However, with his family gone, the legacy had not been passed down. He considered learning from this instructor instead. Yet, one question lingered in his mind, prompting him to raise his hand and ask, "Teacher, may I inquire about what constitutes a criminal?" Not clarifying this matter would leave lingering doubts in his heart, spurring him to seek understanding. The imposing instructor's gaze swept over him as he replied gravely, "There are generally 2 types of criminals. One is the descendants of those who surrendered to the myriad races and became their subordinates. Though they are human, they cannot shed the stigma attached to them. The other type consists of offspring born from unions with myriad race beings. Although they are humanoid, they retain many abnormal talents." His explanation brought clarity to Chen Fan, who realized that they were essentially the progeny of traitors. Even if they themselves had done nothing wrong, they would not be trusted. Most importantly, their reputation was poor, and no one would wish to associate with them too closely. The others nodded in understanding, grasping the reasons behind it. I am Feng Xiong. Do you have any further questions? If not, return to your dormitory and join the new student training camp. Remember, each person gets a room to themselves. The robust man truly lived up to his name. None. Disperse. With Feng Xiong's booming command, the multitude of students made their way toward the building behind them. After a morning filled with trepidation, many new students were exhausted and looked forward to resting well. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, surrounded by golden light. A clear voice rang out. Who is the escorting teacher? Why must the amalgamated beast tribe be utterly destroyed? I have left a trial ground for mastering the sword technique. Upon hearing the voice, the students turned in unison to see the speaker, a stunning beauty clad in a flowing green dress, wielding a crystal sword, her charming face tinged with a hint of menace. Her figure was graceful and her beauty unparalleled, akin to a white lotus quietly unfurling its petals. Her gaze fell upon Guchun, imbued with palpable discontent. The eyes of numerous young men sparkled with interest. A stunning beauty, she exuded a mature charm distinctly different from Ji Tianwu's ethereal elegance. While Ji Tianwu donned armor and possessed a petite stature that did not align with the aesthetic preferences of some, this girl was a true lady. Most importantly, she was evidently a formidable sacred Lotus Realm cultivator, a level above Ji Tianwu. She seemed to embody an array of virtues. A celestial prodigy. Guchun furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Are you addressing me? Our teacher is far too occupied with saving lives to concern himself with the annihilation of the amalgamation monsters." His words were laced with displeasure, reflecting the insufferable arrogance of a younger generation. At that moment, Guxinhua interjected, saying, "Leonor, do not be rude. He is a protector, tasked with the vital role of nurturing the talents of Haunted Shadow City. Apologize." Clearly, as her senior, she felt entitled to reprimand him. Leonor stomped her foot in frustration, pouting as she addressed Guchun, "I'm sorry." Then turning to her mother, she continued, "Mom, the amalgamation monsters are truly gone. They were all slain by the sword wielders. I had intended to practice my sword techniques, but it turned out to be a wasted trip. The only individuals who passed by were from Taiping City. Could it have been the newcomers? I refused to believe it." Although she had apologized, her defiance lingered, yearning for her mother to seek justice. Guxinhua, her robust frame turning towards Guchun, said, "I apologize, Teacher Gu. Leonor has been spoiled by me. However, she is indeed a prodigy, exceptionally talented in swordsmanship. Did you truly not slay the amalgamation monsters? We had an agreement not to exterminate them, as they serve as a means for our young disciples to refine their new techniques." As both a mother and the vice lord of Haunted Shadow City, she sought an explanation. Guchun's brow furrowed deeply as he replied, "Are we not aware of the regulations? We would never breach them." No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out from the crowd. "I know who exterminated them. Chen Fan. Step forward and face the consequences alone." Chapter 22. Competing for Talent, Distribution Plan. As the voice echoed, the eyes of 5 teachers, Leonor, and many students converged upon Zhao Yi. Following his gaze, they found Chen Fan, whose skin glowed faintly red, white hair curling, an expression calm as he stood among the students. Zhao Yi's face radiated with smug satisfaction. Sensing that Chen Fan had wronged Leonor and would surely face relentless trouble, thus relieving his own pent-up frustration, Ji Tianwu, upon hearing this, shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "At the time, you 3 were trapped and exhausted. We charged in to rescue you. Who could have known the amalgamation monsters were untouchable? As creatures of the myriad races, they were deemed worthy of extermination. What was wrong with that?" She did not wish for Chen Fan to endure unjust treatment. Her words inadvertently confirmed the fact that Chen Fan had indeed obliterated the amalgamation monster horde. Zhao Yi's face displayed shock. How could Ji Tianwu side with him? Yet, he refrained from further comments, reveling in the fact that Chen Fan was in trouble. He remained oblivious to the fact that Yuling Hai and Qian Kuan had subtly distanced themselves, unwilling to be associated with a backstabber. This person, who had saved his life, had turned around to betray him. Chen Fan, caught in the gaze of many, let out a sigh. Was it truly wrong to eliminate a horde of amalgamation monsters? Or was there some clandestine agreement between them and the myriad races? A discussion was imperative. Stepping forward slowly, he declared indifferently, "I did it. What of it?" His tone was assertive as he faced Leonor. The surrounding students directed their complex gazes towards him, murmurs rising. "No way. He is a newcomer and he wiped out an entire horde? How incredible. I've seen amalgamation monsters. They are bizarre and their attacks are unfathomable. How could he have killed them all? I just saw him break through to the bitter sea this morning, and his combat prowess has soared to such heights. Truly a genius. I heard he even killed an elite-level fire dryad. They whispered amongst themselves, careful not to speak too loudly. The Vice Lord, Feng Xiong, along with Guchun and the other teachers, approached Chen Fan, their expressions filled with disbelief as they scrutinized him from head to toe. Leonard's delicate voice suddenly cut through. You just awakened your bitter sea? And you killed over 100 amalgamation monsters? Is that true? Use all your strength and attack me with a single strike. She was clearly unconvinced and eager to test his abilities. Nonsense. Vice Lord Gu Xinhua reprimanded. Then turned to Chen Fan, asking, You are a newcomer? Did you truly handle it all by yourself? No one assisted you? She too was skeptical that anyone could surpass her daughter in talent. Guchen suddenly interjected, You are quite impressive, growing rapidly. I shall protect you henceforth. He had seemingly developed an inclination to guide him through the world. There was no need to inquire further. It was undoubtedly true. Feng Xiong, with his robust physique, leaned closer to examine Chen Fan and abruptly raised his head, addressing Guchun. You old rascal, are you not being honest? He must be the reason you're not leaving, isn't. Clearly, he is a prodigy. Then turning to Chen Fan, he said, Kid, I see your bones are sturdy, your skin reflects a metallic sheen. You must have practiced some form of martial arts. Come learn from me. I assure you will be able to contend with the myriad races. He boldly attempted to claim Chen Fan as his disciple. A nearby sword-wielding teacher, after careful observation, chimed in, Haven't you heard? He used a sword to slay a horde of amalgamation monsters. He should learn swordsmanship from me. Silence. I see his steps are steady. His foundation solid, and he moves soundlessly. He should study movement techniques with me. The intelligence department requires him. The final speaker, a slender man clad in a black bodysuit and a conical hat, asserted. Zhao Yi, upon hearing their words, felt as though he had swallowed 100 flies. Disgusted and nauseated, he had initially planned to create trouble for Chen Fan, yet unexpectedly, several teachers were now vying for him. The other students looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy. As a genius, he had directly captured the attention of the teachers, seemingly unconcerned about the slaughter of the amalgamation monsters. Who wouldn't he desire such treatment? Especially Lin Yu, who was striving to impress in hopes of gaining the teacher's favor, now found himself overshadowed by Chen Fan, the destroyer. It was evident he had exterminated an entire race, a feat that showcased his ruthlessness. Ji Tianwu, who had been exceedingly worried, now beamed with delight. As long as Chen Fan received guidance from the teachers, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights, emerging as a formidable force. Her future concerns for him were alleviated. His potential knew no bounds. Amidst this mix of joy and despair, Chen Fan stared wide-eyed in innocence, initially believing he was about to engage in a verbal spar with them to reason his case. To his astonishment, the teachers were outright competing for him. Guchun, Feng Xiong, the hat-wearing man, and the swordsman each represented different factions. The Vice Lord stood by, smacking her lips, aware that no one would pursue the matter of the amalgamation monsters. How could one pursue a genius for an unintentional mistake? As long as he was a prodigy, the trivial matter of a race's extermination was inconsequential. Besides, it was merely one horde. If necessary, another could easily be found. She quietly warned her daughter, Leonard, do not act recklessly. If it is indeed true, he must be an extraordinary genius of the human race, and countless individuals will surely rise to protect him. Fearing that his daughter may be implicated and offend the four masters, he hesitates. Although their strength may be lacking, their influence is profound. With a plethora of disciples scattered across the world, it is likely that a few possess formidable abilities. I understand this. Yet I am eager to witness the extent of his genius. Has he truly entered the sea of suffering, annihilating an entire clan? I remain skeptical. She feels somewhat discontented, believing that Chen Fan is merely boasting, attributing others' faults to himself. Each individual harbors their own thoughts, and Chen Fan finds himself at a loss as to which master to follow. After some contemplation, he declares, I am uncertain of my talents, but I will learn alongside you all, one day for each of you. Let me be clear, however, that the city of shadow hunters is not my ultimate destination. I aspire to venture beyond the borders. He opts for a compromise, choosing to learn from everyone without favoring any one individual. Furthermore, he explicitly states that his final goal is undoubtedly to venture forth and slay enemies beyond the borders. Very well, they agree, with lofty aspirations. Acquiring an additional self-defense skill is certainly not a loss. Feng Xiong readily assents, expressing that as long as the knowledge is passed on, he need not concern himself with the rest. Guchun nods and adds, I hope you can journey beyond the borders and witness the prowess of the myriad races, driving them all away. I wish to see that in my lifetime. He reflects on his own irreversible injuries, yearning for a day of recovery. The swordsman furrows his brow slightly and states, one day with each of you may not suffice. To master my sword techniques, one must venture forth and slay the myriad creatures, Only then can one truly refine their skills. The man in the conical hat concurs, saying, indeed. Mine too cannot be mastered without operating under extreme conditions. They are in disagreement regarding the 1 day per master arrangement, as it lacks a systematic approach to learning. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan furrows his brow in contemplation. After some thought, he suggests, in that case, you may decide amongst yourselves how many days to study, establishing a sequence to avoid delaying the learning of other students. His words address the sentiments of both classmates and teachers, ensuring that he does not overlook others. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiong gazes at him thoughtfully, waves his hand, and instructs, everyone, please go inside and rest well. You've been busy all morning. The cafeteria is in the basement. He then turns to Chen Fan and adds, share your contact information with me, and you should also rest. We need to discuss how to ensure fairness. Chapter 23, the cafeteria's exquisite ingredients and the task hall. The 4 masters convene for a small meeting regarding a single student. Such special treatment undoubtedly incites envy among others. Naturally, it evokes a plethora of jealousy. For instance, Lin Yu, who previously would not have given Chen Fan a second glance, now regards him as a target to suppress. As the perennial top student among newcomers, how could he allow someone to usurp his position? Similarly, Chen Fan perceives him as a fraud. How could one from the Sea of Suffering possibly surpass those in the Golden Bridge realm? In humanity, there is no notion of fighting beyond one's level. And then there's Zhao Yi, frustrated at his own failures, plotting for another opportunity. Each individual harbors their own thoughts as they enter the building amidst a cacophony of murmurs. I thought we were facing serious trouble. Yet he receives special attention from 4 masters. How envious. Who could have anticipated that? Out of 27 in the Golden Bridge realm, they would choose one from the Sea of Suffering? Did he somehow secure a backdoor entry? Unfamiliar with the surroundings, how could he have done so? However, I have heard that 36 of his relatives perished in battle. Perhaps someone is secretly supporting him? Enough speculation. Can one who has slain over 100 stitched monsters in the Sea of Suffering truly expect special treatment? Can those in the Golden Bridge realm achieve the same? Various envious remarks and covetous gazes glimmer upon Chen Fan. Only Ji Tianwu expresses genuine joy, gleefully linking her arm with his and exclaiming, congratulations, brother Fan. You've received preferential treatment. 4 masters are vying for you. How impressive, my brother Fan. Her petite frame nearly drapes over Chen Fan's arm, her eyes sparkling with endless admiration. It is purely coincidental. I was merely comprehending sword techniques. Let us go find a room to drop off our belongings and grab a meal. Chen Fan remains indifferent to the attention, focusing instead on replenishing his energy. For he possesses a card with 36 million federal coins, which can be used to procure many fine items, all to be integrated into his body to swiftly enhance his strength. The 2 of them, avoiding conflict with others, select a nearby residence, input their DNA to unlock the password, and deposit their luggage. After freshening up and changing into comfortable attire, they step out, invigorated. The cafeteria in the basement is far more modest than his previous school. However, it offers processed meat from various monstrous races and nutritious herbal porridge. Humanity has inherited one of its primal instincts, eating, consuming the non-toxic raw, roasting the mildly toxic, and stewing the truly poisonous, coupled with an endless cycle of hatred. As the myriad creatures feast upon humans, so too do humans retaliate by consuming them. Of course, the Bone Clan, Ghost Clan, Blood Clan, Shadow Clan, and others are not palatable. Other plant and animal sources, however, are essential. Brother Fan, let us also partake in the meat. It is a form of vengeance. She has dined with her masters before, thus it is not unfamiliar to her. Chen Fan, having experienced similar meals brought home by his parents and uncles, immediately recalls the loved ones of his past upon seeing the colorful, glistening dishes. Let us eat, he declares solemnly. The 2 order a generous portion of swordbone pig leg accompanied by drunken bamboo rice, costing them 120 federal coins, a considerable expense. Yet, regular consumption can augment one's strength. The pork can bolster a bit of power and true energy, while the drunken bamboo rice can fortify resolve. It qualifies as exquisite fare. Delicious. I hope that one day we can feast on dragon liver and phoenix gall together. Chen Fan chews vigorously, as if avenging his kin, casually remarking. Seeing his fervor, Ji Tianwu finds it amusing. She picks a piece of meat and places it in his bowl, saying, if it's tasty, then eat plenty. Are you tired? If not, shall we explore the task hall? For her, there has been little exertion. Having just arrived at a new locale, she yearns to wander. Chen Fan, swallowing a piece of meat, mumbles, sure, let us just have a look. His primary goal lies in the trading hall, in case there are any good items to acquire. Strengthening himself swiftly to break through to the tenfold heaven gate is his true ambition. Excellent. With a goal in mind, our pace quickens considerably. In less than 10 minutes, they finish their meal. Rising from the underground cafeteria, they head towards the task hall located on the eastern side across the street. The streets are predominantly filled with martial artists. Although there are vehicles, they are seldom utilized, as sheer strength proves far more convenient. There are also some powerful individuals who have tamed formidable beasts as mounts, traversing freely, such as a symbol of status. Newcomers like them are certainly incapable of such feats. One must at least be a sacred Lotus Realm expert to subdue the myriad creatures, or expend vast wealth to flaunt their status. Along the way, they encounter hurried passers-by, some sporting horns, others trailing long tails, and still others adorned with fine scales. They have all been born into human society, learning its culture and possessing special wisdom. Unlike the myriad races malevolent beings, who initially only possessed the instinct to devour, these beings gradually developed intelligence. The sinners, due to their non-human bloodlines, are inherently more powerful than pure humans from birth. They grow at a rapid pace and possess unique combat prowess. Confronted by these individuals, Chen Fan could not help but feel a surge of curiosity, casting a few lingering glances. Ji Tianwu, wishing to avoid any trouble, hastily urged him along. Upon entering the mission hall, a cacophony of noise assaulted their senses. The space was teeming with people, an atmosphere thick with the essence of bloodshed, overwhelming to the uninitiated. Flanking the walls were 10 task display boards, perpetually cycling through a myriad of missions. They varied in complexity, classified into 5 levels: simple, difficult, legendary, hellish, and abyssal. Further divided into 3 realms for team-based and large-scale operations. Adjacent to the boards were QR codes, allowing downloads to communication devices for remote task acceptance. However, to claim rewards, one had to return to the mission hall to submit completed tasks. Rewards were dispensed in federal coins, ranging from a few hundred to several million. For instance, slaying the malevolent Knight of the Ghost Forest required one to be at the Golden Bridge realm and possess the Yin Yang Eye, with a reward of 3,000 federal coins. Exploring the misty jungle to create a detailed map or dispel the fog necessitated the Holy Lotus realm, offering 50,000 federal coins. Furthermore, an operation to eradicate the Swordgrass Prairie, which had adversely affected human agriculture, required a team of 10 to recover all crystalline stones. Chen Fan observed the tasks displayed, broadly categorized into 4 types: extermination, exploration, suppression, and capture. He found himself particularly inclined towards extermination and suppression, viewing them as a means to avenge his parents and kin. Of course, exploration held its allure as well, perhaps yielding unexpected rewards. As the two examined the tasks, an individual approached them, brandishing a peculiar map and inquiring, "Would you two be interested in a map? It details the surrounding areas of Shadowhunter City, Shadow City, and Shadow Extinction City, marking the activity ranges of myriad creatures. A special price of only 100 federal coins." The map seller was a diminutive young man, entirely cloaked in dark attire. Chen Fan considered the map invaluable. It would surely prevent them from losing their way during their adventures. Moreover, it provided a clear layout of the 3 cities encircling Peace City. Just as he was about to engage in the transaction, a burly man clad in a full suit of armor, wielding a gigantic round axe, bellowed, "You scoundrel! Don't swindle the newcomers here. You can download the online map and access it whenever you wish. Yours is not even real-time updated." Clearly familiar with the tricks of the trade, he turned to Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu. Upon hearing his words, Ji Tianwu prepared to pull Chen Fan away, wishing to disregard the swindler. Yet, Chen Fan harbored a different perspective. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I'll take one." He was acutely aware that signal reception could falter in the wild. When that occurred, would they really rely on intuition to find their way? If a ready-made solution was available, it was prudent to acquire a copy. The young man, initially intent on departing, now sparkled with renewed hope upon hearing Chen Fan's interest. "Thank you for your patronage. Rest assured, once you return to the city, the map will automatically update. This is a special paper I developed, embedded with a chip that can be upgraded." Despite being unable to discern the seller's gender, his skills were undeniably impressive, prompting Ji Tianwu to consider acquiring a copy as well. In the midst of this, the burly man who had spoken earlier remarked, "Newcomers are so presumptuous, always thinking others are out to deceive you." Frustrated by their apparent gullibility, he cursed under his breath, feeling that his goodwill had been mistaken for folly. Chen Fan merely shook his head, unperturbed. Ji Tianwu, eager to avoid complications, especially in unfamiliar territory, chose to endure the moment. After all, it would be unwise to engage in a brawl upon their arrival. With maps in hand, the duo traversed the mission hall, marveling at the array of fascinating tasks. After a considerable circuit, they downloaded the task system and exited through another passage, making their way to the trading hall across the way. This was the destination Chen Fan had eagerly anticipated. Unlike the trading methods employed in Peace City, which were predominantly online transactions, this venue was a bustling bazaar. It was divided into 3 tiers, showcasing a plethora of goods, with various enticing wares on display. Don't miss out. Freshly harvested horns from the Barbarian Bull clan. The perfect material for crafting curved blades. Step right up and take a look. 3rd tier low-grade Monkey Clan crystal cores, enhancing both true energy and agility. Bloodletting clearance. Dragoness Roar Grass, Phoenix Bloodflower, Sunfire Root. All exceptional herbs for alchemical concoctions. The air was filled with the clamor of voices. Each stall brimming with items that had been stored for ages, now brought forth for exchange or sale in federal coins. Chen Fan observed an assortment of beast horns, bones, herbs, elixirs, and weapons for sale, with prices determined by mutual agreement. As long as expectations were met, transactions were successfully concluded. In such a setting, skilled guardians were stationed to ensure order. No one dared to act recklessly. Theft would promptly result in lethal consequences. Chen Fan initially intended to trade for items to integrate into his body, but upon seeing his fusion points, he was rendered speechless. Before boarding the plane, he had exhausted all but 350 fusion points, insufficient for any worthwhile integration. Ji Tianwu, uncertain of her own needs, was captivated by the myriad offerings. Gazing curiously from side to side, after some time, they stumbled upon a feather, which upon inquiry, was claimed to be a phoenix feather. Both were skeptical. The Phoenix clan was a formidable lineage, with its members being exceedingly rare and seldom seen within human territories, let alone their feathers, which were likely to be counterfeit. Nonetheless, it was undeniably exquisite. Although Ji Tianwu was at the Golden Bridge realm, she was still a young girl, and she immediately took a liking to it. Asking the stall owner, "How much for this feather? Is it truly a phoenix feather?" The middle-aged man, his expression impassive, glanced at them and replied, "Little one, it would be of no use to you as newcomers. It is intended for crafting the 5-feather fan and other fire attribute weapons. 1 feather is 30,000 federal coins." To his surprise, he had discerned their identities at a glance and explicitly stated its irrelevance. Chen Fan speculated that perhaps it was indeed a genuine phoenix feather, or perhaps the vendor deemed them incapable of affording it, leading to such a statement. Scanning the stall, Chen Fan's gaze landed on a blood-red orb, resembling an inverted heart-shaped ruby. It was the size of a longan, smooth and lustrous. He crouched down, grasping it and feeling its intricate patterns, inquiring, "How much for this? Do you fancy it?" As soon as he spoke, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Fusion potential detected. A trace of Azure Dragon's blood, capable of enhancing blood power. Requires 3,000 fusion points. Startled by the system's announcement, Chen Fan nearly dropped the Azure Dragon's blood on the ground. He had never anticipated that such a red crystal contained a trace of Azure Dragon's essence. Just a mere trace required an astonishing 3,000 fusion points, equivalent to 1/3 of a super titanium ore. Such an exceptional item. He knew he couldn't fuse it at present, so he passed it to Ji Tianwu, simultaneously retrieving the phoenix feather to show her. "Look at this, do you like it?" he asked. As Ji Tianwu held the crimson orb, a smile graced her face as she remarked, "Wow, this is so beautiful. It feels like it could make a lovely pendant." The stall owner, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, interjected, "If you like that blood crystal, it's yours for 500, but the phoenix feather is unnecessary for you." Upon hearing his words, Chen Fan felt the vendor had misjudged the situation. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Fusion energy detected. Undying fire. To enhance the flame attribute, one must amalgamate a staggering 10,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, my heart raced with excitement. This must be the genuine feather of a phoenix. Otherwise, how could one possibly augment the energy of the undying fire? A mere drop of Azure Dragon's blood, valued at 30,000 Federation coins, is available for a paltry 500? Surely, I must have misjudged. However, once acquired, it would undoubtedly be given to Ji Tianwu, for I lack the capacity to fuse with it. Should it vanish unexpectedly, she would certainly be distressed. 30,000 Federation coins is no trifling sum. Even slaying elite-level monsters would require the defeat of 30 to amass such a quantity of crystal cores. Of course, their bones, horns, and other materials are equally valuable and can be sold. Weighing my options, I concluded that venturing out to hunt would be more beneficial. Not only could I acquire more, but I would also earn fusion points. Resolute in my decision, I vowed to explore the trading halls in other cities more thoroughly. Indeed, there are treasures to be found. I mused aloud. Heed the advice of others, and one shall feast. Thus, I resolved to procure the blood essence stone. Perhaps it could replenish vitality. I returned the feather to its original place, only to discover a tooth beside it. It appeared to be a fong, sharp at the tip and a foot long, gleaming in the light. I surmised that its owner must be a formidable creature. Intrigued, I picked it up, eager to hear the system's assessment. To my astonishment, I found that it could fuse with the bloodline of a Qiongqi, enhancing bloodline strength and fortifying the body, requiring only 1,000 fusion points. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, I felt that the Qiongqi was no match for the Azure Dragon. Its value likely does not stray far from that of the Fang. I casually inquired, "What kind of tooth is this? How much does it cost?" Men, after all, prefer more formidable trinkets. The vendor shot me a look of disdain and replied, "That is the canine tooth of a unicorn tiger, suitable for crafting daggers or flying knives. Effective at piercing protective auras. It is not merely a decorative item. 1,000 Federation coins. Do not squander it." The vendor, possessing a decent temperament, at least took the time to explain its origin and purpose. Yet, he seemed reluctant to sell it to me, as if he were concealing something precious. At his words, I increasingly felt that the Azure Dragon's blood was a gift. After some contemplation, I proposed, "In that case, I shall take this canine tooth. And the blood essence stone can be considered a complimentary gift?" Engaging in a bit of haggling, I managed to negotiate. "Very well, let us proceed with the transaction." The middle-aged vendor was not one to dally and readily agreed. Just as I was about to retrieve my black card, Ji Tianwu grasped my arm and declared, "I will handle the payment." With that, she activated her communicator's scanning code, facilitating the transfer to the vendor. 1,000 Federation coins were dispatched. I was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that in such a place, it was indeed unwise to reveal the existence of my black card. The crowd was a mixed bag. Who could tell what nefarious intentions lurked in the hearts of those nearby? Should someone harbor ill will, I would be utterly unprepared. It seemed prudent to bind my black card to my communicator upon my return for convenience in the future. "Brother Fan, you are quite the negotiator. This gem is so exquisite, why would it be given away?" After we departed, Ji Tianwu could not resist boasting. "Hurry, let us return." However, I was preoccupied, firmly grasping her arm as I led her out of the task hall. Chapter 25. The Blood Essence Stone Acquired. Fang Xiong's First Challenge. Ji Tianwu wore a perplexed expression. Though we had been enjoying ourselves, why did we leave so abruptly? Did he somehow run out of money? Or was there something ominous afoot? When Chen Fan suggested we depart, she did not object and followed suit. Our movements went unnoticed amidst the throngs entering and exiting the trading hall. Once we returned to the dormitory building, Chen Fan cast a vigilant glance over his shoulder before retreating into a corner to speak to her. While the value of the Blood Essence Stone may not rival that of the Phoenix Feather, it is undoubtedly worth more than this Qiongqi tooth. Under no circumstances should you reveal it in front of experts. During our journey, he remained silent, not once looking back. Only when we reached our territory did he whisper his revelation. "What?" Ji Tianwu gasped in astonishment, questioning, "How do you know it is more valuable? Was it truly a gift?" Both of us had just emerged from Taiping City, and Chen Fan had even less experience than she. How could he possibly know? Chen Fan gestured for silence, proclaiming, "I possess means to discern their worth. Although precious, that phoenix feather is far more suited to you. It is simply too costly and could easily attract unwanted attention. Now, let us dine, then return to rest. Tomorrow we shall see what we can learn." Seeing that no one was paying us heed, we quietly slipped into the basement cafeteria. It was only then that Ji Tianwu realized the true value of the gift bestowed upon her. Although the Fang was expensive, it paled in comparison. She promptly asserted, "Then, I shall give you the Blood Essence Stone. I want that Fang. After all, you are at a lower level than I, and could benefit more." As she spoke, she prepared to present the Blood Essence Stone. Chen Fan immediately shook his head, refusing it outright. After enjoying a sumptuous meal in the cafeteria, we returned to our dormitory on the 4th floor, under the gaze of several classmates. Let us return. The night in Shadow City will surely differ from that of Taiping City. Chen Fan bid farewell to Ji Tianwu, leaving the Azure Dragon's blood behind as he retreated to his room. Although it was still before 7 in the evening, the sun had already set. Gazing out the window, I could only see a sliver of white on the horizon, while the earth had nearly succumbed to darkness. The city's bustle was all but silenced. Though the streetlights glowed and many buildings cast their illumination, the vibrant neon lights and lively atmosphere were conspicuously absent. It felt as if, amidst the overwhelming darkness, only a few glimmers of light persisted, akin to candle flames flickering in the wind. The pedestrians hurried past, as if something sinister were about to emerge. The office building across the street was ablaze with light, yet it offered no hint of human presence. Nevertheless, certain sounds belonging to the night echoed from afar. Swish, 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 chirp, 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 roar, 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 howl. Creatures of myriad races emerged from their burrows, countless species stirring in the shadows. In a world devoid of sunlight, chaos reigned, and the slaughter had begun. Without a defensive shield, This world felt particularly perilous. Observing the outside world, I sensed a stark contrast to Taiping City. Tranquility, harmony, and vibrant luminosity, with a bustling thoroughfare, should be the symphony of city life. Yet, Shadow City was bereft of such. Instead, it was shrouded in dimness, cacophony, and frantic movement, as if it were perpetually on the brink of an assault from the dark world. After watching for a while, I ultimately did not hear the sounds of monsters crashing into the city, nor did I catch the noise of attacks on the city walls. It appeared that this human city, standing resilient upon the earth, was of no concern to the multitude of creatures. Surely, it is safe. I shall commence my meditation to enhance my strength. I seated myself cross-legged on the bed and initiated the foundational cultivation techniques. Instantly, a mighty golden sea of bitterness surged, rippling with waves. Flickers of flame adorned it, breathing life into the depths. Sword chi danced like swimming fish, rising and falling joyfully within the sea of bitterness. A peaceful night passed, and when Chen Fan opened his eyes, all remained unchanged. Rising to his feet, he gazed out the window and murmured, "Merely following a routine of cultivation, my growth pales in comparison to the speed of fusion. I am in dire need of fusion points." A night of meditation had yielded no desired enhancement. Progress was far too sluggish. Elixirs, martial arts, and combat techniques are the fundamental means to enhance one's combat prowess. Thus, I must embark on a quest to seek them out. The scant knowledge imparted by the Academy can no longer keep pace with my progress. Having made my decision, I promptly attended to my morning routine, eager to discover what resolutions the instructors had reached. At the very moment I stepped outside, Ji Tianwu coincidentally emerged as well. Our eyes met, and we exchanged a smile, greeting one another with a harmonious good morning. The simplicity of the phrase seemed to resonate between us, as if we shared an unspoken connection. After securing my door, I proceeded to breakfast. Amidst the complex gazes of the new students, we stood on the playground in front of the grand building. Fang Xiong's robust figure was already stationed beneath the flagpole. Upon spotting Chen Fan, he remarked, "Chen Fan, you've finally emerged. Yesterday, we made a decision. For the next 3 days, you will attend my lectures alongside the students. Following that, you will accompany the swordsmen on their outings." His expression bore a hint of displeasure, as though he was not entirely satisfied with the arrangement. Chen Fan remained unfazed by his demeanor. As long as there was a plan in place, he would comply. Every morsel of knowledge gained was invaluable. At exactly 7 o'clock, all 172 students had assembled. Typically, this would be the time for classes. Fang Xiong concluded his conversation with Chen Fan and stepped into the midst of the gathered students, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "I am aware that many of you are prodigies, hailing from esteemed lineages. However, I must establish one rule. As long as you are in my class, everything must adhere to my regulations. Those who refuse to comply will be asked to leave. Do you understand?" His thunderous shout reverberated through the air, causing the muscles beneath his vest to quiver with intensity. Each sinew appeared as solid as rock, imbued with formidable strength. "Understood," the students responded, their instincts as learners igniting within them. Fang Xiong nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The body is our fundamental means of combating the myriad monstrous races. Thus, there exists a saying, train the body as sinews, skin, and bones externally. Channel spiritual energy to strengthen one's cultivation internally. My primary focus is on the sinews, requiring immense willpower to fortify oneself. The ultimate goal is to compete in physical prowess against the malevolent beings of the world, tearing them apart. The first step involves selecting the suitable candidates into the iron cauldron." With a sweeping gesture, he guided the assembly into a nearby edifice. Before them lay an unimaginably vast iron cauldron, bubbling ominously, steam rising to envelop the entire floor in a mist. "Regardless of gender, you are all to leap into the cauldron. Those who can endure for over an hour will proceed to the next phase. Go." His cold, weighty voice echoed in the air, stirring the hearts of all students. Faced with such a terrifying cauldron, even those in the Golden Bridge realm felt as if they might be boiled alive. Was this a death sentence? Without hesitation, Chen Fan was the first to leap into the cauldron. As it was a training exercise, it surely posed no threat to life. Though it appeared perilous, it was unlikely to cause injury. Moreover, after merging with the fire spirit tree demon yesterday, his body had grown accustomed to heat. Upon entering, he found the temperature pleasantly warm, akin to a hot spring. He floated comfortably, as though indulging in a luxurious soak rather than being submerged in boiling water. The other students exchanged glances, realizing that he seemed capable of remaining for an entire day. An hour was hardly a challenge. Ji Tianwu pondered briefly before following suit and leaping in. Chapter 26, The Remaining 30, the Second Challenge. In an instant, Ji Tianwu's brow furrowed, and she could not suppress a cry of distress. "Ah, it's scalding." The bubbling hot water, even with the addition of herbs, was far from mild. Being thrust into it unexpectedly was unbearable. Even with her internal energy shield, the pain was excruciating. Upon hearing her scream, the others instantly recognized Chen Fan's extraordinary capabilities. Damn, could Chen Fan be feigning this? They wondered. Even those in the Golden Bridge realm can hardly withstand it. How can he manage? This is treacherous. He is trying to lure us into a trap. However, they soon reasoned that individual tolerance levels vary. The instructor had also stated that those unable to last an hour should leave immediately. Amidst the murmurs, a few cautiously entered the scalding water. All were united in one sentiment. It was unbearably hot. Struggling to circulate their internal energy while enduring the boiling water, they were uncertain of the benefits of this exercise. Yet they forced themselves to endure. Ji Tianwu, gritting her teeth against the heat, approached Chen Fan. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Heavens! How can you be so at ease? I feel as though my heart might explode from the heat. It's unbearable." Chen Fan, as if frolicking in a hot spring, maintained a calm demeanor, relishing the experience. Perhaps it's a residual effect from being roasted by the fire spirit tree demon yesterday. This temperature is nothing to me. The ordeal I faced yesterday was far more intense. Every cell in my body was exposed to extreme heat. Today, this is merely a stepping stone. Ji Tianwu suddenly recalled the previous day's events when Chen Fan had endured severe burns, resulting in a new layer of skin. Perhaps this was the crux of his resilience. Not daring to speak further, she focused on harnessing her energy to protect her skin. The others, similarly, struggled to manage their discomfort, relying on their internal energy to shield their bodies. Even those with considerable physical strength found it overwhelmingly hot. Fang Xiong was astonished by Chen Fan's capacity to endure, feeling he had discovered a rare gem, one capable of treading his own path. Standing beside the cauldron, he bellowed, "Everyone, heed my instructions. Focus your energy in your dantian and draw your true qi beneath your skin." True skin training cannot merely be achieved by soaking in boiling water. It requires rigorous practice. Ultimately, over 100 students stood in the bubbling water, gradually releasing their skin's defenses against the heat, absorbing the medicinal properties and fortifying their skin's resilience. Throughout this process, a few individuals could not withstand the heat and exited the cauldron voluntarily. Not everyone possesses the capacity to endure this trial, nor is it suited for all. Chen Fan cherished this opportunity. As long as he could grow stronger and attain the power for vengeance, the pain was a trivial matter. Furthermore, he did not perceive it as suffering. Rather, it presented an additional method of cultivation. He diligently followed the others' lead in their training. After an hour, more than half of the students exited the cauldron, leaving only 30 behind. Each appeared as if in deep meditation, floating in the scalding water with only their heads above the surface, exuding a serene demeanor as they closed their eyes to regulate their breathing. "You need not observe any longer. Skin training does not concern you. You may leave." Fang Xiong ushered the drenched newcomers out of the building, leaving only the 30 students bobbing in the cauldron. Time passed swiftly, and half a day slipped away. When Chen Fan finally opened his eyes, the water in the cauldron had ceased to bubble, and the steam had dissipated. The water had transformed from its initial murky state to a much clearer hue, with remnants of herbs floating, forming a thick layer on the surface. He moved his body slightly, finding nothing amiss. A subtle improvement was evident. His skin felt tighter. The hair follicles seemingly contracted, making the pores nearly invisible. The remaining students gradually regained consciousness, inspecting their conditions. "Heavens! I feel as though my skin rivals that of ordinary cowhide. It's so tight," exclaimed one. The water had cleared enough to reveal the various herbal residues at the bottom, leading another to ponder, "Did we nearly get cooked? My skin feels remarkably improved. I feel like a child compared to my former self." A chorus of enthusiastic voices filled the air as each expressed their delight. Ji Tianwu approached Chen Fan, her face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Fan, I made it through. To my astonishment, the once injured skin has completely healed. Initially, I feared I would transform into a muscular woman like Teacher Fong, but that turned out to be untrue." She pointed at the scars on her arm, her face alight with excitement. Chen Fan found it difficult to comprehend the peculiarities of women's interests. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Xiong's robust voice boomed, "Now that you're awake, it's time for a meal, followed by bone training this afternoon." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly responded, "Yes," and scrambled out from the iron pot, rushing outside. Dripping wet, they hurried back to change into fresh attire before hastily consuming their meal. 2 hours later, they reconvened on the playground, all lined up. Fang Xiong pointed towards the building from earlier and shouted, "Immediately proceed to the second floor. No one is permitted to use their true qi for protection. You must endure the blows without any defenses. Enter through the north gate and exit through the south. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you activate your true qi, the computer will assess it differently. increasing the force of the strikes. Bone fractures and ruptured tendons would be the least of your worries. Regardless of whether you can withstand it, you must walk out on your own. This exercise is not merely for your bones, but for your very backbone. You must confront danger and challenge, never yielding. If even one person crawls out, they will lose the opportunity to venture outside the city. The world beyond is not suited for you. His resounding shouts caused many newcomers to instinctively tighten their hearts. They quickly surmised that all the new arrivals would likely have to face this ordeal. If one could not withstand the excruciating pain, there was indeed no need to engage in battle. Chen Fan, however, was unfazed. Pain would not deter him from seeking revenge. He followed the group to the second floor of the building. At the entrance stood a single scanner, and inside were irregularly arranged mechanical arms holding metal rods. They could see the other door across the room, merely 30 meters away. Fang Xiong stood at the entrance and gestured towards the scanner, saying, "It can measure the hardness of each person's bones, and the data will determine the maximum force they can withstand. Who will be the first to try? Let us hope for a good start, and not have someone scream in agony right away." His words instantly instilled a sense of dread in all the students. The thought of a martial artist crying out in pain vividly illustrated the intensity of the suffering involved. Zhao Yi was the first to glance at Chen Fan, thinking that since he had garnered the attention of many teachers, he should be the first to enter. Yet, he refrained from voicing this concern, fearing it might draw scrutiny. Lin Yu, eager to showcase his prowess, saw this as an excellent opportunity. He was among the remaining 30 individuals and believed himself to be in the Golden Bridge realm, potentially stronger than Chen Fan. He boldly declared, "I'll go first," and, casting a glance back at Chen Fan, stepped onto the scanner. Chen Fan paid him no mind. His gaze fixed on the scanner's display, which read 1098. Fang Xiong's voice resonated. The display shows 1098, indicating that each strike will exceed 1 ton in force. "Enjoy it." With a firm push on Lin Yu's shoulder, he propelled him through the doorway. Inside, the sensors detected his presence, and the mechanical arms immediately activated to attack. Creaking and buzzing filled the air as the motors whirred, and the metal rods swung mercilessly towards Lin Yu. Bang! Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed in the ears of the onlookers, and their faces turned pale in unison. Chapter 27. A monster. A creature on par with the myriad races. No one anticipated that entering would entail such harrowing blows. Bone fractures? How could one traverse 30 meters without being maimed? And to walk out, enduring the injuries? Those unable to withstand it would lose their chance to venture outside the city. A series of stringent rules made them feel utterly tricked. Bang, bang, bang. The metal rods in the robot's grasp showed no sign of pausing, continuing their relentless assault. Chaotic and indiscriminate, at least 6 rods struck him simultaneously. Dodge. In a dream. Oh, ouch. As Lin Yu's arm braced against the blows, he felt one of his bones snap. The pain was unbearable, and he stifled a groan. The situation exceeded all his expectations, having never faced adversity before. He felt as though he might be beaten to death by the chaotic strikes. His body swayed left and right, desperately attempting to evade, yet he was easily struck. His once proud agility proved utterly useless here. Fearful of using his true chi, the pain lingered, further hampering his speed. Struggling to take steps forward, he felt the relentless thuds of the rods against his arms, thighs, and body. Had he not been holding his breath, he would have surely cried out in agony. Fang Xiong remarked from the entrance, "He has undergone morning training. Otherwise, he would be shredded, blood splattering everywhere." Next, his mere words instilled even greater psychological pressure among the newcomers. To their surprise, Lin Yu had already performed commendably. Upon hearing of the potential for grievous injuries, Ji Tianwu stepped forward, declaring, "I'll go. I don't want to get bloodied." As she positioned herself in front of the tester, the display read 1437. The result shocked the entire assembly. Lin Yu, the first among the newcomers, could withstand a ton of weight. Yet, here was a petite girl who surpassed him by over 300. Fang Xiong couldn't help but look at her twice, murmuring, "What a promising talent. We must not waste her." He pondered secretly how to provide her with guidance. Could it be that Ji Tianwu's physical endurance exceeded that of Lin Yu, the first? We had all been deceived by her adorable exterior. She was indeed the best, remaining close to Chen Fan all along. Impressive. Enough of this. I feel like crying. I don't think I even measure up to 300. As they speculated, Chen Fan quietly stepped before the tester, and the display began to flicker wildly. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to him, buzzing. Ultimately, it reached an astounding 10,000, triggering the red alarm. What? Impossible. You can withstand a 10-ton impact? Stronger than the myriad creatures? Fang Xiong's eyes nearly popped out, exclaiming in shock. Then, as if recalling something, he shoved Chen Fan forward, saying, "You can't just stand there. The machine's limit is 10,000. I can't even reach that. What do I know? Hurry inside. If you feel the force isn't sufficient, Try utilizing your true chi. Perhaps it will increase the impact. Alas, I've been thwarted. I thought I had found a strong student. Who knew he was a freak, his physical strength far surpassing my own. My spirit crumbled under the realization. This is not right. Who really is the teacher here? He had tested and found that 60-20 was the limit. Could it be? He had reached the machine's maximum capacity. Holy moly, does that mean his physical strength is 10 times that of Linyu? No wonder the rumors of him slaying elite-level monsters circulated. He was exceptionally formidable. Indeed, he was the true monster. Before him, even the myriad creatures would likely only gawk in awe. Following Fang Xiong's exclamation, a chorus of astonishment erupted from the students. For the first time, they felt the vast chasm between themselves and Chen Fan, a gap that seemed unfathomable. They suddenly understood that the tales of him vanquishing the stitched monster were not mere fabrications. Look, the metal rods striking him are actually bending. One shouted, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd once more. It was undeniable. A metal rod crashed onto Ji Tianwu's petite frame, and it seemed as though her delicate figure would succumb under the force. Yet, when the same rod struck Chen Fan, it bent, showcasing the remarkable resilience of his body. 10 tons of weight bore down upon him, yet he remained utterly unscathed. He resembled a monster more than the creatures from myriad clans. In fact, one might conjecture that even the monsters from those clans would falter against him, were it not for the knowledge of his 36 ancestors who had perished in battle. All aboard the same aircraft to hunting Shadow City, one might suspect him to be a traitor among the myriad clans. Such formidable physical prowess is unheard of among humans. Fang Xiong was equally taken aback. After a moment of astonishment, he activated his communicator and instructed the students, hurry, one by one, enter. He then retreated to a corner, dialing the contacts of others. Chen Fan's extraordinary strength needed to be relayed to certain individuals. Outside opinions mattered little to him. He was engrossed in experiencing the changes in his bodily strength. Having assimilated super titanium ore, his physical power rivaled that of a commander-level entity. 10 tons fell upon him. Yet he felt nothing. The value of his 10,000 fusion points was undeniable. Even if his weapons were to shatter in the future, his body would remain a formidable weapon. The sensation was terrifying. Even he found it astonishing. The iron rod of the mechanical arm struck him, causing merely a fleeting twinge of pain, and nothing more. His arms, back, thighs, and calves were subjected to attacks from every conceivable angle. Yet he had transformed into an impregnable fortress. Channeling his true energy, he attempted to amplify his offensive capabilities, but to no avail. It seemed the limits of the testing apparatus had been reached, rendering his attacks insufficient. He ambled leisurely, effortlessly catching up to Ji Tianwu, whose complexion was ashen, muscles trembling, and bones creaking under duress, in stark contrast to Chen Fan's ease. With a pained smile, she exclaimed, "Brother Fan, you are truly remarkable. I can barely endure any longer." Just as she spoke, a rod swung toward her neck. Chen Fan saw it coming but refrained from intervening. The force of the blow, meticulously calibrated for different body parts, varied accordingly. If it struck her neck with the same force as it would her thigh, it would surely break her neck. With a thud, Ji Tianwu's neck twisted painfully, her face contorting in agony. Her expression, a blend of suffering and indignation, was heart-wrenching. "Just hold on. We must catch up to Linyu. We cannot crawl out." The thuds continued as Chen Fan withstood the relentless barrage, showing no sign of reaction. The only casualty was his clothing, which was on the verge of disintegration. Their conversation served to distract them somewhat, as they pressed onward together. The subsequent entrants, the strongest among them merely weighing 900 kilograms, could not keep pace with Linyu. Chen Fan weighed 899 kilograms, Zhao Yi 340 kilograms, Yulinghai 410 kilograms, and Qian Kuan 380 kilograms. Those who had endured the iron pot stew were resilient, advancing despite gritting their teeth, while those who had not faltered, confirming Fang Xiong's assertion with cries of pain and suffering, their skin torn and bones aching. The anguished cries echoed as the truly tormented could no longer bear it. Upon emerging, Chen Fan's clothing had almost transformed into butterflies, fluttering about, revealing his muscular physique. Linyu leaned against the wall, trembling in invisible distress, gazing at Chen Fan, whose expression remained unchanged, igniting a surge of anger within him. How could he, the acknowledged strongest of the new students in the late Golden Bridge stage, be overshadowed so thoroughly? The disparity in physical strength was staggering. Chapter 28. I cannot teach you. You may leave. Linyu was indignant, and so was Chen Fan. Spitting blood, he staggered forward, his legs quaking, nearly collapsing. He witnessed Chen Fan supporting Ji Tianwu. Gazing out the corridor window, blood spurted from his mouth as disbelief washed over him. Surely, there must be some trickery behind Chen Fan's strength. Fang Xiong, having completed his call, returned to see the relatively slender Chen Fan and could only shake his head in disbelief. The strength of Chen Fan's bones nearly doubled his own. Initially intending to guide him to greater strength, he now realized he could at best impart a modicum of experience. After advancing in cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the myriad clans. Approaching Chen Fan, he placed a hand on his shoulder and inquired, "Before your awakening, did you train your body with your family? What was their name? Your foundation is remarkably strong." He was curious about Chen Fan's ancestry, wondering how he might have cultivated such strength from a young age. Chen Fan had contemplated a plausible explanation the previous day. Upon hearing Fang Xiong's words, his mind sparked with clarity. Indeed, he could attribute his strength to his parents and elders. Thus, without a hint of embarrassment, he replied, "Since I was 3, my great-grandfather has been training me, emphasizing that the body is fundamental and must be strong. Due to my vigorous blood and energy, the path of hardship is relatively challenging." He fabricated this tale, knowing it would be difficult to verify, conveniently offering himself a rationale for the arduous path ahead. Fang Xiong nodded in understanding. "No wonder. You have trained for over a decade. My meager skills pale in comparison before you." He had already informed his master, if he ever visited Yashan City, he should seek out a man named Tian Shi to learn the bone forging method. "I possess a notebook he left for me. I will review it tonight and return it to you tomorrow. If you glean any insights, do not bother learning from me. Go train with the sword masters instead." His expression turned somewhat gloomy as he finished. Originally vying to have the best disciple, he found himself unable to guide Chen Fan. Where could he seek redress? It seemed fate had decreed they would not share a teacher-student bond. He could not afford to waste Chen Fan's time for growth. The students who emerged, upon hearing Fang Xiong's words, wore complex expressions. The teacher openly admitted to having nothing to impart, underscoring the fearsome strength of Chen Fan. Especially Zhao Yi, who had just exited, drenched in blood with broken teeth, fainted upon hearing the news, consumed by a singular thought. Why not me? Lin Yu's face contorted in anger. Despite his commendable performance, he was overshadowed by Chen Fan, left far behind. The only solace was that he was finally departing, and the coveted first position would soon return to him. Chen Fan was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he lived in a different realm. The disparity in physical strength was insurmountable. Chen Fan, too, was taken aback. After just 2 assessments, the instructor had stopped teaching. Was this what it meant to be a teacher? Accepting the handwritten notes with a sigh, he implored, "Will you not teach me any martial arts? The hardness of the alloy blade is insufficient. It shatters within a day. I must have some means of self-defense. Even a set of martial arts would be better than nothing at all." After all, his body had proven reliable, remaining unscathed despite the numerous blows it had endured. Lin Yu, Chen Fan, and Yu Linghai exchanged glances, speechless. The instructor declared he could not provide guidance. Yet Chen Fan still sought martial arts? Was he attempting to extract everything from a person? Or was he simply trying to humiliate him? Fang Xiong blinked and, stepping back 2 paces, replied, "You should return to your studies for now. We can discuss this later." Did he not comprehend the implications of being told there was nothing to teach? "I cannot teach you. If it lacks potency, I would be subjected to ridicule." After all, he was still a child. The others promptly gathered, preparing to undergo body tempering. Otherwise, the physical pain will linger for a considerable time. Leaving Chen Fan standing alone, Ji Tianwu gestured encouragement, urging him to return first. "I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to Ji Tianwu and Fang Xiong, Chen Fan made his solitary way back to the dormitory. It was merely 3 o'clock, offering him ample time to peruse his notes. What was referred to as a secret manual was, in reality, a collection of casual musings and insights from Tian Shi, detailing the path of cultivation. It encompassed the journey of physical training, outlining methods for enhancement, including the elevation of bloodlines and foundational strength, as well as the conditioning of sinews, bones, and skin, alongside the stimulation of true energy. This methodology enabled one to stand on par with the colossal beasts of myriad races, possessing the audacity to rend asunder all adversaries. It represented a unique path of cultivation. Ultimately, it culminated in the body refinement technique known as Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement. Naturally, one could not initially endure the onslaught of Heavenly Thunder, as it would result in immediate demise. The process was divided into 3 stages: Copperhead Iron Arms, channeling thunder into the body, and Thunder God Body. It was said that Tian Shi himself had only progressed to the 2nd stage, enveloped in the might of thunder, exuding unfathomable strength. In combat, he would undoubtedly tear through myriad races, striking terror into their hearts. Legends spoke of him as a humanoid thunder beast, possessing detailed training methodologies and a unique fist technique. The Thunderbolt Fist, a consolidation of all bodily strength into a singular, ferocious strike. This he could achieve upon seeing the name of the technique. Chen Fan felt an immediate surge of interest. Though he could not yet attain the copperhead iron arms, he was not far off. If he were to procure a few more super titanium ores and integrate them into his body, he was certain to succeed. Following the guidance on channeling true energy, he spent a grueling 3 hours barely managing to master it. Chen Fan unleashed a punch into the void, causing the air to tremble and whip into a gust of wind directed toward the door. Bang! The force of his energy struck the door, producing a resonant sound. Could it be? I am merely at the bitter sea realm, incapable of externalizing true energy, yet I have already generated a wave of energy? This fist technique is formidable. I must seek an opportunity to experiment with it. He was elated, feeling significantly more powerful than before he had acquired martial skills. Every technique is a culmination of the ancestors' wisdom, honed through extensive trial and error. He was effectively standing on the shoulders of giants, grasping the essence of their knowledge. Just as he was poised to learn the second punch, a knock at the door interrupted him. Momentarily taken aback, he noticed that the sun was beginning to set, casting shadows across the room. Hastily, he set aside his notebook and, taking his keys, went to open the door. Standing outside was Ji Tianwu, looking refreshed and elegantly attired. With a smile, she declared, "Come, let us dine. I am famished." She clutched her stomach with her left hand, rubbing it insistently, clearly indicating her hunger. "Very well. Let us go." Together, they descended to the basement, where Ji Tianwu ordered a meal amounting to double her usual portion. Chen Fan watched in bewilderment, pondering what had transpired after his departure to leave her so ravenous. They wasted no time devouring their food, scarcely engaging him in conversation. The speed at which they consumed their meals was astonishing, akin to a whirlwind. The other students were similarly eager, the dining table laden with an abundance of dishes as they gorged themselves. Chen Fan was perhaps the only one who chewed slowly and thoughtfully, casting curious glances at his peers. It was only after everyone had polished off their meals, wearing expressions of utter satisfaction, that he inquired of Ji Tianwu. "What on earth happened? What did you all do after I left? Everyone seems healed and has devoured so much food." He could not fathom the circumstances, suspecting once more that it was some peculiar scheme concocted by Feng Xiong. Without offering an explanation, Ji Tianwu picked up her food container and went for a second helping. Sitting down before Chen Fan, the total amount she consumed now exceeded even his own. He wondered where her petite frame could possibly accommodate such a quantity. The more she withheld, the more anxious he became, almost wishing to pry open her head to see what was going on inside. After finishing their meal, Ji Tianwu set down her utensils and exhaled deeply, saying, "Do not mention it. We were placed into a cultivation chamber filled with a green liquid. I know not what it was, but it rapidly healed our injuries. However, it drained an immense amount of energy. I exhausted all my stored energy, and only then did my bones truly forge themselves. Did you not notice I grew 5 centimeters taller this afternoon? Thankfully, I wore my training outfit, which is a bit loose. Otherwise, it would have been quite unsightly." She did not realize that Chen Fan had not perceived her growth. 5 centimeters in a single afternoon? He speculated that it was likely a special serum developed for treating injuries sustained in warfare, providing a timely boost to one's capabilities. Nodding, he replied, "I see. No wonder you have such an appetite. You must be utterly exhausted. You should return and rest." "Indeed, I am quite fatigued," she admitted. "Shall we head back?" Ji Tianwu concurred, rising to continue. "Had I not been so ravenous, I would have gone straight to sleep. It is terrifying. Today, over 30 students were eliminated, destined to join the city guard. Those who fail the first hurdle must undergo federal education before they can navigate the world independently." As they walked out, she expressed her sentiments, sigh. Among them were 2 at the Golden Bridge realm. Their cultivation was high, yet their foundation was lacking, purely elevated by elixirs. Her words carried a tone of lament. The alarming rate of elimination was palpable. Chen Fan understood why they were organized for such training. It was, in truth, a means of talent selection. Elimination was a normal occurrence. Even among warriors, there existed a hierarchy of strength. "By the way, I may be heading out with the swordsman tomorrow, and I might not return. Be cautious." Chen Fan was eager to witness the night in the wilderness, and, of course, if the swordsman could not remain in the wild, he would return. "Understood," Ji Tianwu responded, lowering her gaze before continuing out of the basement with him. Upon reaching the stairwell, she looked up at his face and said, "Perhaps we shall part ways tomorrow. The Shadow City is merely our first stop. There are many roads yet to traverse in the future. I hope we both can reach the end and engage in battle against the myriad races." She exuded confidence in her ability to overcome the 10th Heaven's trials. After all, her ancestors had once produced a war emperor, and the blood of the war emperor awakened within her. She was destined to achieve her forebears' greatness, a legacy dormant for generations. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. I vow that regardless of the trials we face in the future, I shall remember that someone awaits me beyond the gates. This was their pact, extending his pinky finger. His eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at her. It was a promise made in their youth, seldom invoked yet familiar to both. Ji Tianwu also extended her pinky finger, intertwining it with his, proclaiming, "Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Whoever breaks the vow shall be a little dog. Brother Fan, you must remember, should we become separated unexpectedly, I will surely cross the 10th heaven to await you." Her eyes shone with resolve, pledging an unchanging promise for a lifetime. Absolutely. Chen Fan affirmed their agreement. Though separation was not guaranteed, it was prudent to prepare for all eventualities. Due to their considerable fatigue, they each returned to their respective rooms to rest. Chen Fan felt the content within his notebook was invaluable, with only one night to spare. He resolved to stay up a while longer, committing the subsequent material to memory. For anything he could not remember, he would simply take photographs with his communicator. To ensure the content remained disjointed and random, he deliberately scrambled the order to thwart any potential hackers who might uncover secrets and leak them. Thunderbolt Fist. Having mastered 3 punches, pure physical strength can achieve terrifying offensive power. With a newfound sense of confidence, Chen Fan practiced until dawn. Before the morning assembly, he and Ji Tianwu encountered Fang Xiong. Handing over Tianxi's notebook, he expressed, "Thank you, Master. I have gained a wealth of knowledge. If I encounter a creature stitched together, I shall shatter their skull with a single blow." His confidence was palpable. Fang Xiong regarded him as one might a peculiar beast. Smacking his lips in astonishment, "Your talent is exceptional. How many punches have you learned?" He had perused the notebook himself, but, with limited aptitude, found even one punch elusive. Chen Fan replied, "Time is of the essence. I have only mastered 3 punches. The flow of vital energy is too simplistic and crude for my liking." 3 punches? In one afternoon? Fang Xiong exclaimed, then caught himself, hastily tempering his tone. "Do you realize that Tianxi's most esteemed disciple took 3 days to master a single punch? He has been recognized by Tianxi as the successor. You must hasten your cultivation and make your way to Yashan City." He no longer wished to converse with Chen Fan. Comparisons could be disheartening. Ji Tianwu discerned that Chen Fan's talent was extraordinary, far beyond what Fang Xiong could fathom. The gloomy expression on Fang Xiong's face made this apparent. "Wu, Brother Fan, you are truly remarkable." The more formidable he became, the more her heart swelled with joy. It signified a promising future ahead. Chen Fan, with an innocent expression, replied, "I am not sure what you mean." He said I had but one afternoon. "I merely devoted myself to learning." "Master, here is the notebook." "What of the sword master?" Having grasped the fist techniques, he was eager to venture outside and test their might. As he spoke, 2 figures approached from across the street, burdened with large packages and another in hand. "Old Fang, I never expected you to concede, even attempting to poach our disciple." The speaker was none other than the sword master from the other day, accompanied by Good Chun, who carried a massive bundle. Upon reaching them, he tossed it to Chen Fan. Instinctively, Chen Fan caught it, his mind swirling with questions. "Are we really taking all this out of the city?" "Indeed. We shall take you out for 3 to 5 days, and accommodations will be required for the night." Good Chen's words indicated that they would not be returning that evening. Chen Fan immediately glanced at Ji Tianwu and said, "Take care of yourself. I will leave with them for now." He slung the nearly half-height backpack onto his back. Its contents heavy and mysterious. Yet, for him, it was of little consequence. Ji Tianwu helped adjust his clothing and softly said, "Be safe. I hope for your safe return." Just the night before, they had agreed to part ways, and now the moment had come. Suddenly, Chen Fan embraced her, then withdrew to stand beside Good Chun, stating, "Let us go forth and slay the monsters." He did not wish to turn back, uncertain of how to face Ji Tianwu again. Onward. Though Good Chun had lost a leg, his pace remained swift as they headed towards the southern city gate. Ji Tianwu watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, rendered speechless. A veil of mist began to gather in her eyes, coalescing into tears that slipped down her cheeks. In pursuit of strength, to survive in a chaotic world, each individual must bear their own fate. They had never been apart, and now, the uncertainty of when they would meet again loomed large. "Brother Fan, take care. The day after tomorrow, I too may have to depart. My path does not lie in Shadow City." Her family had made preparations for her, orchestrating her future well in advance. Though Taiping City had numerous restrictions, the outside world offered boundless possibilities. Chapter 30. Inheritance and Education. Chen Fan was unaware of Ji Tianwu's intentions as he prepared to bid farewell to the comforts of urban life and step into the perilous wilderness. For those who had faced life and death, the outside world posed myriad dangers, a relentless struggle for survival. Yet for him, only by venturing into the wild could he reap greater rewards. To integrate with the world and strengthen himself, to fulfill his aspirations. With resolute determination, He stepped beyond the city gates, glancing back only after 10 paces. Upon the towering 100-meter walls, he beheld the stark forms of human corpses, their shapes still shocking and harrowing. Countless predecessors had sacrificed immeasurable costs for the continuation of humanity. Even in death, they safeguarded this beloved land, embodying the essence of humanity. They had truly devoted themselves, their lives and souls laid bare. Some appeared majestic, others like Buddhas. Some exuded an aura of sword energy, while others dominated the realm. In life, they must have been extraordinary figures to attain posthumous immortality, transforming into guardian statues. Yet some had decayed, revealing glimmering bones. White bones, black bones. All bore scars, testaments to unimaginable battles fought in life. Predecessors, you are greater than my own kin. We must stand tall, expel all tribes, and restore the glory of humanity. As he gazed upon each corpse, Chen Fan silently vowed. Beside him, Gu Chen's voice broke the silence. My former dream was to become a statue, sheltering future generations. Yet who could have known that my injuries were so severe, rendering me incapable of reaching the fifth divine realm and unable to condense the bone of slaughter? Alas! His sigh struck a chord within Chen Fan. The true backbone of humanity lies in its survival, a legacy passed down, a foundation for countless descendants to heed. The Swordmaster interjected, I strive to enhance my strength, yet I must ensure the continuation of my lineage. Only then can I fight to the death. Inheritance must not falter. His body remained intact, yet he refrained from venturing to the more perilous borders for the sake of sustaining life. They all contributed to the continuity of humanity, subtly imparting to Chen Fan the philosophy of existence. Inheritance, through both word and deed, is the essence of legacy. Standing in silence for 3 minutes, Gu Chen tossed him a knife, saying, Let us depart. I hear your alloy knife shatters within a day. Here is a bone knife. May you learn more martial techniques and vanquish all beings of the myriad tribes. Crafted from the bones of a leader-level swordback tiger, it could withstand the impact of tens of thousands of pounds. In the time it took to explain, Chen Fan had already grasped the oddly shaped long knife. The hilt featured an additional guard, suggesting the potential for entirely different methods of attack. Measuring a formidable 1 meter and 20 centimeters, it was exceedingly weighty. The blade was exceptionally sharp, elongated, and serrated along the spine. Any creature pierced by such a lengthy knife would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. This imposing weapon felt to Chen Fan as if it weighed at least 100 pounds, far heavier than the alloy knife. With a smile, he expressed, Thank you, Master Gu. I wonder how much force it can withstand. I hope to use it many times. Yet internally, he understood the considerable expense this knife must have incurred. To care for him, Gu Chen had truly gone to great lengths. In the future, should an opportunity arise, he would find a way to alleviate Gu Chen's irreversible injuries. The gift of the knife would not go unacknowledged. Just as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Fusion item detected, bone knife. Enhancing sharpness of fingers requires 200 fusion points. Chen Fan blinked, sensing the moment of potential breakthrough approaching, and immediately initiated the fusion. There was no time to waste. If his fingers became exceptionally sharp, he would no longer require a long knife. How ungracious of him. On the other side, the swordsman retrieved a half-body armor adorned with enigmatic patterns from his backpack and handed it to him, saying, This is a runic armor. The runes inscribed upon it can prevent threats such as fire and poison. By nightfall, it will also ward off the ever-present specters and shadow beings, allowing them to reveal themselves. Come here and allow me to assist you in donning it over your garments. Once properly adjusted, it shielded vital areas such as the chest and abdomen without hindering movement. Thank you, Master Swordsman. You are truly kind to me. He had been contemplating how to confront the ghostly races that night, only to discover that his mentor had already devised a plan. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, observing their efficient preparation, remarked, Let us proceed and assess the prowess of your swordsmanship. It is essential to have a clear understanding before we can offer guidance. Indeed, let us seek out an elite-level monster to test your skills. I have heard you have slain one before. The swordsman concurred, beckoning the two to embark on their journey together. As they traversed the path, Gu Chen adeptly imparted knowledge to Chen Fan on how to differentiate between monsters and ordinary trees and stones. It dawned on Chen Fan why Ji Tianwu could swiftly discern the presence of danger. It was due to her mentor's guidance and wealth of experience. Each revelation aligned perfectly with his own experiences. Upon entering the wilderness, having ventured 500 meters from the city, they occasionally encountered humans embarking on their own adventures. The swordsman suddenly cautioned him. In the wild, remember this crucial principle. Harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant. Sometimes, while you may guard against the slaughter of myriad races, you may find it is your own kind that poses the greatest threat. In the wild, free from the constraints and morals of civilization. Some individuals will discard their pretenses and become far more ferocious than any beast. Chen Fan was taken aback. The first lesson imparted by the swordsman was one of caution against his own kind. Outside, perhaps the absence of societal constraints emboldened people. But did they truly dare to kill indiscriminately? He found it hard to believe. Just as his expression shifted, he heard Gu Chen's voice. Indeed. Aside from those comrades you are particularly familiar with, you must remain wary of others. Human hearts are inscrutable. You cannot know what others are truly contemplating. Some may deliberately approach you as a means of gauging your strength. Others may covet your spoils or seek to acquire your equipment. In any case, it is prudent to remain cautious. He too conveyed similar sentiments about guarding against humanity. Chen Fan was compelled to accept this reality. Despite being raised with the notion that humans should assist one another, that they should not turn a blind eye to those in peril, the wilderness starkly revealed the unvarnished law of the jungle. I understand, Chen Fan exclaimed as he sliced through a nearby man-eating flower. The enormous blossom shattered into countless fragments before it could close. A crimson diamond crystal materialized in the air, which he swiftly grasped and stowed in his backpack. Slaying the man-eating flower grants me 50 fusion points. He discovered he could assimilate energy, which slightly increased his true chi, requiring a total of 50 fusion points for the process. Throughout their journey, Chen Fan annihilated every monster from various races he encountered. This not only earned him fusion points, but also allowed him to familiarize himself with his own strength. Although he had spent 2 days in training, mastering the power of the super titanium ore remained a necessity. The swordsman, trailing behind, remarked, "When you strike, aim for a decisive kill. This embodies a fierce style. However, be wary of excessive boldness. Too much rigidity can lead to a fall. Always retain the flexibility to alter your techniques as needed." Chapter 31. The Energy of Crystals and the Crisis of the Dragon Fruit. The swordsman's voice was calm, merely offering guidance. Chen Fan paused for a moment, realizing the truth in his words. Initially, he favored dispatching foes with a single blow, wishing to avoid prolonged engagements. Even now, devoid of using true chi and relying solely on his physical strength, he could still achieve a one-hit kill. It seemed evident that he needed to acquire more defensive techniques. While validating his learnings with the swordsman, he continually refined his striking angles and directions, conserving energy while executing the quickest strikes possible. After traversing a kilometer, Chen Fan had slain over 100 low-level myriad beasts. It was not that he lacked the desire to challenge elite foes. Rather, they had all been eliminated by fellow adventurers. Those undertaking quests were diligently striving to enhance their capabilities. Occasionally encountering other humans, some exchanged greetings with the swordsman, while others simply avoided them, seemingly wary of attracting trouble. Having accumulated 10,000 fusion points, Chen Fan silently fused all 100 crystal nuclei. Each race was distinctly different. Yet he paid no mind. After all, there was no need for absorption. The system would automatically filter out impurities. At that moment, Gu Chen advised him, "Do not recklessly absorb crystal nuclei. It is best to focus on a single series. The human body is wondrous, capable of accommodating various energies. However, it requires a gradual approach and discernment in finding energies that resonate with you. Discovering energies that align with your essence will lead to rapid advancements in your cultivation. Conversely, if the energies are mismatched, the effort may yield little reward." This advice came too late. Chen Fan had already fully assimilated them into his being. Indeed, the swordsman echoed, "I find myself more aligned with wind and earth energies, enhancing my strike's speed and weight. Other effects are significantly diminished." He shared his experiences as a living testament. Chen Fan blinked, sensing an increase in true chi within his dantian, as if the expanse of his suffering sea had broadened once more. The golden hue was not merely superficial, it began to spread beneath the surface. He was advancing towards the later stages of the suffering sea realm. As for their claims of diminished returns, he felt no such effects. With a flicker of curiosity, he inquired, "What is the shortest time for a genius to progress from the suffering sea realm to the golden bridge realm? When can one expand their suffering sea?" He wished to gauge his own standing. The swordsman quickly replied, "My travels have been few, but I have heard of someone achieving the golden bridge realm in a month. They were an extraordinary genius." Gu Chen, pondering for a moment, added, "The most talented individual I encountered broke through to the golden bridge realm in just 20 days. They have since been taken under the personal tutelage of a king." A hint of nostalgia and yearning flickered in his eyes, clearly reminiscing about past times. 20 days? Chen Fan was uncertain about when he would break through, but felt that surviving in the wild for 5 to 6 days seemed reasonable. As for expanding the suffering sea, as long as he persevered in his cultivation, it would inevitably grow. I have witnessed the most gifted individuals reach a river-like breadth. One even radiated 7-colored light from their suffering sea, said to be a 7-treasure body, and had already been taken by a king's expert. Chen had once opened the divine gate, thus possessing insights far surpassing those of the swordsman. As they reminisced, Chen Fan realized that his suffering sea was rather insignificant in comparison. The 7-treasure body, he was unaware of its specific effects. It appeared that after over 1,000 years of development, humanity had indeed produced countless prodigies. In the midst of their conversation, Chen Fan fully integrated 101st-tier crystal nuclei. As he rummaged through his pocket, his fingers brushed against the chimeric tooth he had acquired 2 days prior. His eyes brightened. He was eager to see the effects of enhancing his bloodline. The system promptly prompted him, and he readily consented. In an instant, he felt the chimeric tooth in his hand radiate warmth. A torrent of heat surged from his fingers, coursing up his arm and rapidly converging towards his heart. Wherever the warmth traveled, it felt as though countless currents were merging into his veins. As the warmth reached his heartbeat quickened dramatically, as if a dam had burst. In the next moment, the warmth, propelled by his heart's rhythm, flowed throughout his entire being. Though unaware of the specifics of what had transpired, Chen Fan discerned that the intervals between his breaths had lengthened. This likely indicated an increase in the nutrients he carried within him, a fortuitous development indeed. Clenching his fist slightly, he felt a subtle enhancement in his muscular strength. While the sensation was not overtly pronounced, he was certain that the 1,000 fusion points would not go to waste. In the presence of Chen and the swordsman, he had quietly augmented his prowess, something they could never anticipate. Ahead, a majestic peak loomed upon the earth, its jagged rocks and sparse trees creating a stark landscape. Chen Fan ascended the mountain, curious to discover what treasures it might conceal. After only a few steps, the swordsman abruptly darted toward the edge of a massive boulder. Chen Fan turned to see a vibrant red sapling sprouting from a crevice in the rock. The tree stood but a foot tall, yet was contorted in a series of 12 intricate bends. Each curvature bore a branch, from which 5 slender twigs emerged, adorned with several diminutive crimson leaves. Nestled among the red foliage were tiny fruits resembling droplets of blood. Xiao Longgua. Old Gu, come quickly and see if this is genuine, Chen Fan called out. Uncertain of its authenticity, Chen, seasoned and knowledgeable, promptly identified it as the exquisite Xiao Longgua. Noting its 12 bends and its remarkable properties for replenishing blood and healing external wounds. Regrettably, it had only just borne fruit and would require 3 years to mature. Immature. Its efficacy would be greatly diminished, rendering it nearly useless. Chen, demonstrating his worldly experience, promptly named the fruit and highlighted the prolonged maturation period, thus elucidating why it remained unharvested in this desolate place. Chen Fan approached the diminutive tree, admiring its whimsical twists reminiscent of a 9-clawed red dragon gliding upon clouds. Indeed, it exuded an extraordinary essence. Crouching down, he reached out to touch it, only to be swiftly restrained by the swordsman, who urgently pulled him back. In that moment of surprise, a red lightning bolt erupted from the crevice, racing toward his wrist like a bolt of electricity. Despite the swordsman's best efforts to pull him away, it was too late. The lightning ensnared his arm. Chen Fan instantly comprehended that it was not merely the fruit that was untouched, but rather a formidable creature guarding it. The swordsman's voice reached him, warning, "No, it's dangerous." Meanwhile, Chen, sensing the peril, waved his hand, unleashing a surge of crimson energy toward the red lightning. Yet, he was ultimately too slow to avert Chen Fan's impending danger. The red lightning coiled around Chen Fan's wrist, effortlessly shattering Chen's chi attack. A tremendous pulling force seized Chen Fan's arm, dragging him toward the narrow crevice. Though the fissure was only a foot wide, his arm might fit through, but his body would not. At least one limb would need to be sacrificed. "Be careful. Sever it," Chen bellowed, summoning a blood-red longsword to pierce through the threat. Simultaneously, the swordsman drew his weapon, aiming to cleave through the stone and rescue Chen Fan. They had never anticipated that their attention would be diverted, placing Chen Fan in such peril. Chapter 32, The Three-Headed Serpent, Mastering the Blade Technique. Just as both men concentrated on Chen Fan, 2 additional tendrils of red lightning emerged from the crevice. The suddenness of the attack left them no time to react, and the lightning coiled around their necks. In that instant, both were rendered unable to assist Chen Fan, compelled to retaliate against the encroaching red bolts. While the swordsman attempted to pull Chen Fan back, he remained wary. Observing the lightning constricting his wrist, he instinctively curled his fingers to grasp it. As he felt the slippery texture, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Fusion skill discovered, Spirit Snake Bind. To learn the terrifying entangling technique of the snake tribe requires 1,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan recognized that he faced an elite-level serpent. As his body was pulled forward, he seized the lightning. Unleashing a power that could rival even the most formidable beings, he resolved to uncover the true nature of this creature, which lay in wait beneath a spirit herb, ensnaring unsuspecting humans. Countless souls had likely succumbed to its grasp. With his left hand pressed against the massive boulder, he halted his forward momentum. His right arm's muscles swelled, the veins bulging as he summoned every ounce of strength within him. The red lightning tightened around him, producing a sound akin to steel cables straining. It seemed to reach its limit in that instant, becoming thin and on the verge of snapping. Chen Fan felt the strain, his entire weight bearing down upon his left hand in an awkward pose. However, his formidable strength ensured that his wrist remained uninjured despite the opposing forces. In fact, the sudden surge of power altered the dynamics. The red lightning could no longer withstand the pressure and began to release its grip. At that moment, Chen and the swordsman simultaneously launched their attacks, severing the two tendrils of red lightning in an instant. Chen Fan, however, could not relinquish his grasp. He activated the system's fusion power. In the next heartbeat, all resistance from the red lightning vanished, transforming into a dull gray as if it had bled out. Strands of red energy surged from it into Chen Fan's arm, flooding into his body. The system announced, eliminated the three-headed serpent, awarded 500 fusion points. This confirmed that it was indeed an elite-level creature, its strength not particularly formidable. It thrived in ambush, striking from the shadows, which made it challenging to confront. The strong were often reluctant to engage, while the weak were powerless. With the Qiulong was still unripe, relocating it would not guarantee its survival. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Fan exerted force to pull the serpent's corpse. Suddenly, he found a new understanding of the serpent's movement patterns, mastering the art of entanglement and tearing. It was a simple yet fierce assault technique, striking with precision and lethality. Even the most skilled adversary could fall prey to a single devastating blow. Although it might not be as lethal as Tianxi's fatal strike, it was still a valuable trump card. Each additional skill increased his chances of survival. Who would have imagined that a fighter known for his ferocious fist technique would suddenly employ the serpent's binding technique? As his strength erupted, he forcibly extracted the three-headed serpent's body from the narrow fissure. The three heads, reminiscent of cobras, adorned with glossy black scales, extended nearly 10 meters in length, were nearly torn asunder by Chen Fan's might. The sheer horror of his strength left Chen and the swordsman in astonishment. Truly remarkable. You have even managed to pull out the tongue of a three-headed serpent of equal rank. They marveled, their hearts racing with trepidation. Though they were powerful cultivators of the sacred lotus realm, they felt as if they stood before an awe-inspiring master. Chen Fan cast a glance at the 10-meter-long serpent and declared, "Now, shall we take this Qiulong tree with us? We can feast upon it at noon." With that, his hand moved once more toward the Qiulong. Should fortune favor him, he would not squander the opportunity. The system was capable of discerning value. Chen, momentarily stunned, questioned whether Chen Fan had forgotten his earlier caution. Here we go again. The swordsman remained vigilant, prepared for any creatures that might emerge from the fissure. However, their calculations fell short. Chen Fan grasped the Qiulong, intending to uproot it entirely, only to discover that its roots were embedded within the stone, not in soil. This posed a considerable dilemma. With forceful effort, one might surely sever the roots entirely, rendering it impossible for survival. Conversely, a gentle tug would not yield any results, leaving it behind, potentially benefiting another. Chen and his companions had never encountered the wild-growing Qiulong fruit, and they found themselves at a loss. Should they abandon the pursuit? They feared that someone else might come to seize it. It was better to take it for themselves. Yet, not giving up seemed futile, as the fruit was not yet mature and thus of little use. Chen Fan grasped it firmly, and a notification from the system chimed in. Fusion energy detected. Qiulong fruit. Enhances bloodline power, increases true energy capacity, requires 500 fusion points. It appeared that the reward was less significant than that of the three-headed serpent, indicating that its effects were rather underwhelming and not as extraordinary as when fully matured. With this in mind, there was no sense of loss. And he declared, "I will simply take the three-headed serpent I defeated. If I can bring it back to life, I will nurture it. If it cannot survive, then I shall not let it benefit other creatures. There may also be others lurking nearby." Such thoughts were entirely natural. Who wouldn't want to keep good things for themselves, especially after nearly being harmed? Chen pondered for a moment and suggested, "In that case, when you cut it, take the surrounding rocks with you to provide the necessary nutrients." After all, they were all striving for the spiritual fruit, and this was indeed the appropriate course of action. The three of them collaborated to cut 2 pieces of rock, fashioning them into a stone box to contain the Qiulong fruit, which they subsequently placed into Chen Fan's backpack. His strength was formidable, allowing him to bear the added burden without concern. Most importantly, This was a reward from his own efforts in defeating the three-headed serpent. Chen Fan was already aware that after fusing with the super titanium ore, his physical power had reached a terrifying level. Elite monsters that once posed a challenge to him were now mere trifles, easily vanquished. The trio ventured deeper into the stony mountains, where human presence was scarce, and the variety of creatures began to proliferate. Their pace slowed considerably. The flower demon tribe, with its myriad of blossoms, created a stunningly beautiful scene. However, it concealed a terrifying danger. A moment's carelessness could result in being devoured, leaving no trace behind. The swordsman ceased to merely observe from the sidelines and began demonstrating the fundamental techniques of his swordsmanship among the flower demons. His agile movements, combining both hands and feet, showcased a formidable offensive capability. At long last, Chen Fan received the teachings of the sword technique. After all, this was a technique honed over time, far superior in both power and agility compared to the self-created rending wind 8 blades. It was not merely the strength that stood out, but rather the solid foundation that facilitated an impressive transformation of skill, resulting in a combat effectiveness that was incomparable. Utilizing the rending wind 8 blades might allow him to slay 100 stitched monsters, whereas employing the swordsman's technique could enable him to vanquish 200 to 250. That was the distinction. Observing this, Chen Fan resolved to incorporate all the foundational skills into his own sword technique, refining the rending wind 8 blades. Coupled with the newly acquired power of the spirit serpent binding, his swordsmanship gained an added fluidity. As they traversed the thicket of flower demons, Chen Fan fully absorbed the swordsman's teachings, eager to test their might. Remarkable. Your capacity for learning truly surpasses that of most individuals, the swordsman exclaimed in admiration. Just as they emerged from the floral thicket, a piercing cry echoed from the opposite slope. Help! Help! There's a horde of elite monsters here. The voice was filled with despair and urgency. Upon hearing this, the swordsman and Gu Chen did not rush directly towards the source, but rather ascended into the sky to survey the surroundings. After determining the precise location and approximate distance, they descended and the swordsman addressed Chen Fan. It appears to be in the woods 300 meters up the slope. You should proceed cautiously. We will go ahead to investigate. If all is well, we will return for you. It was a teacher's duty, a customary agreement among human warriors. When danger was present, one must at least take a glance. Gu Chen hesitated just slightly, evidently more concerned for Chen Fan's safety, and advised, if you encounter danger, retreat along the path you came from. There will surely be someone to assist you, and we can find you along the way. We shall return shortly. His primary task was to protect Chen Fan, while trying to minimize involvement in other matters. Yet, after years of teaching, he found it difficult to ignore danger and not intervene when lives were at stake. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, expressing, "Go ahead, I will be fine." Armed with the rune armor and a means to confront the ghostly clan, he felt no trepidation. Watching the two take flight, his gaze fell upon a patch of grass ahead. He recognized it from his previous encounter, the grass sword described by Ji Tianwu. However, the wild grass he had seen before paled in comparison to the formidable sight before him now. Each blade of sword grass towered 2 meters high, resembling a myriad of swords piercing the heavens. They emanated a terrifying power, seemingly capable of cleaving the sky asunder. Elite level, though not the most formidable of elite creatures. The sword energy they harbored was undoubtedly greater than that of the previous wild grass. They could not move, but relied on their fearsome sword energy to slay other beings, nourishing themselves in the process. In truth, their battle capability was significantly diminished, rendering them relatively easy to handle. Chen Fan's face lit up with excitement as he murmured, "Others may shy away from these beasts, for their sword energy is too sharp and can easily wear down armor. A moment's inattention could result in dire consequences. Yet, I require them to enhance my own sword energy." He brandished his long knife, focused and composed, recalling the modified rending wind 8 blades to test their efficacy. As he approached within 5 meters of the sword grass, the blades transformed into pointed tips aimed directly at him. Even more astonishing was their ability to extend and unleash torrents of sword energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy sliced through the air, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan's muscles tore through the wind resistance as he deftly dodged, effortlessly evading the attacks. Even though he had evolved to the elite level and the sword energy had grown in potency, it posed a significant challenge for others to approach. Regardless of the direction of their assault, they would face a terrifying onslaught. Yet, he remained unperturbed. The rending wind 8 blades unfurled as he charged into the half-meter range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Despite the sword energy being ineffective against him, his long knife functioned like a reaper, harvesting the sword grass with ease. Each blade of grass was severed and flung aside, losing its former ferocity and madness. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Defeated sword grass, acquired 500 fusion points. Defeated sword grass, acquired 1,500 fusion points. Fusion energy detected, sword energy, increases attack power. Requires 200 fusion points. Various system notifications chimed incessantly in his mind. Chen Fan distinctly sensed that this time, the sword energy he absorbed was far more substantial than before. Upon entering his dantian, it became restless, crashing about like an elite force expanding its territory. Previously, he had carved a path through quickly, but this time was different, with no one around. All the sword grass could fuse their sword energy. Without hesitation, he annihilated them entirely, whether they were of lower or elite rank. The entire patch of sword grass and wild grass was reduced to mere ground. As for the exact number of foes vanquished, he could not recall. The only certainty was the sword energy surging from his dantian, battering against the edges of the bitter sea, as if attempting to expand it infinitely. All the crystal cores fused seamlessly, belonging to the same category, making it more convenient. The fusion points reached 10,000 once more, and no matter how they were consumed, they remained at 10,000, indicating an unimaginable excess. Chen Fan stood firmly, his hands gripping the sword, panting heavily. His clothes and trousers were riddled with countless holes. Yet his rune armor remained unscathed. Wounds marred his arms, cheeks, and thighs, slowly knitting themselves back together. Even after enduring the ordeal akin to being stewed in a cauldron, he could not evade the onslaught of sword energy. A grim smile crept across his face as he muttered, "Heh, this harvest is truly monumental. When I encounter the fiery tree demon again, I shall obliterate it." During this respite, he finally intended to examine the state of his dantian. The sensation left his eyes widening in disbelief. The bitter sea resembled turbulent waves, with countless sword energies crashing in all directions, incessantly swelling. The golden hue above receded steadily toward the surface, indicating a regression in his realm rather than progress. He was bewildered as to the extent the bitter sea had expanded, resulting in such an anomaly. It was noteworthy that he had instantaneously fused an enormous number of crystal cores, which should have propelled him closer to the later stages. Instead, he found himself not only stagnant, but diluted. Alas, it seemed I have suffered a loss in this wave. The expansion of the bitter sea directly translated to a more arduous ascent in his realm. The future was shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, there were benefits to this expansion. His chi storage had tripled. Under comparable levels of cultivation, he could endure combat for 3 times longer than others. When unleashing the same technique, his power surpassed that of his peers, more abundant and vigorous. With a resigned sigh, he decided to go with the flow, readying himself for the next endeavor. Uncertain of the whereabouts of Guchun and the swordsman, who had been gone for quite some time after clearing a vast expanse of sword grass, he opted to venture toward the mountains on the opposite side. He had just heard a plaintive cry, which had now fallen silent. The swordsman and Guchun had soared through the air with remarkable grace and speed, leaving Chen Fan, who could only walk, feeling somewhat helpless. They had mentioned a thicket at the summit of the opposing peak, 300 meters high, while Chen Fan traversed the sword grass territory, which measured merely over 100 meters. However, the path ahead was not a smooth one. A river emerged in the valley nestled between the two mountains, with the thicket lying on the opposite bank. For one who could not swim, the river appeared as an insurmountable chasm, obstructing his way. Sighing, he lamented, "If only I had learned to swim during my youth, I would not be in such distress now." Standing by the riverbank, he shook his head in resignation. Without hesitation, he decided to move upstream, certain that narrower passages existed. He dared not venture into the water lightly, for none could ascertain whether strange creatures lurked beneath the surface. Swiftly traversing 100 meters, he encountered a riverbed, unexpectedly strewn with a thick layer of pebbles. Astonishingly, he saw not a single creature from the myriad races. Something felt amiss. How could there be no monsters lurking? Abruptly halting, Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings, realizing he could not advance further. At the very least, he needed to avoid this area of pebbles. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his feet down forcefully upon the stones, preparing to leverage that strength to retreat to the previous sword grass territory, where no creatures from myriad races were assuredly present. Yet, at that instant, the entire expanse of pebbles suddenly sank beneath him. Curses! He felt a pang of foolishness for having wandered so far into the wilderness without caution. Now awakening to the reality of his predicament, with a clang, he unsheathed his bone sword, and simultaneously, his muscles surged with power, ready to flee with all his might. Regardless of what creature emerged, he knew he could not fight effectively in the mire. With a slight push against the stones, he summoned his core strength, unleashing a torrent of chi that radiated outward. In an instant, boundless golden light expanded in all directions, enveloping an area of 5,000 meters. It then vanished. Clinging to the surface of Chen Fan's body, countless sword energies converged upon his bone sword, preparing for a decisive strike. As he precariously attempted to evade, a massive maw erupted from beneath the pebbles, directly encompassing his landing spot. The mouth, spanning nearly 10 square meters, was lined with razor-sharp teeth resembling inverted longswords. Should he fall within, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Chapter 34. Slay 1. Another arrives. A powerful shockwave surged forth from the gaping maw, enveloping Chen Fan and disrupting his every movement. Simultaneously, numerous pebbles cascaded from the sides of the colossal beast, crashing to the ground. Accompanied by a cacophony, Chen Fan, suspended in midair, finally discerned the nature of the creature beneath him. It was a fearsome-looking fish, its mouth dominating most of its body. Its scales glinted like deadly blades, scraping against the stones. The 10-meter-long body thrashed its tail, pursuing Chen Fan relentlessly. Escape? In midair, he could not evade its attack range. Moreover, the turbulence hindered his ability to land precisely. Summoning immense core strength, he pivoted in midair, flipping upside down. His eyes glimmered with fierce determination as his chi surged, golden light flickering around him. Since there was no avenue for retreat, he resolved to confront it head-on. Chen Fan recognized this creature as an elite-level monster. Caught off guard by its ambush, he found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, he remained unflinching, refusing to succumb to panic. The bone sword vibrated with a resonant hum, as if it too were eager for battle. Kill! He roared, ascending to his zenith, then plummeting with all his might, executing the wind-split 8 blades technique. With the first strike, he cleaved downward. The force of his muscles tore through all obstacles, surging toward the gaping maw of the monstrous fish. At less than 2 meters tall, he was dwarfed by its 10-meter frame, yet he raised the bone sword high, bringing it down with all his strength. The sword energy seemed to sing with exhilaration, eager to be unleashed. The monstrous fish, still ascending, had not yet reached its apex and was caught off guard by the sudden shift. Its instinctive reaction was to swallow, unaware of the impending danger. What had been a distance of less than 5 meters vanished in an instant as both parties accelerated. With a thunderous impact, all the sword energy converged upon the creature's head at the moment of contact. Under the combined force, the fish's sturdy upper jaw was cleaved in half by the bone sword and the sword energy. The sound of shattering echoed as bones, fish skin, and flesh were all severed in that singular strike. The force of the impact widened the wound, extending deep into its skull. As the momentum waned, Chen Fan leveraged the opportunity to escape the fish's gaping maw. He landed between its eyes, leaving a crater before descending once more toward the territory of the sword grass. Just as he departed, the monstrous fish plummeted to the ground, its head emitting a series of explosive sounds. The sword energy ravaged its head, reducing it to a mere pile of fragments. With a thud, Chen Fan landed, gripping the bone sword tightly as he swiftly turned to face the fish. He noticed that its massive body was also crashing down onto the riverbed. With a resounding splash, the creature's weight buried it beneath the mud, submerging it beneath a mound of pebbles. The remnants of its muscle memory persisted, as its powerful tail thrashed violently against the riverbed, sending pebbles flying in all directions. The earth trembled, and the air was filled with a roaring wind. Chen Fan remained indifferent to the residual waves of energy, cautiously approaching the monstrous fish, intent on delivering a final blow. The system offered no alerts, indicating that it was still alive. As he neared within 5 meters, he sensed the pebbles beneath him quivering once more, signaling the approach of another creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. The sound of his heavy footsteps echoed as his feet struck the stones, sending them flying backward, aimed directly at the creature's head. One could surmise that his immense strength would surely be enough to claim its life. Having barely covered 10 meters, a creature adorned with dark green scales and crowned with dragon-like horns suddenly erupted from the ground where he had just stood. It was even larger than the previous one, its head more terrifying still. Its eyes glinted with boundless fury as it pursued him relentlessly. Although uncertain of its level, the sight of its nearly 20-meter length and dragon horns suggested that this beast was anything but ordinary. It could very well be a leader class, surpassing the elite level. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. You have slain an elite-level cleansing thunderfish, earning 1,500 fusion points. The number of fusion points confirmed that the recently vanquished fish was merely of average standing among its elite counterparts, equivalent to a mid-stage human in the Golden Bridge realm. However, the creature now pursuing him was undoubtedly far more formidable. At the very least, its speed on land had already surpassed his own. Despite utilizing the wind rift skill, he found himself unable to create any distance between them. In fact, he was on the verge of being caught. No, he had to strike hard. He was acutely aware that fleeing like this would lead to inevitable capture. Delay would only render his attempts futile. In a sudden move, he pivoted in midair, brandishing his skeletal blade as he landed on the ground. The pebbles beneath him were gouged, leaving two 5-meter-long trenches as he halted his momentum. Yet, the cleansing thunderfish showed no signs of slowing down. Upon witnessing his abrupt stop, it opened its massive jaws, eager to consume him whole. Its mouth was filled with remnants of human bones and tattered shreds of fabric, even housing a foot that it had failed to devour. A true predator. An overwhelming stench assailed Chen Fan's senses, nearly causing him to faint. Instinctively, he held his breath, channeling his vital energy to regain his composure. His right hand gripped the skeletal blade tightly, veins bulging, while his left fist clenched in preparation for Tian Shi's ferocious strike. With a roar, he surged forward like a cannonball, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Most would have quailed before such a colossal beast, yet Chen Fan's thoughts were focused on confrontation. Despite being only in the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm, he remained undaunted. He believed that if he could grasp any part of the cleansing thunderfish, he could rely on the system to turn the tides. Even if he failed to seize it, he was confident in his own abilities. In the blink of an eye, the distance closed between man and beast. As they collided upon the riverbed, the fish's combat experience far surpassed that of the previous one. At the moment of impact, it surprisingly clamped its jaws shut, its razor-sharp teeth aligning to form a formidable gate, ready to withstand the human's assault without exposing its vulnerabilities. Chen Fan had initially planned to cleave it in two, but quickly realized the futility of such an approach. Teeth capable of tearing through human alloy armor could not be sliced apart with a single strike. More importantly, he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he altered his attack's trajectory, aiming for the upper portion of the fish's mouth, the softest spot on its head apart from its eyes. With a swift thrust, the skeletal blade pierced through with ease, tearing a deep wound as they collided. Simultaneously, his left fist gathered momentum, unhesitatingly crashing into the fish's head between its eyes. The impact was thunderous, a resounding boom echoing through the air. Almost instantaneously, the fish's mouth opened, and due to inertia, Chen Fan's body was propelled into its gaping maw, wedged between its rows of teeth. The situation was dire. Chapter 35, Desperate Kill, Fusion Ascension. Roars erupted as the cleansing thunderfish unleashed a tremendous gust from its mouth. Its anguished cries piercing the air. The skull between its eyes splintered like a spider's web, radiating outward in all directions. The excruciating pain prevented it from seizing the opportune moment to crush Chen Fan. Seizing the moment amidst the cacophony, Chen Fan executed a backward somersault, landing deftly on the ground. The upper jaw of the monstrous fish exploded into a flurry of shards, nearly merging with the wounds inflicted by his fists. The agony caused the cleansing thunderfish to tremble violently, rendering it unable to counterattack. Seizing the advantage, Chen Fan charged back into the fray. It was imperative to slay this creature. With dragon horns sprouting from its head, it was likely infused with a trace of dragon blood. Should he manage to fuse with it, the benefits would be substantial. The skeletal blade glimmered with an ethereal light as he employed the enhanced Wind Rift 8 blades. Striking like lightning, a horrific gash appeared on the cleansing thunderfish's right eye, extending toward its gills. The resilient bone was torn apart, blood gushing forth like a fountain, creating a tragic arc as it sprayed 5 meters into the air. Had it not been for its massive size, Chen Fan believed that strike could have cleaved it in two. As it stood, it was merely gravely wounded. The scales of the cleansing thunderfish stood erect, resembling countless sharp projectiles aimed to deter Chen Fan's approach. Its colossal tail thrashed violently, intent on crushing him where he stood. The ferocious force split the air, the wind howling as it sent waves crashing into the river, creating a tumultuous uproar. The chaotic onslaught posed a greater threat to Chen Fan, as it had fully abandoned defense in favor of using its massive form to overpower him. "Let's see how your body fares against mine," he thought, clenching his left hand into a fist to unleash Tian Shi's ferocious strike. As the tail charged toward him, his right hand thrust swiftly into the gap between the fish's scales, targeting the tender flesh beneath. Simultaneously, his left fist unleashed a violent assault against the scales above. The skeletal blade, propelled by their combined forces, seamlessly penetrated its body. With a resounding impact, the fish scales shattered, the flesh exploding as if struck by a bomb, revealing the bones beneath. Accompanied by the force of tens of thousands of pounds, the fish's bones fractured. The power of its tail sent Chen Fan soaring through the air, akin to a flying acrobat, landing 30 meters away against a nearby stone wall. The dull thud echoed ominously. He was deeply concerned that the precious dragon fruit tree in his backpack might have been crushed. Yet, his body remained unscathed, a testament to the formidable strength of his fused body enhanced by super titanium ore. However, the cleansing thunderfish was not so fortunate. Its tail bone shattered under the weight of its own assault, nearly breaking its entire body. In agony, it flung countless pebbles into the air, which shot forth like hidden missiles for dozens of meters. It continued to thrash violently, and Chen Fan could not allow it to escape. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, leaping onto the fish's head. With both hands gripping the blade, he plunged it into the gap at the back of its skull. Only by attacking this vulnerable spot could he hope to sever the fish's tail and nullify its offensive capabilities. With a crack and a rip, the skeletal blade pierced through its skin, severing the transverse bones and driving deep into its spine until the hilt was fully embedded. The cleaner electric eel quivered on the riverbed. After 2 violent contractions of its muscles, it fell silent. Chen Fan unsheathed his skeletal blade, its serrated edge glistening with white brain matter, crimson blood, and shattered bone. A torrent of blood erupted like a powerful fountain, shooting skyward. The intense pain seemed to reignite the eel's nervous system, causing it to emit a wretched cry. Unprepared, Chen Fan, who was perched atop the fish's head, was not only drenched in blood but also knocked off balance. Below him lay the mire, a potential harbinger of danger he was unwilling to confront. Extending his left hand, he disregarded the sharp fish scales and employed the spirit serpent binding technique to secure himself on the creature, avoiding any further misfortune. In that fleeting moment, a voice emanated from the system within his mind. Fusion of essence blood detected. Dragonfish blood. Enhances bloodline power. Fortifies the physique. Fusion points required. 500. Fusion skill detected. Dragon transformation. Fish in water. Dragon in the air. Swift as the wind. Vanishing without a trace. Fusion points required. 1000. Fusion talent detected. Body armor. Forms a formidable protective layer, greatly enhancing defensive capabilities. Fusion points required. 500. Killing the elite-level cleaner electric eel grants 2,500 fusion points. A cacophony of notifications rang in Chen Fan's mind, and he eagerly declared, "Fusion." In an instant, the entire form of the cleaner electric eel radiated an orange luminescence, which surged into his left arm. At that moment, the overwhelming energy invoked unexpected changes within him. It felt as though his skin was being relentlessly hammered by a colossal mallet, enhancing his defenses. A newfound strength coursed through him, forcibly opening channels he had never navigated before. It was as if the demand for the dragon transformation was being fulfilled. Finally, he felt a transformation in his blood, his heart pounding once more. The energy carried by his blood surged exponentially, and he sensed his body becoming lighter, capable of accommodating more power fluctuations. Akin to an automobile rejuvenated by fresh oil, invigorating and refreshing. Previously, after merging with super titanium ore, his physical strength had increased. Yet the energy carried by his blood remained unchanged, akin to a small horse pulling a heavy cart. Now, following 2 enhancements to his bloodline, the energy transported had intensified, allowing him to bear the changes in his body. Hence, he felt a sense of ease, enabling him to unleash even greater power. As the fusion concluded, Chen Fan was aware that the ordeal was not yet over. With a sudden roll, he landed atop the eel's head. Perhaps due to the influence of the dragon transformation, he felt as light as a swallow, significantly more agile than before. His speed surged once more, no longer hindered by heavy steps. Grasping the skeletal blade, he channeled his true chi and sword intent, converging them all into the blade, plunging it decisively into the fish's head. With a squelching sound, he paid no heed to the aftermath, withdrawing his blade and leveraging his position atop the fish's head to soar through the air like a great bird. Covering 20 meters and landing atop the head of the cleaner electric eel he had initially slain. A series of explosive sounds erupted in quick succession. The massive fish head transformed into a bomb, sending blood and flesh flying, with mud billowing into the air and rocks soaring through the sky. An orange, spherical crystal core, accompanied by 2 sturdy dragon horns, soared towards the riverbank. Chen Fan, determined not to let this prize escape, drove his skeletal blade into the fish head beneath him, then propelled himself upward, reaching for the 2nd-grade superior crystal core in midair. He seized the 2 dragon horns as well. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Energy fusion detected. Increases true chi. Fusion points required. 500. Item fusion detected. Increases bone hardness. Fusion points required. 500. Chen Fan exhaled deeply and immediately initiated the fusion. Without hesitation, he resolved to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. In the next moment, the other fish head detonated, releasing only an orange diamond-shaped crystal core. As he grasped it, the voice chimed. Energy fusion detected. Increases true chi. Fusion points required. 200. Though both were cleaner electric eels, the disparity in the fusion points awarded and required was substantial. Oh no, I forgot to fuse its talent, Chen Fan realized, his urgency for the 2nd-grade superior crystal core blinding him to the missed opportunity. He rushed back, but at that moment, a voice boomed from across the river. "Kid, who are you? Don't touch my prey." Chapter 36. You are unjust. Do not blame me for being ruthless. The sudden voice caught Chen Fan off guard, compelling him to look up. In the sky, four figures floated, armed and rushing towards the cleaner electric eel's location. Chen Fan's brows furrowed in concern. Did they intend to snatch his prey? Who gave them such audacity? For at the Golden Bridge realm against a single cultivator in the Bitter Sea realm? Where were they when the battle commenced? As they glided across the river, they landed directly on the corpse of the cleaner electric eel before Chen Fan. Their eyes gleamed coldly as they aimed their weapons at him, bloodied and standing at the river's edge. Kid, what is your name? Do you know we have been pursuing these two monster fish for 3 days, only for you to kill them first? What trickery did you employ to blow up the fish head? Hand over the dragon horns and the second-grade crystal core. A robust man, wielding a massive wheel-shaped axe and clad in full armor, stepped forward. Beside him, a slender man with a spear, donned in half armor, pointed accusingly at Chen Fan. 2 women stood atop the fish head, one in leather armor, bow drawn and aimed at Chen Fan, the other cloaked in black leather with a dagger. Her face obscured by a mask, both poised for an attack. Facing this human assault for the first time, Chen Fan felt a peculiar discomfort, prompting him to inquire. Who are you? Are you criminals? Why do you turn against me, a fellow human? It was I who slain the prey. Why should it belong to you? Despite his barrage of questions, he had already surmised their true nature. The burly man advanced slowly, coldly stating, Kid, after your fierce battle, you must be low on strength. Facing the 4 of us, you are indeed unfortunate. We specially drove these monster fish down from upstream to this open area. Yet, you arrived first and must yield your spoils. Their brazen demand for Chen Fan's hard-won trophies, especially following his intense battle, was utterly shameless. Wiping the blood from his face. Though his features remained obscured, his expression had turned icy. What did it matter that they were 4 at the Golden Bridge realm? Did they expect him to simply capitulate without a fight? Impossible. Who would perish was yet to be determined. Rage surged within him, igniting a fire that refused to be extinguished. With a sneer, he retorted, Your self-righteousness is nothing but garbage. When I fought, you stood idly by. Where was the principle of humans aiding one another? Since you are so unjust, do not blame me for being ruthless. How could I allow myself to be slaughtered? With power coursing through him, he braced himself for battle. To an outsider, witnessing him engaged in fierce combat against 2 elite monsters would suggest he was utterly exhausted. In reality, however, having fused his bloodline twice, his recuperative abilities were extraordinarily potent, allowing him to regain a significant portion of his strength within mere breaths. The vitality coursing through him, bolstered by the fusion crystal core, rendered him indifferent to their threats. The 2 men facing him were momentarily taken aback. For individuals from the Golden Bridge realm had appeared, and in a state of readiness, they were astonished that he remained unperturbed, even daring to threaten them in return. A woman clad in leather, perched atop the fish's head, flickered into existence beside the armored figure. Grasping his right arm, she whispered urgently, Be cautious. He wields the skeletal blade that was taken yesterday, capable of penetrating armor. Instantly, the gazes of the other 3 fixated upon the oddly shaped skeletal dagger. The gunman furrowed his brow, speaking in a low, resolute tone. Whoever he may be, he did not utilize the Golden Bridge during our earlier skirmish, indicating he is not of that realm. Are we truly to fear him? Boy, hand over the 2nd-tier superior crystal core immediately. Do not compel us to take action, for you will not withstand the consequences. While attempting to persuade his companions, he simultaneously threatened Chen Fan, pressing him to comply. Naturally, they preferred to avoid confrontation, wishing to sidestep unnecessary complications. Upon hearing their words, Chen Fan exhaled sharply, his demeanor icy as he declared, You dare brandish your weapons against me? Today will not end peacefully. Let me witness the true prowess of the Golden Bridge realm. Come forth. With a thunderous roar, he raised the skeletal blade, poised to strike. Having fought against the myriad creatures, he was eager to see what humanity could muster. In the urban landscape, individuals often donned facades of civility, but in the wild, their true natures were laid bare. Thus, he resolved to rid the world of a few miscreants, preventing others from enduring their tyranny. The axe-wielding giant trembled, nearly dropping his weapon. Beside him, the dagger-wielding woman and the gunman were equally struck by astonishment. They had not anticipated his fearless demeanor, nor his readiness to engage. The situation was decidedly unusual. Were it any other individual, even one from the Golden Bridge realm, facing such a menacing quartet would have resulted in immediate capitulation. Desperately seeking mercy, the axe-wielder suddenly advanced, swinging his massive axe and bellowing, I shall show you the consequences of disobedience. He charged forth like a tank. Yet despite his formidable armor, his speed was lacking. To Chen Fan, he was merely a target. With a powerful push, he propelled himself forward, his form becoming an elusive specter, directly confronting the advancing foe. His left hand remained at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. Whoosh! An arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, sped toward him from a distance. The arrowhead shimmered with flames, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder. It was a detonation arrow. Chen Fan had encountered such weaponry in the marketplace. Upon contact with any object, it would trigger a miniature nuclear fusion, unleashing a terrifying explosive shockwave. It was one of the crucial weapons against the myriad creatures. Due to these characteristics, firearms were rendered ineffective, impossible to store and prone to friction within the barrel. Hence, the emergence of powerful archers. Fully aware of its devastating capabilities, Chen Fan would not dare to make contact lightly. The arrow's speed was deceptive. Whether parried or struck, its efficacy relied on the subsequent explosion. Thus, Chen Fan channeled his vital energy through unfamiliar pathways within his body. Fish Dragon Transformation. In an instant, his once charging figure transformed into a gust of wind and vanished in the blink of an eye. The detonation arrow sailed through his illusion, embedding itself in the muck below. Before the axe-wielding giant, Chen Fan's form was momentarily lost, leaving the man in a state of bewilderment. The gunman and the dagger-wielding woman stood still, their eyes scanning for Chen Fan's presence. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as they beheld Chen Fan, who had somehow appeared behind the axe-wielding giant. With a forceful left punch, he struck the man's back. The impact left an imprint of his fist upon the hard armor. The robust figure was sent flying like a cannonball, landing above where the arrow had fallen. Boom! The detonation arrow exploded, sending a deluge of muck spiraling through the air, the shockwave rippling outward. The axe-wielding giant's body soared into the sky as if propelled by a spring, while he cried out, spewing blood. Chapter 37. The battle erupts in full force. In this spectacle, both Chen Fan and the four adversaries were left dumbfounded. Chen Fan had not anticipated the ease with which the giant was dispatched, nor had he foreseen the explosive power of the detonation arrow that had sent the heavily armored man flying, at least 600 pounds. Meanwhile, the gunman and his companions were taken aback by Chen Fan's speed and strength. Even a practitioner of the Golden Bridge realm would struggle to match his velocity. In a mere exchange, their team's shield was forcefully knocked aside, the specially crafted plate armor, designed to withstand the assaults of elite monsters, punctured. The sheer force behind such an act was unfathomable. Contemplating this, a chill ran down their spines. Could he be something other than human? After their moment of astonishment, the four realized that now was not the time for surprise. The gunman wielded his spear, radiating golden light as a bridge of gold rose beneath him. Preparing for full-scale combat, the bridge enabled him to glide above the muck, unimpeded by its constraints, enhancing his speed and adaptability. The dagger-wielding woman, enveloped in dark leather, also shone with golden light, her vital energy suffusing her form. However, the bridge beneath her feet appeared different, black in hue, seemingly merging her with the shadows. As she vanished at remarkable speed, the woman atop the fish's head had produced 3 arrows, each glimmering with golden light, which she released in an instant. Frost enveloped their tips, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature by over 30 degrees. With a fierce cry, she shouted, "You dare to strike down my comrade? Stay still." It appeared she aimed to immobilize Chen Fan with her frost arrows, allowing her 2 companions to launch a lethal assault. Now fully unleashed, the Golden Bridge practitioners were no longer comparable to their earlier selves in terms of speed or attack power. Particularly the woman concealed in shadows, silent as a phantom, approached Chen Fan's ankle with deadly intent. This was Chen Fan's first encounter with human adversaries, and their tactics, reflexes, and adaptability were undeniably superior to those of elite creatures. While their individual strength might not match his, their intelligence allowed them to devise strategies for overcoming him. Unlike the brute force exhibited by monsters, their approach was methodical, a fundamental aspect of humanity's ability to contend with elite creatures. Wisdom and tools. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, an exhilaration coursed through him. Like the wind, he surged forward, his muscles tearing through resistance as he charged at the woman atop the fish's head. The arrows flying toward him were effortlessly evaded due to his speed. His formidable physique rendered him impervious to a mere 30-degree drop in temperature. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With 3 distinct sounds, the frost arrows plunged into the river. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of ice forming and pressing against one another echoed across the river's surface, creating an atmosphere of chilling terror. If they had struck, he would likely have been instantaneously encased in ice. Chen Fan caught sight of this phenomenon from the corner of his eye, his heart racing as he marveled at the tremendous power of technology, capable of producing such fearsome weaponry. Of course, the wielder played a significant role. Perhaps the woman possessed an innate affinity for ice elements. With astonishing speed, he surged forward, followed closely by the shadowy woman, who struck air thrice in succession. The armed man, seeing him charge towards the distant archers, could not let the opportunity slip away. He lunged forward, bellowing, "Behold my weapon!" Instantly, his spear transformed into 16 blossoming spear flowers, each radiating golden light and emitting a piercing sound as they enveloped all of Chen Fan's vulnerabilities: his neck, armpits, thighs, knees, and calves. A successful strike would undoubtedly render him crippled, showcasing the man's exceptional marksmanship, far from ordinary. The whistling wind assaulted Chen Fan's eardrums. The archer in front, though her expression altered dramatically, did not retreat. Instead, she knocked 3 frost arrows, sealing off the spaces to Chen Fan's left and right. From her vantage point, she could see Chen Fan's comrade lurking below, poised to ensnare his legs. A single injury to his legs would inevitably lead to his demise, stripping him of all mobility. Caught between the two-pronged assault, Chen Fan found himself on solid ground, with little room for evasion. Yet, he had never intended to evade. Perceiving the arrows posed no threat, his body halted mid-charge. In the next moment, his forward momentum transformed into a pivot to confront his adversaries. The bone blade was already poised, and with a swift motion, he unleashed the 8 slices of the cracking wind. One strike cleaved through the air like an emperor parting mountains, aimed squarely at the spear-wielding man. Simultaneously, he spotted the dagger-wielding woman in black approaching from the ground. In an instant, the skin on his feet surged, coalescing into hardened layers. The blood of the cleansing thunderfish encasing him morphed in shape. The armed man, taken aback by Chen Fan's turn and formidable strike, realized he was not prepared for a direct confrontation of such force. Yet, in his haste, he had moved too quickly to change direction. Helpless, all the spear flowers instantaneously transformed into a golden plum blossom, blooming rapidly to meet the descending blade. Clang, clang, clang. The air resonated with the sound of metal clashing as the spear and bone blade collided over 30 times, yet it could not halt the blade's descent. With no other option, he positioned the spear overhead, bracing for impact. Then, leveraging his momentum, he attempted to glide past her. A counterattack was in mind. All plans seemed flawless, but what he did not anticipate was that the bone blade, wielded with lethal intent, would cleave through his spear, severing it in 2. Even though he managed to block part of the strike, the blade still crashed down mercilessly onto the shoulder of his half-armor. The clang of armor echoed as it absorbed much of the force, but the pressure point could not withstand it, resulting in a swift fracture, cleaving through his shoulder. Crack! As the sound of bones snapping reverberated, the armed man's forward momentum abruptly ceased, crashing heavily into the mire below. Blood quickly stained his armor a deep crimson. Whoosh! 3 frost arrows whizzed past Chen Fan's body, striking the cobbled ground. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of freezing permeated the air, threatening to encase everything in ice. Simultaneously, Chen Fan felt his ankles assaulted 6 times in rapid succession. Ding, ding, ding. However, the force was insufficient to breach his protective armor, leaving only minor wounds. He then noticed the woman in black hastily retreating towards the shadows of the cleansing thunderfish. With a powerful kick against the cobblestones, he transformed his right foot into a projectile, pursuing the woman in black. Without regard for the outcome, he flipped and turned mid-air, charging towards the archer atop the fish's head. Bang, bang. The sound of cobblestones striking his body resonated behind him, clearly breaking through. Oh! The woman could not withstand the force, spitting blood as she collided against the cleansing thunderfish behind her, a pitiful sight. Meanwhile, the archer, having just drawn 2 frost arrows, witnessed a dramatic shift in the scene. The comrades who once surrounded him had disbanded, and the bloodied Chen Fan surged towards her like a terrifying demon. The axe-wielding brute crashed down onto the ice, producing a cracking sound that shattered part of it, yet he found himself more tragically frozen in place among the ice shards. The armed man struggled to rise, his right arm rendered useless, blood soaking a considerable portion of his body, barely evading the encasing ice. The woman in black managed to crawl onto the cleansing thunderfish, escaping the peril of freezing, yet her abdomen and thigh bore transparent wounds, leaving her with little combat capability. The situation had diverged entirely from their earlier assumptions. How could this be? Chapter 38, Inversion of Truth and Falsehood. Chen Fan raised the bone blade, slowly advancing towards her, and coldly remarked, "Did you ever consider the possibility of failure while attempting to rob others?" Though battling the humans of the Golden Bridge realm was arduous, their physical prowess paled in comparison to the monstrous beings of myriad races. Without armor and weapons, the conflict would have been significantly simpler. They could hardly withstand a single blow from him. In terms of speed and strength, they were vastly inferior. Perhaps they had extorted others too often, their actual combat effectiveness severely lacking. With the blade's tip aimed at the archer, his expression was frigid as he awaited her response. The archer, acutely aware that she stood less than 5 meters away, realized she had no chance of victory. Her face turned cold as she retorted, "You seized our prey. We are not the ones robbing you. We merely demand you hand over the crystal core. What is wrong with that?" Even at this juncture, she remained obstinate, clinging to her arguments. Chen Fan responded icily, "Indeed, I toiled to slay 2 monstrous fish while you merely watched, clearly hoping to reap the benefits. Yet you still seek justification. Since you persist in your obstinacy, I shall inflict severe harm upon you, using your lives as bait for the myriad creatures. Would that not be better?" With that, he prepared to advance. In an instant, the others panicked. They had not anticipated his profound understanding of how to silence witnesses. He was undoubtedly seasoned in such matters. The armed man hastily pleaded, "We were wrong. We should not have been obstinate. Please, grant us a path to survival." The woman in black, fully aware that even when unscathed, they could not overpower him, let alone now, weakly implored, "We were mistaken. Spare us. There will be no next time." Dying in a pitiful manner was far worse than living well to see a future. "And you?" Chen Fan harbored no belief in their words, scoffing coldly, "What if I do not believe you?" His statement cast the 4 into a chasm of despair. Their eyes darted, frantic for a solution. They could not die. Just then, a sound of slicing through the air echoed from above, as 2 formidable beings grasped 3 humans, soaring swiftly. The golden lotus below was a sight to behold. The archer cried out to the figures in the sky, "Elders, wait. Someone seeks to kill them and seize their prey." Her words immediately captured the attention of the experts from the sacred lotus realm. They halted midair, descending with the 3 individuals suspended 3 meters above the ground. Upon seeing the 2, Chen Fan could not help but chuckle inwardly. It was none other than the 2 instructors who had been absent for so long, clutching 3 women. They appeared battered and bloodied, their hair disheveled and exhaustion etched on their faces. Chen Fan recognized them, and they, too, recognized him. The skeletal blade, a gift from Good Chun, is well known. It was unexpected, however, to see him bloodied, wielding that very weapon, aimed at the female archer. The situation had evolved beyond their wildest imaginations. It seemed she had found an ally, as the female archer, feeling wronged, cried out, "Esteemed seniors, we 4 have exerted ourselves to the utmost, only to slay 2 monstrous fish and emerge battered and bruised. Yet, he emerged from the shadows, demanding we surrender our hard-won spoils. We would rather die than comply, and he decimated our team, threatening me to yield. I implore you, esteemed seniors, to seek justice for us." Her voice trembled with tears, her expression a portrait of sorrow, as if she bore the weight of immeasurable grievances. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had become the embodiment of treachery, a rogue who struck from the shadows, exhausting all means of malice. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fan nearly laughed in disbelief. The woman, who appeared to possess a certain grace, had inverted the truth with such audacity. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Upon hearing his thoughts, the expressions of the swordsman and Gu Chun darkened in unison. They were not swayed by her claims. It was evident that Chen Fan had exerted every ounce of strength to vanquish the 2 fish. The 4 had attempted to seize the spoils, only to be met with their own demise. They had erred but sought to drag others into their deception, aiming to malign Chen Fan. Such wretchedness! How could it manifest here? As their gazes swept across the battlefield, the injured gunman cried out, "Seniors, do not let him escape. Strike him down immediately. His blade shattered my armor. Were it not for his treachery, I would not be in such dire straits." He was determined to see the swordsman eliminate Chen Fan. Although the woman in black remained silent, she took the opportunity to tend to her wounds, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. The brawny man, encased in ice, finally broke free from the frozen debris. Spotting the 2 formidable figures, he blurted out, "Seniors, dispatch him. He has stolen our prey and seeks to take our lives. He must not be spared." His words revealed an ocean of pent-up resentment. The swordsman surveyed the surroundings, pointing to the traces of frost arrows scattered across the ground, and inquired, "Were these your arrows used to slay the monstrous fish? It appears you have not employed many." The archer hesitated, unable to respond to this query. Typically, her frost arrows would enshroud the entire battlefield, and the prey would undoubtedly bear the marks of her shots. Yet, the monstrous fish bore none. Sensing their growing suspicion, the axe-wielding man interjected, "The fish were too swift. Hitting them with arrows was challenging. I absorbed all the attacks." His boastful demeanor suggested that he fancied himself a true hero. The gunman chimed in, "Indeed, we too were tasked with taking the brunt of the assault. They merely served to distract." They hoped the 2 swordsmen would subdue Chen Fan or take him away, already having abandoned the notion of killing him. As doubt had begun to creep in, Gu Chen scoffed, saying, "Explain to me how the gaping wounds on the fish's head were inflicted? And what about the injuries on its tail?" Having traversed alongside Chen Fan, he was familiar with the explosive nature of his attacks. Others, even if seeking to crush the fish's head, would need to first sever it before inflicting further damage. None possessed the capacity to slay it as swiftly as Chen Fan had. Particularly, the injury on the fish's tail appeared to have been dealt by a blunt instrument. Regardless of whether it was an axe, spear, or dagger, none could inflict such wounds. This inquiry silenced the once boisterous quartet, rendering them incapable of answering. Even having witnessed Chen Fan cleave the fish's head, they could not replicate the feat had they not acted so swiftly. They might have seized all the spoils and denied Chen Fan the chance to claim the crystal cores. Who would have thought that the two seniors descending from the sky would see through their charade without the slightest hesitation? Chen Fan remained silent, his heart swelling with laughter. The seniors they had called upon were, in truth, mentors to him. If they did not tread carefully, they would surely find themselves embarrassed. Why has silence fallen upon you? The swordsman queried. For of you at the Golden Bridge stage attacked two monstrous fish, and yet you bear only fatal wounds, with no other marks? Do you take us for blind or overly compassionate? The swordsman placed the two women he had been holding onto the ground, while his right hand slowly grasped the hilt of his blade. Guchen also set his captive down, coldly remarking, "You must be the scum of the earth, bullying the weak despite being part of a well-equipped team, inverting the truth." Though his legs may be crippled, his combat prowess remained undiminished. They were on the verge of striking. Suddenly, the tide turned, as the seniors, previously thought to be easily deceived, discerned the truth within mere moments. The four no longer dared to act rashly, particularly the female archer, who hesitated to speak as freely as she had before. The web of lies spun by her could not withstand the weight of reality. Witnessing the two preparing to act, the quartet instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The axe-wielding man, now weaponless, glanced around in panic. The gunman retreated a step, holding his weapon with his left hand, and said, "We acknowledge our mistakes. We were momentarily blinded by greed. We meant no harm." The archer interrupted, confessing their fault. "We admit our wrongdoing. Any punishment is at your discretion. Today, we concede defeat, and we shall not resist." Feigning defiance was futile. They immediately adopted a posture of submission, hoping to avoid further violence. The other two men almost mirrored her actions, saying, "Having run afoul of the law, we accept our fate. Whether to kill or to maim, I leave it entirely to your discretion." Only the woman clad in black remained silent, her body slowly inching towards the rear of the monstrous fish, seeking an escape. Upon witnessing this, Chen Fan erupted into raucous laughter once more. He then declared, "I am but a humble being in the realm of suffering. You all seize resources without a care, perhaps leading countless newcomers to their untimely demise at your hands. Since you have fallen into my grasp, I shall not let you go. Produce all the resources you possess." As he spoke, he forcefully kicked at the scales of the fish, sending a flurry of them hurtling through the air like lethal projectiles, whistling ominously as they zipped past the black-clad woman. With a sharp sound, her leather attire was rent asunder, a deep gash opening upon her skin as blood gushed forth. A mere trivial action had swiftly been interrupted. With a crash, she stumbled, her feet sliding beneath her, landing heavily upon the icy surface. The other three stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how, even amidst his maniacal laughter, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Their plans for escape and rumor-mongering lay shattered. The last vestige of their leverage was obliterated in an instant. "Produce the resources you pilfered? That is impossible," exclaimed the archer. "We had only just ventured forth to hunt suitable prey, initially intending to attack ourselves, but you seized our spoils. What resources do we possess?" Her eyes darted towards Chen Fan, indicating the absence of any goods. The gunman cast aside his long spear, asserting, "We truly have none. No one ventures out laden with excessive possessions. Nor do we intend to dwell in the wild. We plan to return the same day." He glanced at the enormous bundle behind Chen Fan, unable to suppress his thoughts. It was evident that a genius like him possessed the audacity to camp out in the wilderness. The axe-wielding brute dared not move, his frostbite and the injuries upon his back flaring, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Fan chuckled wickedly, his voice a siren call to the senses. "It is quite simple. I find your weapons rather commendable. Your armor is also of good quality and should fetch a handsome sum. Leave them all behind and depart clad only in your undergarments. Otherwise, you shall plunge into the river right this moment, and do not surface for 10 minutes. Even if no sinister creatures lurk within, water entering your wounds will be most unpleasant. Moreover, the power of the frost arrows still lingers, undoubtedly causing you considerable discomfort." At his words, the countenances of the four shifted in unison. They had never anticipated such retribution from Chen Fan. To return clad solely in undergarments would not only strip them of their dignity, but also expose them to myriad dangers. The scent of their blood would attract numerous monstrous beings, and they could easily perish on their way back. Yet, if they refused, Plunging into the river might mean certain death should any creature lie in wait. To their astonishment, the archer leapt without hesitation from the fish's body, plunging into the water below. The only sound that escaped her lips was, "I would rather die than leave my possessions to you." Unable to endure the humiliation, she hoped the waters held no peril, allowing her to salvage her life. The black-clad woman, on the other hand, produced a handful of medicinal herbs, applying them to her wound before also diving into the river. Chen Fan furrowed his brow and, in the next instant, unleashed a series of kicks upon the fish's body. The scales became frenzied projectiles, pursuing the two women as they fled. "I have not finished articulating my demands. You must endure my strike and remain alive," he proclaimed. And with that, his feet soared once more, sending two scales hurtling towards the remaining two. Already injured and on the icy surface, they could hardly evade the assault, resulting in their right arms being severed cleanly. With a sickening thud, two arms fell, accompanied by a cascade of crimson upon the ice. The two women submerged in the river met with their own grim fate as the waters quickly turned crimson. Chen Fan had never taken a life before. Though he was coerced today, the inclination to kill remained an arduous endeavor. Nonetheless, he could not allow them to return unscathed. Requiring one of their arms was a fitting conclusion to their enmity. Seeing the chilling murderous intent reflected in the eyes of the two men, they bellowed, "Get down!" Fearful, they swallowed their threats and leapt directly into the water. The wild river was vastly different from the urban streams, fraught with endless peril. As blood spread through the water, a multitude of dark figures began converging upon them from all directions. Chen Fan descended from the cleansing thunderfish, landing beside Guchun and the others. "I am reluctant to take a life. Is this handling acceptable?" Chapter 40. The Convergence of Rivers, a Transformation of Vital Energy. Chen Fan found himself swiftly adapting to the necessity of slaying the monstrous beings of myriad tribes, for he bore a deep-seated grudge. However, when confronted with humanity, the teachings of his education and the sacrifices of the previous generation were indelibly etched in his mind. Even when wronged and repeatedly harmed, the urge to kill remained a formidable challenge. Guchun understood that he was merely a 16-year-old boy who had just emerged from the safety of Taiping City, having only begun to encounter the darker facets of existence. The resolution he had reached was already commendable. He patted Chen Fan's shoulder and said, "Chen Fan, you have done remarkably well. Remember this. In life, one should leave a thread for future encounters. However, some individuals must be dealt with ruthlessly. Those who do not eradicate their enemies entirely may find themselves ensnared by them later. They are no different from the creatures of myriad tribes. There is no need to spare them." His words succinctly conveyed the stakes involved. The swordsman nearby remarked, "Had I encountered them, I would have slain them all and fed their remains to the dogs. You granted them a chance, yet they failed to cherish it. Why should you hold on to them?" The implication was clear. He reproached Chen Fan for his mercy, having previously been ready to draw his blade in lethal intent. He had merely deferred to Chen Fan's judgment and refrained from intervening. Upon hearing their words, Chen Fan pursed his lips, feeling the bloodstains upon his face and letting out a resigned sigh. Just that morning, he had been warned to remain vigilant against treachery, only to be ambushed by afternoon. The good omens had proven ineffective, while the ill-fated ones held true. Despite his compassion, he resolved to take his time. Nodding slightly, he said, "I shall wash up. Will you take the others back?" Covered in blood, he felt a sense of discomfort, the sticky residue weighing heavily upon him. Guchun replied, "They were ambushed while scouting the misty jungle ahead. We managed to rescue 3, but the rest perished. Had we not intervened, they would not have survived. We need to return to the city to assess the situation. Clean yourself quickly, we must return together. A leader-level minotaur has appeared nearby. Something is amiss. We must inform the city lord." They had only just been searching for Chen Fan in the air, realizing that matters had grown dire. The Hunter-S Shadow City was situated within the heart of humanity, where leader-level creatures were nearly non-existent. Their mere presence signified impending danger. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan blinked in surprise. They intended to return after only half a day's excursion? Yet, given the extraordinary peril, the two were unwilling for him to continue his solitary venture. He resolved to first cleanse the blood from his hands. As his fingers dipped into the river, the system's voice suddenly resonated. "Fusion items detected. Fountain of life, capable of expanding the realm of suffering. Requires 15,000 fusion points." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly seemed that mountains and rivers could be fused. Did he possess the requisite fusion points? He did not immediately fuse, but instead hurriedly washed away the blood staining his body, ensuring that not a trace remained upon his backpack. In the center of the river, some strands of hair, clothing, and packages floated to the surface. The river, now tainted crimson, carried everything downstream. A few dark shapes began to converge towards Chen Fan from the murky waters. Prepared in advance, he tentatively commanded the fusion. With his right hand, he grasped the freshly cleaned skeletal blade, ready to make his move. To his amazement, it succeeded. In an instant, the entire river seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, all the water converging into an unseen stream of vital essence. Impurities vanished, and the flowing light surged into Chen Fan's body. At that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into water, sensing it coursing through every part of him. As if he had become one with the liquid, all the water molecules compressed, merging into the bitter sea within his dantian. The bitter sea surged with endless waves, once again spreading outwards into the boundless expanse. In the depths of his consciousness, Chen Fan felt that the bitter sea could now encompass a radius of 10,000 meters, even enveloping the city of Shadow Haunt. Moreover, the life energy contained within it infused the entire bitter sea with vitality. Countless sword energies swam within, akin to joyful fish, exuberantly alive. The power of the departing fire adorned the sky above. It was no longer the bitter sea of old. He could not discern whether this transformation was beneficial or detrimental, as no one had ever spoken of it. Regardless, he would seize any advantage and not let it slip away. As he rose to his feet, he felt an unexpected sense of nourishment coursing through his body. His eyes sparkled, his parched throat returned to normal, and his skin became more supple. It was an exquisite comfort. The transformation felt so pleasant that Chen Fan believed that with a few more occurrences, he could become a being of water. The shadow that had just swum over, revealed in the sudden absence of the river's water, fell into the muddy riverbed. Chen Fan observed clearly that their mouths were adorned with tattered strips of cloth, and their bodies bore gashes. Evidently, they had emerged from a fierce battle, resulting in such a state. Water monkeys, covered in long black fur, with sturdy and elongated limbs, standing at an imposing height of 5 meters. In the water, they indeed resembled ominous black clouds, a sight to behold. However, stripped of the river's cover, they were far from formidable. Chen Fan had just fused with the entire river and was eager to gauge the extent of his enhancement. The skeletal blade was wielded, drawing upon the true energy within him, which had transformed from its original gray to a brilliant blue. It appeared as though it had been diluted, no longer lifeless and desolate. Not only had the color changed, but the volume and essence of the true energy had also undergone a metamorphosis. With a single stroke, the blade unleashed not only terrifying sword energy, but also a mist of water vapor that permeated the air. In one swift motion, 3 water monkeys had no chance to react, instantly cleaved in two. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive explosions erupted as their bodies detonated. Yet, there was no sight of blood and flesh flying. It was as if a force had condensed all the blood and muscle into vapor, evaporating into thin air. Standing behind, Gu Chun, who was waiting for him with a woman to leave together, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "The true energy has undergone a transformation. My heavens! This is a change that can only occur after acquiring rare materials and fusing true energy. It is said that only the 10 great springs of life possess such effects, with merely a 1 in 10 chance. Could this river's water be some form of a life spring?" Having seen much in his time, he recalled the legendary tales upon witnessing Chen Fan's transformation. The swordsman beside him could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Can true energy really transform? Is it still true energy? How has his attack become so bizarre? And even the bitter sea has changed color? Shouldn't it turn golden?" Although he was in the Holy Lotus realm, having yet to traverse the first heaven's gate, he was not well versed in such transformations. Hearing the exclamations, Chen Fan felt a stir within him. Seizing the orange diamond-shaped crystals from the 3 water monkeys and shouldering his backpack as he made his way back, he had an unsettling feeling that Gu Chun had seen through his methods. The true energy had indeed changed, its power significantly enhanced, which was nothing short of alarming. Gu Chun addressed the two, saying, "Chen Fan, in the future, try to conceal the characteristics of your true energy transformation within the city. There will undoubtedly be experts seeking to capture you and uncover your methods. Brother swordsman, please do not mention this to anyone. Treat it as if you have never seen it. Many powerful beings are probing the principles behind true energy transformations. Throughout 1,000 years of history, anyone who has undergone such a transformation has invariably risen to prominence, becoming an invincible powerhouse. You must exercise utmost caution." His tone was grave, laden with urgency. Chapter 41. The blood has yet to cool, the embers still burn. Upon hearing this, both Chen Fan and the swordsman involuntarily changed their expressions dramatically. Chen Fan had not anticipated such a monumental shift to occur so soon after entering the Bitter Sea realm. It was evident that in the future, this would become known, drawing endless trouble. At that time, not only would the myriad creatures seek to kill him, but even human powerhouses would take action. It was entirely unsuitable for development. The swordsman had not expected that after merely beginning to impart some techniques with the blade, Chen Fan would exhibit such terrifying talent. Much like Feng Xiong, he found himself hesitant to offer further guidance, fearing he would mislead him. He regarded him as a genius, yet had not anticipated this level of genius. Biting his lip, he reluctantly stated, "Chen Fan, with your talent, I cannot continue to guide you. While you may adapt to my techniques, it does not necessarily mean they will suit you. I can only share some insights. The rest you must comprehend on your own. I will not teach you further. Seek out a proper master." He made the difficult decision to follow Feng Xiong's example and step back. Even as a Holy Lotus Realm practitioner, he felt ill-equipped to guide someone in the Bitter Sea realm. At the very least, he could not execute the technique of cleaving a head in one strike. Chen Fan was left speechless, having just learned a few techniques, yet another mentor was withdrawing? Did they not think too highly of themselves? He could not help but protest. "No, please. You are both esteemed mentors. I have only just entered the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm. How can you claim you cannot guide me? This is an unreasonable shirking of responsibility." It was a rare opportunity to encounter a teacher who did not covet his true energy transformation. He wished to grasp onto this chance tightly. The swordsman shook his head vigorously, replying, "No, no, no. I do not wish to be a teacher who misleads students. Should you one day become a significant figure, do not forget me." In truth, he was entirely unaware of the true implications of the transformation in true energy, having only heard Guchen speak of it. Most importantly, he did not want to get embroiled in it, attracting the attention of powerful beings. Just because he did not speak of it did not mean it would remain a secret. As long as there was combat, Chen Fan would eventually be exposed. He wished to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Chen Fan nodded and said to Guchen, "Understood, I will be cautious. Are there any methods to conceal true energy? I cannot fully control it. As soon as I use it, it will surely draw the attention of those with ulterior motives." As they inquired, the three of them walked towards the city. After a series of fierce battles, the sun began to set in the west, casting long shadows. They traversed a mountain, returning along the path they had come, heading back to the city. Shortly after departing, several tiger-like creatures with wings appeared across the dried riverbed. Their eyes sparkled with intelligence, surveying the parched ground where the river had once flowed. They exchanged glances, all perceiving the anger reflected in each other's eyes. The echoes of their furious roars reverberated through the mountains. Countless monsters fled, boulders tumbled, and trees swayed wildly, creating a terrifying scene. Hearing the sounds, Guchen and the swordsman involuntarily glanced back, quickening their pace. Chen Fan was perplexed, his mind still lingering on Guchen's words about the true qi concealment technique, which needed to be sought in the trading market. He was unsure of what to do. The sudden roar of a tiger snapped him back to reality, making him realize that the two individuals were likely hurrying back to Shadowhunter City due to some imminent crisis they could hardly handle. Unfortunately, for Chen Fan, this was not good news. While others were diligently striving to elevate their realms, he found himself in the sea of suffering, not only failing to ascend, but actually descending. This was utterly absurd. He needed to devise a plan to swiftly eliminate more elite-level monsters, assimilate their cores, and elevate his own realm. What to do? Should he sneak outside the city to hunt? Perhaps rest for the night and reconsider tomorrow? Given their pace, the distance of over 1,000 meters was hardly a challenge. In less than a minute, accompanied by 3 women, he arrived at the foot of Shadowhunter City. Chen Fan noticed that the corpses on the city wall, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared entirely different from those seen earlier in the day. They were shrouded in a halo, exuding a dignified aura that was both grand and majestic. For a moment, he was entranced, standing at a distance outside the gate. The eerie and terrifying sight he had previously encountered was nowhere to be found. Instead, it seemed as though they were still alive, radiating warmth and light, illuminating the path for all of humanity. Observing his stillness, Guchen furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "If you wish to gaze upon them, do so. But remember to return early. We must first seek out the city lord." Embracing the women, he and the swordsman made their way back into the city. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, quietly standing outside the south gate, patiently awaiting the sunset. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last remnants of light in the sky vanished, and the statues on the city wall grew increasingly luminous. The corpses emanated an overwhelming majesty. Some carried the intent of soaring swords, others radiated the brilliance of Buddhism and Taoism, while some exuded a powerful purple aura, and others were imbued with a relentless vigor. Some released flames, while others were veiled in fine rain. Some crackled with electric arcs, and others were encased in ice crystals. Each bore its unique characteristics, distinct from one another. These were the ancestors of humanity, who had expended the last vestiges of their strength to become the monuments safeguarding us. As Chen Fan gazed upwards in reverence, a clear voice broke through his thoughts from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to find he recognized the speaker. To his astonishment, she spoke quietly, in pursuit of our predecessors' footsteps, for the continuity of humanity, we must strive and exert ourselves. Though we cannot drive out all races, at least we can stand tall with a clear conscience and reunite with our ancestors after death. We have not brought shame upon ourselves. We have not forsaken the pride of humanity, nor have we bowed our backs. Though her tone lacked fervor and her voice remained steady, it radiated a profound sense of pride. There was no regret in choosing this path in life. Strangely, it felt as though she was advising Chen Fan not to stray from his course. Chen Fan's eyes grew misty, and he echoed, "Indeed. We must hold our heads high when we meet our ancestors, telling them we have avenged them." His voice, though faint, carried the weight of aspirations for the future. He must avenge his parents. With 36 lives lost, he was the sole heir of the Chen family. Although he didn't fully grasp the concept of national righteousness or the continuity of generations, he understood that his parents had given him life, raised him, and died for him. He must do something in return. Grateful for the guardianship of our ancestors, our blood has yet to cool, and the embers still burn. His words bore a poignant sense of desperation, revealing that he did not consider himself stronger than his predecessors. He merely wished to exert himself without regret. The girl beside him tilted her head and smiled gently, saying, "You are truly remarkable. I hope that one day we can fight side by side. We should return. Soon the Ghost Clan and other races will appear, and you might not be ready to face them." Her tone carried a hint of condescension, as if to imply he might shy away from danger. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes lit up, suddenly turning to gaze into the wilderness. Filled with longing, he inquired, "Will the Ghost Clan, the Bone Clan, and the Shadow Clan really appear at night? What are they like? Can you take me to experience it?" Earlier that morning, he had anticipated witnessing the nocturnal spectacle outside, but he never imagined he would return at night. Wearing rune armor, had he prepared in vain? The girl rolled her beautiful eyes, looking at him incredulously. "You dare to face the Ghost Clan?" Chapter 42. Approaches to confronting the Ghost Clan. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. What was so terrifying about the Ghost Clan? He had learned about them in textbooks and had grasped much knowledge. What was there to fear? Besides, his parents and relatives had been slain by the Bone Clan. If he succumbed to fear, what would become of the future? Would he not avenge this grievance? He had encountered far stranger and more grotesque creatures than the stitched monstrosities. Could they be any more horrifying? "Miss Leonor, although I am merely in the Sea of Suffering realm, I have encountered numerous monsters and am mentally prepared." However, he was uncertain how to kill them. The books mentioned they were formless and intangible, but did not elaborate on how to slay them. The Bone Clan was somewhat manageable, as they were at least tangible. Their soul fire was not strong enough to face the sun. But as for the Ghost Clan, the Shadow Clan, and the Nether Clan, he had no knowledge of them. Any student who had not opened the Sea of Suffering would not be acquainted with such skills. They could easily disrupt one's mental state. Upon hearing this, Miss Leonor gazed at him intently and remarked, "I cannot see through you at all. To have slain a horde of stitched monsters on your first outing. You are truly gifted." It was evident that she had confirmed his recent arrival in Shadowhunter City, having just opened the Sea of Suffering. Otherwise, such basic knowledge would surely have been imparted by his teachers. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected praise, shaking his head with a smile. "What genius am I? I know nothing." He did not perceive himself as particularly formidable. His realm was too low to glide, let alone fly like those in the Holy Lotus realm. Without elevation in his realm, it would be challenging to access the next heavenly threshold, let alone seek vengeance. He was utterly unaware of where the 8th heavenly threshold lay. Yet Leonor shook her head, saying, "You have opened the Sea of Suffering for a brief time. There is much you do not know. The longer one remains in the Sea of Suffering, the larger it opens, and the greater one's future achievements can be. Many who become masters later regret not having taken their time. Although initial progress may be slow, the later stages will see one ascend rapidly without delay. Each breakthrough in realm demands stringent requirements from the Sea of Suffering. However, not many will dedicate themselves to honing their skills." She refrained from discussing how to kill the Ghost Clan, instead expounding on the significance of the Sea of Suffering. Chen Fan was left speechless, bewildered as to why she had suddenly broached this topic. Could it be that she was inspired by something? Or had she caught wind of some news? His mind was racing with thoughts, uncertain of how to respond. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Leonor continue, "My mother, as a participant, had to suppress her true chi to expand her Sea of Suffering in the Divine Gate realm, even if it distorted her figure and rendered her exceedingly unattractive. She was unperturbed. It appeared to be the Divine Gate realm, but when it came time to act, she could contend with monsters of equal realm. Some prodigies could even battle above their level, far surpassing their peers. I sense you possess such talent. I have heard that your Sea of Suffering has taken the shape of an ocean. Indeed, your gifts are extraordinary." After a lengthy discourse, Chen Fan finally comprehended that she must have investigated everything about him. Otherwise, how could she know so much in detail? Moreover, it shed light on why her mother was so overweight. May it not be mere rumor. My ascension has been painfully sluggish. Moreover, when I channel my vital energy, I find myself unable to exert complete control, rendering me conspicuous to others. A most unfavorable circumstance. A greater sense of worry looms within him. The sea of suffering has at least expanded tenfold, and my realm has plummeted to the nascent stage of this torment. Yet, when I exert my full strength, my power can reach several 100,000, far surpassing many formidable practitioners of the Golden Bridge realm. My physical endurance is even more astonishing, eclipsing that of the Sacred Lotus realm. He has overlooked these comparisons. Leonor, observing wispy white figures ascending from the ground, as countless bones emerged from the depths, recalled the earlier query. Tilting her head, she remarked, "We seem to have a strong affinity, having exchanged so many words. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Have you noticed the emergence of the Ghost Clan and the Bone Clan?" She gestured towards a point 50 meters ahead, urging him to take a closer look. Chen Fan had already noticed, as bizarre creatures began to appear just over 100 meters from the city wall, utterly shattering his previous perceptions. In 2 lifetimes, he had never felt the Ghost Clan so near, witnessing them with his own eyes. Words failed to encapsulate his current emotions. They stood over 50 meters from the city gate, allowing them a clear view of the deceased elders atop the wall. Thus, the sight was distinctly vivid. The Ghost Clan, grotesque in form, represented a different style from the stitched monstrosities. Some resembled beautiful women, yet their features were strikingly hollow, with elongated arms. Others appeared as infants, sporting horns atop their heads and bat-like wings protruding from their backs. Some had their intestines shaped into concentric shields, enveloping their bodies. Others were nothing more than skeletal heads and bony bodies, drifting eerily. Just witnessing these various grotesqueries left Chen Fan utterly speechless. Many of the images were so repulsive that a timid person might perish from fright. No wonder Leonor suggested he might be fearful. As for the Shadow Clan, he had not laid eyes upon them. The Nether Clan appeared distinctly different, their hues exceedingly monotonous, predominantly dark red. Their forms were mostly monstrous, lacking the bizarre characteristics of other clans. The Bone Clan was the easiest to identify, being either human or animal skeletons, with a pair of flickering green soul flames within their skulls. While Chen Fan was still attempting to discern them, he sensed the approach of monstrous beings exuding human-like auras, charging towards him. Unsure of how to respond, he involuntarily took a step back. Observing Leonor standing resolutely, he forced himself to halt his retreat. She possessed confidence that he lacked. Just as he prepared to mimic Leonor's composure, every creature that breached the 100-meter threshold towards the city wall was enveloped in radiant light. Chen Fan hastily followed the source of the illumination, discovering it emanated from the ancestral humans upon the wall. The auras they radiated, or the murderous intent they released, caused all monsters to perish silently and without a trace. In that moment, Chen Fan felt an awakening. The ancestors had not perished, they were continuously protecting humanity. If they were truly deceased, how could they react with such sensitivity? In an instant, he perceived the presence of Buddhist light, sword energy, overwhelming aura, blood energy, mysterious flames, ice crystals, and so forth, all capable of easily obliterating the Ghost Clan. Some creatures lurking in the shadows could not escape the fate of annihilation. Did you see that? Leonor, seemingly concerned he was not paying close attention, specifically pointed out the various races engulfed in light, saying, to combat the Ghost Clan and Bone Clan, the most powerful and effective method is the holy light of the Buddhist realm. However, most people are reluctant to learn it. For us warriors, the simplest approach is through blood energy. If we can form a blood smoke, condensing it into a weapon, we could even slay leaders of their kind. Of course, if you can master techniques like sword energy or blade energy to condense your vital energy, killing them would be as easy as slicing vegetables. The power we gather can effortlessly dismember them. Do you understand? With this practical explanation, Leonor elucidated the matter with utmost clarity. It was not overly complicated. Chen Fan blinked his eyes vigorously, as if a great door had swung open. Was it truly that simple? After all, he had absorbed countless sword energies from the sword grass. Did that not already equip him with a means to deal with the Ghost Clan? Suddenly recalling a crucial point, he inquired, what if we encounter an even more powerful Ghost Clan? Would we still employ the same methods? Leonor smiled slightly and replied, you are overthinking it. Do you know what our first step is? To condense our blood energy. But what is the result of condensing blood energy? It is to carve open the sea of suffering, becoming a true powerhouse. In essence, the nature of cultivation has already transformed. It is now primarily based on vital energy, with the body serving as a support to strengthen oneself. Similarly, Most Ghost Clan members in their early stages absorb yang energy to condense their physical forms, breaking free from their shackles to exist in the world. Thus, they possess blood energy and solid forms. Humans are also physical beings, so who should fear whom? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a sudden clarity. He understood. No wonder it was said that one should strengthen the body to cultivate blood energy, while internally refining vital energy to elevate one's cultivation. Utilizing both approaches indeed held merit. Since there was a means to confront them, he felt a sense of relief. He strode boldly towards the 100-meter boundary, determined to test the efficacy of his newfound knowledge. How potent were his abilities truly? Just as he had taken 3 steps forward, Leonard's voice rang in his ears. What are you doing? We should return to the city and not burden the ancestors atop the wall. This was the simplest reason. One could not act recklessly. It would consume the murderous intent that accompanied the ancestors. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am going to slay a few for testing purposes. Thank you for your guidance, Lady Leonard. You should return. The conversation had altered his perception of Leonard entirely. Gone was the haughty and overbearing demeanor he had first encountered, replaced by a person who was empathetic and willing to nurture those beneath her. Leonard stood momentarily stunned. He dared to attempt what she had instructed. It was difficult to determine whether he was a fool or a genuine genius. Blood energy smoke could not possibly take form without rigorous training. Merely relying on the blood energy he had amassed prior to the Sea of Suffering was insufficient to slay the Ghost Clan. After all, they were stronger than humans at the Sea of Suffering stage, capable of annihilating ordinary people and decimating nations. Noticing the runic armor adorning him and the protective aura of the city wall, she assessed that he should be safe from danger. Her eyes flickered with complexity as she hesitated, contemplating whether to follow him. Ultimately, she decided to step behind Chen Fan, feeling that they should look out for one another as fellow humans. Chen Fan was no fool. He hadn't eaten since the previous night, so there was no way he would recklessly charge into battle. The closer he approached the 100-meter boundary, the more Ghost Clan, Shadow Clan, and Bone Clan creatures surged towards him, as if they had spotted the most delectable cake and were rushing forward in a frenzy. However, upon reaching the 100-meter mark, they were instantly obliterated by various waves of energy and light, leaving no trace behind. As he drew nearer, the runes on his armor emitted a mysterious glow, allowing him to clearly observe some of the enigmatic races charging towards him. The Shadow Clan, small in stature and dark in appearance, excelled at hiding in shadows but could not escape his gaze. The armor proved formidable, thwarting any attempts at ambush from the Shadow Clan. Why had it not displayed such wondrous properties during the day? Chen Fan secretly admired the designer, whose ideas were truly innovative. Some practitioners, not conforming to mainstream methods, possessed an array of mysterious powers. It seemed he should seek to learn from them. As he drew closer, the creatures of various races outside became increasingly frenzied. Especially at night, the myriad creatures that had concealed themselves during the day now emerged from their lairs in search of sustenance. And humans, unfortunately, were the most delectable of prey. Chirps, roars, howls, and cries echoed in the night. Various cries of anguish and roars reverberated through the pitch-black night, spreading unchecked. The earth trembled, trees swayed, dust danced in the air, and a palpable scent of bloodlust permeated the atmosphere. Countless creatures engaged in relentless slaughter amongst themselves, striving for their own enhancement and empowerment. In the distance, flames soared towards the heavens, lightning split the sky, torrential rain poured down, and rocks howled. A scene reminiscent of a hellish battleground on the brink of boiling over. Just yesterday in the city, although the sounds had reached his ears, he had not witnessed such a sight. Chen Fan suddenly realized that night was indeed the optimal time for humanity to venture out and hone their skills. Daylight was reserved for the trials of the weak, where even locating an elite monster proved to be a daunting task. However, the night was a different realm entirely, teeming with elite beings that watched with predatory intent, eager to pounce at any moment. It was far more advantageous than searching during the day. A broad smile graced his face as he set down his backpack and, wielding his skeletal blade, stood before the 100-meter boundary. He stretched his limbs and joints, feeling the stiffness that had settled in after standing still for too long. Lian approached, observing his heavy backpack, and shook her head, saying, Now that you are in the Bitter Sea realm, you must carry such a burdensome pack. Once you reach the Holy Lotus realm and create space within your dantian, you will be able to store numerous treasures. At that point, it will no longer be such a hassle. Unless someone manages to restrain you, no one will know what you possess. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His heart brimmed with yearning for the Holy Lotus realm. As he gazed once more at the myriad creatures outside, despite their grotesque and fearsome appearances, he found them unexpectedly endearing. They were all crystallized cores, capable of enhancing his cultivation. He hoped to harness their power to swiftly elevate his strength. After a brief warm-up, he stepped forward, his heart racing with fervor. The surge of energy coursed through his veins, invigorating his entire being and preparing his muscles and bones for battle. His vital energy surged, and the sword aura danced joyfully as if a child had discovered a delightful toy. "I'm coming," he bellowed, unleashing the 8th slash of the cracking wind as he dashed to the 100-meter mark. The glimmer of his blade flashed, and the sword energy swept through 6 monstrous beings of the ghostly clan. They were bizarrely shaped, with tongues that extended 3 meters and coiled around their necks. Their hair hung damply, shrouding their bodies, and their entire forms were covered in tendrils, floating in the air like grotesque orbs. No matter how one looked at them, they exceeded human imagination. He could hardly guess what they would resemble if they were to solidify. With a sweeping strike, a layer of blood glimmered upon the blade. The 6 ghostly beings seemed to have intentionally charged forth to meet their doom, dissipating like spring snow in an instant. All that remained were 6 red diamond-shaped crystals plummeting from the sky, which Chen Fan effortlessly caught with his left hand. A voice echoed in his mind. Eliminated a ghostly being, gained 100 fusion points. Eliminated a ghostly being, gained 100 fusion points. Detected energy available for fusion. Increasing minor vital energy, requires 50 fusion points. The 6 ghostly beings were merely the weakest of the low tier, yielding limited rewards. Yet, Chen Fan was elated, his smile radiant. This confirmed that Lien had not deceived him. His vitality could indeed vanquish ghostly beings. Next, he aimed to slay a skeletal creature. The low-tier skeletal beings bore 2 soul flames within their skulls, easily extinguishable. However, if their bodies retained any flesh, appearing as if flayed of skin and bone, they would qualify as elite level. These stronger beings, protected by their soul flames, were far more challenging to eliminate as they evolved further. With bones resembling jade and skin enveloping them, their eyes aglow with soul flames, they could even soar through the skies, becoming leaders among their kind. The texts had described them, yet he had never encountered such beings until now. When he finally spotted 2 skeletal beings adorned with remnants of flesh charging towards him, he immediately engaged. The sword energy flickered on his skeletal blade as he cleaved through. Crack! Crack! The attacks of the 2 skeletal beings bore no effect. Their heads fell away. Boom! Boom! As the sword energy exploded, the green soul flames within them extinguished in an instant. 2 additional orange diamond-shaped crystals emerged, which Chen Fan promptly absorbed. Impossible! Lien, watching from afar, could not contain her astonishment. She had never imagined that the formidable elite skeletal beings would be so easily dispatched by Chen Fan. She observed clearly that he was merely in the Bitter Sea realm, and even at the mid-stage. Yet, he effortlessly annihilated the elite skeletal beings, an image that was hard for her to believe. Even she could not have achieved such ease. No wonder several teachers had vied for him on the spot, willingly becoming his guardians. He was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing her voice, he swiftly executed another strike, eliminating 2 shadow creatures. As long as he could see them, their combat effectiveness diminished significantly, allowing for effortless slaying. Chen Fan was thoroughly satisfied and chose not to continue further. He sheathed his blade and approached Lien, stating, "Thank you, Miss Lien, for your guidance. It is indeed quite effective. We should head back. Dinner awaits, and I must fill my stomach." In truth, he was concerned about the 2 dragon horns and the dragon fruit tree nestled within his backpack. He needed to secure those valuable items before returning to battle. Lien snapped back to reality and waved her hands, saying, "You're welcome, you're welcome." As she noticed him preparing to leave, her curiosity bubbled over. "What realm are you in? How can you easily slay elite skeletal beings?" Her intrigue about him deepened. Suddenly, commotion erupted among the various creatures behind her as humans burst onto the scene. 2 late-stage beings from the Golden Bridge realm stepped forth. Their golden bridges adorned with mysterious patterns that radiated brilliant golden light, as if they could transform into holy lotuses at any moment. Upon seeing them, Lien gasped. "Elder brother, second brother, what are you doing back? Were you not supposed to be challenging the Holy Lotus realm?" Chen Fan was taken aback to discover that these were Lien's 2 elder brothers. Their resemblance was indeed noticeable. The 2 brothers, upon spotting their younger sister, directed their gazes towards Chen Fan simultaneously and exclaimed, "Mother sent us a message. There has been a significant change. We must return promptly. Who is he? Why is he wandering outside at this hour? Hurry back. Is he your old man? Or a newcomer? Why are you associating with someone like him? Let us go." Their words dripped with disdain for Chen Fan, and they seized Lien's arm to lead her away forcefully. The harshness of their tone implied that they deemed Chen Fan insignificant. Hey, Lien was no match for her 2 powerful brothers, and as they grasped her arms, they forcibly escorted her home. The wind carried their voices, You are the pride of Hunter's Shadow City, destined to reach the 7th and 8th trials. How can you act so recklessly? Indeed, your husband will only grow stronger. There's no need to waste your precious youth on someone unworthy. They looked down on Chen Fan, believing the two were up to no good in the dead of night. Chen Fan licked his lips, letting out a self-deprecating smile. What nonsense is this? These two are quite imaginative. It's not as if I lack interest in someone. My interactions with Lien are merely casual conversation. With his enormous backpack in tow, he returned to the new student dormitory. After thoroughly cleaning up, he knocked on Ji Tianwu's door, but received no response. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden urgent alarm echoed through the city, as if some impending crisis were about to descend. Chen Fan was suddenly taken aback, his steps halting as he tilted his head toward the corridor window. How could such a situation arise on this late evening? Swish, swish, swish. Almost all the doors along the corridor swung open, with numerous students gazing out in confusion. They had all heard the alarm. This was undoubtedly a grave matter. At that moment, Ji Tianwu also opened her door and, upon seeing Chen Fan standing at the entrance, her eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to contain her delight as she exclaimed, "Brother Fan? When did you return? What does this sound mean?" The others, noticing Chen Fan in the corridor, were equally perplexed. One of them inquired, "Chen Fan, weren't you out of the city with the teacher? When did you come back? We thought you wouldn't return. Is there a crisis outside? What is happening, Chen Fan? Is something significant occurring?" A barrage of questions was directed at him, as if he held the answers. Chen Fan, equally bewildered, replied, "I don't know. I just got back to see you." At this, Ji Tianwu's face lit up with joy and excitement. Forgetting the situation, she looked up and said, "Did you come specifically to find me? I was just in the bathroom washing up and didn't hear anything. Come on. Let us go outside and see what is going on." She felt that Chen Fan must have her in mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought her out immediately upon his return. Thrilled yet disturbed by the blaring alarm, she felt compelled to investigate. Just as she was about to close the door, a loudspeaker in the building announced, "All personnel in Shadowhunter City, unless under special circumstances, do not venture outside at will. If any companions are in the wilderness, please notify them immediately to return as soon as possible." This message echoed 5 times through the loudspeaker. Many students, still in their learning phase, dismissed it nonchalantly. The only exception was Chen Fan, who had planned to go out for an evening workout to hasten his cultivation. Receiving such an announcement was quite displeasing. He speculated that it was likely related to the report from Guchun and his companion, indicating danger outside. Of course, the message advising against going out was not an absolute prohibition. Thus, he resolved to finish his meal and then venture out to gather fusion points. While others were diligently striving to reach the Golden Bridge realm, his own cultivation was stagnating. This was unacceptable. Hearing the announcement, many freshmen waved it off, saying, "Humph. We're not qualified to leave the city. It's just the right time for us to study hard. I sense something must be happening outside, otherwise they wouldn't order everyone in the city to stay indoors. Whatever is occurring, the city lord and the experts will handle it. We, as mere freshmen, cannot possibly engage in battle." However, some expressed a desire to see the battlefield to hone their skills and contribute to humanity in the future. Each freshman had different aspirations, and their words naturally varied. Chen Fan, indifferent to their chatter, turned his attention back to Ji Tianwu and asked, "Have you eaten? Shall we go to the cafeteria for something to eat?" He had roasted some 3-headed serpent meat at noon and hadn't eaten since, so he was feeling a bit famished. After filling his stomach, he wanted to promptly execute his upgrade plan. Ji Tianwu, with a twinkle in her eye, smiled and said, "I've eaten, but I want to accompany you for a bite. Let us go." She seemed as cheerful as a little sprite, unconcerned with the city's troubles, eager to savor their time together. Along the way, she chattered animatedly about the day's training activities. "Today was so dull. We just sat in electric chairs, constantly stimulating our muscles. I don't want to become a muscle-bound girl. Yet Teacher Fong insisted on extra portions for me, and I nearly couldn't handle it." She rambled on about her day. Upon arriving at the cafeteria and seeing the limited food left, the chef generously offered all of it to them. After sitting down, Ji Tianwu inquired, "How was your outing today? Did you have fun?" Just as Chen Fan was about to answer after taking a bite, the cafeteria loudspeaker announced, "All personnel at the St. Lotus Realm, please gather in the conference hall. This includes veterans and extraordinary individuals." Chapter 45, The Most Challenging Affection from a Beauty. Battling until dawn. The announcement halted Chen Fan's eating. He watched as a chef removed his white chef's coat, donned a gray robe, and picked up 2 uniquely designed knives before stepping onto a golden lotus to leave. Inside the kitchen, 3 other experts hurriedly followed suit. It dawned on them that the cafeteria in the basement was concealing experts at the St. Lotus realm. It was evident that a city capable of standing strong in the wilderness was no ordinary place. Had it not been for these experts, it might have been breached long ago. Ji Tianwu couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, they're summoning all the experts at the St. Lotus realm. This must be serious. There's no way such news wouldn't have leaked." The outside world was indeed perilous. How much safer it was in Peace City. A hint of curiosity and intrigue flickered in her eyes as she compared the two cities. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan took another bite of food and remarked, "I feel something is amiss. In Peace City, we were merely students, utterly powerless. Even if something were to happen, we wouldn't be aware of it. Here in Shadowhunter City, we are warriors and must adapt to the tense atmosphere. Perhaps this is merely a drill targeting us newcomers. However, the fact that even the extraordinary criminals are being called suggests that the situation is far from simple." At that moment, he regretted not inquiring further about the situation, leaving him to speculate like a fool. After the announcement, there was no further communication, so Chen Fan began recounting his experiences outside. He spoke of his training in swordsmanship, the dragon fruit tree, and the dragon horn, covering everything in detail. In the end, he mentioned the 4 individuals who had attacked him, warning Ji Tianwu, "When in the wilderness, even if it's a long-lost friend, one must remain vigilant. I was merely fishing normally, yet they attempted to harm me several times. Had it not been for the 2 teachers, I might have been in grave danger." He emphasized how treacherous those 4 were, urging her to be particularly cautious. Ji Tianwu nodded earnestly and replied, "Teacher Kai Ji has warned us to be wary of humans in the wilderness. I didn't expect you to encounter them on your first solo adventure. You weren't injured, were you? For at the Golden Bridge realm, they didn't overpower you, did they?" Only at the end did she realize the most critical point. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him, unblinking. "I have a unique situation. My body is exceptionally strong, surpassing elite-level monsters. It's mainly because my teachers provided excellent instruction." She almost let slip her secret, nearly exposing herself. Overcoming the strong with the weak, defeating 4 opponents, her combat prowess was indeed exceptional. While he was unconcerned, others would undoubtedly take note. He felt a slight sense of pride, particularly in impressing his extraordinarily talented sister. "Let us go. I've finished eating. We should return and focus on our cultivation to elevate our realms as soon as possible. I envy those who can glide. They easily cross rivers." Chen Fan set down his chopsticks and beckoned her to return together. Though the time was brief, it was sufficient to forge a bond. However, Ji Tianwu wished to linger a bit longer with him, saying, "Let us first take a look at your spoils from today. I've never seen a dragon horn." With that, the 2 returned to Chen Fan's room to inspect the dragon horn and the dragon fruit tree. Chen Fan took the opportunity to check their condition, finding them to be quite intact. He then said, "This dragon fruit tree is not yet mature. I'll give it to you. As a man of considerable stature, I am not particularly meticulous, and yet I have inadvertently caused the demise of something so precious." Right then and there, I bestowed the invaluable Qiu-Long fruit tree upon Ji Tianwu. "Regarding this dragon horn, do you think it can be fashioned into a pair of weapons? I present it to you as well. My own weapon is a blade, but this one is rather short." I have also given her the dragon horn. Since all the crystal nuclei have merged, there is nothing left inside. Ji Tianwu initially intended to decline the gift, but upon reflecting on our impending separation, she decided that retaining a memento would not be unwelcome. Contemplating this, she retrieved a fragrant pouch from her small bag and placed it in Chen's palm, saying, "You have given me something. I shall reciprocate with this pouch. Inside, there is dragon saliva fragrance, beneficial for meditation and clarity of mind. If we part ways, do remember to show it to me when we meet again." Having forgotten it earlier in the morning, she found it fitting now. "Very well. I shall keep your gift close to my heart." As she spoke, she secured it around her neck, allowing it to rest gently against her chest. Protected by the runic armor, safe from harm. After exchanging a few more words, Ji Tianwu cradled the dragon horn while Chen Fan held the enormous Qiu-Long fruit tree as they returned to their quarters. "Good night." They bid each other farewell and retreated to their respective rooms. Chen Fan caressed the pouch at his chest, murmuring, "The beauty's grace is the most unforgettable." Releasing his hold, he donned a suit of sturdy attire, fastened his runic armor, grasped his bone knife, and listened intently at the door for a moment. Sensing the absence of sound outside, he stealthily stepped out. With renewed vigor, he dashed towards the southern city gate. From this night forth, he would endeavor to strengthen himself. Upon reaching the gate, he could distinctly observe numerous individuals hastening back from the wilderness. News had already spread throughout the city. Chen Fan deliberately veered away from the direction of the gate, heading towards a spot several hundred meters away. Various beings from the Ghost Clan, Bone Clan, Shadow Clan, and the Underworld Clan surged towards him like a tidal wave. Creatures of the Bat Clan, Night Owls, and other nocturnal entities also descended upon him, howling as they encircled him without escape. In response, Chen Fan's face radiated excitement. His blood surged with fervor, energy igniting within him as he unleashed the 8 Winds blade, employing various skills as he boldly plunged into the fray. During the day, such a multitude of monstrous beings was invisible, yet the night provided the perfect opportunity. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Defeated Icewing Demon Bat. Gained 100 fusion points. Vanquished Elite Ghost Clan. Gained 1,500 fusion points. Slain Bone Clan. Gained 100 fusion points. Discovered Fusion Energy. Increasing a small amount of true energy. Requires 50 fusion points. Discovered Fusion Energy. Increasing a slight amount of true energy. Requires 200 fusion points. As time passed, Chen Fan silenced the noise that disrupted his focus. He had lost all sense of time, forgetting the dangers that lay outside. Alone, he pressed deeper into the fray, far beyond the range observable from the city walls. His blood surged, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloping him. As the lower-tier Ghost Clan charged, they were scattered into nothingness by his overwhelming presence. The Lesser Bone Clan, though possessing some strength, succumbed to the onslaught of his vitality, extinguishing their soul flames instantly. The Shadow Clan, having nowhere to hide, could not withstand the force of Chen Fan's punches and kicks. The lowly beings of various clans were abundant, their crystal nuclei plentiful, and he absorbed everyone he could find. He could hardly be bothered to fuse their skills unless prompted by a need for thousands of fusion points. When he encountered elite monsters, he dispatched them with a single strike. The 8 Winds blade had been cultivated to a level of effortless execution, allowing him to strike rapidly from any posture or angle. The power of the serpent binding technique and his muscular strength were intertwining, exhibiting terrifying lethality. Tentacles of Fury. Formidable Ghost Clan warriors? Slay them. Radiant skeletal giants with a hint of flesh? Annihilate. The Dark Red Underworld Clan? Kill, kill, kill. All who obstructed his path were ruthlessly dispatched. With the crystal nuclei replenishing his true energy, it flowed like an endless sea. His vitality surged, feeling like a humanoid machine. Tireless, Chen Fan lost all sense of time as he continued his rampage. It was only when dawn broke, the first light of day revealing the absence of the frenzied Ghost Clan and the Bone Clan burrowed underground, that he realized the surrounding night-dwelling creatures, the Shadow Clan, Underworld Clan, and nocturnal beings, had nearly all retreated. For a moment, the earth lay desolate, an unusual tranquility enveloping the area. Daylight had arrived, without sight of any monstrous beings. Chen Fan could finally survey the broader landscape, murmuring to himself. Chapter 46. Fusion of Super Titanium Ore, a tremendous enhancement. Despite enduring a night of battle, his throat remained unhoarse, still moist. His body felt inexhaustible, operating with ease. Many of his movements had provided optimal exercise for his joints. Before him stood a rocky mountain wall, previously teeming with Ghost Clan beings emerging from within, now eerily absent. They must be hiding inside, away from the sun. Had I truly battled through the night? Am I truly this formidable? Even Chen Fan was taken aback by the extent of his own prowess. Glancing at the bone knife in his hand, he noticed fine cracks had formed upon its surface, rendering it less sharp than the previous day. It was not durable at all. My left fist had endured no wear. Chen Fan examined his left hand, discovering no scratches on his skin. It remained smooth. However, he was slightly winded as he approached the rocky wall, intending to lean against it for a brief respite. Grasping a stone, just as he was about to sit, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Discovered fusion of super titanium ore requires 15,000 fusion points. Discovered fusion of the bone knife, enhancing the sharpness of the blade, requires 800 fusion points. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Previously, the massive stone requiring fusion had only demanded 10,000 points. This time, it was a staggering 15,000, evidently a substantial increase. Having already benefited, Chen Fan was not one to overlook the chance to enhance himself and immediately initiated the fusion. A resounding rumble echoed as the small mountain, previously harboring countless Ghost Clan beings, vanished entirely. Dust, trees, stones, and myriad small creatures cascaded downward. The hill transformed into a vast pit, clouds of dust rising high. The earth trembled. Chen Fan, witnessing this, swiftly retreated to avoid being engulfed in debris. After taking several steps back, the earth-shaking sounds continued unabated. He pondered how many fusion points he possessed, as the fusion process had been so seamless. A quick glance revealed that his fusion points had surged to 20,000, no longer the previous 10,000. Furthermore, it appeared to be a full 20,000, as if the 15,000 he had just expended were merely a bonus. Why has it reached 20,000? Chen Fan mused in surprise. The system's explanation swiftly followed. You have now entered the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm, resulting in an increase in fusion points. Use them promptly. Mid-stage? Chen Fan was somewhat perplexed. Had he not reached the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm long ago? Why the delayed notification? Sensing his dantian, he quickly discerned the changes. The surface of the Bitter Sea gleamed with an infinite expanse of gold, transforming half below into the same hue. However, his golden essence differed from others, interspersed with earthy tones, pale blue, soft green, and faint red. Though it lacked the brilliance of the 7 colors found in super geniuses, it was not far behind. Certainly, without a meticulous examination, one could easily overlook the details. Midstage? A night of slaughter does not yield much advancement, does it? Initially, he believed he would reach the late stage, perhaps breaking through to the Golden Bridge realm in a couple of days. Yet, on the first day, he had only made minimal progress. The further he ventured, the more arduous the journey became. As he pondered, the fusion of the hyper-titanium ore concluded. Once more, he sensed a formidable enhancement coursing through his muscles, bones, and fascia, rendering them as resilient as metal, not to mention his strength, which had doubled. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt a metallic sheen glistening on his skin, as if he had transformed into a being of gold. Could it be? Have I truly become such a creature? The excessive fusion of hyper-titanium necessitated the incorporation of other energies. Otherwise, while he was exceedingly hard, he lacked flexibility. Nevertheless, in his current state, he felt capable of tearing apart elite-level monsters, brimming with confidence. The power he exhibited undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary Sacred Lotus Realm cultivator. Were it not for his insufficient realm preventing the release of true energy in flight, he would dare to challenge experts of the Sacred Lotus Realm. Gazing at the skeletal blade in his hand, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he lifted it and gently grazed it against his arm. Sizzle. Not a single scar marred his skin. Indeed, this fusion was rather intense. He raised it once more and applied a bit more force, slicing through the air. Sizzle. The sound reminiscent of metal scraping against metal resonated, his own eyes popping in disbelief. No way. I must try again. Chen Fan was astonished. Although he felt he exerted much effort, it was akin to the strength of an ordinary Bitter Sea realm cultivator. At the very least, he had unleashed 10,000 pounds of power. Yet, his skin bore no traces of injury. Again, he unleashed 80,000 pounds of strength. The skeletal blade gliding over his skin. Sizzle. A spark flew, and the blade bore 2 new cracks, yet his skin remained unscathed. Hiss. Chen Fan inhaled sharply. Feeling utterly monstrous. With such a robust physique, could he not withstand the onslaught of elite-level monsters? It was utterly terrifying. A humanoid monstrosity. He felt this was the most fitting description of himself. Shaking his head, he sheathed the skeletal blade, preparing to return to the city. His stomach growled with hunger. The Bitter Sea had expanded nearly twice its size last night, reaching the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm. Chen Fan could hardly calculate how much energy he had fused. In any case, though his realm had not advanced, his combat prowess had undoubtedly surged. To him, the Golden Bridge realm was nothing more than a trifling obstacle. He eagerly awaited a confrontation with a commanding level monster. The path back was remarkably easy to navigate. He merely needed to follow the areas littered with corpses. The further he walked, the more astonished he became. The sight of last night's carnage was strewn with bones, countless bodies, and rivers of blood. The Bone Clan, Shadow Clan, Nether Clan, Nightbat Clan, Wolf Clan, Fox Clan, and so forth. All the monsters that had surged forth at night had met their demise at his hands. No matter the rank, be it novice or elite, none could withstand a single strike. As dawn broke, numerous daytime monsters emerged to feast upon the carcasses, only to be effortlessly dispatched by him. Am I truly this formidable? Just how far have I slaughtered? After walking 1,000 meters and surveying countless corpses, he realized he had yet to see the city walls, unable to suppress a murmured thought. If someone were to witness this, it would undoubtedly stir up a considerable uproar. With a grave expression, he pressed onward, quietly calculating just how much energy he had consumed to elevate himself to the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm. No wonder the Bitter Sea's range had expanded so dramatically, it was hard to believe. Continuing forward for another 1,000 meters, he crested a hill and finally spotted the city walls a mere 1,500 meters away. Over 2,500 meters, countless bodies lay in disarray, not even accounting for the spirits. Chen Fan finally understood why the skeletal blade was riddled with cracks. He must have slain at least 10,000 creatures. Within a 500-meter radius, various experts were converging towards his direction. From afar, he could hear their discussions. Which expert has unleashed such devastation? It's simply terrifying. How many monsters did they slay in a single strike? Not just one strike to kill them all, but each one fell to a single blow. It feels as if someone is practicing their techniques in the wilderness under the cover of night. All were slain in a single stroke, their heads shattered. With true energy levels at least reaching the Sacred Lotus Realm. Could there be a Sacred Lotus Realm expert who ventured out of the city at night? Unlikely. All the Sacred Lotus Realm experts were in a meeting last night. No one ventured out. Moreover, they had no need to concern themselves with such trifles. They could simply fly past in search of commanding level monsters. The group was unable to discern the situation, yet soon they spotted the blood-soaked, white-haired figure returning. A Sacred Lotus Realm expert hovering in the sky directly inquired, "Hey, white-haired youth, do you know who slaughtered so many monsters?" Upon hearing his impolite tone, Chen Fan felt a jolt of alarm coursing through him. The others also turned their attention to the emerging Chen Fan, their gazes converging upon him. Chapter 47. Departure and Provocation. TCH. Merely a bitter sea realm brat. He must be taking advantage of the early morning's sparse population to venture outside for training? What could a mere bitter sea realm discern? Elder, you have mistaken the person you should be asking. Oh, he wields a skeletal blade. But it's not the one auctioned off the other night. It appears far too worn. This white-haired lad must be rather weak, right? What combat capability could he possibly possess? A group of individuals dismissed Chen Fan as nothing more than a lowly bitter sea realm cultivator, voicing their opinions freely. However, the Sacred Lotus Realm expert hovering above sensed something extraordinary about Chen Fan. His energy was reined in, clad in rune armor, his vitality robust, distinctly unlike that of an ordinary bitter sea realm cultivator, especially with his body smeared in blood, much of it already dried. He must have been engaged in battle for quite some time. Even if the myriad corpses surrounding them were not his doing, he was undoubtedly involved in something significant. Hearing the remarks of the crowd and the impudent inquiry, Chen Fan's eyes darted around. He felt it best that fewer people knew of this matter. He casually replied, "I just returned from outside and did not witness who struck. You might want to pursue the trail. Perhaps you'll find the culprit. I've been hiding here all night and wish to return to rest. Since you all believe I am incapable, I'll graciously concede." Following Teacher Guchen's advice, it was best not to attract undue attention from the discerning. If he ventured out again tonight, he must avoid commencing any slaughter at the city gates and choose a more distant location instead. It was entirely due to his inexperience. Furthermore, he should don a hat or hood to obscure his features. Chen Fan continuously reflected on his experiences. Once he ascended to the Golden Bridge realm, he resolved to depart from Shadowhunter City, leaving no trace behind. Even the neighboring Shadow City would suffice, ensuring others could not track his whereabouts. Upon hearing his words, many immediately followed the trails of the corpses into the distance. As they brushed past him, they couldn't help but glance at him once more. Surviving a night in the wilderness was no small feat. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chen Fan entered the city gates. He quickly returned to his lodgings, washing away the grime and blood, erasing all evidence, before emerging from the bathroom feeling refreshed. He intended to rest for a while before seeking Ji Tianwu for breakfast. Leaning against the bed, he activated his communicator to assess the current situation. He discovered 3 unread messages on the translucent screen. The first was from Guchun, sent around 9 o'clock last night, warning him to refrain from wandering about until the meeting concluded. The second, sent around 11, was from his great-grandfather, informing him that he had arrived in Shifeng City and advising him to rest well in preparation for the 4th trial. He promptly replied, "Great-grandfather, why did you leave without a word? I have opened the bitter sea and become a true powerhouse, entering the 1st layer of the trial. The Chen family shall not face extinction. I am resolutely determined to strive and follow in your footsteps. I will convey numerous updates to great-grandfather to alleviate his worries." Having received no reply, Chen Fan's gaze settled upon the final message. It was from Ji Tianwu. Living next door, what further messages could she possibly send? He muttered under his breath and promptly opened the message. "Brother Fan, forgive my sudden departure. Family members arrived in the dead of night, and due to my unique bloodline, I have been taken away from Shadowhunter City. By the time you receive this message, I will likely have arrived at the Eightfold Heaven Pass, where I will be receiving guidance from the ancestor of the Ji family. I hope you will honor our agreement, knowing I await you beyond the pass. Please come as soon as possible. I will miss you dearly, but we must both dedicate our lives and blood to the future of humanity. Let not a single moment be wasted. I look forward to our reunion, standing proudly at the Tenfold Heaven Pass, vanquishing the evil of myriad races. By then, I shall bear you 10 children, awaiting you, your loving Tianwu." Upon reading this, Chen Fan sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He threw open the door and dashed next door. It was unlocked, and he pushed it open. The room seemed untouched, just as it was at the beginning. Ji Tianwu had left, silently departed. He could hardly fathom that there had been no prior indication, and that she had left in such haste. His fists clenched tightly. Confusion and longing reflected in his gaze. When she was frequently by his side, perhaps he took her presence for granted. Yet, once separated, the cherished memories surged forth unbidden. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and gradually subdued his emotions. Turning around, he returned to his room. A unique bloodline? The ancestor of the Ji family? It appeared that Ji Tianwu's prodigious talent had garnered the attention of her family's patriarch. To avert danger, she had been whisked away ahead of time. Where exactly lies the eightfold heaven pass? I must hasten to augment my strength and seek her out. Chen Fan murmured to himself, now with an additional goal. The remains of my parents lie beyond the eightfold heaven pass. Ji Tianwu is there. I must attain the celestial realm at the very least to breach the eightfold heaven pass and avenge my parents. It is imperative. In earnest training. He soon realized the arduousness of the journey, yet he silently vowed to persevere. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he disregarded any notion of rest and descended to have breakfast, preparing to leave the city once more to cultivate. Seizing every moment and opportunity, he aimed to reach his objective post-haste. The ancestor of the Ji family would undoubtedly select a brilliant husband for the family's prodigy. He, too, needed to be worthy of facing his kin. After a hurried breakfast, he returned to his room to retrieve the bone blade. Preparing to depart when Guchen awaited him outside the building. A group of fresh recruits, along with Fang Xiong, stood scattered on the training ground, ready for a day of practice. Sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating everyone. Upon seeing Chen Fan emerge clad in rune armor, wielding the bone blade, all eyes converged upon him. Zhao Yi, amidst the crowd, declared, "Chen Fan, I have splendid news for you. Ji Tianwu departed last night with a cadre of powerful individuals. It is said she has been promised to a suitor who came to escort her." What a grand spectacle it was. You should have seen. His words were wholly fabricated, intended solely to undermine Chen Fan. Since he had no opportunity to pursue her himself, he sought to inflict discomfort upon Chen Fan. It was a desperate act of defiance. Chen Fan cast a cold glance at him, utterly exasperated, wishing he could cleave him in two. His mood had already soured due to Ji Tianwu's sudden departure, and now, this served only to stoke the flames of his displeasure. Sensing the murderous intent in Chen Fan's gaze, Zhao Yi instinctively took 2 steps back, colliding with others and nearly toppling to the ground. A commotion ensued, and those nearby quickly distanced themselves, fearing to provoke Chen Fan's wrath. Observing Zhao Yi's predicament, Chen Fan could not help but snort derisively and turned his head aside. Not far off, Chen Fan chimed in with a sour tone, "Chen Fan, what do you mean by this? We are all classmates. How can you intimidate him? We should support each other and progress together. As you grow stronger, it is your duty to protect your weaker classmates." He rattled off a series of lofty principles, attempting to quell Chen Fan's arrogance. The school's doctrine was clear. No one was permitted to harbor selfish intentions. Chen Fan's gaze fell upon him, causing Chen Fan to retreat 2 steps in fright. His expression shifting dramatically. Though he uttered not a word, the gaze that had slain countless beasts was far beyond what they could bear. Even Fang Xiong felt the palpable transformation in Chen Fan's aura. Merely a day's absence had rendered him a figure of formidable presence, his murderous aura almost tangible, imposing a great sense of pressure. "Did you not return earlier?" Good Chen, beside him, also sensed this change, further affirming his suspicions. He firmly grasped Chen Fan's arm and led him to a secluded corner, his expression grave as he met Chen Fan's eyes and quietly inquired, "Were those countless corpses outside South City the result of your handiwork last night?" Chen Fan had not anticipated Gu Chen's directness upon finding him, immediately discerning his involvement. Suddenly reminded of the shattered heads and the bone blade in his hand, he realized denial was futile. Without making a direct confession, he instead responded somberly, "Someone instructed me on how to slay the demon and bone clans, and I decided to experiment. Eventually, I began to grasp the swordsmanship and lost track of time. Did you seek me out merely to confirm this matter?" Gu Chen's heart raced at his words. To kill dozens, or even hundreds would not induce such a transformation. Yet, to massacre through the night, extending to a distance of 2,500 meters, was indeed unnerving, not to mention the stamina required. Even sustaining one's vital energy was a challenge. Yet, Chen Fan had achieved this relying solely on his current realm. He exuded an unyielding aura of slaughter, one that even the newcomers found unbearable. In a low voice, Gu Chen remarked, "Ah, you truly inspire concern. Wielding a blade, are you preparing to venture into battle once more?" While combat is a means to enhance one's prowess, one must also balance effort and rest. I recommend you visit the trading hall to procure a suitable weapon. Take a day to recuperate and embark anew tomorrow. Remember, haste makes waste. It is all too easy to fall into obsession. Reflection is also a vital aspect of martial arts. As one who had traversed this path, he understood all too well the perils of impatience. He feared Chen Fan might resort to desperate measures in his quest for strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt the urgency within him gradually subside. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not grasp the underlying truth? Yet, immersed in the exhilarating pursuit of improvement, he had indeed cast aside the potential hazards, making it easy to encounter misfortune. Drawing a deep breath, he replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Teacher, I understand. Let us proceed to the trading hall together. I have many inquiries for you. Having a wise mentor is indeed a great fortune in life. And Chen Fan felt immensely grateful for Guchen's presence. Along the way, he sought advice on the subtle nuances of the Bitter Sea realm as they made their way to the trading hall. This time, without hesitation, he acquired the unsold phoenix feather. At another stall, he spent 40,000 federal coins on a tree root, a splendid item requiring 10,000 fusion points, an assured treasure. Additionally, from an old acquaintance of Guchen, he purchased a super titanium alloy blade for 100,000 federal coins. The system alerts him that he requires 3,000 fusion points, at the very least exceeding the power of the skeletal blade. As he prepares to return, he finds himself once again in the hands of a sinner, spending 100,000 federal coins to procure an animal heart. Although it appears rather unsightly and desiccated, the system informs him that he requires 10,000 fusion points. Hence, he does not discard it. Upon exiting the trading hall, observing the few items in his possession, Guchen cannot help but furrow his brow and inquire. What on earth have you purchased? Tree roots, an animal heart, and a phoenix feather. None of these will enhance your strength in the slightest. Such a waste. He believes Chen Fan is being excessively reckless with his money. Even if one possesses wealth, such extravagance is unjustifiable. He reflects on how he had slain countless monsters over the night, accumulating a fortune in crystal cores. Thus his indifference is somewhat understandable. Chen Fan, unwilling to squander time, heads towards the dormitory while retorting, "Hey, I just feel they might be useful someday. Shall we dine together later?" Upon glancing up, he notices a multitude of new students emerging through the other entrance, their hair standing on end, permeated by the scent of charred flesh. They must have endured another round of torment from Feng Xiong. Guchen waves his hand, declaring, "I need to visit the council hall. Refrain from going out today. It's time for some reflection." He does not accompany him, but strides towards the council building. Following yesterday's revelations, the entire Shadow Hunt city is rife with tension. Eager to uncover precise information, Chen Fan watches him depart and casually fuses the skeletal blade. Instantly, he feels his fingers swell, a potent force brewing within. He pays little heed, continuing towards the cafeteria while savoring the sensations coursing through his fingers. It seems the fusion has rendered the edges of his finger bones exceedingly sharp. Once he channels his true energy, they will become extraordinarily lethal, likely possessing the same sharpness as the skeletal blade. Without conducting a public experiment, he boldly strides into the dining hall, drawing the attention of many new students. Without Ji Tianwu's companionship, the act of dining becomes a solitary affair, tinged with a sense of desolation. Yu Linghai longs to approach and converse with him, yet the expression on Chen Fan's face discourages him from doing so. Consuming his meal in solitude, he returns to the dormitory, starkly contrasting the previous days of exuberant camaraderie. Numerous new students cannot help but murmur amongst themselves. Heh, they were inseparable just days ago, and now he appears as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant. Haha, it's quite satisfying to witness. I've been inundated with their lovey-dovey antics lately. Oh, he looks so pitiful, walking alone. Pitiful. Teacher Fong claimed he couldn't guide him. The Blade Master has ceased to mentor him. What a genius he is. Their words reflect a mixture of schadenfreude, envy, and disdain. Even if Chen Fan were to overhear, he would remain indifferent. Unbeknownst to them, he has ascended to a realm far beyond their own, having completed countless monster slayings while they remain entrenched in their training. They exist in two entirely different worlds. Approaching the doorway of his dormitory, he inadvertently glances at the door next door, as if Ji Tianwu were standing there, her large eyes blinking as she bids him good night. In a fleeting moment, he realizes it is merely an empty corridor. Ultimately, she has departed. With a sigh, he pushes open his door and steps inside. Sitting on his bed, he retrieves the items he purchased, placing the phoenix feather aside. He has no intention of fusing it, intending to gift it to Ji Tianwu upon their next encounter. Grasping the animal heart and a tattered tree root in each hand, he hears the system's prompt echo in his mind. Discovered fusion material, Heart of the Thunder Beast, increases lightning energy, requires 10,000 fusion points. Discovered fusion material, Roots of the Tree of Life, increases wood energy, requires 10,000 fusion points. Upon hearing the announcement and seeing the 20,000 fusion points in his mind, he hesitates not a moment longer and fuses them without delay. Finally, he observes his remaining points, 3,897. The fruits of an entire night's labor have been entirely consumed. As the fusion command resonates, Chen Fan feels the Heart of the Thunder Beast in his left hand suddenly emit boundless lightning, sending waves of electric sensation coursing through his body. Every muscle quakes uncontrollably, the lightning traversing throughout him, ultimately converging in his dantian. In an instant, The entire sea of suffering is awakened, tumultuous waves crashing against the surroundings. The sword energy has gained wisdom, no longer wandering aimlessly, but beginning to coalesce. The flames of departure are now empowered by the thunder, incinerating the sea of suffering, evaporating and purifying his true energy. The golden expanse of the sea of suffering once again expands wildly outward. The roots of the tree of life in his right hand emit a gentle emerald energy, dissipating all internal injuries and tremors. Eventually, all energy converges within his dantian. In the next moment, Chen Fan feels excruciating pain. His dantian nearly explodes. He dares not neglect it any longer. Hastily commencing the operation of his foundational cultivation technique to control the fluctuations of his true energy. However, it appears to be spiraling out of control, yielding no results whatsoever. At this moment, he feels utterly despondent. Could it be that he truly lacks the necessary foundation and is destined to perish from the explosive energies? Death looms perilously close. Chapter 49, Crisis looms, a further ascension. The external world remains unaware of Chen Fan's plight. Among the new students outside, many seize the rare opportunity to recuperate, preparing for the afternoon's training. Tomorrow, they are to undergo training in agility and movement. Over 100 individuals, unable to venture beyond the city, must study within the Guard Corps for 2 years before being permitted to leave. The disparity in temperament and combat proficiency is vast. Within the council hall, numerous experts of the Sacred Lotus realm convene. Many are smoking, the haze swirling around them, as they scrutinize the recordings from reconnaissance missions. They confirm the presence of 7 white-winged tigers, 4 savage bulls, and 9 venomous flying dragons. This is indeed troubling. These constitute 20 commander-level monsters. And who knows how many elite-level creatures lurk beneath, or perhaps even a king-level beast. Let us not be alarmist. Even if a king-level creature were to appear, both the City Lord and Deputy City Lord are more than capable of handling it. What we fear now is whether they will launch an assault on the city. While the bones of many human sages lie outside our walls, they may not suffice to deter commander-level and above beings. City Lord Bai, what is the status of our communication with Southgate City? Have they agreed to send experts? An individual inquires of the exquisitely dressed woman seated at the highest point, clad in a white ensemble and wielding a longsword. Bai Jingfeng, the City Lord of Shadow Hunt City, a formidable figure of the Divine Gate realm, has presided over the city for 8 years without incident. Upon hearing the inquiry, she shifts her gaze back, sweeping her eyes towards the southern gate of the city, and responds, I have already contacted City Lord Fei of Southgate City, who has promised to send a master who has ignited divine fire to assess the situation. As for their arrival time, I cannot say. Currently, the concern is not merely a king-level creature or a monster siege, but rather the reason for their approach. Her voice, slightly hoarse, emanates from beneath her hat, seemingly unconcerned about the dangers outside. In truth, even a king-level creature would pose little challenge for her. However, what if they come in greater numbers? If the root cause is not addressed, Shadow Hunt City will perpetually be under threat. Her words hang in the air, causing a momentary silence among those present. Indeed, a mere small city like Shadow Hunt does not boast powerful figures worthy of a king-level creature's visit. It is undoubtedly the emergence of some treasure capable of enhancing their strength that has drawn them from afar. Yet, these experts have been stationed here for so long. They have not perceived any treasure worthy of such attention. It is disheartening. Investigate. As the monstrous threat recedes, one must ascertain the truth without delay. Gu Xingyue, with her corpulent physique, displayed an unexpected agility as she proclaimed with authority, unfazed by the impending battle. She was prepared to transcend her limits in the face of life-threatening peril, emerging as a master capable of igniting divine flames. With a mere gesture, she could extinguish king-level monsters. The only concern that lingered was the potential devastation and loss of life that a monster siege could inflict. However, the Sacred Lotus realm harbored a profound fear of king-level entities and remained wary even of commander-level foes. Had it not been for the late stages of the Sacred Lotus, encountering 2 commander-level beings would undoubtedly spell doom. They awaited further intelligence, with scouts possessing unique abilities to conceal their movements. In a corner, a dozen or so anomalous individuals remained silent, refraining from participating in the discussions. Only the adept present were privy to the unfolding events. The others remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, a throng of adventurers returned from their exploits, congregating in the trading and mission halls, creating a bustling scene filled with exchanges of valuable resources and task completions. Yet, despite a sense of unease among some, who gathered friends to inquire about the happenings, no news emerged. Everything transpired within an eerie calm. Chen Fan, oblivious to the external changes, remained engrossed in his meditative state. With the fusion of the heart of the Thunder Beast and the roots of the Tree of Life, All his strength coalesced within the sea of suffering in his dantian. The sea had expanded once more, reaching an unimaginable scale. The golden upper section, bolstered by an influx of energy, did not diminish as before. Instead, it extended downwards, transforming nearly the entire blue sea of suffering into gold. Above the sea, lightning crackled and sword chi surged, creating a terrifying spectacle, yet not a single harm befell Chen Fan's body. Rather, it continued to integrate. Had Guchen witnessed the current state of his sea, he would surely be astonished, for it had evolved into 7 hues, the fiery red of the flame of departure, the verdant green of the tree of life, the azure of the heart of the thunder beast, the cerulean of the spring of life, the earthy yellow of the super titanium ore, and the bright white of the alloy blade, all enhanced by the golden evolution of the sea. Though each hue was sparse, akin to mere embellishments, they harmoniously coexisted within the sea. As time flowed on, all energies began to stabilize. Thanks to the roots of the tree of life, the fusion of energies was a rare occurrence. Finally, Chen Fan emerged from his meditative state, acutely aware of the profound transformation within his body. He estimated that the current extent of the sea could encompass a radius of 50,000 meters, a terrifying distance that no one would believe if spoken aloud. He had not diminished in realm, a blessing indeed. Yet, the aspiration to break through to the Golden Bridge realm now seemed an even more formidable challenge. After a night of toil, he had only progressed halfway. His stomach grumbled, and upon glancing outside, he realized that 8 hours had slipped by unnoticed, plunging the world into darkness. The city had become markedly more vibrant, with an increase in foot traffic. It was time to eat. The external splendor and tension held little relevance to him. Rising, he made his way downstairs for a meal. Upon returning to his room, he donned his rune armor, grasped the super titanium alloy blade, and prepared to leave the city. The streets were noticeably busier. Many lingered in the dazzling bars, savoring their rare moments of leisure. The warriors within the city, having laid down their weapons, were but ordinary folk, relishing their brief respite and enjoying romantic interludes under the moonlight. Yet, numerous wounded elders stood in dim corners, gazing at the thriving world around them. This was the essence of human existence. Had the predecessors not sacrificed their lives, how could such a world exist? Chen Fan understood all too well that the comforts of modern life were hard-won through the bloodshed of those who came before. Were it not for extraordinary circumstances, such a scene would be unimaginable. When he had ventured out the previous night, the streets had been desolate, a testament to the many who dared to brave the wilderness. On this occasion, Chen Fan chose not to exit through the southern gate, sensing that someone might be lying in wait outside. The events of the previous night had drawn Gu Chun himself to inquire. He took a piece of cloth to obscure his face and hurried past, aware that many eyes were likely upon him. Upon exiting the city, he still observed figures lurking in the shadows of the gates, seemingly seeking something. Chen Fan paid them no heed, employing his wind rift skill to vanish swiftly into the enveloping darkness. The ferocity of his power propelled him forward, each footfall sending him 20 meters ahead. 100-meter distance was traversed in mere 5 strides, as he burst through the protective confines of the city walls. Some seekers of information scarcely caught a glimpse of his face before he had disappeared entirely. The only message dispatched was, a white-haired man exited the city, his visage obscured. Video footage along the route is available for review. Chapter 50. The later stages of the Sea of Suffering, on the brink of entombment. Chen Fan remained oblivious to the events transpiring behind him as he charged a full kilometer beyond the city limits, veering southwest. In his recollection, the south was the direction that distanced him from Shadowhunter City, while the north led to Peaceful City. Heading towards Peaceful City assured him of an absence of formidable monsters. At this moment, he felt a burgeoning dissatisfaction with mere junior and elite monsters, yearning for more formidable beings to elevate his realm. As he surged along the route, low-level creatures of the Ghost Clan and Bone Clan disintegrated into dust the moment they approached within 5 meters of him. His vitality, amplified by the fusion of the heart of the Thunder Beast and the Tree of Life, had attained an extraordinary might. A cloud of blood energy enveloped him. He refrained from condensing blood chi or weaponry for the time being, thus limiting his lethality, yet even so, low-level beings could not approach. Chen Fan himself found it peculiar that grotesque entities from the Ghost Clan perished in a puff of ash from a mere 5-meter proximity. While Bone Clan creatures met a similar fate, their skeletal remained scattering. The Spectral Clan likewise dissolved into pools of blood beyond the 5-meter mark. Only a handful of corporeal beings managed to draw near, yet he needed no effort to vanquish them. A simple collision with his body shattered them into countless fragments. Truly, they were utterly defenseless. The elite-level monsters that appeared also faltered under his impact, being thrust backward upon contact. Even the Ghost and Bone Clans suffered the same fate. as if they were under the influence of a particularly terrifying aura targeting their kind. Witnessing this, Chen Fan felt as though he had transformed into a humanoid monstrosity, capable of wreaking havoc with reckless abandon. The only inconvenience lay in collecting the crystal cores, as his left hand struggled to keep pace. The system's notifications echoed chaotically in his mind, yet they failed to distract him, since he had no need for his blade. He secured the super titanium alloy blade to his body and utilized only his hands to slay the monsters, facilitating the collection of the crystal cores that emerged. He even refrained from employing true chi, relying solely on his physical strength, which surpassed all expectations. No one could discern the nature of his attacks, as the bodies lay in shattered remains. His method was simple: sprint, shatter, collect crystal cores, and fuse. Occasionally, when encountering slightly stronger elite monsters, they too fell victim to a single punch. Thus, his pace of slaughter far exceeded that of the previous day, and before he knew it, he had traversed several kilometers. When confronted with mountains or rivers, he would pause to examine them. Although the system would prompt him to fuse, the values were too insignificant to warrant such an action. They appeared to be mere common mountains and rivers. After a night of frenzied running, Chen Fan lost track of his whereabouts. Wherever there were roars, wherever the ghost clan resided, he charged forth without hesitation. The erratic and frantic movements had caused him to lose all sense of direction. Fortunately, he had not encountered any formidable beings of the leader class, and thus remained unscathed. It was not until the dawn of the second day, when various specters seemed to retreat back into the depths of the earth and the high peaks, and the skeletal tribe vanished, that he finally halted his relentless pace. Before him stretched an endless expanse of jungle, shrouded in a thick mist that converged from all directions. Beneath his feet lay a bizarre stone mountain, with a river flowing along its eastern side. Alas, dawn had broken once more, and a fog had descended. Chen Fan came to a stop, scanning his surroundings, and wearily settled upon a stone. After a night of frenzied running, even with strength surpassing 100,000 pounds, fatigue was inevitable. After all, he was but a corporeal being. As he caught his breath, his gaze fell upon the corpses along his path, and he shook his head with a wry smile. His consciousness sank into his dantian to assess the fruits of his nocturnal endeavors. To his astonishment, the once shallow blue sea of suffering had transformed into a resplendent gold, steady and powerful, undisturbed by tumult. All the energy had been meticulously compressed and was submissively concealed beneath the tranquil surface of the golden sea. The sword chi, which had once swum like fish, had now coalesced into 9 colossal sword energies resembling great swords, congregated at the bottom of the sea of suffering. Countless thunderbolts danced around them, lending an ethereal quality to the scene. At the very bottom, a blazing inferno roared, as if forging the 9 sword energies. At the heart of the flames, a green sapling had just begun to sprout a tender bud. The entirety of this transformation was utterly distinct from what it had been before he had departed. It seemed that something was being birthed at the depths of the sea of suffering, with all energies vigilantly guarding that sacred place. Was the sea of suffering transforming into gold, entering its advanced stage? With such a vast expanse, when would it coalesce into a golden bridge extending from the seabed? Though Chen Fan had entered the advanced stage, his joy was intermingled with apprehension. The Golden Bridge realm required the formation of a golden bridge within the sea of suffering. In the initial stage, the golden bridge began to sprout. As one's cultivation advanced, the energies of the sea of suffering would be gathered upon the golden bridge to aid its growth. This represented the phase of refining the sea of suffering, enhancing control over true chi, akin to an extension of one's own limbs. When the golden bridge spanned the seabed to the surface, it would signify the mid-stage of the golden bridge, allowing for gliding through the air at heights of several dozen meters. When the golden bridge matured and extended above the dantian, connecting to the internal organs, it would be the late stage of the golden bridge. At this juncture, compressing the entirety of the sea of suffering's true chi, merging all energies, would lead to the evolution of the Holy Lotus. The Holy Lotus was the distilled essence of the sea of suffering, with a true chi capacity exceeding tenfold. The body would be tempered, enabling flight, completely liberated from the earth. Merely contemplating this made Chen Fan's head spin. To condense such a vast sea of suffering into a golden bridge was a monumental challenge, let alone the subsequent Holy Lotus. Yet, despite the daunting nature of the task, he would not relent. If need be, he would undertake several more night runs. He believed in his ultimate success. After surveying the changes within his dantian, his gaze fell upon the fusion point in his mind. As expected, it had indeed changed. The upper limit had transformed to 30,000. While it indicated he now possessed 30,000 points, the actual amount remained obscured. However, he surmised it was considerable. Once he had completed his assessment, his gaze once again swept the surroundings. he discovered that the mist within the jungle ahead had not dissipated despite the sun's ascent. It seemed as if it would linger indefinitely, casting a perpetual shroud. In stark contrast, the path he had traversed and both sides of the mountain had become distinctly clear, allowing him to see far into the distance. Chen Fan immediately sensed something was amiss. However, with his significantly enhanced strength, he could now shatter elite-level monsters with his physical form and felt no fear whatsoever. Supporting himself against the stone, he prepared to rise and investigate the situation ahead. Muttering to himself, "What a peculiar mist this is." Just then, as he stood up, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Fusion point detected for mountain treasure. Mountain river essence, capable of greatly augmenting true chi, requiring 30,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was taken aback. To fuse a life spring or a super titanium or vein required only 15,000 fusion points. Yet, this so-called mountain treasure, mountain river essence, demanded a staggering 30,000 points, an outright doubling. By the heavens, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. I must fuse. Having initially risen, he immediately placed his right hand upon the ground. Fusion. In an instant, the entire mountain, the forest before him, and the river on the eastern side seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, forcibly gathering together. Ultimately, they coalesced into a basin-sized, multicolored liquid that flowed into his right hand. Boom, boom, boom. The earth beneath his feet felt as though it had lost its support, sinking downwards. Not only the ground, but also the forest ahead and the river to the east trembled as if an earthquake had struck, all plunging into the depths below. Heavens! I am going to be buried alive. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Fan was startled and hastily employed his skills to escape. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the thicket, donning a conical hat, and approached him. Chapter 51. The Power of Mountain Treasures, the Great Perfection of the Sea of Suffering. As Chen Fan found himself plummeting, he could scarcely believe that amidst the mist-laden jungle, a human presence lay hidden. Judging by the attire, they had likely been concealed for an extended period. Remarkably, they had not attracted the attention of the specters or skeletal tribe, remaining utterly silent. Had it not been for the sudden seismic-like subsidence, causing everything to plunge into the earth, they would have continued to remain hidden. What was even more surprising was that the individual was at the Holy Lotus realm, showcasing extraordinary power. As their right hand reached towards him, Chen Fan was struck with alarm. In midair, unable to exert force, was he to be captured? Just as he was about to speak, the figure under the conical hat uttered, "Do not speak. We must leave at once." The instant he heard the voice, Chen Fan felt an immense relief. It was none other than his former mentor, the figure in the conical hat. However, today he was adorned in peculiar rune-laden attire, entirely enveloped within. The conical hat had shrunk considerably, yet was still covered in various runes. Otherwise, Chen Fan would have recognized him immediately and been spared his worries. With the sound of his voice, Chen Fan relinquished his resistance, allowing himself to be grasped and carried away. In that moment, the fusion within him commenced. The multicolored liquid seemed to possess miraculous properties, continuously altering his bones, muscles, fascia, and bloodlines, as if a layer of radiant light had adhered to him, enhancing him to the utmost. Ultimately, it converged within the sea of suffering in his dantian. In an instant, the once calm sea of suffering began to boil anew. Countless true chi and energies surged and vaporized, as if purifying true chi. The entire process unfolded gradually, and he could distinctly perceive the transformations occurring within. Yet, his eyes beheld an unbelievable sight. The recently collapsed mountain peak, accompanied by a mushroom cloud of dust, sank into the depths below. Countless trees, fallen in disarray, followed suit into the abyss. The so-called dense fog dissipated entirely, no longer existing. To the naked eye, all the trees appeared shriveled midair. The once green trees, within a brief span of time, turned yellow upon their descent, mingling with the surrounding dust. The river, too, had evaporated its waters, leaving nothing behind. The terrifying transformation seemed to have drained the essence of the mountains, trees, and rivers entirely. The figure in the conical hat moved swiftly, propelling them out of the dust-laden area. Yet, they did not pause for a moment, instead accelerating forward, rapidly exclaiming, "By the grass, how could an earthquake occur?" Unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan was the orchestrator of it all, yet he found himself lamenting the unforeseen circumstances. Chen Fan exhaled a silent sigh of relief and could not resist inquiring, "Master, what business do you have in that jungle? You startled me." He was bewildered by the events unfolding outside and yearned for understanding. The man in the conical hat, even upon reaching a safe haven, showed no signs of ceasing his urgency and exclaimed, "Do not ask. You nearly caused a catastrophe just now. Hurry and flee. I cannot guarantee your escape." Gripping Chen Fan with one hand and treading upon the sacred lotus, he tore through the void, racing forward with alarming speed. It seemed as if some sinister entity was in pursuit. Chen Fan cast his gaze towards the direction of the recent upheaval, witnessing the complete obliteration of the mountain. Replaced by an immense chasm, at least 100 meters deep, endless dust swirled, as subterranean waters surged forth, concealing everything beneath. Roars echoed from within, reminiscent of terrifying creatures of myriad races trapped in despair. Within mere moments, he beheld 9 colossal monsters, their bodies adorned with green scales, necks stretching 5 meters long, and dragonfly wings sprouting from their backs. Each one was nearly 30 meters in length, a truly fearsome sight. Even though they had just emerged from murky waters, they still appeared imposing, howling to the heavens. The thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the earth, instilling dread in those who heard it. Additionally, in the depths below, a dozen enormous beasts thrashed about, striving to breach the surface. Lacking the ability to fly, they relied solely on their immense physiques, trampling everything in their path as they endeavored to escape. Unfortunately, during their descent, they found no foothold, rendering their strength futile. Witnessing this, Chen Fan's complexion turned ashen, and he swallowed hard. He had never anticipated that such horrifying creatures lurked within the jungle. He stammered a difficult question. Were you hunting them just now? They all appear quite massive. No wonder you fled in a frenzy. If surrounded, one would scarcely know how to perish. The man in the conical hat replied hastily. Hunt them? Are you out of your mind? I might not even be able to kill one. I came to observe them, believing there would be no issue. But who could have foreseen a sudden earthquake? I must have been exposed. Without a backward glance, the man flew northward. Chen Fan suddenly comprehended that his recent fusion had inadvertently revealed all these monsters, nearly ensnaring the man in the conical hat in a dire predicament. If he could not even slay one, did that not imply they were of the leader class? His heart ignited with fervor, his eyes radiating an infinite brilliance. Elite monsters posed no threat to him anymore, and he felt an overwhelming desire to challenge the leader class. What if he could reap greater rewards? Delving into the depths of his dantian, he discovered a remarkable transformation. The once half-filled dantian, where only a portion constituted the bitter sea, was now entirely brimming with vibrant colors. Had he attained the great perfection of the bitter sea realm? Guchen had mentioned this yesterday, expressing envy, suggesting it was only achievable by those of exceptional talent. Yet now, with the aid of the mountain treasure, he had managed to reach it. His emotions were a whirlwind. Guchen had also stated that pride invites loss, half a breakthrough. After achieving great perfection, one would face a drawback. The golden bridge could not reach the later stages, making it difficult to connect with the internal organs. Thus, some individuals preferred to begin their breakthroughs in the later stages. Since I have arrived at this point, what can I say? I have already attained it. What more can I do? Chen Fan resigned himself to this outcome. Perhaps he could still break through in the future? After all, he possessed a fusion system. If worse came to worst, he could merge recklessly. As he sank into the depths of the bitter sea, he discerned the nascent beginnings of a golden bridge. However, his golden bridge was entirely unique. Others shone with brilliant golden light, while his was centered around a verdant tree of life, its surface cloaked in gold. The bridge was adorned with swirling sword energies of lightning as handrails, resembling a bridge of dark gold embellished with heart-shaped patterns. Altogether, it was peculiar and utterly extraordinary. Though it was merely in its nascent state, it still signified that Chen Fan had entered the realm of the golden bridge. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed attained this state. The mountain treasure was truly remarkable. He had no idea what the mountain treasure was, yet he felt exhilarated, having finally reached the golden bridge realm. His 2 nights of toil were not in vain. Upon inspecting his fusion points, he found a staggering 30,000 remaining. The abundance of points was evident. At that moment, one word encapsulated his feelings: exhilaration. His physical strength had reached an unfathomable level, rendering him immensely powerful. The delight was overwhelming. Before he could bask in his triumph for long, the sound of rapidly flapping wings reached his ears. He looked up to find the 9 green-skinned monsters hot on his heels, their speed surpassing even that of the man in the conical hat, who was at the golden bridge realm. A crisis loomed. Chapter 52, Pursuit. The eruption of the colorful bitter sea. Chen Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his first encounter with flying monsters. Although he had stepped into the golden bridge realm, he was not yet capable of gliding through the air. He could not resist urging the man in the conical hat. Master, 9 green-skinned monsters are closing in. What should we do? I am aware. The man in the conical hat responded curtly, doing his utmost to flee. If it weren't for carrying someone, if Chen Fan were not so burdensome, he would have already returned to Shadow Under City. Presently, his speed had plummeted to less than a third of his usual pace. How could he possibly outpace the venomous flying dragon? However, if they did not escape now, Chen Fan would meet his demise here. He was a genius. Chen Fan recognized that it was undoubtedly his weight that hindered their speed. He immediately suggested, "You should flee ahead. With both of us, we cannot escape. At the very least, take the information back to the city and warn them to prepare. I am strong enough to hold them off for a while. It should be manageable. Wait for you to return with experts to rescue me." Though anxious, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of battling a leader-class monster. After all, he had his life-preserving means, the system. As long as he managed to capture one, he could merge it to death. The man in the conical hat looked momentarily taken aback, tilting his head to regard him. "Are you certain you can survive? I indeed carry crucial intelligence that concerns the survival of Shadowhunter City." Chen Fan nodded earnestly, stating, "You must believe me. Even teacher Feng Xiong can no longer guide me. So there is no doubt." He sought to bolster his credibility, knowing full well that in a true battle, he might not stand a chance against Feng Xiong. The sound of wings thrumming drew ever closer, placing immense pressure on the man in the conical hat. He understood that if they did not prepare soon, Chen Fan would have no chance of survival. In fact, neither of them might escape. Gritting his teeth, he spoke solemnly, "Chen Fan, you must survive. I will return swiftly with Guchun and the others to rescue you. My combat power is limited. Carrying this intelligence, I can only make this choice. For the sake of humanity, I am sorry." It was a harrowing decision. On one hand, there was his beloved disciple, and on the other, the lives of countless citizens. He was acutely aware of the dilemma. Chen Fan nodded vigorously. "Do not worry. I will not perish. Just set me free and do not waste any more time." He had already noticed that the fastest of the green-skinned monsters was now within 100 meters. If they did not act quickly, they would both be lost. Landing on the ground, Chen Fan felt a glimmer of hope. If he were to remain suspended in the sky, devoid of any support, he would have no chance of survival. It was entirely possible that he could be devoured mid-air. "Wait for me." The man in the conical hat released Chen Fan, and instantly felt as though he had shed a mountain from his shoulders. His speed surged as he shot forward. Chen Fan's weight was at least 3 times that of an average person, a truly terrifying prospect. Although it is said that the greater one's cultivation, the more formidable their weight, how could he, at the nascent stage of the Bitter Sea realm, already surpass the norm? There was no time for contemplation. His gaze fixated on the plummeting Chen Fan, noticing how he swiftly adjusted his position to avert any mishap upon landing. Just as he observed, a swarm of venomous flying dragons surged towards Chen Fan, encircling him as though he were a delectable morsel in the sky, while he himself resembled a mere mouse on the ground, utterly disregarded. What on earth is happening? Why are they all pursuing him? Could it be due to his robust vitality? The man in the conical hat was completely oblivious to the specific reasons, seeing no immediate danger. He hastily utilized his communicator to capture a video, documenting the site of the misty forest vanishing due to the earthquake and the venomous dragons emerging. With one last glance at Chen Fan, who had vanished into the jungle, he turned away, acutely aware that any delay could mean he might never see him again. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had landed in the jungle with a thud. Boom. Like a human-shaped bomb, he struck a century-old tree, snapping it in two and crashing down upon the earth. A dull thud reverberated as a cloud of dust ascended, obscured by the surrounding trees. Chen Fan rose from the pit, brushing off the dust, murmuring to himself, "Goodness, I seem to have transformed into a monster, falling from a height of 100 meters, and yet I remain unscathed." He grasped his ultra-titanium alloy knife, preparing for battle. The sound of the green-skinned monster's wings vibrating in the air reached his ears, compelling him to dash in another direction. It was imperative not to confront 9 leader-class monsters simultaneously. He had to eliminate them one at a time to have any chance of victory. His formidable physique merely aided his swift movements, nearly toppling the trees in his path. His speed was twice that of when he had departed the city the previous night. With a single leap, he covered 40 meters. In consecutive strides, he had already reached 100 meters away. Looking up, he spotted 2 green-skinned monsters, each over 30 meters in length, diving down from the sky. In the area he had just vacated, trees were uprooted, and the ground emitted a deep rumble. Boom. Upon hearing the tremors, Chen Fan understood that these 2 were formidable adversaries and swiftly evaded. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds echoed as one terrifying green-skinned monster after another descended upon the path he had traversed. If the first 2 had been so precise, he sensed they had pinpointed his landing spot. However, all subsequent green-skinned monsters landed with uncanny accuracy on the very spots he had occupied, leaving him perplexed. How could they track him so precisely? His mind was filled with questions, yet his eyes were keenly observing the situation. He noticed that the 9 green-skinned monsters, in their pursuit of him, had inadvertently created a small gap between themselves. At any given moment, 3 hovered in the air while 6 were in the midst of their assaults. There should be an opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. The interval was a mere 2 seconds. Would he be able to slay one? His gaze flickered as he searched for a possible opening. Upon landing once more, he did not retreat far, but rather concealed himself behind a nearby tree. Rapidly adjusting his breathing and channeling his true energy, a burst of 7-colored light emanated forth, enveloping an area of 80,000 meters in all directions. In the next instant, it rapidly constricted, vanishing in the blink of an eye, akin to the auroras flickering in the sky. Yet, within the confines of Shadow City, all the masters stood up in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Gazing in all directions, numerous newcomers began to speculate. A master? No, a genius from the Bitter Sea realm. Good heavens! Whose Bitter Sea is this that blankets the entire city? How extravagant! It cannot be from the Bitter Sea, can it? The radiance resembles a dazzling technique employed by some adept. In the deliberation hall, the masters were breathless, echoing their discussions. Quickly ascertain who it is. This is a prodigy. The Bitter Sea's reach is terrifying, enveloping the grand Shadow City. Hurry, we must locate this individual. A genius has finally emerged in Shadow City, destined for fame. Good Chen felt a tremor in his heart, his brows furrowing as he observed the fervent crowd, silently pondering. Could this be Chen Fan? Yet it lacks such vibrant hues. Meanwhile, the swordsman harbored the same doubts. Surely it cannot be Chen Fan. The man in the conical hat, soaring through the sky, nearly plummeted upon witnessing the 7-colored bitter sea enveloping the land below. Who is this? To cover the entire terrain? Is it over 10,000 meters? I must hasten to Shadow City. On a peak 2,000 meters to the south, a figure had just risen, gazing at the limitless radiance of the Bitter Sea, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A genius, at least of divine progeny caliber. Where is he? His entire being pulsated with exhilaration. Chapter 53. The initial confrontation with leader-class monsters. Penetrating the body. In the shadows of Shadow City, 70,000 meters away from Shadow City, masters marveled at the 7-colored Bitter Sea, their faces stricken with awe. Good heavens! Does our Shadow City possess such a genius? We must uncover who it is. What is happening? Are there any prodigies among the newcomers from Taiping City? Investigate. Many understood that the emergence of a 7-colored Bitter Sea signified an extraordinary genius destined for monumental achievements. Whether to cultivate connections, recruit them beforehand, or gain control, arrangements needed to be made promptly. For once they matured, they would undoubtedly become invincible, beyond anyone's grasp. Additionally, the foreign races within Shadow City observed the spectacle, their discussions echoing, a genius. Such individuals hold limitless potential for the future. We must align ourselves with him. Inform the children to find this human genius immediately. From now on, we vow to follow him unwaveringly. Our hopes of shedding the identity of sinners rest upon him. Our existence has been fraught with hardship. Bearing the weight of scorn, he represents our chance to break free from these shackles. We must labor tirelessly to seek even a sliver of redemption from our tarnished reputation. Whether the offspring of hybrids or the descendants of traitors, all sought to alter their current living conditions. The only path they envisioned lay in following the strong, becoming subordinates. For a glimmer of hope for the future, the thoughts of humanity bore no relevance to Chen Fan, who emanated an aura of slaughter. Following the surge of the Bitter Sea, it receded back to his body's surface, merging with his rune armor. This bolstered the armor's defensive capabilities and awakened any latent powers. Most importantly, it enhanced his offensive strength and increased his mobility. Faced with leader-class monsters, he needed to unleash his full might. This being his first encounter, he could not afford to be careless. Just as he readied himself, a 30-meter-tall green-skinned monster descended from the sky. It crashed down, sending trees flying and dirt soaring. The immense shockwave propelled 4 ancient trees far away. Yet, Chen Fan seemed unfazed, emerging from behind the trunk, knife in his right hand and his left hand poised. He dashed towards the green-skinned monster with utmost speed. Only when confronting a leader-class foe could one truly grasp their own insignificance. To Chen Fan, the green-skinned monster's size resembled that of a 10-story building. One could only imagine the vast disparity between them. The monster's gaping maw was even comparable to a 100-square-meter room. A mere human is insignificant, easily devoured without a second thought. Now, however, in pursuit of Chen Fan, 9 creatures emerge. Chen Fan suspects that his fusion with the mountain treasure is the reason for their relentless chase. Certain biological entities possess innate talents that far surpass human capabilities, enabling them to uncover hidden treasures and swarm to seize them. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such persistent pursuit. At this moment, he finally beheld the venomous flying dragon, and the disparity in aura was stark. He felt like a mere flea, leaping towards the armpit of the green-skinned beast. Comparatively, the underarms of any creature are exceedingly vulnerable. Just as he swung his ultra-titanium alloy blade, The beast's foreclaw suddenly shimmered, extending towards Chen Fan with astonishing speed. With cold determination in his eyes, he realized there was no turning back. He had to gauge the chasm between them. Let it rip. With a surge of true energy, a tempest of sword aura coalesced around his blade, fueled by 70% of his true energy. Combined with his nearly 300,000 units of strength, he surged forward. Boom! Chen Fan barreled past the green-skinned creature's paw, its keratinous surface failing to withstand his onslaught. The sword aura attached to his blade detonated, the claw erupting in a cacophony of destruction, blood and flesh scattering like a brilliant firework. Yet, Chen Fan could not witness this spectacle. He charged onward with unwavering momentum, driving beneath the beast's forelimb. With a swift thrust, he unleashed a strike that effortlessly tore through the skin, penetrating deeply into the creature's body. The sheer force of his momentum drove him 3 meters inward, the muscle yielding to his assault as if it were mere paper, obliterating flesh and blood like miniature explosives. To his astonishment, he found his power overwhelming. With the razor-sharp blade of the ultra-titanium alloy knife, he had breached the defenses of the green-skinned beast. Blood enveloped him, streaming forth as if it were free-flowing. His strike had not yet reached the bone due to the thick musculature. Unfazed, he pressed onwards until he encountered the skeletal structure, finally halting his advance. Yet, he was inwardly astonished. He was indeed becoming a monster, having penetrated the muscle layer of a commander-level creature. Boom! A series of explosions erupted behind him, blood and gore splattering over him. Resigned to his fate, Chen Fan delivered a powerful punch against the bone in front of him, narrowly avoiding the shower of flesh and blood. Crack! Commander-level monsters are typically extraordinarily powerful, capable of uprooting mountains and annihilating human cities with ease. Yet, to Chen Fan, this one felt weak. With a mere punch, not even a full-force strike, he shattered the bone, crashing into the internal organs. Fortunately, he was in no rush to exit. Grasping the adjacent bone, he prepared to pulverize all the internal organs, believing he could slay a commander-level beast. In that moment, the system's voice resonated. Fusion talent detected. Venomous life. Capable of annihilating life, reducing lifespan. Requires 10,000 fusion points. Fusion bloodline detected. Venomous dragon bloodline. Enhances bloodline strength. Fortifying the body. Requires 5,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan frowned, but did not immediately fuse. Instead, he gripped his knife and plunged it fiercely into the bone's interior. He intended to kill the green-skinned beast first and acquire the fusion points since the points awarded for a system kill would be halved. Navigating through the ribcage, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, his left fist and right knife cleaving through all obstructing flesh as he charged towards the heart. The ultra-titanium alloy knife sliced through, inflicting horrendous wounds. Boom! Every bone in his path shattered, blood vessels ruptured, and blood gushed forth, staining him crimson. In mere seconds, he arrived at the exterior of a colossal heart. Amidst the cacophony of anguished roars emanating from outside, it was evident that the creature was enduring excruciating pain. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook him as the green-skinned beast collided with something, causing Chen Fan to stumble. In that instant, he grasped a massive blood vessel adjacent to the heart. The system's alert blared. Fusion bloodline detected. Venomous dragon bloodline. Increases physical strength. Ignoring the voice, Chen Fan fiercely slashed the blood vessel. Thump! The heart throbbed violently, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, enveloping him in a crimson deluge. Oh no, I'm going to drown. He never anticipated that his frenzied actions would lead to such a predicament. Although the torrent of blood was overwhelming, it posed no threat to his body. The only adjustment required was to find a place to breathe. With his left hand released, he surged with the flow, darting back through the entrance from which he had come. Perhaps it was the heart's intense pain that drove the venomous dragon into a frenzy, its foreclaws clawing at the heart and causing muscle spasms that accelerated the flow of blood. Chen Fan's body was tossed about, unable to stabilize, as he was swept out of the creature's body. Upon emerging, he discovered the venomous dragon had sprinted several thousand meters away, pursued by 8 companions, frantically chasing him. It seemed they were convinced he was still within their comrade. Chen Fan's eyelids narrowed. He could not afford to be separated, lest he be devoured. The moment he touched down, he grasped the dragon's tail, which was as thick as an adult's waist, yet it was the slenderest part of its body. Sheathing his ultra-titanium alloy knife, he clutched tightly, propelling himself towards the body of the dragon with all his might. He intended to seize the tail and control its movements. However, in the midst of its frenzied sprint, he found no solid ground beneath his feet to anchor himself. He could only utilize the dragon's own momentum to flip onto its back. Crack! The tail of the venomous dragon was snapped with a resounding crack, unleashing a piercing sound. Thud! The excruciating pain caused it to lose control, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, trees were uprooted, dust billowed, and blood rained down, saturating the earth below. Chen Fan was elated. As long as the green-skinned beast remained immobile, it could not withstand his might. Landing on the ground, he gripped the tail, his true energy erupting in a tempest, merging with his physical strength, heaving the 30-meter-long venomous dragon into the air. Ha ha ha, this weapon is splendid. Endowed with tremendous power, I should be able to engage in combat with other green-skinned beasts. His muscles swelled, for the first time feeling capable of unleashing his full strength. Bathed in blood, he wielded the 30-meter-long venomous dragon, charging towards the approaching 8 companions. Like a madman, though he could not fly, he surged forward, exuding an aura of menace, ready to confront all the venomous dragons. The first dragon to approach, caught off guard, collided midair with its comrade's body. Crack, snap, crack. The terrifying impact sent the first pursuing venomous dragon flying. The incessant sounds of snapping bones and shattered joints echoed in the air. As a result, Chen Fan's assault had to be halted. However, the venomous dragons trailing behind showed no signs of stopping, seemingly oblivious to the danger, and lunged at him with frenzied aggression. Their massive jaws gaped wide, revealing rows of sword-like teeth poised to rend him to pieces. In response, Chen Fan swiftly retreated 50 meters, utilizing the venomous dragon in his grasp to swing it violently once more. The colossal body crashed down upon the slender necks of the 3 nearest venomous dragons. Though described as slender, they were, in truth, twice the width of his waist. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones rang out continuously from their necks. While they did not perish immediately, their momentum was effectively thwarted. The collision redirected their bodies, obstructing the advance of 4 additional venomous dragons that followed closely behind. Chen Fan, being diminutive in stature compared to the 30-meter-tall dragons, resembled a mere insect. Thus, when they stood upon the ground, they bent low to seize him. Had they been of similar size, or perhaps slightly larger, they would not have been so easily hindered by this flaw. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, Chen Fan had sent 4 of the 8 venomous dragons hurtling away, while the remaining ones were blocked from advancing, their furious roars filling the air. During this fleeting moment, he swung the venomous dragon's body once more, unleashing a terrifying gale as it sped forward. Blood splattered profusely, staining the earth and the remaining 4 venomous dragons. The onslaught continued. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the howling wind, the remaining 4 venomous dragons collided violently. Bang, bang, crack. The ferocious impact shattered countless bones. Chen Fan found it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip on the venomous dragon. Slightly easing his arms, he repositioned himself and swung down forcefully again. Utilizing such a colossal creature as a weapon proved extraordinarily effective. With the last strike, he toppled 2 more venomous dragons, completely blocking the path of the remaining 2, leaving no escape route. Upon witnessing the humans' relentless assault, the remaining dragons opted to take flight, unwilling to endure further attacks. Chen Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, could only gaze skyward, lamenting his inability to fly. Nevertheless, his assault did not cease. He continued to wield the venomous dragon as a massive hammer, mercilessly striking at the 6 injured dragons that writhed in a chaotic heap, desperately trying to escape the blood-soaked pit. However, any attempt to rise would undoubtedly result in a brutal attack from Chen Fan. Boom, boom, boom. The immense force crashing down upon them caused the ground to tremble, trees to be uprooted, dust to swirl, and rocks to fly. It was as if a giant wielding a colossal hammer were delivering thunderous blows to the earth. The sounds of trembling echoed for miles. Crack, crack, crack. The cacophony of bones breaking resembled a torrential downpour, resonating densely. It was impossible to fathom just how many bones were shattered with each strike. Roar, roar. The anguished cries of the 8 venomous dragons filled the air, unable to withstand the excruciating pain as they sank into the earth, their blood pooling around them, rendering them unable to rise again. Various trees pierced through their bodies, nearly penetrating completely, anchoring them firmly to the ground. Splash, splash. With each impact, torrents of blood gushed forth, creating a rain of crimson that transformed the surrounding area into a blood-soaked world. Chen Fan, clutching the venomous dragon, resembled an unrivaled overlord, delivering unrelenting strikes. His body was drenched in blood, muscles hardened like granite, exuding an aura of unending ferocity. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Killing the venomous dragon grants 25,000 fusion points. Killing the venomous dragon grants 25,000 fusion points. Fusion bloodline detected. Venomous dragon bloodline. He had not anticipated that slaying a single venomous dragon would yield such an enormous bounty. Feeling the tail in his grip grow increasingly rigid, He surmised it must be dead. Without hesitation, he initiated the fusion process. In an instant, a green radiance enveloped the corpse of the venomous dragon, converging upon Chen Fan's hands. The following moment, warmth surged through the blood vessels throughout his body, gradually accumulating in his heart as if boiling. Thud, thud. Accompanied by the violent rhythm of his heartbeat, he felt his weary body instantly replenished with boundless energy, recovering significantly. His heavy arms felt as light as a feather, and his muscles became more elastic and powerful. Each breath filled him with nutrients sufficient to meet his body's demands. Simultaneously, a surge of strength coursed down to his dantian, merging with an endless well of power. Crack, crack, crack. Just as he sensed his strength soaring, the corpse of the venomous dragon in his grasp began to disintegrate. Meanwhile, the two remaining venomous dragons, which had been circling overhead, dove down, their massive jaws aimed directly at him. Chapter 55, Total Annihilation. Upon witnessing this, Chen Fan let out a primal roar. Come down. With that bellow, he raised the nearly shattered corpse above his head and hurled it skyward. The speed was akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. As his hands emptied, he felt the airborne venomous dragon was about to be obliterated. Its bones, skin, and flesh would all vanish, unable to retain their original form. Yet, this was not the end. After launching one venomous dragon, he seized a second lifeless corpse from the crimson mire and, gripping its tail, hurled it into the air once more. The two venomous dragons in the sky disregarded their fallen comrade's corpse and instead collided with the impending wreckage of their companion. Boom, boom. The massive bodies shattered into countless fragments. Not a drop of blood spilled forth. They turned to ash. It appeared as though every drop of essence had been consumed, leaving behind mere refuse. This transformation, although shocking, aligned with Chen Fan's understanding. Any creature he fused with was reduced to nothing but dust. Facing the two ferocious venomous dragons charging towards him, Chen Fan stood undaunted, roaring fiercely. Get down here. The one in his grasp, he temporarily refrained from fusing, using it as a weapon to bring the airborne dragons crashing down. Timing the maneuver perfectly, as they swooped toward him, the corpse he wielded reached its target. Smack, crack. The first venomous dragon was struck squarely on the neck, bending sideways as its body uncontrollably plummeted towards the ground. The second was hit directly in the midsection. Boom, crack. The collision of the two venomous dragons sounded like buildings colliding, with explosions ringing out. Chen Fan immediately released his grip, propelling himself away from his original position with force. In merely a second, he was 30 meters away. Seizing another venomous dragon by the tail, he swung it with ferocity. Boom. The dragon, its neck at an awkward angle, crashed violently into the earth. Surrounding trees were uprooted, staggering and unable to regain their footing. In the disoriented aftermath, Chen Fan swung the corpse of the venomous dragon down from above, delivering a thunderous blow. Crack. This time, the strike was even more forceful, driving the intact venomous dragon firmly into the ground, almost flattening it entirely. In the mouth, the chrysanthemum, and various wounds, countless flesh and blood erupted forth. Even if it did not perish, it would undoubtedly be incapable of survival. Boom, boom, crack. Having just severely injured one, the other two came crashing down heavily onto the ground. This time, Chen Fan, swinging the corpse of the venomous dragon, found himself slightly delayed. Extending his hand, he drew out the super peptide alloy blade. His body flickered and appeared beside the struggling venomous dragon attempting to rise. Whoosh. Accompanied by a flash of white lightning, the super titanium alloy blade swiftly passed through. Thud, crack. A 1 meter deep gash appeared on the neck of the venomous dragon, severing the protective bones entirely. With a spurt, blood gushed forth like a fountain, spraying 10 meters away. The originally 1 meter deep wound, under the force of the jet, expanded to 1.5 meters, nearly cleaving it in two. Panting heavily, the venomous dragon desperately flapped its wings, trying to stabilize its body, yet could not regain control. Ultimately, it lay helplessly on the ground, its limbs twitching incessantly. Realizing its fate was sealed, Chen Fan dashed once more to the venomous dragon pinned to the ground, and similarly severed its neck with a single stroke. With blood flowing profusely, the entire expanse of earth was stained crimson. Thus, all 9 venomous dragons lay upon the ground. Apart from their dying struggles, none could escape. With his right hand gripping the blade, Chen Fan's left hand traversed over the corpses of the venomous dragons. Fusion, fusion, fusion. Killing the venomous dragon granted a reward of 25,000 fusion points. As he passed by the last 2 slain venomous dragons, he took the opportunity to fuse. After merging the bloodline of the venomous dragon 9 times, he felt as if he were floating, devoid of the previous heaviness. A single breath could sustain his body for half a minute. Having fused with the toxic energy, he could diminish the lifespan of his enemies, causing them to succumb to poisoning. A truly terrifying ability. Since they were all dead, Chen Fan could not afford to waste the crystal cores and promptly shattered their skulls. Inside, he collected yellow, round crystal cores. According to speculation, these should be high-tier, third-grade crystal cores. The system's notification chimed, detected fusion energy. High-tier third-grade crystal core available to significantly increase true energy. Requires 5,000 fusion points. Without a moment's hesitation, he fused all 9 high-tier crystal cores. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into his body, converging in his dantian. The vast ocean of suffering gradually acquired a layer of emerald green, merging with the life tree at its base. The previously nascent golden bridge had now manifested 9 segments of railing and pathway. Typically, when the golden bridge reveals 18 railings, one can break through the surface of the ocean of suffering, signifying the early stage. Upon revealing 36 railings, one reaches the pinnacle, marking the mid-stage. When 72 railings appear, they inevitably connect to the organs, linking various parts, representing the late stage. Only a genius can attain 90 railings, while an extraordinary prodigy can achieve 99. Chen Fan had only manifested 9 segments, indicating he was merely in the early stage. Yet, he did not mind, having slain 9 leader-class beings. He had already achieved 9 segments. Was this still a dilemma? All he needed to do was continue hunting leader-class creatures, surveying his surroundings. The ground was a mire of blood, covering most of the trees and earth. The bodies had completely lost their essence, though they had not turned to ash. Their materials held no further value. Without a trace of reluctance, he plunged into the forest, swiftly vanishing. He was not keen on being discovered. Having single-handedly slain 9 leader-class creatures, he would undoubtedly be deemed a monster and captured for dissection. After traversing several kilometers, he found a stream and washed away the bloodstains from his body. Once tidied up, he took a wide turn, heading towards the direction where he sensed mountain treasures. He recalled that several enormous leader-class creatures had sunk into the lake. Even in death, their crystal cores could not be squandered. With a smile upon his face, he calculated how much his remaining giant beasts might enhance his cultivation. If possible, he hoped to increase by a dozen railings, reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Bridge and soaring through the skies. This was the outcome he most yearned for. However, despite his speed, after 30 minutes of travel and having slain numerous elite-level creatures, he still found no trace of the large pit from earlier. Could it be that I am lost? Surrounding him were no familiar landmarks. To avoid being seen by the city dwellers, he had intentionally made a wide detour. He had disoriented himself. If more than a day passed, the crystal cores would dissipate within the bodies, transforming into pure spiritual energy. Thus, even if humans wished to seize an opportunity, they must excavate the crystal cores within a day. After this period, the corpses of myriad creatures would lose their greatest value. Of course, their bodies, having been nourished by essence, would still hold considerable worth. Some merchants might deliberately wait for the finest specimens. Whoosh! Just as he was lost and directionless, he heard a rapid whoosh overhead. He quickly looked up, hoping to discern whether it was a human presence. Chapter 56. The Battle of the Divine Gate Mirror against the Golden Eagle. The moment he leaped to the treetops, the sight before him almost made Chen Fan tumble down. A colossal eagle, adorned in golden feathers, blotted out the sun as it sped towards the northwest. Wherever it passed, nearly all the trees toppled. Waves of air rippled around its body, tearing through the atmosphere. My heavens, what level of creature is this? A king level? Terrifying. Chen Fan dared not reveal himself and directly descended to the ground from the treetops. With a pounding heart, he suddenly pondered. If he were to face a king-level creature, what would his odds of victory be? After reflection, he concluded that his chances were 0. Even against leader-class beings, the struggle was exceedingly arduous. Confronted with a fearsome king-level creature, a single talent skill could render him utterly obliterated. Striving to collect all energy, he silently advanced close to the ground. He needed to ascertain the target of this terrifying giant creature. After all, he could neither locate the city nor the large pit from the death of leader-class creatures. Perhaps it would engage in battle with humans, allowing him to reap some benefits. Utilizing the cover of the jungle and boulders, he did his utmost to evade aerial observation, stealthily tracking its movements. In reality, he could not keep pace with the golden eagle, which had long since vanished from sight. Yet, he remained cautious, fearing detection from above. He pressed onward towards the northwest. Along the way, he observed myriad creatures, regardless of size, prostrating on the ground, as if worshipping their king. Even after disappearing from view, the creatures did not rise when Chen Fan approached. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. He swiftly eliminated them, collecting crystal cores and fusion points. Reveling in his good fortune, Following the path of the prostrating creatures, Chen Fan traversed 2 mountain peaks, and upon reaching the third, he heard a thunderous roar. The earth shook, gales surged, and his white hair danced in the wind, his clothes billowing. Caught off guard, he nearly toppled from the mountain peak. The massive pit he had sought in vain lay just a kilometer ahead. From atop the mountain, it appeared as a scar etched into the landscape. In the sky, the golden eagle shone like a radiant sun, its body radiating brilliant light. Claws, wings, beaks, and heads transformed into terrifying weapons, attacking the humans ahead. In the sky, a woman clad in a black phoenix robe, wielding a long sword, relentlessly launched her assaults. Beside her stood a corpulent woman, exceeding 500 pounds, brandishing a long spear, providing support in a rhythmic manner. The silhouettes of the two resembled fleeting lights. Behind them, a colossal illusory gate, towering 100 meters, radiated a magnificent brilliance that compelled one to gaze upon it. The boundless spiritual energy of the universe seemed to have found its outlet, converging towards the ethereal portal. Ultimately, this energy coalesced within the bodies of the two women, and under the immense gathering of spiritual power, the weapons they wielded erupted with unimaginable might. The sword-wielding woman, adorned with a conical hat, possessed a slender frame, reminiscent of a flower swaying in the wind. Yet with each strike, her sword emitted a blinding gleam, transforming into plum blossoms that enveloped the golden eagle. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyue similarly guided the spiritual energy from the illusory gate into her spear. Every thrust unleashed a resplendent brilliance, manifesting as azure dragons. The fierce clash with the golden eagle's mighty claws displayed no sign of trepidation. Is this the divine gate mirror? The speed at which it absorbs the world's spiritual energy is indeed far superior to mine. Chen Fan observed their battle, murmuring to himself, silently comparing. In terms of speed, might, and combat techniques, they had transcended normal humanity by leaps and bounds. The mere aftermath of their confrontation had carved countless ravines into the earth, with waters soaring into the sky, resembling a cataclysmic scene. Although the golden eagle obscured the sun and wielded immeasurable strength capable of effortlessly obliterating a city, it found it challenging to advance against the city lord and Gu Xinyue. With a cry of frustration, the eagle, unable to gain ground after prolonged combat, unleashed a furious roar. The shockwave radiated outward, causing the earth to erupt with thunderous sounds, as trees toppled and flew in all directions. The very fabric of the world struggled to bear its might. Witnessing this, Chen Fan simply lay flat on the ground, letting the fierce wind sweep over him. After a while, the shockwave finally passed, returning normalcy. His gaze fell upon the nearby humans of the Golden Bridge realm, who, caught off guard by the sudden shockwave, were swept away, stumbling and unable to stabilize themselves, resembling kites with severed strings, tumbling through the air, utterly defenseless. Chen Fan couldn't help but stick out his tongue, swallowing hard, murmuring, "Incredible, truly incredible. If I were to encounter a royal-level creature, my fate would be sealed. There would be no chance of escape." The bravado he had previously shown about collecting spoils quickly evaporated. Such a creature was beyond his reach. The innate skills displayed were extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing those of the commander level. Though he pondered retreat, he was reluctant. The corpses of commander-level creatures lying in the pit were the finest materials for enhancing his combat prowess. However, he dared not draw too close to the aerial battle, as the attacks from any creature could prove fatal. Lying on the ground, his eyes darted about. Many experts from the Golden Bridge realm were flying in all directions, seemingly searching for something. Chen Fan remained concealed beneath a massive rock on the mountaintop, indifferent to everything around him. He could only hope that the two would lure the golden eagle away, granting him the opportunity to seek out the corpses. While scanning his surroundings, he noticed to the north a battle between humans and a massive minotaur. The minotaur was evidently one that had sunk into the pit, now covered in mud. Odd, he thought. Could it be that no creatures remained in the pit? How did it manage to escape? Chen Fan was perplexed, as the circumstances exceeded his imagination. Perhaps due to the angle, he could not discern the situation in the pit and continued to wait foolishly. He bit his lip and scanned the area, feeling that the chances were slim. These Golden Bridge experts would not afford him any opportunity. Alas, my strength is insufficient. Otherwise, I could return and claim everything as my own. Chen Fan realized that waiting any longer would yield nothing. Rather than waste time, he decided to return to Shadowhunter City. Casting a glance at the ongoing battle between the two city lords, which seemed indecisive, he noticed several Golden Bridge experts heading northward. The tide of battle appeared to be shifting in favor of humanity. I've got to go. If they discover I survived the toxic dragon's jaws and even dared to return to the battlefield, explaining would be impossible. Stealthily concealing himself within the jungle, he circumvented the battlefield, making his way north. After traversing a considerable distance, he encountered 4 wild bulls and 7 white-winged tigers, intercepted by humans. This proved that none of the creatures submerged in the pit had perished. One must not be greedy. I have already gained much today. It's time to return. A moment's hesitation led him to depart. The battles of the Golden Bridge realm were far less earth-shattering than that of the Divine Gate Mirror. So he hurriedly made his way north, maintaining a distance of 300 meters. Yet, this very distance incited a drastic change in the battlefield. One of the wild bulls seemed to catch a scent, its nostrils flaring as it threw its head back, bellowing loudly. The roar reverberated throughout the battlefield, traveling thousands of meters. All combatants, including the wild bulls and white-winged tigers, heard the sound. Even the golden eagle in the sky momentarily paused its movements. In the next instant, both the commander-level creatures and the royal-level beings in the sky abandoned their human adversaries, frantically charging towards the north. This spectacle left the humans engaged in battle utterly astonished. Unsure of what had transpired, they were bewildered by the sudden frenzy of all creatures. This is bad. They aimed to attack the city. The city lord's mind raced with horrific possibilities, issuing a sharp command. Chapter 57, Frantic Flight, Sudden Dash. Accompanied by her fierce reprimand, she swung her long sword, as the illusory gate behind her expelled vast amounts of spiritual energy, pursuing the golden eagle. Everyone rallied to obstruct all commander-level beasts outside the city. Should they breach the city, countless lives would be lost. The frenzied roars echoed desperately in the air. All humans within a radius of several thousand meters could hear it. Beside her, the Vice City Lord Gushinua wielded her spear, transforming into an azure dragon as she chased after the golden eagle. With the city now vulnerable, no one could impede their advance. Should they truly enter the city, they could devastate everything. Years of effort could crumble in an instant, an outcome unacceptable to Bai Jingfeng. Yes, the humans within several thousand meters roared in unison. They pursued the fleeing commander-level beasts, hoping to annihilate them, especially those chasing the wild bulls and white-winged tigers, who exerted every ounce of strength to strike from behind. They must not be allowed to breach the city. Their families were inside. Chen Fan naturally heard the commotion and turned to look. This glance proved fateful, as he beheld the white-winged tigers soaring through the sky, each resembling a bomber. Measuring 30 meters in length, their bodies were covered in hair like steel needles, with massive wings sprouting from their sides, gliding through the air. Though they were all muddied from the earth, this did not hinder their frenzied pursuit. On the ground, 4 rampaging wild bulls charged forth, uprooting trees and boulders in their path. In the distant sky, the golden eagle loomed like a sun. Behind each colossal beast trailed humans, frantically in pursuit. However, even a human at the Sacred Lotus realm cannot hope to outrun a frenzied leader-level creature in a short span of time. Witnessing this dire situation, Chen Fan dared not linger and sprinted away with all his might. He darted towards any trees in sight and plunged into any rivers he encountered. Despite his lack of fear towards the leader-level creatures, the golden eagle soaring above posed a lethal threat should it catch up with him. With each stride, he covered over 30 meters, and with the aid of his arms, he could add an additional 3 meters. It could be said that he was sprinting 100 meters in merely 3 seconds, believing that after running a distance of 1,000 meters, these leader-level creatures would cease their pursuit. Yet, the thunderous footsteps and terrifying roars from behind showed no signs of waning. When he glanced back, he noted that the distance to the white-winged tiger had indeed widened slightly. Perhaps its aerial vantage made it difficult to discern his hiding place. However, the 4 rampaging bulls on the ground showed no inclination to relent, relentlessly chasing him down. Why are they all so intent on pursuing me? Are they akin to venomous flying dragons? Could they possibly sense the scent of treasures on me? Chen Fan couldn't help but curse as he continued his frantic dash. There was no fixed direction. He simply ran wherever seemed most suitable for escape. Who, in the throes of a desperate flight, would bother to check their bearings? When confronted with open spaces that were less than ideal for fleeing, he would undoubtedly veer around them. Gradually, his speed escalated to 40 meters per step, covering 100 meters in nearly 2 seconds. After traversing over 5,000 meters, the roars behind him grew somewhat distant, yet when he turned to look, the pursuit remained steadfast. The only comfort he found was that the golden eagle in the sky seemed unable to withstand the assaults from the 2 city lords, having been pushed back beyond 2,000 meters. However, the remaining leader-level creatures, driven mad with a singular focus, disregarded the human attacks and continued their relentless chase, as if vowing not to cease until they had slain him. Humans at the Sacred Lotus realm were unable to keep pace, many succumbing to the exhaustion of their long journey. Chen Fan was determined to push himself further, sprinting once again in a bid to outmaneuver them. He adjusted his breathing, circulated his vital energy, and channeled his true essence into his legs, pondering how he might conserve energy while increasing his speed. Under extreme duress, a person can unlock their full potential, and Chen Fan was no exception. The oppressive presence of the leader-level creatures above was formidable. In his frantic flight, he contemplated how to enhance his velocity. It was evident that sheer strength did not equate to greater speed. Rather, it was about maintaining agility and precision in movement, particularly in the air when shifting form and direction became challenging. By shortening his strides and increasing his frequency, he employed a technique he called the burst step, allowing him to advance rapidly. His footfalls quickened, and his pace surged as he raced into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, he had attained an extraordinary speed, as the elite-level creatures he encountered barely had time to react before he collided with them, shattering them upon impact. As for the other creatures, they were reduced to mere remnants, with only their cores remaining, which he collected for fusion. In his mind, the sound of notifications rang incessantly. Kill the stitching monster, gain 100 fusion points. Kill the elite-level swordgrass, gain 1,500 fusion points. Discoverable energy for fusion. Increases minor true essence, requires 100 fusion points. Discoverable energy for fusion. Increases slight true essence, requires 500 fusion points. Chen Fan had lost track of how much energy he had fused or how far he had run. He only knew that the rumbling sounds behind him were receding, indicating he had managed to create some distance. Standing on a mountainside, he glanced back to see the rampaging bulls and the white-winged tiger were still over a kilometer away. Although they continued their pursuit, they had clearly deviated from their original path, and it would take them some time to catch up. Perched between tree branches, he quickly adjusted his breath. His body had become increasingly abnormal. After sprinting tens of thousands of meters, he felt remarkably unexhausted, as though he had merely run 100 meters. Observing the golden bridge within him, he noted that only a third of the 10th segment had emerged. Exhaling deeply and biting his lip, he murmured, "This won't do. The speed of cultivation for elite and ordinary creatures is far too slow. I must slay leader-level beings to swiftly enhance my strength. It seems I can no longer linger in Shadowhunter City. It's time to move on to the next city." Southgate City. Casting a glance to the south, he hoped to rapidly elevate his power and hasten his journey to the 8th Heaven Pass. Retracting his gaze, he noticed a change in his fusion points, now displaying a total of 100,000, with the available points also at 100,000. He surmised this was a transformation resulting from his breakthrough to the Golden Bridge realm. As he fused higher-tier items, the required fusion points had indeed increased, necessitating an elevation of his limits. Excellent. Just as he reveled in this, he noticed the rampaging bulls had adjusted their course and were once more pursuing him. Damn it. They truly are relentless. Do they possess a dog-esque nose? He thought, realizing they were unwavering in their pursuit. The golden eagle in the sky had also resumed its chase, while the two city lords had effectively restrained it, reducing the immediate danger significantly. Chen Fan gracefully descended, pressing his hand against the ground. Executing a forward roll, he dissipated all his momentum, striving to minimize noise. At that moment, he heard the system's voice. Discoverable super chromium ore for fusion, which can enhance bodily resilience, requires 15,000 fusion points. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, sensing yet another opportunity for advancement. 15,000, what a valuable item, he exclaimed, issuing the command to fuse without hesitation. Chapter 58, Lost, choosing a burial site. With resounding booms echoing, a faint blue light suddenly illuminated the entire mountain peak. The essence from the earth was wholly absorbed, causing the trees above to wither instantly, and the flowers to turn yellow, swept away by the wind. Having learned from his previous experiences, Chen Fan knew he could not remain in one place. He quickly dashed in another direction. The trees he passed were reduced to mere fragments under his feet. Streams of faint blue energy coursed through his right hand, flowing over his bones and flesh, ultimately converging in his dantian. In that moment, Chen Fan felt his bones throughout his body transform. They were no longer merely hard but possessed newfound resilience, akin to powerful springs, endowing him with even greater elasticity. His already extraordinary physique had become even more formidable. Uncertain of how much strength resided within his arms, he nonetheless realized that even without employing true essence, a determined leap could propel him over 50 meters. While it might not rival the aerial gliding of the Golden Bridge realm, he could effortlessly clear streams of 40 or 50 meters. He continued his frenzied escape, smashing through various elite-level creatures. Although his speed had slightly increased, he found himself with intervals for rest, no longer feeling as fatigued as before. During these brief respites, he contemplated further refining the burst step to better suit combat. He could endure everything except the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. He was lost again, despite having run northward. He inexplicably found himself heading south. His sense of direction was utterly dismal. While he was fleeing, he even had moments to rest. In stark contrast, the humans trailing behind the rampaging bulls and other leader-level creatures were thoroughly bewildered, completely unaware of what these frenzied beasts were pursuing. Instead of charging toward Shadow City, they veered 2 kilometers westward, heading straight for Peace City. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to muster all their strength and pursue relentlessly. Although Peace City served as a bastion for humanity, its protective forces were not particularly formidable. Just as their anxiety peaked, they noticed that the marauding bulls had once again altered their course, now veering south toward Shadow City. Many experts at the St. Lotus level, after 2 hours of pursuit, found themselves utterly exhausted. The prolonged flight had drained their vital energy significantly. Continuing the chase not only risked their failure to eliminate the leader-level creatures, but also the possibility of being counterattacked. The humans who persisted in the chase were predominantly in the late stages of the St. Lotus realm, gathering together, including Feng Xiong and the Hat Man. Feng Xiong repeatedly berated the Hat Man. "What a fine mess you've made. A prodigious disciple like that, and you just abandoned him on the road? Do you think he, being in the Bitter Sea realm, can outrun a poison dragon? Thankfully, the poison dragon is dead. We didn't find Chen Fan's belongings at the scene, so he must still be alive. Otherwise, you would never sleep soundly again. After all the effort to find such a talented disciple, is he really just gone? Though we are tracking a leader-level creature, it feels increasingly distant, and we are unable to catch up. The gap between us is insurmountable. Were it not for the need to ascertain their ultimate goal, we would have given up as well." By 5 in the afternoon, with the sun tilting westward, they had failed to reach Shadow City and instead found themselves at Westgate City to the south. By distance, they were getting closer. Yet a most frustrating change occurred. The marauding bulls dashed eastward once more. It appeared they were not attempting to besiege a city, but were rather in a frantic flight. Utterly disoriented, Feng Xiong sensed his vital energy was nearly depleted, and hope of catching up had evaporated. He casually remarked to the Hat Man and the others, "I suppose the others have already returned to the city to rest. Let us do the same and wait for a chance." The vital energy consumed by humans pales in comparison to the physical stamina expended by these beasts. It must be acknowledged that even among beings of the same level, humans lag behind in endurance. This is also why, despite having the combat power to slay creatures, humans find it exceedingly difficult to eradicate all the myriad beings within their territory. Human strength has its limits, unless a formidable figure descends, engaging in relentless slaughter day and night. Perhaps all beings from the realms could be cleared, but that would not bode well for humanity, as it would mean losing opportunities to enhance their combat prowess. The remaining 16 experts at the St. Lotus level relinquished their pursuit and turned back toward Shadow City. As they altered their course, they were spotted by Chen Fan, who was resting in the distance. A smile finally graced his face, tinged with a sense of relief and joy. Moments ago, he had regretted not bringing Little Black's map, which could have prevented him from getting lost. With the communicator out of signal range and no map to consult, he could only proceed in one direction. As humans pursued, he felt like a headless fly, running amok. Now, however, he could follow in their footsteps, ensuring he would not lose his way. Yet, he did not chase closely behind, but rather maintained a distance of 1,000 meters, stealthily trailing them. In reality, pursuing humans flying in the air from the ground was no easy feat. The air provided a straight path, while the undulating landscape below was complex and circuitous. Ling Feng managed to follow for several kilometers before realizing they had only moved northwest and halted in a valley. At the valley center was a small stream, merging with a nearby river. On the other side lay a field of sword grass, perfectly suited for merging sword energy. Many of the grasses were elite level, towering up to 2 meters, brimming with sword energy. Chen Fan wasted no time in charging in, intent on absorbing more sword energy, preparing to make this location the burial ground for the leader-level creature that had been tracking him for half a day, oblivious to fatigue. His speed, after considerable training, had reached a remarkable 70 meters in a single leap, exceeding 100 meters per second. This was even more startling than many gliders at the Golden Bridge level. While he was clearing the sword grass and merging sword energy and crystal cores, from marauding bulls charged down the valley. Like a stampede of thousands of horses, rocks tumbled, and vegetation was uprooted in their unstoppable path. Their 30-meter-long bodies were covered in dark green scales, akin to armor encasing them. 2 horns, resembling curved blades, gleamed with a metallic sheen. The ground trembled beneath their weight, echoing with a resounding rumble. If it were anyone else, facing the charge of a leader-level creature would surely invoke a state of vigilance and preparedness. However, Chen Fan was entirely different, weaving effortlessly through the sword grass, seemingly oblivious to the colossal bulls charging towards him. In the instant they reached him, Chen Fan shifted his form with remarkable agility, narrowly evading the impact. Seizing the tail of a nearby bull, he leapt onto its back like a nimble bird. His movements were incredibly fluid, making him appear at ease in combat. No longer was he confined to a mere 30 meters, where he had to remain within striking distance. Now, with 70 meters at his disposal, even if the marauding bulls charged with great speed, they could not possibly cover the entire 70-meter radius. Thus, he felt increasingly confident in his ability to eliminate them all. With a thunderous crash, the 4 marauding bulls barreled forward, trampling the sword grass, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Standing atop one of the bulls, Chen Fan calmly drew his super titanium alloy knife, plunging it directly into the gaps between the scales. Yet, at that very moment, the bull beneath him suddenly turned its head, a dark shadow of death looming above, striking terror into his heart. Chen Fan, who had been firmly planted, was involuntarily thrown backward onto the ground. The death gaze. The grass nearly took my life. A wave of dread surged within him. Chapter 59. The Calamity of the Bull's Charge. The death gaze is an innate skill of the marauding bull clan. Every creature that attains the leader level possesses terrifying innate abilities. The poison dragon, for instance, had venom that could shorten lifespans, though it never had the chance to use it on Chen Fan. This time, when the bull turned its head, it truly instilled fear. In the fleeting moment Chen Fan dodged the attack, 3 bulls had already reversed their direction, charging at him once more. Meanwhile, the bull that had just employed the death gaze found itself ensnared by Chen Fan's right hand, which clung tenaciously to its tail. Its massive hind leg, as thick as a stone pillar, kicked towards him with a piercing wind. Chen Fan, nearly paralyzed by fear, was bubbling with rage. Without hesitation, he raised his left fist, executing Tian Shi's berserk strike to meet the oncoming attack. Whoosh! The gale was torn apart, as a force nearing hundreds of thousands collided violently with the iron hooves. Boom! The air exploded, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. Chen Fan felt a numbing sensation in his left arm, his muscles quaking, and his body involuntarily shifted backward. Yet, he did not release his grip on the bull's tail, instead pulling it backward. Boom! At that instant, he witnessed the bull's right hoof explode in midair, flesh and blood scattering. Its thigh bone was driven into its abdomen by his terrifying strength. The surface's dark green scales flew apart like circular shurikens, hurtling in all directions. The right leg was visibly shorter than the left, nearly protruding from its back. Coupled with Chen Fan's tugging, its body was uncontrollably pulled backward, almost airborne. It let out a mournful wail of agony. Ayo! The frantic cries echoed in the valley, deafening in their intensity. Chen Fan had not anticipated that a single punch could incapacitate a powerful bull. A voice echoed in his mind, detected potential for fusion, death stare. When activated, it manifests a terrifying Reaper figure through immense mental strength, instilling fear in foes. Requires 10,000 fusion points. Detected potential for fusion, primordial bull demon bloodline. Enhances bloodline strength and purity. Requires 3,000 fusion points. Detected potential for fusion, bull charge. Concentrates all physical power into a single point, releasing triple the impact force. Requires 2,000 fusion points. The incessant stream of announcements did not perturb him. Grasping the bull's tail, he employed the strategy used against the venomous dragon on the bull. Their physique was even more robust than that of the dragon, muscles denser and covered in scales, resembling a massive green hammer. With a sweeping arc, he charged towards the oncoming bull on the left. Fly for me! With a thunderous roar, the bull he held collided violently with the charging beast, akin to 2 locomotives crashing at full speed. The hardened bull horns pierced into each other's flesh with ferocious force. Pust, 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 pust. Despite the protective scales, they could not withstand such a dreadful impact. The horns, over 2 meters in length, had penetrated bone, locking them together in a grotesque embrace. Only the piercing cries remained. They thrashed about, unable to dislodge their horns from each other's bodies. Chen Fan was equally astonished by their tenacity. With a forceful tug, he found himself unable to maneuver the massive bodies. He released his grip and leaped to evade the charge of 2 more bulls. Thud, thud, thud. Like heavy armor, they charged relentlessly. Even though Chen Fan had vacated his previous position, there was no time to dodge. The 2-meter-long horns plunged into the bull he had just seized. Pissed, pissed. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Fan felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate creature, with 2 horns piercing its neck and now its abdomen and lower back. The 30-meter-long body was no longer able to maintain its form, twisted into 3 arcs, its belly torn open, and most of the green scales stained crimson. The sight was nothing short of tragic. Amidst its anguished wails, it thrashed desperately, but the more it struggled, the more it tore its own flesh. Blood gushed from the wounds on its belly, back, and neck. The bull in front, too, was caught in the throes of violent thrashing, blood spraying from its neck. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan could not let it slip away. He drew forth his ultra-titanium alloy knife, unleashing all his strength as he lunged forward, executing a horizontal slash. True energy mingled with sword aura surged into the blade, almost palpable in its agitation, as if it were on the verge of bursting forth. Pust! Crack! The nearest bull's neck severed instantly, blood gushing. The terrifying force propelled its colossal body backward by 3 meters. Blood sprayed, drenching the surrounding bulls. In an instant, the once green bulls were transformed into a crimson tableau, the stench of blood permeating the air. Boom! The massive bull's head erupted in midair. The overwhelming impact shattered flesh and bone, dispersing into a cloud of sanguine mist. The sturdy 2-meter horns pierced through the abdomen, embedding deep within the body of the central bull. A yellow, round crystal core shot forth, which Chen Fan swiftly snatched. Pust! 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 Boom! 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 Following this, Chen Fan rapidly darted past the entangled bulls, the ultra-titanium alloy knife, imbued with sword aura, beheading them. A voice resonated in his mind. Defeated a leader-class bull, earning 25,000 fusion points. Defeated a leader-class bull, earning 25,000 fusion points. Defeated. Detected potential for fusion energy. 3rd-tier high-grade crystal core significantly increases true energy, requiring 10,000 fusion points. Detected. Without waiting for the system's notifications to conclude, Chen Fan directly fused 4 3rd-tier high-grade crystal cores. Just as the fusion completed, 7 white-winged tigers descended upon him from the sky, resembling bombers in their terrifying approach. Their massive claws were akin to excavators, and their gaping maws could swallow more than 100 people. In their presence, Chen Fan felt diminutive as a mere flea. One alone was fearsome, let alone 7. Instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Chen Fan was acutely aware that the ultra-titanium alloy knife would be unable to withstand their tremendous force. Thus, he decisively sheathed the weapon and seized the bull's tail. Although the bull's head still bled profusely, it did not hinder his momentum. Harnessing speed, he charged forth like a furious monarch, muscles rippling, facing all incoming attacks. Come down. The bloodied bull carcass transformed into a 30-meter-long giant hammer, exuding an overwhelming stench of blood as it smashed into the foremost white-winged tiger. A voice echoed in his mind, detected potential for fusion, primordial bull demon bloodline, which can enhance bloodline strength. Despite hearing the alert, Chen Fan did not fuse but struck down with ferocity. Chapter 60, Staring Death into Leader-Class Beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The green hammer, radiating a dreadful aura, crashed down upon the white-winged tiger. Boom. Crack. Crack. The colossal impact was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering and entrails spilling. Blood gushed from the immense wound on the bull's neck, even its innards ejected. The bull's form contorted, scales flying in all directions. The white-winged tiger met a similarly grim fate, its 15-meter wings severed in an instant. Broken bones pierced its skin and fragments embedded into the bull's body. A massive gash was created in the tiger's distended belly, its white fur now stained with blood. The massive tiger head jerked as its neck bore the unbearable strain. Even leader-class beasts suffered grievously when faced with the combined brute force of a similarly sized adversary. Moreover, having bolted in haste and underestimated human capability, they were ill-prepared for the onslaught. In but a moment, they were dealt a crushing blow. Their bodies were flung aside, with 2 pursuing companions unable to evade, sent hurtling through the air together. Though their injuries were not as severe, their flight was impeded, and they plummeted to the ground. Their wings, sustained varying degrees of damage, left them momentarily incapacitated. Chen Fan felt his arms vibrate from the collision, nearly losing his grip on the bull. He promptly initiated fusion to mitigate the strain and maintain his combat efficacy. In an instant, a pale blue glow enveloped the bull's body. The next moment, he sensed the bull's corpse completely devoid of its essence. The propulsive force in its tail vanished, replaced by waves of heat flooding into his veins, coursing throughout his body. His heart raced, and he felt an exhilarating surge of energy enhancing his musculature. Not only that, but there was also a force surging toward his eyes. In an inexplicable moment, it felt as though he beheld countless reapers wandering through the desolate wilderness, brandishing their scythes, with their eyes glimmering with a crimson glow. Among them, one reaper detected his presence and suddenly charged towards him, intent on merging into one. On the battlefield, Chen Fan was startled by this abrupt turn of events. He swiftly attempted to evade, but escape was futile. The reaper seamlessly fused with him, and in an instant, Chen Fan's eyes flickered with a red light. All illusory visions vanished, revealing a colossal white-winged tiger before him. Its enormous claws, akin to a bulldozer, were less than 10 meters away. Its gigantic eyes radiated excitement as they fixated on him, as if intending to capture him and consume him whole. Chen Fan understood all too well that even with all his might, evading its attacks would prove exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, his mind jolted, as an unprecedented power surged into his eyes. His vision heated, and a crimson gaze swept forth. Death stare, he bellowed, and with a powerful leap, he used a sudden dash to propel himself 70 meters away. The charging white-winged tiger, in its massive eyes, seemed to reflect the terrifying visage of the Reaper, which abruptly swung its scythe at its head. The tiger's imposing form immediately lost its vigor. The excitement and joy in its eyes transformed into boundless horror, and shortly thereafter, they became devoid of life, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The ferocious force descending from above made intimate contact with the earth, creating a 5-meter-deep crater. The sound of the impact reverberated throughout the valley, causing the surrounding peaks to tremble, dust to billow, boulders to tumble, and vegetation to scatter. Chen Fan stood 10 meters away, still shaken, but with a heart full of relief. He had slain a leader-level creature, earning 25,000 fusion points. He never expected to have nearly been overpowered by it. A single defeat would render him unable to rise again. The fearsome claws of the white-winged tiger were far beyond what his frail frame could withstand. Moreover, he was astounded that the death stare had managed to vanquish such a formidable leader-level beast. This innate ability was indeed astonishing. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the remains of 3 remaining barbarian bulls. It was imperative to enhance the power of the death stare. Just as he allowed himself to be distracted, another white-winged tiger adjusted its course and soared towards him once more. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile gracing his face, his lips curling upward, devoid of any trace of fear. Should it dare to meet his gaze, it would experience the potency of the death stare, leading to its silent demise. He swiftly maneuvered his body, positioning himself directly behind the recently deceased white-winged tiger. With both hands, he firmly grasped its large tail, preparing to wield it for defense. The most crucial aspect of the death stare was to align it with the enemy's eyes. The white-winged tiger, 50 meters away, with its claws extended, made him hesitant to take risks. The massive carcass of the white-winged tiger would yield more effective results. As he seized it, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Fusion talent detected. Beast King's dominance, capable of intimidating all lower-tier creatures, rendering them unable to approach and forcing them to prostrate. Requires 10,000 fusion points. Fusion skill detected. Hungry Tiger Pounce. At the moment of attack, it exudes overwhelming dominance, enhancing attack power by 30% and causing the enemy to feel mentally fatigued and diminished. Requires 3,000 fusion points. Fusion Bloodline detected. White Tiger Bloodline, enhancing bloodline strength. Requires 3,000 fusion points. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt that the white-winged tiger was slightly superior to the barbarian bulls, offering numerous advantages. He surmised that these so-called bloodline absorptions were akin to the Thunder Beast heart, merely containing a trace of the powerful bloodline's force. Though it was but a trace, it was sufficient for him. As long as he continued to fuse, he would undoubtedly grow immensely powerful. Likewise, he did not fuse immediately. Instead, he harnessed the immense strength to collide violently with the descending white-winged tiger. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the charging white-winged tiger smashed into the adjacent stone wall. Boom! The entire mountain trembled violently, dust erupting from the earth. Trees above and boulders continuously tumbled down, crashing onto it. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already commanded the fusion of the white-winged tiger he held in his grasp amidst the chaos of falling stones, transforming it into a cloud of dust. He sensed that each bloodline enhancement allowed him to unleash even greater power. As his blood surged, it emanated the aura of the Beast King. The benefits of fusion were immense. With a swift motion, he seized the yellow circular crystal core amidst the swirling dust. Without waiting for the system to prompt him, he directly fused it into his body. In a matter of mere seconds, one white-winged tiger lay dead, while 3 others were injured, tumbling onto the ground on the other side. There was still one more trapped beneath the boulders. In the sky, 2 remained, soaring away, not descending immediately. Roar! Roars echoed through the valley, as if aware they could not defeat Chen Fan, calling for reinforcements. Chen Fan felt utterly helpless in response. His gaze shifted to the 3 injured white-winged tigers, who were shakily rising, seemingly preparing to flee as well. Still wishing to escape? They are all my prey. He sprang into action, employing the barbarian bull charge he had just learned. Let us test its might. A technique swifter than his own created sudden dash. In an instant, he felt as if an ancient barbarian bull had been resurrected, his feet pounding against the ground, disregarding all obstacles in his path as he charged forward. Dirt and stones flew, grass and trees were lifted, transforming into a gust of energy that obediently followed Chen Fan. Chapter 61, Colliding with Leader-Level Beasts. Boom. In the blink of an eye, he covered 100 meters, his body crashing into the most grievously injured white-winged tiger. His right elbow struck like a fearsome blade, driving inward. Boom. The white-winged tiger seemed as though it had been collided with by a speeding locomotive, its body bending at an unnatural angle, arching like a bow. Its 30-meter-long form lifted off the ground, violently colliding with the two other tigers nearby. Thud. Chen Fan's heavy footsteps did not relent, pounding the earth like a colossal hammer, producing a deafening sound. Standing at a mere height of 1.80 meters, he appeared as a terrifying demon, towering over all, pushing through with sheer force. Boom. Just as it stood, not yet fully aware of its surroundings, it was brutally smashed into the stone wall by Chen Fan's impact. The ferocious power drove the two white-winged tigers into the wall, leaving only the outermost one unscathed. The sounds of bones fracturing, fur being pierced, and wings snapping resonated in unison. The once pristine white fur was stained crimson with blood, as all three massive tiger heads spewed forth torrents of blood. Though not dead, they struggled with their limbs, but were perilously close to death, unable to extricate themselves from the wall. Chen Fan had no time to spare, for at that moment, the two white-winged tigers in the sky dove down. They emitted ear-splitting roars, filled with an unquenchable rage, intent on avenging their fallen kin. Chen Fan turned, the tiger's claws almost within 10 meters of him. The massive tiger head bore eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury, as if flames were igniting within. It was evident that it possessed intelligence. Death stare. Realizing the futility of evasion, Chen Fan decisively employed the innate skill of the rampaging bull. A surge of heat flashed through his mind, and the crimson glow in his eyes fell upon the furious gaze of the white-winged tiger. In an instant, the creature's body became rigid, all traces of anger evaporating as it lunged forward in a straight line. Chen Fan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, accompanied by the system's warning. Death gaze consumes excessive mental energy. Use with caution. He immediately comprehended that the death gaze could not be frequently utilized, as it required sufficient mental strength. Having only just assimilated the rampaging bull, his mental energy was evidently insufficient, necessitating further effort. With thoughts racing, his body did not pause even for a moment as he charged forward, crossing paths with the white-winged tiger in the sky and appearing behind it. Thud. The heavy body crashed onto the ground, creating a deep crater. Dust swirled around him, mingling with the blood of the fallen creature, clinging to his form. The last remaining white-winged tiger, unaware of its companion's demise in mere moments, continued its descent from another direction, targeting the lively and formidable Chen Fan. He had managed to grievously wound all its allies in such a short span of time. Faced with the final white-winged tiger charging toward him, Chen Fan felt no fear. Instead, a cruel smile spread across his face as he prepared to meet it head-on. He yearned to test the rampaging bull's charge against the airborne beast. The prolonged evasive tactics had been exceedingly unsatisfactory. It was time for a direct confrontation with a creature of leader class. In the briefest of moments, his small frame pulsed with energy, surging forth like a stone pillar. Blood surged within him, forming a blood-colored entity above his head, clawing and gnashing in a monstrous display. The turbulent energy coursed through his limbs with ferocious speed, amplified by Tian Shi's body-tempering technique, enveloping him in arcs of lightning, resembling a terrifying deity of thunder. Unleashing all the power of his physique, he met the oncoming white-winged tiger. His diminutive fists, dwarfed by the enormous claws of the tiger, felt as insignificant as a mere thorn. Observing Chen Fan's refusal to evade, the white-winged tiger's eyes gleamed with exhilaration and anticipation. It let out a deafening roar, its massive form enveloped in a golden aura, a surge of power erupting forth. Shadows of razor-like blades manifested on its claws, seemingly poised to rend Chen Fan asunder. Suddenly, Chen Fan sensed a diminishment in his momentum, an urge to flee creeping into his mind. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with bravado. How could he possibly retreat? In an instant, he realized it must be the oppressive aura of the Beast King. With renewed vigor, he summoned his blood energy, unleashing his own Beast King aura, instantly dispelling the mental suppression. Noticing the blades of energy swirling around the tiger's claws, he surmised it to be an innate skill, starving tiger pounces. He chose not to dodge, but to test his own physical resilience against it. In a flash, Chen Fan collided with the tiger's massive claws. His slight frame proved harder than steel, with the deadly energy blades inflicting no real damage upon him. Yet, the sensation of them scraping against his skin was indeed painful, albeit within tolerable limits. The explosive force of the rampaging bull surged thrice over, transforming his raised fist into an unyielding steel needle that pierced through the tiger's claw. The momentum did not wane, as he drove through the claw toward the creature's body. Unyielding in his charge, he would not grant the white-winged tiger a moment's respite. With a series of roars, the tiger's claw was impaled, eliciting a pained scream. It then beheld the small human, akin to a flea, charging toward its head and body. Eyes ablaze with fury, it opened its massive maw, revealing a cavernous throat reeking of decay, sharp teeth glinting like swords reflecting the light. A terrifying vortex formed in its throat, intent on swallowing Chen Fan whole. One could not deny the superiority of a leader-class creature. Its intelligence was markedly higher, capable of strategic thought. As it envisioned its ascension to an emperor-class beast, a sudden agony surged from its tongue, as if it had exploded. The intense pain compelled it to involuntarily open its mouth, attempting to expel the intruder. However, a tooth also met with excruciating pain, snapping from its socket. With a roar of anguish, the white-winged tiger regurgitated violently, desperate to rid itself of the human it had ingested. It was utterly unprepared for the realization that the human it usually devoured with ease had now caused it to break a tooth and injure its tongue. Chapter 62. A Day and a Night. A World Transformed. Chen Fan seized the golden opportunity. Gripping the edge of a tooth with his left hand while unleashing a torrent of sword energy from his titanium alloy knife with his right, he slashed fiercely across the tiger's jaw. Slicing through flesh, the wound erupted, creating a gaping hole 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Fur exploded, muscles tore, bones splintered, and blood gushed forth. The entirety of the white-winged tiger's jaw was nearly obliterated, driving it into a frenzy of pain. Its massive form thrashed on the ground, its head shaking violently in an attempt to dislodge the accursed human. The torture began as it clamped down on Chen Fan. Reaching a peak of agony, Chen Fan, tossed about mercilessly, felt compelled to release his grip. As he did, he fell toward the tiger's neck. Wielding his knife with both hands, channeling all his strength to slice through the creature's throat. With a swift motion, the 2-meter titanium alloy knife cleaved through its neck, unleashing a storm of sword energy that ravaged the wound. Blood spurted forth in torrents, drenching Chen Fan from head to toe in warm crimson. Suspended in midair, he could not evade the deluge of blood that assailed him. The white-winged tiger, struck by a fatal blow, continued its chaotic spinning, failing to halt immediately as it collided with the descending Chen Fan, sending him hurtling to the ground. Chen Fan lost all control over his body. Tumbling into a nearby stream, clutching the titanium alloy knife, he swiftly rolled to his feet. He understood all too well that the battle was far from over. He needed to eliminate the remaining white-winged tiger. With a leap, he surged forward. Every creature still struggling for existence was swiftly decapitated by his blade, transforming them into lifeless corpses. In an instant, the valley was awash with blood, bodies strewn about, and deep pits littered the ground. The stone walls bore new gaping holes, while countless trees toppled from the peaks. Everything had morphed into a vivid crimson realm. Only after extinguishing their lives did Chen Fan cease his slaughter. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Accompanied by incessant echoes in his mind, he began to merge all that he had discovered. Eliminated a leader-level creature, acquired 25,000 fusion points. Slain a leader-level being. Identified mergeable bloodlines. Primordial Bull Demon Bloodline. Identified mergeable bloodlines. White Tiger Bloodline. Identified mergeable energy. Superior 3rd grade crystal core. After assimilating everything, Chen Fan suddenly realized that the fusion points he had earned seemed entirely depleted, with none remaining. His gains and expenditures were equal. If this continued, future slaughters of myriad creatures might yield insufficient fusion points to assimilate all his acquisitions. Well, I can always slay more lower-tier beasts, he mused, dismissing the lifeless bodies bereft of their essence, and gradually made his way towards a brook, distractedly assessing his internal state. His bloodline had been reinforced 9 times in succession, endowing him with a sensation of lightness akin to that of a swallow in flight. Each inhalation and exhalation could extend to 3 minutes. The energy he absorbed in a single breath far surpassed that of an ordinary individual by several multiples. His blood coursed faster, providing his body with an abundance of energy. The bull charge technique had seen a tremendous enhancement, now reaching 5 times its explosive power, allowing him to change direction at will. However, it remained a single wave. Should he miss, he would squander an attack, possibly leaving himself vulnerable to his foes. The mental fortitude required for Death's gaze had tripled, rendering his mind exceptionally clear. Within the depths of his dantian, he discovered an additional faint blue light, likely a result of merging with superchromite. The golden bridge had gained 10 segments, now totaling 19. This fell short of the anticipated 21 segments. Furthermore, he still lacked the ability to glide through the air like an ordinary person. Upon checking his fusion points, he noted that the upper limit remained at 100,000, leading him to speculate that he had not yet advanced to the mid-tier of the Golden Bridge. Well, my sea of bitterness has reached completion. It seems a breakthrough is unlikely. Chen Fan chuckled to himself, having hoped to experience the fleeting exhilaration of flight. He stepped into the brook to wash away the bloodstains, cleansing both his body and the runic armor, before donning his somewhat tattered garments. Such wear and tear was unavoidable in the heat of battle. Unless he acquired specially crafted battle attire capable of withstanding the rigors of combat and the aftermath of powerful strikes, his clothing would inevitably suffer damage. Having tidied himself up, he grasped his ultra-titanium alloy knife and ascended the mountain, seeking refuge in the shade of a large tree, distancing himself from the recent battleground to avoid detection. Chen Fan had departed from Hunter Shadow City the previous night and had yet to return. After several intense skirmishes, his stamina was significantly depleted. However, he could not deny the immense rewards reaped. He had ascended to the realm of the Golden Bridge, mastering formidable skills such as Bull Charge, Death's Gaze, and Hungry Tiger Pouncing. Moreover, merging with the mountain treasures rendered him even more formidable than leader-level creatures, incapable of truly injuring him. A day and a night had passed, a transformation beyond measure. It was time for him to leave Hunter Shadow City, to pursue the footsteps of his great-grandfather, to seek the remains of his kin, and to find Ji Tianwu. Chen Fan rose against the wind, resolute in his decision to depart. Remaining in Hunter Shadow City could no longer satiate his urgent desire for strength. Some elite-level foes would take ages to reach the Holy Lotus Realm. I miss you all the more in your absence, he pondered. How peculiar. Leaving behind a parting remark in the air, he hastened in the direction where Fang Xiong and the others had departed, his speed reaching an astonishing 100 meters per second. With each stride, he covered 100 meters. Such incredible physical power was not something he chose to exploit further. His figure moved like a streak of light, weaving through the forest. Along the way, he encountered remnants of battles, indicating he was nearing Hunter Shadow City. Upon returning to the vast pit where he had obtained the mountain treasures, an eerie silence prevailed. Apart from a few wandering creatures, there was no sign of any powerful beings. He shook his head slightly, bidding farewell to this suddenly flourishing area, and quickly altered his course due north. In less than a minute, he beheld Hunter Shadow City, standing majestically at a height of 100 meters. The setting sun cast long shadows across the land. Finally back, he exclaimed, "Next time, I must bring a map to avoid getting lost." As he approached the city, a wave of emotion washed over him, prompting him to stride forward with purpose. Within mere minutes of entering the city, he felt an immense sense of comfort. At last, he could let his guard down. Upon retrieving his communicator, he was relieved to find a signal, allowing him to clearly view the areas he had previously traversed. Unbelievable. Did I almost run back to Peace City? Did I barely miss Shadow City? A distance of 20,000 meters to Westgate City? By heavens, I've traversed over 600,000 meters in just a day and night. Staring at the map left him utterly astonished. Having been pursued by leader-level monsters, he had unknowingly exceeded ordinary limits. He made his way swiftly to his dormitory, eager to indulge in a hearty meal to quell his ravenous hunger. Reflecting on his escape route, he opened 2 private messages. One was from Ji Tianwu. "Brother Fan, I have arrived at the 8th heaven. The cities here exceed imagination, resembling celestial palaces floating in the sky. The architecture possesses terrifying might, unleashing unimaginable destructive power. The myriad creatures outside are immensely powerful, capable of towering over the earth. How frightening. Brother Fan, I will miss you and hope to see you soon. Once I fulfill my ancestors' requirements, I will definitely seek you out." Chapter 63, The Envy and Jealousy of the Newcomers. Chen Fan read the message, feeling as though she had conjured a world beyond comprehension. A city suspended in midair? Would it not have to withstand attacks from all sides? He could not fathom her thoughts, nor could he envision the scenery. Creatures capable of towering over the earth? How powerful must they be? They were all the strongest seeds. Regardless, this private message served as an impetus for his growth. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to keep pace with their burgeoning power. Without hesitation, he sent a reply. "Wait for me. I am striving to grow stronger, hoping to keep up with your footsteps. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the 2nd heaven." As for whether Ji Tianwu would receive it, he was uncertain. With the ancestor overseeing their training, it was highly probable that communication devices would be confiscated to prevent distractions. He then glanced at a message from his great-grandfather. "Little Fan, born in this era, you must strive diligently to strengthen yourself, annihilate the myriad creatures, showcase the prowess of humanity, and carve an invincible path." His great-grandfather continued his retreat. If he returned to the city, he would send word of his safety. The Chen family would not fall into obscurity. They would undoubtedly be pleased. The message contained little in the way of joyous words, yet it was evident that his great-grandfather was quite satisfied with Chen Fan. Acknowledging that his great-grandfather pressed onward for the sake of their family's remains, he bit his lip and sent a message. Great-grandfather, I have achieved the completion of the Sea of Bitterness and entered the realm of the Golden Bridge. I hope to quickly follow in your footsteps and search for the remains of my parents and relatives together. If you find yourself weary, take ample rest. Do not subject yourself to harm. Await me in the city, for the outside world is fraught with peril. Despite the reassuring news from great-grandfather, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He had come to deeply realize the treachery of the world beyond in the past couple of days. Though his strength was formidable, the further he ventured outside, the more powerful the myriad creatures became. Great-grandfather, aged and frail, might not survive the journey through the eighth heaven's gate. Aware of the unlikeliness of great-grandfather receiving any messages, Chen Fan sighed deeply and entered the dining hall. He had returned just in time, as many new students were gathered below, enjoying their meals. Each one brimmed with enthusiasm, dreaming of the future. Haha. Today I learned a new sword technique from the sword master. I feel my skills have greatly improved. I also believe it surpasses ordinary sword techniques. After mastering it, we can venture out of the city to slay enemies. Haha. The novice phase is finally coming to an end. I can hardly wait to charge out and vanquish the evil spirits. Indeed, I've heard tales of individuals outside who have slain countless creatures, amassing materials to forge powerful weapons and gear. Some, however, have fared poorly, forced to serve in the city defense army for 2 years to hone their bodies and wills. After 2 years, we shall charge toward the distant south gate. Many were caught up in their elation, mocking those who had been eliminated. They seemed to believe that once they stepped outside, they would effortlessly slay myriad creatures and achieve unparalleled glory. Chen Fan shook his head, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him as he stepped into the crowd. Having spent the last 2 days in solitude, his interactions with them were minimal, and they remained oblivious to his accomplishments. It was speculated that the person in the conical hat had opted for exploration, thus shifting to sword training. The sword technique could be imparted swiftly, likely concluding within a day. If the conical hat person conducted 1 more day of training in agility and footwork, it would indeed enable them to exit the city. However, for him, the survival of the newly trained students outside remained uncertain. The disparity in strength was far too great. Ignoring the new students entirely, he emanated an aura that deterred approach, ordered a large serving of sword-toothed pig rice, and seated himself in a corner to eat alone. His presence immediately drew the attention of many new students, who whispered among themselves, "Look, Chen Fan has returned. He seems to exude a heavy aura of menace. He must have slain numerous ferocious beasts. How could that be? It feels deliberate, a show of strength to distinguish himself from the rest. Humph. He is merely in the Bitter Sea realm. What creatures could he possibly kill? Only those in the Golden Bridge realm can be considered the main warriors of Shadowhunter City." Chen Fan sneered, his disdain evident as he spoke loudly to the crowd. In his view, Chen Fan was merely resilient. When faced with the myriad evils, he would be utterly incapable of killing. Ultimately, he would achieve little. Everyone knew that a turtle could never possess formidable combat prowess. It could only exist in resignation. Linyu, more perceptive than Chen Fan, sensed that Chen Fan's aura of menace was indeed the result of having slain many evils. Such an aura could not be feigned. Zhao Yi, unaware of the recovery of his own body, found Chen Fan's solitary demeanor particularly irksome. Were it not for him, he would not have been eliminated nor isolated. Ji Tianwu might have remained with him, not granting any opportunity. Thus, he retorted, "Chen Fan, do you think that merely having ventured outside a few times makes you impressive? What an arrogant expression. Who do you think you're impressing? Humph. I heard today that a prodigy of 7 colors from the Bitter Sea has emerged in Shadowhunter City. Surely, he surpasses you. You are of little consequence." With that, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, unafraid as he gazed at Chen Fan's profile. For in Shadowhunter City, despite the countless grievances among humans, they were not permitted to lay hands on each other. Any discontent could only be endured. He felt invincible. Once outside the city, whether they fell to human hands or the claws of evil, should the bodies vanish, no one would ever know. Chen Fan found him utterly insufferable, always targeting him. Having saved him, he stood there to accuse him of wrongdoing. Such an ungrateful wretch deserved to be eliminated. Otherwise, when the myriad creatures besieged the city, he would be the first to flee. Should anyone ally with him and sense danger, he would surely be the first to abandon them. A piece of trash among trash. 16 years of education wasted on a dog. He shot him a fierce glare, refusing to engage further. Were it not for the presence of others and their watchful eyes, he would have surely delivered a death glare to end him right there. Trash. Nevertheless, he had inadvertently revealed a piece of news. A prodigy from the Bitter Sea, radiating 7 colors. Could it be that the Bitter Sea extended beyond the city's bounds? Just how vast was his own bitter sea? He found himself lacking a concrete concept of it. He could hardly believe that another prodigy could emanate such vibrant hues. Rapidly consuming his meal to satiate his hunger, he pondered how to inform Feng Xiong and the others of his intent to leave Shadowhunter City. The elite creatures here no longer allowed for a swift enhancement of combat prowess. While dining with Qian Kuan, Yu Linghai observed Chen Fan's solitude and, after a brief discussion, mustered the courage to approach him, suppressing their own menacing auras. "Hey, we've come to join you for a meal. Would you share with us the happenings outside?" Yu Linghai had long wished to speak with him, but alone, he lacked the courage to sit before Chen Fan. Today, with Qian Kuan by his side, he finally plucked up the courage to approach. In an instant, the gaze of all 260 new students converged upon them. Eager to see if he would accept their company, Chen Fan glanced up a couple of times, but did not halt his eating, mumbling, "There's nothing particularly noteworthy outside. It's much like the vicinity of our plane crash, teeming with evil spirits and fraught with danger. One could easily lose their life." This truth he had gleaned from his experiences outside, offering them a word of caution. Upon hearing his words, Yu Linghai felt a weight lift from his chest. Nodding in acknowledgement, "I see. I thought the surroundings of Shadowhunter City would be filled with terrifying events. It seems it's no different than the area around Peaceful City. It appears Chen Fan is not as difficult to engage with as I had imagined. Perhaps this aloofness is merely a facade to avoid disturbance. However, do not let your guard down. Today, a commander-level creature appeared outside, as well as a king-level creature. Even those in the Sacred Lotus realm could not handle it. The two city lords joined forces and battled for an extended period." Chen Fan's words left the gathered new students in stunned silence, their ears perked up in astonishment. In their minds, the most formidable beings surrounding Shadowhunter City were merely elite-level creatures. There should not be anything stronger. Yet, according to Chen Fan, not only had commander-level creatures appeared, but even king-level ones, far beyond their imagination. More shocking still was the revelation that even those in the Sacred Lotus realm were no match for them, underscoring their immense power. They felt even less significant in comparison. "No way. We're only at the first Heaven's Gate. How can creatures from the fourth Heaven's Gate appear? Who knows? Perhaps he is intentionally exaggerating to draw our attention. The first one to step out always garners more notice. He must be trying to attract our interest, deliberately making such claims." Just as they conversed, three figures appeared at the entrance of the dining hall, striding purposefully towards Chen Fan's table. As they came to a halt beside him, all sounds ceased, and no one dared to speak freely. The training over the past 2 days had made the new students acutely aware of their formidable presence. These were not just any ordinary individuals, but rather beings of terrifying combat prowess. All eyes were fixed upon them, to the extent that they neglected their meals. Chen Fan also noticed the 3 individuals standing beside him, promptly setting down his chopsticks and rising to his feet, inquiring, "Masters, you have come to see me? Is there something you wish to discuss?" They regarded themselves as exceptionally gifted disciples, nurtured with great care. Feng Xiong struck his shoulder with a powerful fist, astonished by the solid sensation he encountered, and exclaimed, "Chen Fan, how have you trained? Your physique is more formidable than that of a leader-level fiend." He was acutely aware that during the last assessment, Chen Fan had not possessed such terrifying strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's skin twitched involuntarily, and he chuckled. "I did not engage in any special training. I merely absorbed a considerable amount of crystal core energy." He refrained from divulging his training method, as it was not replicable. It was the formidable fusion capability of the system that had bestowed upon him his current might. Nearby, the man in the hat grasped his arm. His voice choked with emotion. "Thank heavens, you have finally returned alive. How did you escape the pursuit of 9 venomous flying dragons after we abandoned you? I can never act so recklessly again." He felt profound regret for his actions, yet was also overwhelmed by unimaginable fear and concern, prompting him to directly inquire in front of everyone. The numerous students who had previously questioned Chen Fan nearly wished to hide beneath the table. They had expressed various suspicions about his veracity, yet Chen Fan had indeed encountered a leader-level creature. Even a master from the Holy Lotus realm had fled, leaving him to confront the danger alone. The mere fact that he returned alive under the gaze of a leader-level entity spoke volumes of his strength. They understood that if they were to encounter such creatures, escape would be impossible, especially Qin Fun and Zhao Yi, who felt an icy chill envelop them. Their faces flushed crimson, as if they had just slapped themselves with their own words. They realized that Chen Fan had shown remarkable restraint in not holding their previous comments against them. Anticipating their inquiries upon their reunion, Chen Fan nonchalantly replied, "I slipped into the thickets, dove into the river, and evaded their senses. After taking a long detour and losing my way, I returned to witness you battling the myriad creatures, following closely behind." He knew he must not admit to having slain any of them, as it could lead to misunderstandings. Claiming to have escaped was plausible enough. However, upon uttering those words, a collective gasp echoed through the room. The new students were acutely aware of the astonishing speed of leader-level beings. The notion of fleeing was laughable. They could hardly escape even a few steps. Yet, Chen Fan had managed to survive the relentless pursuit of 9 leader-level creatures, indicating that his speed was indeed extraordinary. The man in the hat knew that without Chen Fan, he could easily evade the leader level's tracking, but Chen Fan was merely at the Bitter Sea realm. Even if he ran for his life, he should not have been able to outpace a leader-level being. Was it possible that his speed surpassed that of the Holy Lotus realm? Fang Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom just how swift Chen Fan had become. Finally, Gu Chen patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Excellent. Truly, you are the genius I recognized. Remarkably impressive. You should refrain from leaving the city tonight. There are over 10 leader-level monsters and 1 injured king-level creature. You must be aware of the risks." He understood that Chen Fan must possess certain secrets he had not fully disclosed. However, as long as he returned safely, he was content. As for any secrets, they would not be used against humanity, thus did not concern him. Chen Fan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I shall remain within the city tonight. Tomorrow, I plan to head to Southgate City to continue my studies and pursue my family's footsteps. I wanted to inform you in advance, rather than depart without a word." His words stirred a wave of astonishment. Chen Fan had only been in Shadowhunter City for 4 days and already deemed it devoid of significance for cultivation. Was it truly so exaggerated? Not only the new students, but even Fang Xiong and the others were rendered incredulous. After all, he was merely 16. How could he venture to the second celestial gate? Fang Xiong could not help but interject, "Chen Fan, you must think carefully. The second celestial gate is vastly different from the first. Outside the city, leader-level creatures covet humanity, posing a severe threat to your progress. Moreover, the strength of humans within the city is formidable, and resources are scarce. Everyone must contribute to the city's welfare. Unless you possess ample resources, you cannot reside outside the city." He spoke of the brutal competition aimed at motivating more individuals to venture forth and slay enemies. Only the truly powerful could enjoy special privileges. Chen Fan, however, only heard the mention of more leader-level beings, a broad smile spreading across his face as he declared, "No worries. It is only in the harshest environments that one can temper their will. If one does not strive, how can they ascertain where their limits lie? Perhaps this place is too barren, hence even myriad creatures are reluctant to come here. More danger signifies greater opportunity." He was already eager to explore Southgate City, having already slain over 20 leader-level creatures. With the prospect of eliminating 70 more, he believed he could reach the late stage of the Golden Bridge realm or acquire more useful innate skills. Gu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, recognizing the validity of Chen Fan's reasoning. Indeed, Shadowhunter City and its surroundings were exceedingly desolate. Not only were minerals scarce, but various resources were also considerably limited. Without deep mountains and forests or broad rivers for irrigation, how could such a wealth of resources possibly flourish? After a slight pause, he finally said, "Very well. I shall accompany you tomorrow morning. I promise to be your protector. I cannot allow you to venture alone." He had not anticipated Chen Fan's rapid growth, but he would accompany him, despite his own frail condition. The man in the hat could hardly believe that Chen Fan, in the Bitter Sea realm, would charge towards Southgate City. It was truly astonishing. Fang Xiong raised his thumb in praise, exclaiming, "Well done. Those of us on this journey are indeed stronger than mere cultivators. To have slain elite-level creatures, not going to Southgate City would be a loss." Chapter 65. What to do when encountering a leader-level being. Just kill it. The teachers were somewhat accepting of this notion, but the other students were not. It was important to note that Chen Fan had successfully opened the Bitter Sea realm just the day before departing from Peaceful City. Along the way, he had already vanquished elite-level monsters. Arriving at Shadowhunter City merely 4 days ago, he was preparing to journey to Southgate City. Even Lin Yu, the most accomplished among them, had yet to step outside the novice training camp or catch a glimpse of the world beyond Shadowhunter City. While Chen Fan had already concluded his exploration of the novice village and set forth into a broader world, they exchanged glances, feeling as though they inhabited entirely different realms. The food lost its flavor. Gu Chen and the other 3 felt their communicators vibrate simultaneously, glancing at one another. Their expressions immediately turned serious, and they promptly advised him, "All right, you should eat. Afterward, rest well. The journey will undoubtedly be fraught with dangers that will not be easily navigated." He needed to prepare. Protecting someone was no simple task. The former Divine Gate realm expert felt a similar tension regarding the potential dangers ahead. A message had just arrived from the council chamber. The city lord had returned injured, and a meeting was to be convened. "I have faith in you. In the face of danger, Prioritize your survival. It is only by living that hope remains. The man in the hat patted his shoulder, imparting only the most fundamental of advice. Then, in a hurried manner, they prepared to depart. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. This day had witnessed numerous escapes. On the other side, Fang Xiong embraced him fiercely, exclaiming, "You are the most talented student I have ever encountered. You must journey to Wushan City in the sixth heaven to meet my mentor, Tian Shi. At the pinnacle of body refinement, he stands shoulder to shoulder with demigods, capable of contending against the physical might of myriad beings." He fervently hoped that his prodigious disciple would flourish, adding another formidable warrior for the continuation of humanity. I shall cultivate the Thunder God body." Chen Fan patted his robust back, affirming his commitment. The three mentors departed from the cafeteria, reminiscent of a farewell. Remaining behind, Yulinghai could no longer restrain his curiosity, asking, "Chen Fan, are you truly leaving hunting Shadow City? Aren't you afraid of the commanding level creatures outside?" He could hardly fathom the potential consequences of encountering such beings. They struggled even against elite-level foes. Would he not be devoured? What else could he do? Chen Fan settled down, took a bite of his meal, and replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall kill them." He had already slain over 20, all while under siege. Did he really care for a few more? He had long since ceased to be concerned. He anticipated more encounters to enhance his strength. He devoured his food voraciously, preparing himself for what lay ahead. Rapid ascension in power was not necessarily a boon. He had almost forgotten to inquire about the immensely powerful king-level evil creature. If he encountered it on the road, it would surely spell doom. The three of them hurriedly left, neglecting to ask. Upon hearing this, Yulinghai nearly toppled his lunchbox, his face a mask of disbelief. Beside him, Qian Kuan shared a similar expression, almost spitting out his food. Their classmates, still recovering from Chen Fan's earlier demeanor, turned to him wide-eyed upon hearing this statement. A commanding level creature? Just kill it? It sounded so effortless, as if it could be extinguished with a mere gesture. Yet, everyone knew he was only at the bitter sea stage. How could he possibly succeed? Such bravado was ludicrous. Lin Yu, after recovering from his shock, scoffed derisively, "Dude, you have a Saint Lotus stage expert accompanying you, and you act so arrogantly? Encountering two commanding level evil creatures would mean certain death." He was thoroughly unconvinced that Chen Fan could defeat a commanding level being, attributing his confidence solely to Good Shun. On the other side, Chen Fan swallowed the snake meat in his mouth and disdainfully remarked, "Just 4 days into the bitter sea and you're already dreaming of breaking through the border? You wouldn't even know how you perished." He vented all his resentment towards Ji Tianwu onto Chen Fan. Zhao Yi nearby, despite being the weakest and even having been saved by Chen Fan, felt no inclination to offer support. With a cold sneer, he said, "You overestimate yourself. Even the teachers dare not venture alone, yet you think you can? Do you truly believe that killing a few elite creatures makes you invincible? I'll be waiting to collect your corpse." With that, he took a hefty bite of his food, his eyes fixated on Chen Fan's back as if he wished to devour him whole. Chen Fan paid no heed to the vitriol. His primary concern was to keep his strength concealed, avoiding undue attention. Among the chefs, 3 Saint Lotus stage individuals lurked. Any misstep would certainly attract their notice. When the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind seeing Zhao Yi meet his end. Another fallen being could very well spell doom for many. Contemplating this, he swiftly finished his delicious meal. Leaving hunting Shadow City meant he would no longer have the luxury of the cafeteria's fare. His survival relied entirely on his own strength. After finishing, he planned to stroll through the trading market to procure a few pills for emergencies. Should he sustain injuries along the way, at least he would have a means of protection. After a moment, Yulinghai finally reacted, softly inquiring, "Is your current physique not already far beyond the elite level? I sense a subtle glow beneath your skin." His muscles seemed more pliable, unlike the rigidness of Teacher Fang's. Chen Fan paused mid-bite, his gaze shifting towards Yulinghai. Truly, he was the most astute student in the class, noticing the minute details. It was likely that even the teachers had failed to perceive his transformation. He offered a faint smile, saying, roughly, "Yes. In any case, elite-level beings pose no threat to me. They couldn't even kill me if they tried. I'm done eating. You all take your time." He could no longer continue dining with him. Further conversation might reveal more secrets. He picked up his tray and placed it at the recycling station. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, he exited the cafeteria. Returning to his dormitory, he stored his rune armor and super titanium alloy knife inside, freshened up, and donned a clean, tidy outfit before heading out. Upon leaving the dormitory building and crossing the street, he was suddenly approached by someone cloaked entirely in black robes. With a single glance, he recognized it as the one who had sold him the map, the little black figure. Frowning slightly, he was puzzled as to why this individual would obstruct his path. Their interaction had merely been a transaction, and there should have been no further entanglement. The little black figure glanced around furtively before whispering, "Hey, can we talk further? A few of us want to propose a trade." As he spoke, he gestured towards the shadow of the political building, where several figures could be discerned, all casting their gazes in their direction. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, his eyes darting around. "Who are you? Why do you wish to trade with me? You must know I'm merely a newcomer to Hunting Shadow City, of little value." He felt no fear within Hunting Shadow City. There were powerful guardians to prevent humans from harming one another. Thus, chaos was unlikely in the city. The little black figure stepped back, retreating into the shadow of a streetlight, and in the next moment, he seemed to vanish entirely. Chen Fan was taken aback. This technique resembled that of the Shadow Clan. How could a human utilize it? Criminals. Only the descendants of criminals might possess the innate abilities of myriad beings. 3 passers-by brushed past Chen Fan, discussing the crisis beyond the city. After they left, the little black figure re-emerged beneath the streetlight, revealing a dark face as he urgently said, "You may have guessed it. We are the descendants of criminals and genuinely wish to propose a trade with you. It will pose no danger to you." His voice was tinged with urgency as he glanced around again, seemingly apprehensive about contacting Chen Fan. Chapter 66. Serving the Master? Confusion abounds. Chen Fan's brow furrowed tightly, his eyelids twitching. He scanned the shadows of the building, licking his lips as he said, "Fine. I'll follow you to see what this is about, but I cannot guarantee that I will agree to your trade." On his first day in the city, Vice City Lord Guxin Yue had explicitly warned against engaging with criminals, as it could lead to repercussions. He never expected they would seek him out as he was about to leave. Curiosity piqued, he decided to accompany them. The little black figure's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile breaking across his face as he exclaimed, "Great. No pressure. Follow me." As he spoke, he avoided the streetlight, leading him swiftly into the shadows of the political building. The route was rather peculiar, not a direct line, but rather a winding path that circumvented something. Chen Fan, as curiosity grew, he wondered what kind of trade could warrant such secrecy. Were they perhaps hoping to enlist him to hunt down evil creatures? After a convoluted journey, I finally arrived in the shadows, where I was met by a gathering of about a dozen individuals of varying heights and appearances. Although they were clad in long robes and wore hoods, it was evident that both the men and women possessed striking features. Contrary to my expectations of encountering ghastly apparitions, they bore no particularly unsettling traits. Unlike the sinners I had witnessed during my initial visit to the marketplace, this shadowy assembly exuded an unusual ambience, despite the dimness. Their faces were remarkably clear. This peculiar phenomenon struck Chen Fan as rather strange. Upon surveying the group, I discerned that the radiant glow emanated from a girl at the center, surrounded by the others who shielded her from outside scrutiny. A figure known as Little Black remarked, "The person has arrived, there's no doubt about it. Who will initiate the discussion?" I am at a loss for words. Little Black, who had led me here, then vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind, as if he were no longer involved. I couldn't help but wonder how many sinners were concealed in the shadows, revealing only this select group of 10. Not donning my rune armor certainly posed numerous inconveniences, while I felt no fear of the ghostly or shadowy beings. An undeniable discomfort lingered. I spoke coldly, "I have arrived. What business do you have? If you remain silent, I shall take my leave." Despite my presence, no one stepped forward to negotiate. At that moment, the glowing woman took a step forward, and a peculiar golden light enveloped Chen Fan. In that instant, he felt as though his body had become transparent, exposing all his secrets to the onlookers. This was profoundly unsettling. To them, Chen Fan no longer appeared as a human, but rather as a being filled with vitality, his dantian radiating with 7 vibrant hues. The sight of this 7-colored dantian ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of the spectators. "It truly is him." The girl stumbled back, appearing greatly weakened, almost collapsing to the ground. The light dimmed, barely illuminating the group. A tall man clad in a black robe, with a mane of golden hair and emerald eyes, addressed me respectfully, "Esteemed sir, greetings. We are the descendants of sinners. Our sole desire is to become your most loyal subordinates. Wherever you go, through fire and ice, through the depths of hell, we shall follow you to the ends of the earth." As he spoke, he knelt before me, bowing his head in reverence. Following his lead, the others around him also dropped to their knees, prostrating themselves before me. Indeed, hidden in the darkness were more than a mere dozen individuals, all now kneeling. This unexpected display left Chen Fan utterly bewildered. I never anticipated that a group of sinners would refer to me as sir and pledge their allegiance on the spot. What sort of absurdity was this? Did they somehow know I possessed a system that could render me immensely powerful? Their intentions seemed to diverge from my initial assumptions that they meant to rob me or prepare for battle. This act of kneeling left me utterly flabbergasted, rendering me incapable of formulating a response. Instinctively, I took 2 steps back, pressed my lips together, and stammered, "What is the meaning of this? What have I done to earn your respect? The City Lord and Deputy City Lord are formidable cultivators. They are the ones worthy of your loyalty. This is preposterous. I am but a mere cultivator at the Golden Bridge stage, unworthy of such deference." I remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling within their minds, instinctively rejecting their overtures. The golden-haired man raised his head and replied softly, "My lord, you may not be aware. But while the City Lord Bai Jingfeng and Deputy City Lord Gu Xinyue are indeed powerful, we do not regard them with the same reverence. When it comes to a true confrontation, we are not incapable of defeating them. It is merely due to our identities as sinners that we must remain hidden in the shadows." His explanation, while addressing why they did not bow to the 2 city officials, only deepened my confusion and disbelief. I queried directly, "If they cannot defeat you, then why would you seek my protection? I am merely a newcomer, wholly unworthy of your loyalty." A sense of foreboding washed over me. Perhaps it was the Deputy City Lord's previous words that had influenced my thoughts, or perhaps I simply believed that the bloodline of sinners flowed differently. The golden-haired man continued, "It is different. You are an unparalleled genius, blessed with the 7-colored bitter sea. Your potential is limitless, and you may even ascend to become a king among men. Our allegiance to you is not merely out of reverence, but a desire to achieve great deeds and shed our identities as sinners. We recognize our own limitations and know we cannot reach such heights, which is precisely why we seek to serve you." His words sent a shiver down my spine, nearly causing me to collapse. I never imagined they would so readily perceive my connection to the 7-colored bitter sea. This was something even Guchun and Feng Xiong had not discerned. How could they possibly know? Would this revelation be leaked? Many would seek to exploit a genius for their own gain. Yet here they were, wishing to affiliate with me. Could it be that their intentions were to control me instead? A torrent of thoughts swirled in my mind, leaving me utterly perplexed. Finally, I managed to respond. "If you are indeed so powerful, why then must you shelter beneath my banner? Understand that I am merely at the Golden Bridge stage and cannot exert control over you. To speak candidly, who would not be elated at the prospect of having subordinates to command? Anyone else would likely be overjoyed." The golden-haired man continued to clarify, "It is different. Our aim is to break free from our identities as sinners, which concerns our descendants. We do not wish for them to grow up amidst ridicule and disdain, nor do we desire them to thrive in the shadows. Though we possess abilities, we are fated never to become kings and will always be denied recognition. Should we err, we face annihilation. Yet humans are afforded the opportunity to atone for their mistakes." His explanation was thorough, and those beside him listened intently, clearly having conferred beforehand. However, my anxieties remained unabated. I took another step back and inquired, "I still do not understand how you are so certain that I possess the 7-colored bitter sea. How can you be so convinced that I will become a king among men? I lack confidence in that regard." This question was a thorn lodged deep within my heart that demanded clarity. If even a single person could discern my secret, my safety in the outside world would be severely compromised. Not everyone desired to follow me. Many would rather seek to control me, turning me into a pawn for their own uses. Chapter 67. Pledging allegiance to the Master, an appointment at the 8th heavenly gate. The golden-haired man did not hold back and explained, "Yao Guang possesses the innate talent of the Holy Light clan, which allows her to detect the bitter sea within individuals. However, utilizing this ability comes at a great cost, which is why she is currently so weakened. Rest assured, my lord, this secret will remain locked within us and will never be revealed." While he assured me it would remain secret, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a veiled threat. Should I refuse, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic. My mind raced with strategies, realizing that should they choose to follow me, they would inevitably uncover my secrets. At that point, complications would multiply. Regardless of how sweetly they spoke, uncertainty would always linger. I inquired, "Yao Guang is a lovely name. She possesses such a talent? Can the rest of you also discern this? She was undoubtedly a significant threat. If her abilities could not be concealed even within her own body, how perilous would that be?" My question made Yao Guang tremble visibly. She was acutely aware that not only would a genius like Chen Fan refuse to allow anyone to pry into their secrets, but even an ordinary person would not consent to such intrusions. Bearing the identity of a sinner, any disclosure could jeopardize her entire family. She hastily murmured, "My lord, we seek only to ascertain your identity, harboring no ill intent. Those endowed with such abilities are not common even among the Holy Light clan. It requires the awakening of extraordinary talents." Her already trembling body quivered even more, as if sensing the dire consequences. The others quickly added, "Please do not take offense. My lord, we truly mean no harm. If we had malicious intent, we would have acted in the wilderness, not within the city. Please, my lord, we have come to pay our respects." The elders of our clan have decreed that only by staying close to those with talent can we hope to cleanse our names. Yes, please accept us. We long to escape the disdainful gazes of others. The remaining individuals bowed deeply, imploring him to accept them. Chen Fan weighed the pros and cons in his mind before waving his hand, stating, I shall propose a solution for your consideration. My current strength is insufficient to allow you to accompany me. We would only end up being wary of one another. I will endeavor to enhance my power alone, which may prove to be swifter. To become the king of humanity, one must traverse the 8th heavenly gate. Even if you wish to stay by my side, you must possess adequate strength. Otherwise, you would be unable to withstand the battles outside. Therefore, focus on augmenting your abilities and unite with other sinners who are prepared to seek my patronage. Let us provide each other with an escape route. If you lack strength, I will not accept you, and vice versa. What do you think? Without seeking an immediate agreement, he merely painted a vision of the future. As long as they could minimize danger and quash it in its infancy, survival would be within reach. Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed handsome man and the others exchanged glances, quickly realizing that Chen Fan's suggestion was indeed astute. It was clearly premature to pledge allegiance now, without strength. How could they expect to be of any use, let alone liberate themselves from their sinner status? Very well, my lord. We shall strive to enhance our strength post-haste, aiming to reach the threshold of the 8th heavenly gate as soon as possible. We will also seek like-minded companions to bolster our power. We look forward to reuniting at the 8th heavenly gate. They understood that this arrangement would be mutually beneficial, averting potential regret in the future. Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, having managed to distance himself from them. If he truly became a formidable force, he would at least possess means to protect his life and would not be easily controlled. At that moment, Yao Guang suddenly interjected. I am an awakener of the Holy Light clan, and my path to power is rather unique. May I accompany you, my lord, to serve you? It would be best to add each other's communication devices as friends for future contact, to avoid losing touch. Her frail figure and delicate appearance made Chen Fan doubt her ability to serve him. Would she not, in fact, require his assistance instead? This was absurd. Thus, he declined, saying, Do not follow me. We shall speak of this again when I am strong enough to disregard the opinions of others. However, I am amenable to exchanging contact information. To refuse one request necessitated acquiescing to another, lest it provoke rebellious sentiments. Having secured his consent, the 10 individuals eagerly approached to share their contact information. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man was named Tong Jiao, a descendant of the Lion clan. The dark-skinned boy was Yi Ling, a scion of the Shadow clan. Yao Guang remained Yao Guang, a descendant of the Holy Light clan. There was also Hua Piaoyu, a descendant of the Peach Blossom Fairy, and Lu Chongkong, a former heir of the Human King, among others. 12 individuals, all descendants of sinners. Chen Fan exhaled deeply, having added 12 sinners' contact details. After all had shared their information, Yao Guang spoke again. My lord, I assure you I will not disturb your cultivation. I can remain at your side, like a ray of light guarding you. She remained unwilling to relent, yearning to stay close to Chen Fan. Yet, he once more rejected her, stating, It is unnecessary. If you grow under the protection of a powerful individual, your future achievements will be limited. The human race will have no hope. You should prepare as I advised. We shall meet outside the 8th heavenly gate. With that, he turned and commenced his journey toward the trading hall. Fearing that prolonged presence would weaken his resolve to accept her condition, Yao Guang appeared exceedingly delicate, yet undeniably beautiful. Her fragile frame evoked a strong desire to protect her. He needed to depart swiftly. The 12 individuals watched his retreating figure, bowing in unison. Farewell, my lord. Only after he vanished from their sight did they raise their heads. Initially, it seemed that aside from his strength, the lord had passed all other evaluations. If he could reject Yao Guang, then women and female demons would likely hold no sway over him. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Tong Jiao expressed admiration. Most young humans, particularly those around the age of 16 or 17, found it nearly impossible to resist the allure of Yao Guang. Chen Fan had performed admirably, Yao Guang remarked. There was not a trace of pity or tenderness in his gaze, only wariness and distance. It appears I am still insufficiently alluring. I shall return to my clan and inform them that action is required. Though she appeared fragile, she moved with remarkable swiftness, disappearing in a flash, seemingly merging with the surrounding light. The dark-skinned boy, Yi Ling, commented, He is no ordinary individual. I failed to discern his true nature just now. Perhaps if we join forces, we may not be able to retain him. Let us go, and may he harbor no resentment towards me. It was he who had drawn Chen Fan to them, and he surmised that the one possessing the 7-colored dantian was also Chen Fan. If pursued, he would have to face Chen Fan's wrath. Hua Luo, you chirped? No worries. Did not the Lord say we would meet again at the 8th heavenly gate? Let us strive to encounter him then. She waved her hand, and a multitude of dark green shadows converged upon her, instantly illuminating the surroundings, allowing streetlights to shine through. Chapter 68. The Mystery, the Unknown Master. The 12 most talented sinners engaged in hushed discussions before dispersing in small groups. The moment Chen Fan reappeared, he sighed, suddenly becoming a genius, attracting covetous eyes. I find this quite disconcerting. It seems that strength is indeed paramount. With another stride, he found himself 100 meters away, as if he had never been there at all. Entering the trading hall, he sought to purchase medicinal pills, but the outcome left him thoroughly disappointed. He traversed the entire hall in haste, ultimately acquiring only 4 blood fuel pills, which possessed effects superior to the blood essence pills, providing a slight increase in vitality. Requiring only 2,000 points for fusion, their impact was negligible for Chen Fan, who would benefit far more from fusing with the bloodline power of a commanding level creature. Perhaps his own bloodline power was too potent, thus diminishing the efficacy of the pills. He resonated deeply with Gu Chen's comments about the desolate surroundings of Shadowhunter City, where the spiritual herbs for pill concoction were scarce. In the end, he spent 60,000 to procure 4 blood fuel pills, purchasing nothing else as he exited the trading hall. Acquiring too many items would easily attract attention. With weapons and armor already in his possession, one's physicality was paramount in battle, rendering it unnecessary to invite trouble. As I stepped out of the door, my eyes were immediately drawn to the mission hall across the way. I murmured to myself, alas, what a pity. To slay 20 commander-level creatures would undoubtedly yield countless rewards, yet I had refrained from accepting the task and dared not submit any quests. Hastily returning to my dormitory, I began to meditate. My day's exertions had come to an end, yet the council hall remained ablaze with light, particularly in the grand conference room. Both city lords exuded an aura of bloodlust, evidently wounded and striving to regain their composure. With a flicker of her gaze, Bai Jingfeng surveyed the numerous adept cultivators of the sacred lotus realm surrounding her. Observing the erratic fireworks, her eyelids twitched as she inquired, has news not yet returned? Are the remaining dozen or so commander-level creatures still unaccounted for? Her tone was frigid, laced with indignation. The two had been besieging a golden eagle, on the verge of delivering a fatal blow, only to be injured by its desperate use of a talent skill, allowing it to flee at an alarming speed. Upon learning that all commander-level creatures had escaped, her fury surged, difficult to contain. One of the adept cultivators spoke up. The reconnaissance team has already set out to assess the situation. I believe we shall receive news by dawn. For now, our greatest threat remains the royal-grade golden eagle. He exhibited no fear of the Lord's wrath, subtly insinuating that their combat prowess had faltered, allowing the golden eagle to escape. Across from the two lords, a middle-aged man opened his eyes and declared, "Once we locate them, I shall take action. What I wish to know now is whether any of the newcomers possess the talent of the colorful sea of suffering." I witnessed its spread firsthand during the day. The adept from Nangguan City, a cultivator of the divine fire realm, cared little for their lives but was solely focused on identifying a prodigy worthy of cultivation, foreseeing their potential to become an invincible powerhouse, thereby securing endless benefits for himself and establishing dominance. The imposing Feng Xiong responded, "Esteemed elder, I have overseen the newcomer training for 3 consecutive days. While I have indeed encountered some talents, none have reached the level of the extraordinary prodigy from the colorful sea of suffering. As the one with the most authority, he was well acquainted with the backgrounds of each newcomer. As the first instructor, it was his responsibility." The divine fire adept shook his head, dismissing their notion of talent. Only the superlative geniuses from the colorful sea of suffering warranted his attention. Even though Gu Chun was his comrade who had previously recommended Chen Fan, he had not sought an audience with him, showing no desire to engage. Their differing standings shaped their perspectives. The remainder of the assembly remained as silent as carved wooden figures, biding their time. With the presence of adept cultivators, safety was assured. However, none wished to be ensnared in the city, waiting idly. Only through peril could one acquire resources and advancement. As time slipped away, the moon ascended to its zenith, and a figure appeared at the conference room door, clad in a conical hat and black night attire, resembling a specter. Yet, upon speaking, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with the attendees visibly elated. The figure reported the discovery of 4 savage bull corpses and 7 white-winged tiger remains, their skulls obliterated. The bodies left to decay in a valley, an utter loss of essence. The voice was neither meek nor boisterous, yet it resonated like a tempest crashing through the conference room. The multitude of sacred Lotus Realm adept cultivators and outsiders rose in unison, their eyes shimmering with excitement. The revelation that they had indeed perished was unexpected. Furthermore, it was evident that a single individual was responsible for their demise, as their deaths bore striking similarities. Bai Jingfeng could not help but rise, the hat atop her head swaying slightly as she inquired, "Are you certain that the essence has been entirely depleted? Was it truly the work of one person? Even if she had personally struck down 11 commander-level creatures, she would have been unable to deplete their essence completely." Her skepticism mirrored that of the assembled crowd. The figure with the hat quickly responded, "I would not misjudge. The essence is entirely gone. When I placed my hand upon them, there was no sensation of commander-level vitality. Attempts to extract organs resulted only in fragmented remains. Moreover, their deaths mirrored that of the 9 venomous flying dragons that perished earlier, suggesting the same perpetrator." Confident in his assessment, he was no novice. Bai Jingfeng regained her composure and resumed her seat, asking, "Elder Long, are you certain that you are the sole adept who has come to Shadow City?" She was acutely aware that there could not possibly be a third adept of the Divine Gate realm in the city capable of effortlessly slaying 11 commander-level creatures. The middle-aged man, Lung Yi, stood and replied, "I am accustomed to operating alone. How could I have companions? It cannot be the work of some outsider from your city, can it? Surely, there are no extraordinary adept cultivators among the sacred lotus realm here?" His gaze swept across the faces of those present, searching for clues. However, he found only expressions of excitement and perplexity. None averted their gaze. Bai Jingfeng furrowed her brow, stating, "All sacred lotus realm adept cultivators are present, and none possessed such combat prowess. Outsiders are unlikely to act recklessly. Who could it be?" Her voice was tinged with confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of such a formidable individual. At that moment, a swordsman from the crowd interjected, "Perhaps it is the prodigious genius from the colorful sea of suffering? Though unable to control their true energy, they could still have slain the commander-level creatures." The dispersal of the sea of suffering could occur in only 2 scenarios. Either it was newly opened and not yet mastered, or it was a full-force battle, leading to a lack of control. Each scenario had its distinctions. A newly developed sea could extend to its maximum range, while in a combat surge, it generally remained within 100 meters of the body. Thus, most concluded that the colorful sea of suffering belonged to a recently awakened prodigious genius. Impossible. Even a genius could not transcend 2 levels to slay commander-level creatures. Never mind. I shall head to Shadow City for a look. The crisis here seems resolved. The wounded royal-grade malevolent entity should not reappear. Ordinary individuals cannot find it, and few experts remain. It must be set aside. He was unwilling to squander precious time in the seemingly futile pursuit of Shadow City. No one knew the identity of the genius, nor who had slain the 20 commander-level creatures, and thus they dispersed in resignation, leaving the matter unsolved. Even Guchen could not fathom that it was Chen Fan who had intervened. At that moment, Chen Fan was in his dormitory, fully focused on his recuperation, unaware that many were searching for him. On the following day, the sun rose as usual, heralding yet another splendid day. Chen Fan opened his eyes in bed, his gaze deep and penetrating. He had indeed experienced further enhancement overnight, sensing that some energy remained within him, awaiting gradual transformation. It was time to embark on his journey. Chapter 69. Eradicating Threats. Facing peril at 7 o'clock sharp, having completed his morning ablutions and breakfast, Chen Fan, carrying a modest backpack, appeared in the small square before the dormitory. Over 200 students, all clad in training gear, were scattered about, engaged in animated conversation. Upon noticing Chen Fan's presence, their gazes converged upon him in unison, astonished that he was truly about to depart. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Such a moment, filled with public attention, should have belonged to him, for he was the strongest among them. Yet, the newcomer training had not even concluded, and he watched as Chen Fan strode confidently towards the exit. Chen Fan remained silent, his eyes reflecting resentment and jealousy directed at Chen Fan. Yu Linghai approached, his voice brimming with envy. "I never imagined you would leave before us, departing in just 5 days. I wish you safe travels. May you vanquish evil creatures and ascend in strength." His genuine blessing served as a farewell. Nearby, Qian Kuan also approached, quickly echoing his sentiments. "Indeed, I wish you a safe journey. May we meet again one day. The debt of gratitude I owe you will forever be etched in my heart. I dare not forget." His words were delivered with utmost seriousness, devoid of any superfluous remarks. "Take care, for the mountains are high and the waters deep. Until we meet again in the world of martial arts." Chen Fan gently patted the shoulders of the two, refraining from any further conversation with others as he made his way towards the edge of the street. Among the crowd, Zhao Yi let out a cold snort and remarked, "What a spectacle, daring to wander about in the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm. If you perish out there, your corpse will remain unfound. And until we meet again in the martial world, I'd sooner say farewell to you in the underworld." Even as they were about to part ways, not a single kind word escaped his lips. as if he wished for Chen Fan's immediate demise. Chen Fan could no longer contain himself. From a distance of 10 meters, he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yi, who was staring back at him. A surge of heat welled up in his eyes, manifesting as a fleeting glimmer of bloodlight. Coldly, he uttered, "I should never have saved you, you ingrate. Everyone must bear the consequences of their words, and you are no exception." With that, he turned and walked away, feeling as though the specter of death was bidding him farewell, removing a thorn from his heart. Upon reaching the street, he discovered Guchun standing under a streetlight across the road, equally burdened with a backpack. "Teacher, have you been waiting long? Let us go." Although a bus was available, none headed out of the city, so the two needed to walk. "Come, I shall lead you." As he spoke, he grasped Chen Fan's right hand, and beneath their feet, a sacred lotus appeared, propelling them skyward. In an instant, they vanished beyond the city limits. Many of the new students, now coming back to their senses, felt a twinge of envy. Though they had elders at home, none offered such meticulous care. The path of martial arts and personal growth required children to forge their own paths, save for those with exceptional talents who would receive direct mentorship. Chen Fan, however, was fortunate enough to have a teacher accompanying him, a privilege that elicited their admiration. Suddenly, a heavy thud resounded as something fell to the ground. Drawing the gazes of the crowd, they found Zhao Yi lying motionless, his eyes filled with terror, as if he had witnessed an unspeakable horror. His complexion had turned a pale green, indicating that he had likely died of fright. The surrounding students instinctively distanced themselves from his body, murmuring amongst themselves, "What is happening? It seems he died of fear. How strange, he suddenly perished without a single mark on him. Could it be that Chen Fan killed him?" But they were 10 meters apart, and I saw no signs of him acting. How could that be? If he possessed the ability to kill from such a distance, he would already reign supreme. A group of new students, unable to comprehend Zhao Yi's sudden death, panicked and rushed to inform the teachers. Even when the teachers arrived, they could not ascertain the cause of death. Zhao Yi's demise instantly struck a chord of alarm among the new students. It was not uncommon for death to occur in the city. Reckless behavior and the making of enemies could lead to one's untimely end. Especially Lin Yu and Chen Fan, who had consistently targeted Chen Fan, now felt that they could be next. Their demeanor grew heavy with concern, and they dared not act with impunity any longer. Chen Fan, however, remained unfazed by their thoughts. The act of slaying Zhao Yi had not stirred any emotions within him. It felt akin to vanquishing a malevolent spirit, simply ridding the world of a menace. Under Guchun's guidance, they soared towards the southern city of Nongguan. Originally, Chen Fan had intended to run across the land towards Nongguan, but now they found themselves flying through the air. This was not his first experience of flight. He felt the mountains rush by beneath him, and the flora and fauna blurred past. In the blink of an eye, they were departing, and there was nothing worth lingering for. The paramount objective of reaching a city was to enhance one's strength. As they sped towards Nongguan, they were unaware that many formidable experts were also departing from the city of hunting shadows. For instance, Gu Xinyue's 2 sons and daughter bid farewell to their mother as they set out for Nongguan. Their strength had reached a plateau, and further breakthroughs demanded encounters with powerful creatures of myriad races and access to greater resources. Though the path in Nongguan was fraught with challenges, it was nonetheless safer than that of hunting shadows, as it could at least withstand the assaults of king-level creatures. Additionally, the 16 families of convicts, each with 2 young masters, had also chosen to leave hunting shadows. Following Chen Fan's advice, they aimed to enhance their abilities swiftly and regroup at the 8th Heavenly Pass. If they did not strive now, how long would it take to stand at the 8th Heavenly Pass? As for others, they too seized the opportunity to depart from hunting shadows, though the specific reasons remained inscrutable to outsiders. Chen Fan, unaware of the circumstances, struggled to maintain control of his body while observing the changes around him. Just as they had traversed over 10,000 meters and were preparing to continue their flight, a featherless golden eagle suddenly emerged from a valley. Despite its disheveled appearance, its immense size still signified its strength. Upon catching sight of it, Guchun's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. That golden eagle is blocking our path." He instantly recognized that this featherless behemoth was the same one that had battled with the 2 city lords the previous day. Never had he anticipated encountering such a formidable creature. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan also recognized it as the golden eagle from the day before. Considering the relentless pursuit of other leader-level creatures, he surmised that this one would be equally relentless in its pursuit, aiming to consume him as its final act. "Teacher, we must descend quickly. Let us take refuge in the woods. We cannot outfly it." He recalled how the hat-wearing man had struggled to evade a group of leader-level creatures, let alone a king-level one. Today, burdened with numerous belongings, their weight was even more daunting. Guchun, realizing the gravity of the situation thanks to Chen Fan's warning, immediately understood that flying was indeed futile. Whether they continued to fly or attempted to turn back, they would inevitably be caught. If the golden eagle were to catch up to them, both of their lives would be forfeit. With no other choice, they rapidly descended towards the ground. The speed was akin to that of a diving bomber, and Chen Fan felt the rushing wind by his ears. Even so, he sensed the golden eagle drawing nearer. As soon as they landed, Guchen urgently declared, "This is dire. You are a talent of the human race, a pillar of the future. You must flee immediately. I am but an old bone. I cannot endure for 3 more years. Today, I will face my end alongside it." As he spoke, streams of light erupted from his body, as if he were unlocking some hidden seal, his aura growing ever stronger. Chapter 70. My life, my soul, shall accompany you in living on. Chen Fan was profoundly moved by his words. He never anticipated that Guchen would choose to face the golden eagle alone, effectively placing all hope of survival upon him while sacrificing his own life. Witnessing the radiance emanating from Guchen, his brows furrowed, fists clenched, and veins bulged on his forehead, clearly enduring unimaginable pain. "Teacher, I will not run. I will slay it alongside you. What fear do I have of this mere featherless beast?" He believed that together, they could vanquish it. Yet Guchen urgently insisted, "Run. I must open the divine gate to elevate my power to its peak and hold it off for a moment. You must return with the city lords. Otherwise, we will both perish here. My life matters little. I have not much time left. But you possess the extraordinary bitter sea. You must not die in vain. I had promised to protect you, but it seems this is where it ends. To die with purpose. Run." As he spoke the final word, a majestic phantom of the divine gate began to materialize behind him. As the boundless essence of heaven and earth converged into the divine gate, it transformed into countless ethereal shadows that ultimately surged into his body. Before the naked eye, his crippled right foot reformed, and from the wrapping, he extracted a long spear, assembling it into a formidable weapon measuring 1.2 meters in length. This was the true embodiment of his armament. Grasping it with his right hand, Chen Fan hurled it forcefully in the opposite direction of the golden eagle that was charging at him. Only the echo of his roar lingered in the air. "Chen Fan, my life, my soul, shall accompany you in this existence. Do not yield easily, nor speak of life and death frivolously." Chen Fan felt himself propelled backward by an overwhelming force, watching helplessly as Guchen radiated a brilliant light, soaring like a war god towards the descending golden eagle. The resolute silhouette, coupled with a heartfelt admonition, coalesced into a poignant tableau. For a student with no blood ties, whom he had merely taught for 3 days, he willingly expended the last 3 years of his life. He was prepared to transcend himself, generously embracing death. To be Chen Fan's protector, he was prepared to sacrifice his very existence. In this critical moment, there was no hesitation, no inner turmoil. He was fully resigned to the inevitability of death. Only through this act of selflessness, he understood that any delay would spell doom for both of them. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Chen Fan was brought to tears, his heart heavy with sorrow. For the first time, he was moved by the indomitable spirit of humanity, inspired by Guchen's fearless resolve. Perhaps it is because of such generations of formidable beings safeguarding the young that humanity has forged a path of resistance. Fueled by his audacity in battle, he shone among the new generation. He laid down his life. Observing the long spear in Guchen's grasp, it transformed into a blood-red dragon, lunging towards the golden eagle. It illuminated the sky like a second sun, casting light upon the depths of Chen Fan's heart. The resplendent, yet sanguine figure brandished the fierce spear, morphing into a dragon that collided vehemently with the golden eagle. The golden eagle, incensed by Guchen's interference, emitted an enraged screech, its massive claws glistening with blinding gold as they scattered across the skies. The very fabric of the void seemed to tear apart, reaching towards the minuscule human beneath its talons. A fierce wind surged between the man and the eagle, howling as it swept through. Guchen's garments billowed wildly, while the golden eagle's sparse feathers trembled, affecting a radius of 1,000 meters. As Chen Fan soared through the air, he too was buffeted by the wind, his hair whipping about, nearly obscuring his vision. After flying backward for 300 meters, he barely managed to touch down on solid ground. Clang, clang, clang. The heavens resounded with a series of piercing impacts. The blood-red dragon shadow collided violently with the myriad claw shadows, unleashing shockwaves that tore the very void asunder. The momentum of the golden eagle's assault abruptly ceased. Chen Fan felt a pang of regret. Had Guchen descended to the ground, he could have lent assistance. Now, he found himself powerless. Against the fierce wind, he hastened towards Guchen's direction. In the sky, Guchen had transformed into a blood-soaked war god. Beneath him, the sacred lotus rooted itself within the vast divine gate behind him, staining it crimson with his lifeblood. The long spear in his hand moved like a dragon, each strike accompanied by the frenzied, blood-red serpent. Break from me. With a thunderous roar, Chen radiated a crimson glow, merging with the spear as he charged towards the wings of the golden eagle from behind. The golden eagle, already wounded, had lost a significant portion of its spear-like feathers. Resembling a nearly bald creature, its speed had diminished by 30% compared to the previous day. Yet, it faced Chen, who was determined to claim its life. Fighting with every ounce of his being. Without regard for his own safety, his body surged forth like a terrifying red dragon, veering to the right. With a furious cry, the golden eagle swiftly evaded to the side. Simultaneously, its massive beak opened, forming a black hole as it lunged toward Chen's body. Compared to the eagle's colossal form, Chen appeared no larger than a caterpillar. From a distance, Chen Fan could see clearly, witnessing his teacher's desperate struggle, and quickened his pace towards the battleground. No matter what, he refused to be a coward. However, relative to the epic battle unfolding between man and beast, his speed seemed woefully inadequate. Thud, crack. With a series of shrill sounds, Chen's spear pierced the golden eagle's wing, and with unstoppable force, it shattered bone. His body moved like a dragon, gliding along the edge of the wing and soaring skyward, leaving the spear embedded within. The golden eagle, howling in agony, unleashed a chilling scream that reverberated for thousands of meters. Unable to maintain its altitude, it plummeted towards the ground, its massive beak snapping empty as it barely managed to clutch the spear still lodged in its wing. Ignoring the excruciating pain, it forcefully extracted the weapon. With a sound akin to a tearing fabric, blood gushed forth. Even as it bore the pain of its broken bones, the golden eagle struggled to stabilize its form. Gliding towards the earth, having evaded a strike, Chen's morale surged. Though disarmed, he showed no fear. With the divine gate behind him, he resembled a blood-soaked war god, raining down punches from the sky. At this moment, he noticed Chen Fan on the ground, undeterred by the chaos, and rushing towards the spot where the golden eagle was about to descend. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he bellowed, "Chen Fan, you must flee. A king-level creature is not so easily vanquished. Its deadly trump card remains." Relieved that Chen Fan had not chosen to flee alone, Chen was nonetheless anxious for his safety, unwilling to let him perish at the claws of a king-level beast. He could not bear to see such a promising human die here. Chen Fan paid no heed to the warning. With a mere glare, he could intimidate the creature. Even if he could not kill it with a glance, it would certainly be distracted and unable to strike freely. As long as he could assist Chen, his return would not be in vain. Thus, he remained unfazed by the shouted admonitions. Seeing Chen Fan's resolute demeanor, Chen understood he would not abandon his friend, and he resolved to fight with all his might. Otherwise, neither of them would survive. Clenching his fists tightly, he amassed a multitude of blood-red glimmers upon his hands, unleashing his self-created martial technique. Explode for me. He knew that if his fist struck the golden eagle, they would surely rend a massive wound. Yet at that moment, the golden eagle let out a furious roar. With a piercing cry, all of its remaining feathers fell away. In the next instant, numerous feathers shimmered with golden light, resembling a barrage of long spears, hurtling towards Chen in the sky with a deafening shriek, aiming to thwart the greatest threat to its existence. Its beak opened wide, charging towards Chen Fan on the ground. If it could swallow him, the power of the mountain treasure would ensure its survival. In the golden eagle's simplistic mind, securing an advantage was paramount to strengthening itself. Chen, witnessing the oncoming storm of spears, was immensely shaken. He pushed his agility to its limits, striving to evade the barrage of spears. Even as some pierced his arms and thighs, he resolutely held back his right fist, gathering all his vital energy and true chi, transforming himself into a monument plummeting from the heavens. Chen Fan, distracted, evade. He would not allow Chen Fan to perish before his eyes, otherwise, he would never find peace in death. The closer Chen Fan drew to the golden eagle, the heavier the pressure he felt. Its 50-meter frame was akin to a 15-story building, a magnitude that was truly formidable. As it descended, it could easily crush a small mountain. Upon hearing Chen's command, the advancing footsteps hesitated momentarily, weighing the likelihood of whether his formidable charge could indeed annihilate the creature. In that fleeting pause, the golden eagle in the air struggled to flap its injured, featherless wings, desperately attempting to alter its trajectory and land atop Chen Fan's head. This brief movement afforded Chen the opportunity he sought. Bathed in blood, he plummeted from the heavens, his wounds rapidly mending, and his right fist, enveloped in a crimson aura, struck down mercilessly upon the eagle's back. A thunderous roar erupted as the immense energy exploded, scattering flesh and blood across the landscape. Yet, this was merely the commencement. Disregarding his own bodily suffering, Chen unleashed a barrage of fists upon the eagle's back. With each resounding impact, both their forms plunged swiftly from the sky. The eagle's entire back became a canvas of carnage, raining down blood upon the vast terrain below. In agony, it struggled to roll over, its wings transforming into celestial blades, sweeping across Guchen's back. It emitted a series of cries, hoping to alter its fate of being battered. However, it proved futile, at least for Guchen, as the tide of misfortune remained unchanged. Its colossal frame, already battered, could not withstand the relentless assault of Guchen. Its left wing was shattered at the root, completely bereft of the ability to fly. Accompanied by a mournful wail, it plummeted to the earth like a meteor. A mountain was crushed beneath its weight, rocks and trees tumbling as the ground trembled violently. Waves of upheaval surged forth into the distance. Guchen, swaying unsteadily, halted 20 meters above the eagle. His body resembled fragile porcelain, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. Blood poured uncontrollably, and the resounding energy of his divine gate pulsated as if on the verge of collapse. Clouds of dust billowed, scattering across the sky. Witnessing this scene from afar, Chen Fan immediately discerned the dire state of Guchen. In the midst of a desperate struggle, he had undoubtedly employed his most potent techniques. No longer caring for his own safety, he swayed and executed the swift steps he had devised. The 100-meter distance was traversed in the blink of an eye. His elbows propped up, forming a terrifying acute angle. All sharp energies converged at that point. His feet struck the ground like a rampaging bull, unleashing an infinite force that birthed a terrifying tempest, charging toward the eagle's struggling neck. Given its massive form, the neck was its most vulnerable point. Observing this, Guchen understood that intervening was futile. He raised his right fist once more, gathering all his vital energy, as if the entirety of his divine gate was concentrated within, and struck the eagle with ferocity. Bang! Just as the eagle had begun to rise, it sank back beneath the mountain's shadow. At the same moment, Chen Fan's assault reached its target, crashing violently into the featherless neck. The bull-like charge, fueled by his accumulated strength and detonated vital energy, plunged deep into the neck without a hint of retreat. Thud, thud, thud. His body transformed into a blade, piercing through muscle and shattering skin. The raging vital energy surged within, continuously detonating. The body of this royal creature was unimaginably resilient. Even with a 5-fold explosive force, he could penetrate only 2 meters into the neck before being halted. Chen Fan realized that, with his current strength, he could not slay the eagle in such a short span. He quickly reached out, seizing the eagle's cervical vertebrae. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Fusion point detected. Phoenix bloodline available for integration, granting regenerative capabilities. Requires 100,000 fusion points. Fusion skill detected. Void shattering claw. Instantly evolves into 100 claw projections, forming a terrifying assault. Requiring 30,000 fusion points. Overwhelmed by the enormity of this revelation, Chen Fan felt tears welling in his eyes. With a current limit of only 100,000 fusion points, he wondered if he could fully integrate them. Without further delay, he chose to merge the bloodline, aiming to siphon its essence dry. To his astonishment, he succeeded. In an instant, a layer of blood mist enveloped the golden eagle, merging into a sanguine mass that surged into Chen Fan's right hand. Concurrently, a wave of black light surged within him, integrating into his being. Even so, there was no indication of having slain the eagle and acquired additional fusion points. Ignoring what he had merged, he raised the super titanium alloy blade on his back, channeling every ounce of strength to strike down upon the freshly opened wound. All sword energy and vital energy surged forth, causing the super titanium alloy blade to tremble as if on the brink of shattering. Slicing through, perhaps due to its grievous wounds or the loss of regenerative capacity, the blade cleaved through a significant portion of its neck. Blood gushed forth, devoid of the former brilliance it once held, resembling that of an ordinary human. The 2 severed wings flailed incessantly, while the eagle's talons thrashed violently in the air, desperately attempting to staunch the wound on its throat. Yet, it was utterly in vain. The fierce struggle rendered Guchen unable to maintain his position in the sky, and he swiftly appeared beside Chen Fan. Grasping his bloodied form, he swiftly retreated 100 meters. Behind them, the divine gate trembled and began to collapse, all luminescence dissipating. Moreover, the fissures on Guchen's body multiplied. Blood flowed unceasingly, pooling into a crimson puddle on the ground. Even his face bore 4 cracks, resembling fragile porcelain, ready to shatter at any moment. Witnessing this, Chen Fan was overwhelmed with regret and sorrow, coupled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He could not help but exclaim, "Master, what has happened to you? I must take you back to the city at once." As he spoke, he knelt beside him, preparing to carry him away. Time was of the essence. What if his own life were to be lost in the process? Just yesterday, he had urged himself not to venture to Southgate City so soon, Yet he had ignored his own counsel. Had he heeded even a single word, they might not have encountered the golden eagle, and Gu Chen would not be suffering so gravely. Reflecting on his impulsive behavior, he realized he had ultimately brought harm to others, tears brimming in his eyes. Gu Chen grasped his body, a sorrowful smile spreading across his face, and said, "There is no time left. I shall burn 3 years of my lifespan to reach the pinnacle. My body can bear no more. Do not grieve. Humanity advances in succession for the sake of survival. I did not expect you to be the prodigy of the colorful Dantian, proving my discernment to be accurate. I find solace in that." As he spoke, the fissures across his face widened, flesh nearly falling away. "When I perish, let me be buried here. I hope to guard this land eternally, witnessing humanity's gradual rise. Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Let my loyal heart illuminate history." As he uttered this phrase, the cracks on his face expanded further, and blood spilled from his mouth. Chapter 72. Should success be attained, I shall toast to you once more. Chen Fan, tears streaming down his face, knelt before him, raising his hand in a vow. "Let my master bear witness. I, Chen Fan, in my lifetime, will surely eradicate all races, restoring peace and prosperity to humanity." The impact of Gu Chen's sacrifice on his spirit surpassed that of his own parents. He was the first guardian to face death before him after leaving the peaceful city. Especially for the sake of protecting him, he had acted without hesitation, embracing death with valor. Fully aware that transcendence would lead to his demise, he made the decision in an instant. The shock and regret within Chen Fan were ineffable. The spirit of passing the torch would forever be etched in his heart. With tear-filled eyes, he gazed up at Gu Chen. Yet, he found himself devoid of strength, slowly sinking to the ground. Although his gaze was dim, a smile graced his lips. Ignoring the blood at the corners of his mouth, he struggled to utter, "The teacher has done nothing wrong, or perhaps has endured too much pain. This moment serves as his liberation. Do not grieve, do not sorrow, carry my share of life, and live on forever. In times of trouble, do not act impulsively. You are not merely a life of one. To live, to persist, is to harbor hope." His eyes remained fixed upon Chen Fan, a smile ever present on his face, yet he could no longer speak. "Teacher." Chen Fan, seeing the life drain from his eyes, grasped his wrist with his trembling right hand. Merely a touch caused a layer of flesh and blood to fall away. In the next instant, it felt as if his hand might also come apart. This was beyond Chen Fan's wildest imagination. Teacher Gu Chen's body had become so fragile. A mere touch, and it would shatter. He could not fathom the extent of the injuries that had left him in such a state of disrepair. They say those of the Divine Gate realm heal swiftly from wounds, even regrowing severed limbs. Yet, he was not among them. Unable to move and too wary to touch his body, Chen Fan knelt back 2 meters, his face streaked with tears, and respectfully bowed 9 times before Gu Chen's lifeless form. "Teacher, in the future, I shall spare no effort in exterminating all vile creatures, honoring your healing. When I achieve success, I shall return to toast you." Amidst his sobs, he made his vow. Rising to his feet, he fashioned a rocky coffin from super titanium alloy, shrouding Gu Chen's body. Surrounding it with sturdy stones, he crafted an imposing grave. Erecting a stone tablet, he inscribed, "In honor of my teacher, Gu Chen's grave. Disloyal disciple, Chen Fan stands." Kneeling before the grave once more, he bowed deeply. "Teacher, I shall walk the path ahead. I shall not betray your teachings nor your life-saving grace. Life is but a singular occurrence, yet Gu Chen sacrificed his for me. In the future, I must devote myself tirelessly to humanity, striving with all my might." Wiping away his tears, he slowly approached the nearby golden eagle. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Eliminate the royal-level creature, the 9 lives golden eagle, and receive 150,000 fusion points. Although he had gained a boon, excitement eluded him. Gu Chen had only accompanied him for a brief time, just over a day. Yet, he had kept his word, sacrificing himself to protect. This bond would forever reside in his heart. At this moment, he was determined to rend the golden eagle asunder, spilling blood before the grave. A heart filled with boundless hatred and anger surged within him. Advancing, he seized the golden eagle's formidable claw, and the system's voice rang out once more. "Fusion talent skill detected. 9 lives rebirth. Suffer 9 fatal injuries to heal rapidly. Requires 120,000 fusion points. Fusion detected. Steel claw, enhancing sharpness of fingers. Requires 5,000 fusion points. Fusion detected. Beak, enhancing hardness of fingers. Requires 5,000 fusion points." An array of notifications resonated in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to fuse them all. In an instant, the fusion points he had just acquired plummeted by 130,000. Glimmers of light erupted from the 9 lives golden eagle, surging into Chen Fan's body. In that fleeting moment, he felt his body undergoing a rapid transformation, a warm power flooding every part of him. His body felt significantly lighter. Moreover, his fingers seemed to have morphed into blades, capable of slicing through the nearby rocks. Despite the myriad fusions, he discovered that the essence of the Golden Eagle's body had not been entirely lost. It felt distinctly different. He could hardly concern himself with the details as he swung down, severing its head, which exploded into a rain of fragments. A verdant, round crystal core radiated a soft glow, now clasped in his hand. Fusion detected. Fourth-tier superior crystal core, capable of amplifying vast energy, requires 50,000 fusion points. He glanced at his remaining fusion points, over 50,000. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the fusion, ignoring the changes within his energy reservoir. He grasped the remains of the 9 lives Golden Eagle, letting its blood cascade before Gu Chen's gravestone. Teacher, the Golden Eagle is dead. You may rest easy. I shall return to pay my respects. He knelt before the gravestone, lost in thought for a long while. It was only when he heard the sound of something slicing through the air above that he instinctively looked up. Before him stood a middle-aged man he had never encountered, a flame roaring behind him in the divine gate. The figure exuded an aura akin to that of a deity, standing majestically in the sky. Chen Fan could not help but rise, scrutinizing the stranger, who was also observing him, or perhaps the space around him. You actually killed the Golden Eagle? Impossible. The middle-aged man slowly descended, his gaze falling upon Chen Fan, astonished. He had not anticipated that the terror that had ravaged the entire shadow hunting city could be vanquished by a mere boy. He had come for this royal-level creature and now felt a surge of curiosity towards Chen Fan, eager to uncover more. Chen Fan, realizing the man was undoubtedly a formidable expert, perhaps even of the legendary divine fire realm, understood the terrifying capabilities it bestowed, an ability to absorb and transfer the spiritual energy of the world, wielding inexplicable powers comparable to the innate skills of various races. It was a truly fearsome realm, capable of extinguishing insignificant beings like him with a mere gesture. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself before this formidable figure. Hearing the question, Chen Fan licked his parched lips and replied in a low voice, I have no such prowess. It was my teacher, Gu Chen, who transcended to the divine gate realm, expending his last 3 years of life to slay the Golden Eagle. He perished on the spot, and I have just erected this grave. As he spoke, he gestured to the imposing mound of earth beside him. I would never usurp my teacher's glory. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze to the grave, where the inscription read, Gu Chen's grave, erected by Chen Fan. He was taken aback, recalling a meeting they had attended together just yesterday, now reduced to mere soil. Approaching the gravestone, he found himself inexplicably holding a bottle of wine, which he poured over the grave. After circling the tomb, he placed the empty bottle beside the gravestone, bowed thrice, and stood, declaring, You are a true warrior. I admire you. I shall never forget our battles in the Windstorm City, where you were wounded by the Windstorm Mantis, bearing that scar. You departed suddenly without even a chance for a toast. Safe travels, and may we meet again in the afterlife, where you shall treat me to a drink. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured 3 incense sticks, which he placed in the earth before the gravestone. A sigh escaped him, indicating that the two were old acquaintances. Chen Fan's eyes widened. This man recognized Gu Chen. He was astonished by the ease with which he conjured such items, a marvelous storage ability. Just as he pondered this, the middle-aged man turned back to him, addressing him directly. You are Chen Fan, the most talented among this year's newcomers? Gu Chen spoke highly of you. Come with me. Chapter 73, Forcibly Taken, Unwelcome. With those words, he determined Chen Fan's fate, insisting on taking him to Nanguan City. Chen Fan quickly bowed and replied, Thank you, esteemed sir. May I ask your name? I wish to guard my teacher's spirit for 3 days before going to Nanguan City. He wished to adhere to ancient customs. Mourning for 3 days. Yet the middle-aged man replied, My name is Lung Yi. In the battlefield, the dead do not need 3 days of mourning. You should go and slay more vile creatures, for that is far more meaningful than the ephemeral act of guarding. Let us go, from this day forth. I shall protect you, Gu Chen once proclaimed, offering his assistance should the need arise. His discerning gaze was indeed commendable. Without further ado, he stepped forward, grasping Chen Fan's right shoulder with his right hand, and they soared through the air. With a wave of his left hand, the lifeless body of the Golden Eagle vanished. Upon contact, he could distinctly sense Chen Fan's extraordinary nature. The muscles in his arm were akin to those of a fearsome, commanding creature, remarkably solid. Furthermore, his weight surpassed that of an ordinary individual by at least 3-fold. His eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, flickering incessantly. Behind him, the divine gate manifested, engulfed in blazing blue divine fire, propelling him swiftly towards Southgate City. Chen Fan perceived that the speed of a divine fire realm expert was at least 10 times that of a holy lotus realm practitioner. The scenery below seemed to flicker past like a stream of light. The fierce wind against his face felt akin to a cutting blade. Any ordinary person would likely falter under such pressure. He felt no fondness for the suddenly appearing Lung Yi, harboring a sense of wariness instead. Though he had expressed a desire to honor his filial duty by maintaining a vigil for 3 days, he was outrightly dismissed. A sense of impatience welled within him. Perhaps he believed himself a genius, eager to claim Chen Fan for his own. Resistance was futile, and he resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire about the situation. In any case, he would not reveal any secrets in his presence. They raced toward Southgate City. Outside the city walls lay numerous human remains, resembling statues that guarded the progeny within. The aura emanating from this place appeared far stronger than that of Shadowhunt City, and it seemed remarkably more modern. The entire city was 4 times larger than Shadowhunt City, akin to a grand metropolis of his past life, capable of accommodating millions. Moreover, the surrounding land was cultivated with various crops, tended to by dedicated individuals. Before Chen Fan could make further comparisons, Lung Yi had already led him into the city. The architecture here, while retaining the gray hue of Shadowhunt City, was towering and bustling with life, far more vibrant and lively. Some buildings even boasted unique designs. Surpassing the prosperity of Shadowhunt City, 2 rivers flowed north and south within the city, equipped with a specific filtration system that began purifying water outside the city, ensuring ample supply for drinking and irrigation. Under Lung Yi's guidance, they descended into a grand estate at the city center. Immediately, 4 young individuals emerged respectfully to greet them. "Master, you have returned." 2 males and 2 females exhibited utmost reverence, nearly bowing to the ground. Lung Yi released Chen Fan's right hand and addressed the welcoming party. "This is Chen Fan, a prodigy among this year's new students. Arrange for him suitable accommodations. His future development is now in your hands. I trust you will not raise him to be worthless. I must go meet the city lord to discuss the matters of this journey." Having spoken, he turned to take flight once more. However, as if struck by a thought, he glanced back at Chen Fan and remarked, "This is my estate. Consider it your home from now on. Strive diligently and aim to make significant contributions to the continuation of humanity." He gestured towards his 4 disciples. "They are all at the Holy Lotus realm and are more than capable of guiding your future cultivation and experiences. Off you go." Seemingly anxious that Chen Fan might flee, he nudged him towards the 4 disciples. Chen Fan opened his mouth to protest. "Senior, I understand." Faced with a powerful expert capable of effortlessly slaying king-level creatures, he initially intended to refuse but altered his response upon seeing the icy glint in Lung Yi's eyes. He watched as Lung Yi leaped towards a distant spire, gradually retracting his gaze. His attention shifted to the 4 disciples, his eyelids twitching slightly. For individuals at the Holy Lotus realm, yet merely disciples here, in Shadowhunt City, they were formidable figures, yet now they were reduced to subservience. The disparity was immense. Most importantly, this was clearly the 2nd tier of the Heavenly Gate. Theoretically, only those at the Golden Bridge realm should be guarding it. Yet here, an individual who had ignited divine fire reigned supreme. One could only surmise that he was not the strongest. Otherwise, he would be striving to establish his own foundation at the 4th tier of the Heavenly Gate. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. They must have their own considerations. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Chen Fan, adhering to the principle of humility beneath a shared roof, offered his respects to the 4 individuals. To his surprise, the 2 males and 2 females shot him disdainful glances in unison. The eldest among them spoke forth. "You flatter us. We hardly deserve to be called your seniors. From what our master implies, you are merely a transient presence, unlikely to remain here for long." A woman with an attractive visage but narrow eyes stepped forward. Clad in white attire and wielding a hooked spear, she smiled and said, "You must be Chen Fan, yes? Little fellow, you appear to be stained with blood. You ought to clean yourself up. Follow me, and I shall show you to your room." With a flick of her left index finger and a smirk of disdain curling her lips, Chen Fan's gaze swept over her, and he nodded, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Despite his words, he had already discerned the hostility and ulterior motives harbored by the 4 of them. He needed to exercise caution. This city felt far less relaxed and harmonious than Shadowhunt City. Perhaps it was simply that he had only just entered society and was unaware of its true nature. All his knowledge stemmed from the guidance and teachings of his mentors. He had yet to perceive and feel it clearly. Though his physical prowess rendered him indifferent to their schemes, vigilance was nonetheless prudent. Following the woman's lead, he walked towards a large villa at the back of the estate. In the courtyard, a group of martial artists appeared to be in a meeting, loudly discussing how many prey a particular squad should hunt. Upon noticing the woman's arrival, they promptly ceased their discussions, turning to bow in greeting. Second miss, have you come to test us again? Second miss, good day. Have you brought a newcomer with you? Which squad will they be assigned to? Perhaps to our Icebound squad. Second miss, good day. Your esteemed master has just returned, and there is another newcomer? The enthusiastic greetings and flattery echoed among them. It was evident that she commanded absolute respect here, prompting their obsequiousness. Observing this, Chen Fan sensed something amiss. According to Long Yi, he was to learn from the four disciples. Yet now it seemed they were poised to hand him over for instruction. Likely no more than late Golden Bridge realm practitioners. Allowing them to guide him? What a jest. He was a seasoned expert who had slain over a dozen commanding level creatures. Learning from them would be regressive, indeed. Yet, under the eaves, he refrained from voicing his dissent. They seemed overly eager to welcome newcomers. What could their intentions be? Were they genuinely intent on offering guidance to foster true strength? But then he heard the second miss declare, "Do not entertain any thoughts. My master instructed me to prioritize his cultivation. He shall receive our guidance and prepare for independent housing." Her terms sounded exceptionally favorable, far superior to those offered to others. Yet her tone dripped with indifference and mockery. Chapter 74. Concealed Malice, Breaking Free. Chen Fan observed keenly. The martial artist who had just been all smiles and eager to accept him as a team member now wore expressions of rigidity. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Faces contorting with disdain, coldness, mockery, and a complex array of emotions. Truly, life presents myriad faces. Their tone shifted. "Oh, so it is a genius. The master holds you in high regard. I wonder what skills you possess. Humph, a newcomer? Worthy of such intensive cultivation? Greetings. The gentleman has indeed exerted considerable effort. Does he truly deserve it? Miss Second, would you mind probing into his background? Possessing a private chamber surely indicates he is a formidable individual, does it not? Some regard him with disdain, others scoff, while some outright challenge him. Their words reveal a complete lack of admiration for Chen Fan. Unaware of the local dynamics and being a newcomer, Chen Fan felt a tinge of humiliation yet refrained from lashing out. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "Second sister, it seems I am not particularly welcome here. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for her consent, he turned and strode towards the grand entrance. Upon his arrival, he had noted the direction of the door and was confident of his memory. Having vanquished numerous commander-level beings, would he truly be concerned about such trivialities? How absurd. The only one to fear here is the cold demeanor itself. His power was overwhelming, igniting divine flames, with a speed so swift it was blinding. Who knows what other terrifying abilities he might possess? Second sister had not anticipated that he would refuse to endure humiliation and would simply walk away. A cold smile crept upon her lips. Surviving in the manner required enduring various humiliations. How could he possibly rise above her? The warriors nearby wore expressions of derision, smirking as they said, "Oh, oh, oh, unwilling to suffer shame, are we? A newcomer with no accomplishments to his name. What right does he have to occupy a single room? Huh, does he truly consider himself a genius? Who here isn't a genius? In this place, genius holds little value. We are all subordinates of the gentleman, having slain dozens of elite-level beings to remain within the manor. We share dormitories. What gives you the right? Unable to endure this slight. Outside, you shall face far greater humiliation." They deemed Chen Fan overly arrogant, convinced their own powers surpassed his, and engaged in various disparagements. Upon hearing them, Chen Fan concluded that Southgate City paled in comparison to Shadowhunt City. Among humanity, mutual attacks were commonplace. How could one expect camaraderie in the wilderness? Would they not seize the opportunity to kill each other? He dismissed the notion that these individuals would fight alongside him. Thus, he chose to ignore their jeers, quickening his pace towards the exit. Though he did not employ a full sprint, his speed was decidedly brisk. Observing his unwavering determination to leave, second sister's expression darkened, and she called out from behind, "What is this? You cannot endure a modicum of humiliation? When you encounter powerful malevolence outside, how will you survive? They do not merely torment with words, like a cat playing with a mouse. They will devour you once they grow weary." With a swift movement, she attempted to position herself in front of Chen Fan, blocking his path. However, as she soared upward, she realized she had failed to close the distance between them. In fact, the gap was widening. Frowning, she hastened her speed. Golden lotuses appearing beneath her feet as she surged forward once more. Yet again, she found herself unable to close the gap. Witnessing the spot where her master had recently landed, both her senior and junior brothers were present, watching their approach. "Senior brother, stop him. He intends to leave." Second sister, feeling embarrassed and furious, was determined not to allow him to depart so easily. The eldest brother's face turned icy. He had not anticipated that this newcomer would dare defy their master's orders. He turned towards the exit, exclaiming, "What do you think this place is? Halt at once." Do you believe the cold manor is a place you can enter at will and leave as you please? With that, his massive hand reached out towards Chen Fan. In his view, as a master of the sacred lotus realm, capturing a newcomer was a trivial task. Yet, in that very instant he made his move. He felt a flicker of motion before him, unable to even grasp Chen Fan's clothing as he brushed past. A flash later, Chen Fan had already covered 50 meters. The expressions of the four onlookers shifted dramatically, filled with a sense of helplessness and terror. This mere newcomer had evaded four masters of the sacred lotus realm. Indeed, he was a genius. His agility was astonishing. Could it be that the master had spoken the truth this time? We are in deep trouble. The four had intended to demonstrate their authority, to impress upon him who the true leader was within the cold manor. Yet, before they could even begin their intimidation, they were soundly slapped in the face. While he may not possess superior strength, his agility was remarkable enough to leave them in awe. Even if they had underestimated him somewhat, they should not have failed to capture him, allowing him to escape so effortlessly. Chen Fan, stop right there. We intend to inform you of the rules of the cold manor. Second sister panicked, giving chase without pause. The other three followed suit, confident that together, they could easily subdue Chen Fan and convey to him the manor's regulations. However, just as they took flight, Chen Fan had already crossed into another courtyard, appearing in the training ground ahead. As the four flew over, they found not even a shadow of him remaining. In flight, second sister could only see Chen Fan reaching the courtyard wall ahead, but his whereabouts thereafter were a mystery. Where did he suddenly vanish? The other three had also emerged, but found no trace of him. Weavy lost him. In the grand estate of the cold manor, they had lost track of a newcomer of the bitter sea realm. The four felt as if they could sink into a water tank and drown themselves. How is this possible? He has completely disappeared? How peculiar. How could he vanish so suddenly? The cold manor is not that vast. What speed could allow him to vanish in the blink of an eye? The four surveyed the empty courtyard, unable to glimpse a blood-stained figure. Quick, check the rooms. We must find him and teach him a proper lesson. The eldest brother was furious, disregarding the master's commands to discipline Chen Fan. The four landed and began their search for him, completely oblivious that as Chen Fan had leapt over the wall, he had activated his utmost speed, gliding along the wall's edge and reaching the estate's exterior in 2 strides. Upon seeing them touch down, he turned and melted into the vast crowd. While cold, he was unaware of their intentions. The four disciples certainly harbored ill will. Thus, he could not linger any longer within the cold manor. The only solution was to distance himself swiftly. Suddenly, a saying from his past life echoed in his mind. Wherever there are people, there is a world. And there is a stratification of classes. Some individuals, upon achieving great strength, inevitably seek greater benefits. This city instantly felt repugnant. As he walked among the bustling crowd, his presence attracted little attention, for many bore unpleasant odors and were stained with various bloodstains. Those who fought in the wilderness inevitably weathered storms. How many could maintain pristine attire? Just as Chen Fan scanned the area, searching for a place to settle, a voice called from behind. "Oh, Chen Fan? Why are you alone on the streets?" Upon hearing the voice, Chen Fan furrowed his brows and turned to look. Chapter 75, Acquaintances and the Rules of Southgate City. Before him stood 2 men and a woman, clad in splendid armor, each wielding a precious sword, with large bundles strapped to their backs. The woman in the center, her eyes shimmering, stared in astonishment at Chen Fan, who was covered in blood. Observing this, Chen Fan directly inquired, "Miss Leonor, I did not expect you to arrive in Southgate City as well. My master encountered a golden eagle on the road, an experience that was both profound and perilous, leading to his demise. Thus, I am left alone." There was nothing to conceal, and he harbored no fear of their potential schemes against him. His demeanor had dulled considerably. Had his master not met with misfortune, he would not have attracted Cold Yi's attention. He would not have arrived in Southgate City homeless and bewildered. Not an ounce of experience to guide him. The 2 brothers of Leonor widened their eyes in astonishment upon hearing her words. Leonor immediately rushed to her front, her gaze a tumult of sorrow and joy, urgently inquiring, "Has Teacher Gu fallen in battle? Did he truly slay the golden eagle? My heavens! How did you escape its clutches?" She grasped Chen Fan's shoulders as if fearing he might flee, her questions tumbling forth in a frantic rush. The 2 brothers, regaining their composure, hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her arms away, stating, "This is not the place for such discussions. We must first head to the gathering point. There are arrangements made by Mother over there. Since our teacher has indeed perished, accompany me to freshen up and settle in properly. When out in the world, we must look out for one another." As they spoke, they activated their communicator to locate a map, soon determining the direction and leading their sister onward. Chen Fan, having no destination of his own, surmised that given the vastness of the city, Long Yi would likely not find him, and so he opted to accompany them, seeking at least a place to rest and change. In his pursuit to slay the 9 lives golden eagle, he was drenched in blood, his hair a dark crimson hue, and his body caked in a thick layer of gore, rendering him far more disheveled than the others. Following their lead, Chen Fan made his way to a small courtyard on the southern side of the city. Upon arrival, they entered through a password-protected gate, revealing a quaint courtyard that led into a 2-story villa. Only a domestic robot was present. There were no other inhabitants. After entering the villa, they discovered it was spacious enough. The first floor served as a training area for martial arts, doubling as a living room, devoid of furnishings aside from a solitary sofa, exuding an air of emptiness. The second floor was designated for rest and sleep. During their journey, Leonor learned that the golden eagle was indeed dead, and Good Shun had met a tragic end. She promptly relayed the news to their mother in Shadowhunter City to assuage her worries. Upon receiving the message, Gu Xinyue offered Chen Fan words of comfort, particularly instructing Yu Qingcheng, Yu Qinglian, and Yu Qingshan to watch over him. As a newcomer stepping into society, he was akin to a blank slate, in need of guidance to navigate his survival. Hearing the deputy mayor's arrangements, Chen Fan felt a pang of envy. At least they had a place to settle. In stark contrast, he found himself bereft of family, with his great-grandfather absent. In utter darkness, he was left to rely solely on himself. After discarding his backpack and holding the super titanium alloy sword, he proceeded to the bathroom to wash away the blood that marred his armor and weapon, indulging in a much-needed cleansing. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing seized the opportunity to inspect Chen Fan's backpack. Leonor, witnessing this, shot him an indignant glare, exclaiming, "Second brother, what are you doing?" She could not comprehend his actions, which seemed to indicate a desire to ascertain what Chen Fan had brought with him. Yu Qingqing placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Glancing toward the bathroom, he led his sister to the villa's entrance before whispering, "I merely wanted to confirm whether he had obtained any materials from the Golden Eagle. Our strength is insufficient. We must not carry such items, lest we invite calamity upon ourselves. Thankfully, there are none. Yet, I am curious. Those materials from the Golden Eagle are of immeasurable value. How could he have not brought any back?" Yu Qingcheng was entirely perplexed, sensing that Chen Fan was unlike the average individual. Yu Qinglian shot him an exasperated look, coldly retorting, "Brother, you have truly disappointed me." The poor fellow witnessed his teacher's death firsthand. He had no time to collect materials from a king-level creature. He is likely too distraught to even think of such things. With that, she huffily approached the backpack, retrieving it to assist in cleaning the blood from its surface. Inside were merely a few changes of clothing, nothing particularly noteworthy. "Stay safe at home. I shall accompany elder brother to seek refuge and request assistance. We cannot leave him in the villa, as we cannot ascertain his temperament." After informing his sister, he departed the villa with Yu Qingshan. Unbeknownst to them, the most crucial items were those Chen Fan carried on his person: the phoenix feather, the black card, and 4 elixirs. As for the rest, they were trivial, unworthy of being kept close. Losing them would merely evoke a fleeting sadness, nothing more. Once cleansed and preparing to further wash his backpack, he noticed Leonor was assisting him. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Leonor. I feel quite embarrassed. I can manage on my own." To his surprise, the daughter of the city lord, once imperious, now resembled a caring elder sister. Yu Qinglian shook her head, replying, "Do not mention it. When out in the world, we must support one another. The outside world is vastly different from the first heaven barrier, rife with complexities." With a sigh, she hung the clean backpack and gestured towards the sofa, saying, "Here. The city lord holds the utmost authority, with patrols established in all directions, comprising 16 formidable individuals. They guard against any king-level creatures daring to approach. Many resources are directed towards them, attracting numerous talents eager to align themselves for advancement." As they settled onto the sofa, she imparted the city's regulations to him. Within the city, individuals managed agricultural and mechanical production, among other enterprises. To thrive, one must hunt countless high-level creatures, exchanging their spoils for ample resources. My mother, being a mirror of the divine, serves as a patrol officer here, possessing her own private courtyard. While our starting point is higher than most, to continue living, we too must strive diligently. After enhancing our strength, we can return to consolidate our skills. In this city, numerous demon hunting teams existed. While they might not seem significant within the city, in the wild, one should avoid provoking them at all costs. These were the primary cautions to bear in mind. Though all were fighting for the survival of humanity, after millennia of development, many individuals had undergone a transformation in character, some even becoming complacent, seizing more resources for themselves. When traversing the outside world, one must exercise caution. The larger the city, the more formidable the individuals who remained in their comfort zones, mostly content with their current state. She, like a caring elder sister, elucidated the city's rules for Chen Fan, who, having arrived in Southgate City later than her, held no particular thoughts on the matter. Sitting on the sofa, hearing her words, he began to form a prejudiced notion regarding the actions of powerful figures like Lung Yi. Casting his gaze around, still pondering Lung Yi's intentions, he finally voiced his concerns. Do you think that the powerful individuals who assist us in Shadowhunter City harbor similar aspirations? To cultivate their own influence, strengthen themselves, and amass countless resources? After all, they are also superlative experts, yet they were forcibly brought back, suggesting a certain reluctance. They seem unbothered even by the deaths of their comrades, displaying a heart as hard as stone.